Enemy spotted. Oh no.
Okay.
Hold up.
My.
Mi bomba.
Eight years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here, so put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
All right, welcome back for episode 2 of the Game Show here. We have already done 5 questions. We've got another 5 coming up for you to see who is going to be victorious between T-Bone, Marsalek, and Ibby. Don't forget as well, you guys at home can potentially participate over in the chat. So drop your answers as to what you think is going to be the correct one. All right, so far we are 3 contestants. We have T-Bone currently on 1 point. We have Marsalek on 4 points. And we have Ibby in the lead with 5 points. So let's get to question number 6. How many snowballs do you spawn in with on Vikendi? All right, time is up. Check in with the answer and see what we've got. Okay, 20. So T-Bone, what did you go with?
20. I got one right. Let's go.
Marsalek, what do you think?
I went with a 20 as well.
Nice.
I mean, triple 20. So let's go.
Yes, we're bowling all the way. Let's move on to question number 7. Back at the PUBG Global Invitational 2018 in Berlin, how many points did you get for a win? All right, time is up. 500 is the answer. T-Bone, what did you go with?
I had no clue. I just sent 110.
Marsalek, what did you go with?
I went with the 500.
No way. All right, Ibby?
I wasn't sure. I thought it was like 600-700, so I went for 600.
Right on the button. Question 8. How many guns can take 3 or more attachments, not counting scopes or canted sights? All right, time is up. Let's take a look at the answer and see where we sit. Ooh, 25.
Ooh.
What?
T-Bone, what did you go for?
Bro, I'm just lowballing everything. I went for 8. I don't even know what I'm thinking. Like,
All right, Marsalek, what did you go for?
I think I understand the question wrongly because I went with the same thing that T-Bone went. I went with 8.
Oh. All right, Ibby, how about yourself?
18.
Oh.
Oh, he's closest. That sounds like an Ibby point to me. Question number 9. How much back capacity does a mountain bike take up? All right, time is up. See the answer? The answer is 70 capacity. T-Bone, starting with you. What did you go for?
I went 75, but Pixel's gonna hate me for getting this wrong, I tell you.
Marsalek, what did you go for?
I thought we were going for 3 bikes in the back, so I typed 200 in.
And Ibby, what did you go for?
I mean, considering, I went for 50.
Question 10. Which battleground is the Roni found on? All right, well, let's see the answer then. It is Sandhawk. So T-Bone, what did you go for?
Sanok.
Hey! All right, Marsalek, what did you go for?
I went for Tego.
And Ibby.
I went for Destin. So
All right, well, that is the end of this episode. Let's check in with the scores and see what's going on so far. And we are, as T-Bone mentioned, on the redemption arc. 4 points to T-Bone now in our 10 questions so far. However, in second place is Marsalek with 6 points and still in the lead. Atop the mountain so far, it's Ibby with 7 points. So that does it for episode 2. We have 1 more episode to go, 5 more questions to see who's going to be the champion.
It's the PUBG EMEA Championship for spring 2025, and what an incredible few weeks we've had. We started all the way back when, 2 weekends ago, and here we are. So much drama, so much fun talking points have taken place. I haven't had this much fun in a long time on PUBG, not because I like drama, not at all, because that's something that I'm interested in. My name is Sam, I'm going to be your host, and joining me on the desk to start the show, Kylaris and Toby are with us. Toby, we'll stay away from the drama. Let's talk about the gameplay. We've had some great PUBG for the last few weeks.
Oh yes, we definitely have. We got the top echelon of teams through straight from group stage, and then we got a good entertaining last chance here last week to see who else would make it through to the grand finals.
And then also we got a little shift up. Kylaris, bringing you and Toby onto the desk, mixing it up between commentating and here. Which role do you prefer?
All of them. If I could clone myself twice extra and be the host, analyst, and caster, I think I'd just do them all. That'd be my preference.
That's what co-streamers do. You could jump onto that bandwagon, but we'd miss you a little bit. Let's get into the nitty-gritty, because I know some of you only come for the last weekend because it's the championship. Now is where the seriousness happens. You've missed 2 weekends. I'm very disappointed. We started with our group stages, 3 days of competition, went into our last chance qualifiers, because this is of course a double elimination format, and we are here now, 16 teams in the grand finals for PEC. It is time now for the real competition to begin for these teams, because it's their opportunity to get their hands on a piece of this prize pool, Toby.
Amazing to see so much money flowing through these tournaments, and hopefully going out to the righteous winners as this weekend will conclude.
And PGC points up for grabs. That's the big one as well, Kylaris, because of course it means that you can qualify for the big one at the end of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. And considering that we have the same double elimination format in the region as well, it really gives you a good opportunity to try and get to that grand final, to get those PEC spring points on the board for not only trying to get towards the end, but also that PGS qualification, which I think some teams are going to be extremely hungry for, right? Like a team like FaZe Clan, for example, not being GPT anymore. I think they're going to be more hungry than any other regional in quite a few years. So it's an exciting weekend for sure.
We actually heard from Gustav earlier in this tournament, and he said it kind of has driven them, motivated them a little bit more. We'll get into all the teams, you'll get to see, but very quickly, I made a joke about drama earlier on. This isn't drama, this is actually quite serious. Obviously, we are all aware of the allegations that have been posted online about one of the teams that'll be competing, Bushido. I do have the official statement from Krafton, which is unfortunately no conclusive evidence has come to light. They have done an investigation, and as it stands, the 16 teams that have qualified remain. They will be competing today. That's the last we're going to address this. So if you can tell your friends and everyone else, it's been said, it's been done. Now we want to focus on competitive PUBG. And as I say that, let's take a look at the overall standings of the group stage, because this is where our big teams came into the mix. Kylaris, you mentioned FaZe Clan, but we got to see all the big boys, for want of a better term, coming in here and doing extremely well.
Yeah, there's going to be some hunger for this PEC spring, because for me, hands down, we have the deepest and most competitive region when it comes to these teams being able to vie against the likes of even Twisted Minds, who we've said for years, this is a world champion, when's it going to happen? Hey, look, you come to PEC spring and suddenly all of these other teams can compete with the likes of Twisted Minds, right? That's no coincidence to see like Gaming Gladiators, for example, who have rocketed a resurgence from them compared to what we saw in 2024. It was cool to see them at number one, but yeah, my eyes are fixated on the fact that FaZe Clan has an opportunity to wolf this down after really great international performances as well.
Toby, I have to say that I'm kind of rooting for the Mythov. I love an underdog story. This team comes in, no one's expecting much. I mean, Mark Powers said to pay attention, and we all know Mark normally jinxes that team. And yet, they really did a great job. Top 8, unexpected for a lot. Do you think that they'll be able to keep that momentum going in the grand finals?
I sure hope so. I mean, we love what we saw from them when they were playing well. They were playing incredibly well, and we always like to see that. the more great performances the merrier. But no, I think honestly the group stage for a big portion of the teams playing was really an underdog kind of show up. You had GK out, GK Esports out there performing well. We Live Again, while obviously having been a name that we in EMEA know fairly well. They had a really good performance, finishing in 8th. And then, I mean, Win or Die, good performance just there on the cusp in the very final game as well. Not making it through. And then as you can see here, just on the cusp once more. A tough break for the Win or Die fans out there.
Obviously, we had a chance to see Na'Vi in the group stages. A little bit of a team change there, Kyle-Lars. What do you think of this new lineup?
Strong, continually strong from Na'Vi. Obviously, Hakatori was the guy that really shone in the group stage. The funny thing is, for me, is that Diffex actually from Geekay, who was previously obviously of Na'Vi, was like the top fragger coming out from Geekay and actually second overall in the group stages when it comes to his numbers. So, I mean, you know, if there had not been whatever happened in regards to their roster, maybe they could still be even in a stronger position. I'm still yet to see too much from Stead in terms of his replacement position. So I guess in this grand final, it'll be time to prove his mettle here.
Gents, I mean, I never like to ask for predictions because things can go all sorts of different ways. But I mean, if you were to put your head on the chopping block, is there a team here in the mix? I know you're going to say Twisted Minds, but I'll throw it out there anyway. That is more than likely guaranteed to finish in the top 3, Toby.
I mean, since you said Twisted, I take it that we cannot pick them then. You know what? I'll go with Gaming Gladiators. They had a really good open qualifier. Now they played a really good group stage, and I think they're going to make it up there again.
You feel the same way, Kyle-Lars? I mean, we got Twisted Minds, Gaming Gladiators. You wanted to add anyone, or do you think it's those two that we need to be keeping an eye on?
Of course, you can't. As you say, you can't ignore Twisted Minds. Gladiators as well, I think, is absolutely fantastic, considering what we've seen so far from them. It would be... If they play like they did in the group stage, 100% they'd be top 3. I'm trying to think of a third name that I would be like I'm willing to hedge my bets on. I think I still want to sit with FaZe. I know I've already brought them up twice in this pre-show, but I mean, yeah, I think maybe the top 3 might be the top 3 from groups.
This again is a question that, I mean, anyone who watches EMEA PUBG is going to be like, oh, we all know the answer. But I suppose I should put it out there in case we've got any new fans. Kyle-Lars, why do we talk about Twisted Minds with so much respect and just immediately assume we're going to see them in a top 3?
Yeah, I mean, you look at all of their players even individually, right? And oftentimes people have to say there has to be one greatest of all time. Who is it? And then you look at Twisted Minds and you think to yourself, well, actually, there's quite a few greatest of all times in this lineup, which is a difficult thing to quantify for teams inside the region and outside the region. You've got Batulins, obviously the absolute GOAT when it comes to leadership, and then you've got Example, who's the absolute cyborg. It's difficult to go up against this team. They've been together for a long time. They can do it international. They can do it regionally over and over again. So the fact that we're seeing Gladiators actually challenging them in the group stage, I think is a testament to how much they've been working on themselves. But it's not like we even thought Twisted Minds was super flashy in the group stage, and yet they were second after a 51 points and a 56 points. So if they suddenly get flashy in this grand finals, which they can do because they can reserve it for these kinds of moments, I think people have got to be very, very scared.
I mean, Kyle-Lars is right, Toby. They were quite demure in the group stages.
Yeah, and I know that that's a phrase that I should definitely know the meaning of in terms of all the memes that have been made. But you know what? Since you said it, can you please explain to everyone exactly what that means? Sam, let's spend more time talking about that phrase.
Oh, I knew you were gonna do this to me. You're evil. I'm not gonna explain this. You can go onto. I'm gonna encourage you to go onto TikTok and search demure, and then you will cut your eyes out with a spoon. Let's move on to the last chance qualifiers. We got to see a bunch of teams obviously drop down. They had to fight it out last weekend to see who would make it, and this was so close, Kyle-Lars. Like this was up and down all the time, and I mean you can see it even on the scoreboard, just how close so many teams were. It did come down to that last game.
Yeah, well, definitely at the cutoff. BB team was as surprised as I was that they didn't manage to qualify into the prior the group stage, so they decided to go on a rampage. But you're talking about that cutoff point, right? And obviously what was huge, that last game, as we're 16 teams alive, Eternal Fire and Ascend rotating into one another. If you've not seen it from the last chance stage, if you've not seen the very last game, go back and watch that moment, because that last game finished at around the 12 or 15 minute mark, where we witnessed that encounter go down Toby, and Eternal Fire absolutely ransacked Ascend, unfortunately for Ascend.
It was incredible. It goes to show that you can't be the guy that goes, oh, I'm just going to skip the first 10 minutes because all the exciting stuff happens in the end of the game. No, in PUBG, you have to stay there for the whole thing, because you never know when crazy and really important fights end up taking place in here. As you said, I mean, it was halfway through phase 2. So it just do be like that sometimes.
That was really entertaining. What shocked me, though, at the start of these last chance qualifiers, and I suppose the end of the group stages, was BB Team having wins in the group stages, and that's still not enough, Toby, to make it through to the grand finals. Having to fight it out in the LCQs, they did a great job. But I mean, were you surprised by the fact that BB Team wasn't able to bring the heat in those group stages?
Honestly, when you put it like that, and I'm gonna upset some people, I guess, but no. Only because it's BB Team that you mentioned in that regard. Had been many others saying you get multiple wins in the tournament. Yes, you have the momentum now to carry you through, but BB Team has shown time and time again that as good as they are at their peak, as deep down in depths can their bad performances be. And unfortunately for BB Team, I think one thing that currently keeps them from being up there as a contender with BB Team and other teams on the global stage is consistency. So no, I mean, they are the exact team I would pick as a team that can win games and still not qualify, unfortunately, because I do want to see them play better.
It's a fair assessment of the situation. I think one thing to also add about BB Team's group stage versus last chance is that because in group stage you're going up against a lot of the big dogs, right? They're not going to give you the type of control that BB Team wants, like they got in the last chance stage. You saw it, back to back wins with utter control. And I mean, if you look at those numbers against Foot there, as they came second place in the last chance, that's another team that loves that edge control, those big wide splits. Both of these teams, when they're in the last chance, they can get away with it a hell of a lot more than they could in the groups. So they looked unbelievably strong in the last chance, but whether or not they can get away with those big splits, that big control on these edge spots to get themselves wins in the grand final, that's another story.
Carlos, are you worried about Foot? Because they obviously had a very shaky 2024. They come into 2025, they're dropping into the last chance qualifiers, and while it looks impressive, it's a very different lobby today.
I think I am slightly worried. I don't know if I want to phrase it as worried, because obviously they are capable of being able to pop off and stuff like that. But even in the last chance, there was a very wide variance in their kills overall. It was a lot more kind of, I would say, placement focused compared to like kill heavy games from Foot, even in last chance, never mind the idea of group stages and stuff. And unfortunately for Foot, in a lot of those situations in 2024, even going back a little bit further than that, they've always just been shy of a cutoff to being able to qualify for a group stage, an international and stuff like that. So being able to overcome that is going to be tough with a lobby like this.
We now need to check in with two gents who you're used to seeing on the desk with me, but they've decided to put on those casting headsets. Avenger and Mark. Gents, are you ready for game one of today?
Of course we are, Sam. We are extremely excited for game one here. We've been upgraded as our clothing have been matched as well. You know, you have to wear a jacket when you're casting, otherwise you're not a real caster. Just like Caster Park, right? You gotta bring it on. Road Mark, are you wearing a jacket? Yeah, sure. I'm gonna be sweating with you, Mark, and we're gonna be sweating through the first 3 games.
Well, it will be, especially first 3 games. The guys are right. It's going to be tough. And look, obviously, with game number 1, it might set the chance for some of these teams to accelerate, should we say. And Esports definitely is a team that might want to get some early points on the board, because they cannot leave it another year to not go in land.
Here's another word for you to look up if you're in the mood. Dapper. That's how I would explain Avenger and Mark Powers. Yeah. I don't know why I'm being so nice, but there you go. It's grand finals day. I'm feeling sweet and friendly. Let's take a look at your schedule. 6 games today, 6 matches that you get to watch, and we're heading to Miramar first. I always like to ask this question because I'm a big fan of pacing in PUBG, Toby, because you can see it change so drastically and over time, especially as we get to the end of the day and to the end of big tournaments. I normally expect it to be very slow today. The first map, the second map, kind of everyone feeling each other out, keeping that pace down, nothing too aggressive. Are you expecting the same?
I will say I'm hoping to see aggression, but I want to rephrase aggression as controlled aggression. I don't just want to see people, you know, send it into compounds without any fear in their life and end up dying because of it. I want to see people be smart about it. Because when we hit grand finals, obviously there's been a long tournament so far. There's a lot of data to go back and look through. Teams should know how other teams opt to split. Teams should know like what priority positions are there between most other teams. And what we saw in Last Chance, as James said just before, some few teams were given way too much space. And we know they're not going to get the same, but in my opinion, they shouldn't be getting anywhere near the same space that they got in Last Chance. Even in group stage, there were areas of the map that were quite thinned out of player count. So I'm hoping to see a lot of the teams daring to go aggressive, but doing it at the right time.
And Miramar's a great start for that, right, Sam? Because,
yes.
I mean, obviously every map is an information-heavy map, but I would say even more so on Miramar, it's more information-heavy because how are you getting information? You're scouting out. There's less foliage, there's less trees, there's less things to actually try and kind of see people through and all that case. If you're going for an emergency pickup, you're dropping down and you can see more, again, because there's less trees and things like that. So Miramar is a great staging platform for a lot of these teams to be like, okay, how much can we really garner from all of that information around us? Where can we move? Really think big macro style to get our grand finals under good pace to start things off.
It's obviously a difficult question because we don't know where their first circle is going to pop, but I'll ask it anyway. Who are you expecting controlled aggression from, Toby? If you were to take a look at this lobby, which teams come to mind?
I mean, instantly your mind goes to Twisted Minds. They are the founders of controlled aggression, I guess you can say. They sit back, they act like they're letting everyone go past them because, oh no, they don't want to fight. What they're actually doing is they're just counting teams going past them, and then as they figure, great, now's our time to go, they go in and they start picking people apart. But I want to see it from, I mean, again, the likes of PB Team, the likes of Foot as well. We know they play edge, we know they play slow, but you cannot just play slow, especially when the threshold now is top 3. Last year it was top 2, but obviously, as we said, with FaZe not getting a global partner spot, now there are 3 spots up for grabs. You cannot just play slow and hope kills come to you. You don't make top 3 that way. You have to be aggressive.
So we mentioned the top 3 teams we expect, and I mean, it is a bit of a prediction, and maybe you don't want to do it, but I'll ask anyway. Do you think Twisted Minds wins the whole damn thing, or can a FaZe or a Gaming Gladiators come in and win? Because I'm going to say it. I actually think this may be FaZe's time. I'm with Kylaris on this. I would like to see a little bit of an upset and for them to win the PUBG EMEA Championships. Kylaris, are you with me, or do you think it's still Twisted Minds picking up the trophy right at the end? No one likes these questions. Predictions are the worst questions, but I enjoy them thoroughly for later down the line.
I mean, the smart money is on Twisted Minds, right? You can't really bet against them, especially since there has been historically challenges to Twisted Minds thrown. If you think about how dominant they were, and then suddenly an Entropic out of nowhere wins a PEC, or was it a PEC? I can't remember. The point is that they won a regional over them, and then suddenly Twisted Minds was like, oh, wait, we have some challenges all of a sudden. I would say for me, clearly at the top, this might be the closest one in memory, right? Because Gladiators has been able to step up, because FaZe is going to be clearly very hungry to get in, because Na'Vi are these young guns, they are prodigies of the game that have come along on a meteoric rise. Yes, they've had blips internationally, but that's because they were trying a bit more radical things out. You've got a team like GK who is completely a roster of full veterans looking to try and topple a team that they fully know so well, because Twisted Minds is an open book for a lot of these teams. They are studied, everyone has studied them in a well-versed manner, so everybody's going to be wolves at the door for Twisted Minds. I think the top is going to be very, very close.
Do you see what he did there, Toby? He kind of just completely... Yeah, he just skipped right over that. He kind of just gave a little high five to a bunch of them so that he can call it later down the line. We all saw that, Kylaris.
Thank you.
I think to answer your question the way it's supposed to be answered, do I expect to see Twisted Minds just take the whole thing? Yes. Do I hope they do? I really don't, because there's nothing better, in my opinion, than coming into a global tournament and seeing Batulans hungry. See him wanting something back that he feels like belongs to him. I feel like when he comes in to global tournaments with wins under the belt, there isn't the same, I mean, as much as they then go out and win PGS events, there isn't the same fire in his eyes. When he comes in knowing I should have had that last one, now I'm going to take this one instead, that's where I like to see Twisted Minds, especially in a global scene this year that's going to be completely flipped with how many roster changes there's been across the globe. So do I expect to see them win? Yes. But I really hope they don't.
I'm trying to work out Who started the fence-sitting habit first? Was it Kylaris and Mark learned from him? Or has Kylaris picked this up from Mark?
I feel like with James having casted this game for 8 years, it might go back to James. He's kind of a old giant in this game at this point.
I was on the tornado energy, no fence. I was on the tornado energy fence forever, and then they became Navi, and then they won the world championship.
That is true. He did do that.
That's the only example.
There we go. Okay. Well, so Kylaris was the king. Mark just followed suit. 50% black, 50% red. You can never lose. That's what Mark's now taught me. Don't take that advice, though. We're about to get ready to jump into the game. It's the PUBG EMEA Championship for spring. We are starting our grand finals, heading to Miramar. I'm very excited to see what is about to happen. Kylaris, this is going to be a big one. Like you mentioned, it is as close as it has ever been.
Yeah, it's very exciting. It really is, because there are challenges at the top. There is an opportunity where we could see an absolute wild card getting through to the top 3, therefore getting to PGS, because EMEA is so stacked. So without further ado, we get into game number 1, match 1 of our grand finals here. 18 games will determine, Toby, who is going to be able to take those top spots, and it's such a stacked lobby.
Definitely is, and what better way to start it than as you say, a map where everything's available and you can go out and do wide splits, but we serve them a very east side plane to kick things off. I wouldn't have it any other way. Force teams to kind of play adaptive right from the word go, and I'm not seeing any overlaps, but as I say that, actually Exhalation and Myth of might be contesting. Thing is, all of Myth of are not committing to that northwest side of truck stop, so I would have to imagine they're gonna dip, seeing as 2 of Exhalation are opting to go for it, and they do indeed leave. So should be any big contest there.
Yeah, they seem to be flying north away from that Exhalation spot there. I mean, everyone's kind of in that 2-2, right? So if you're going to be taking in a fight this early on, you're not going to really have reinforcing guns coming to your way anytime soon. It's a little bit scary, a little bit fraught with danger. But for the most part, yeah, as you can see, everybody dropping and getting themselves good to go. Obviously, that west side was always going to be a bit of a stretch here to really make something happen. And Foot doesn't have anything like Afterall, for example, to worry about on that kind of Impala split, which Afterall had previously kind of dipped from anyway. Any final things to say, Toby, before we head to the commentators?
Tough planes usually come with tough circles, but this circle is as vanilla as can be. So, no, let's just throw it right over to them.
All right, let's do it then. Of course, we have Mark and Avenger on the mic to bring you our first 3 games of the day. Let's go.
Thank you so much, guys. Of course, here, Mark and Avenger, live with this first game here of this Grand Finals. Mark, this is going to be some insane games here. We are extremely competitive here in EMEA. And compared to what we had at PGC last year, remind you, 4 of the 8 teams in the top 8 of PGC last year was from EMEA. It was absolutely stacked, and we continue. I feel like it's developed even further this year, Mark. What do you think?
100%. It's taken another step forward. We saw it from the group stages. It came so close, went to the last chance, and teams opted to outperform BB, storming the way, and then we get to the grand finals. I'm quite happy with this zone. Teams obviously, as Sam and the guys said, it's a little bit slower. Maybe sometimes game number 1, but these teams kind of figure out where and the pacing of these teams are going to try and work their way in. But I'll be interested to see, especially if this zone continues to pull back towards that sort of southeast corner. Hopefully, we don't get a loss ending, a city ending for game number 1. That would be very toxic, mine.
Yeah, I'd love that, honestly. And on top of that, this is actually a perfect circle, Mark, for what the guys on the desk are talking about, right?
Yes.
We kind of expect our, first couple of games, once we go from group stage, land chance into grand finals, they need to find their footing. They need to figure out how the other team's playing. We're going to kind of play a little bit slower, a little bit more edge, a little bit more passive. And this is a perfect circle for that. And actually, Miramar is a perfect start for that, because you can have so much more space. There's so much more compounds. There are way more ridges. There's just, in general, way more playable area in the smaller circles. Like you can have so many more teams in those kind of smaller circles, like where on Miramar, on Erangel compared to Miramar, once we hit phase 4 on Erangel, everything just goes, 20 players die within a few minutes because there's just not enough room to have more players in there. So yeah, it's good to see here. And obviously in this kind of first start here, shipless, these guys, they might have some information. He's already on the roof. Not sure Code Margo is aware, but he's definitely running out there in the northern side to kind of run towards Don't Panic. And yeah, we are, as we talked about here, guys. This is super exciting. We have so much to play for. There are PGC points on the lines. There are PGS spots on the line as well. That's going to be joining our 2 GPT teams, and the teams are going to be super hungry to get into that. Those first PGS spots of the year are just so important to get to as an organization, as a player, to get your year started well.
Yeah, it is about getting the year started well. We saw teams last year obviously PEC do so well. Win or Die is one of those teams that come to mind. They were outperforming the individual events. They were winning, and they were playing across all of our regions. They came to this event. They didn't quite get through. They didn't qualify to the very end, and as a result, it felt like the rest of their year just wasn't on top performance that we expected of them. Unlike Twisted Minds, who obviously as a global partner is even invited to the lands, but even with an event, sort of that invitation, Martin, they really performed. And Battlegrounds nearly did a backflip, finds himself on top of the mountain, and where else would he go but the GOAT? He's the one that overlooking.
Yeah, I love that we're catching this. This is deep Battlegrounds rock, one of deep Battlegrounds rock that people just know. A few times he's been backstepped in there by Exhalation here. They're driving up onto foot. Watt is ready with them 4 in hand. Might be able to take some shots. Shots are coming in here. Sanchez is going to dip out. Maybe they can catch a tire or 2. Bronco also driving here in the distance on pin. Oh, he actually got out. Oh, Watt got caught, Mark, here. 33 HP. He has to heal. He has to dog out from this one.
This is quite aggressive from Esports. Obviously, Impalas, they're dropped, especially if you start with a flight path. But you saw them spread out quite a bit. They've conquered quite a bit of terrain. And arguably, they were trying to stop Eternal Fire. Eternal Fire did try to play this way. We saw Code Marco come here. He exchanged a few shots and obviously went back. I feel like Store trying to draw this line in the sand. Hey, guys, we really want to control the East. Now, we saw from the last chance, remember, Martin, how much of zone Foot could control. Last chance in grand finals, though, very different lobbies. So I like what Foot are doing. They just cannot get exposed. They cannot try and take as much land as they had last week.
Yeah, very different type of firepower, mechanical skill in a grand finals lobby like this. You can't really deny that. And yeah, this next zone has to pub east for it to be worth it for them. They're somewhat center close. With HC kind of on the southwestern side, you kind of have a foot in the door. You can actually step in and get some footing inside the top side of Los Leones here. Obviously, some teams are already playing in there since it's quite central, but on this eastern side, northeastern side, they already have like 2-3 prior locations from this year. Nail Cup, though, from Bushido is going to be chilling, sliding in UAV inbound here, guys. They're going to be having the high ground information already. A lot of teams are already kind of establishing themselves inside this kind of central of the circle, depending on what priority they have to get into it. If you're coming in from the west, you're taking some of these west compounds that you've scouted that are free to make sure if you get that western shift, that you lock that down and you don't really get kind of crumble time until you get that next circle pub, especially on Miramar, because in phase 4 you have these locations, these unplayable areas that are considered land ratio that it's going to shift away from, and the vast majority of the players, especially the in-game leaders, they're going to be extremely aware of that, kind of where you lead into. So once circle 2 pop, they're going to situate themselves in a situation where they can sit and be in phase 3 ready for that phase 4 pop, because they're very likely to be knowing where it's going to be going.
Yep. And you are king of the zones. He conquered quite a few in the last chance. Esports obviously are looking around. We've got Exhalation a little bit further afield. Still interesting. Bushido is spending half the time in the air. Oh, that's why he went back for a bike. That's what I remember. UAV, I left that behind, guys. I need to go back and pick that one up and move on out. I think Bushido will obviously opt to take more of that northwest approach as they come in towards that zone. Still quite a slower start. We've seen a few early engagements, but I think that's more just puffing the feathers out, Mike. It's more of a, hey, look, this is where we're sort of holding, this is our terrain, don't come too close just yet.
Yeah, and especially in Miramar phase 1. Peacocking is the name of the game. You want to make everyone aware that that's a 1-1 or 2 split, 2-2 split, whatever it is, and people don't consider it worthy to be going into a compound because there's so many playable areas, right? There's multiple compounds, there's multiple ridges that are playable. There's so many areas where it's like, okay, if this prio isn't free, we can go to the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th spot that's actually in a pretty good spot for this. And also, people are so aware where other teams are looting to say, okay, guys, we're too late to get into this spot here. This is where we should be going. And that's kind of the pre-made plan that the IGL is either calling out and saying, guys, this is this zone. We're like 2nd, 3rd, 4th prio or 1st prio in these compounds. Let's go drive by them. Let's go check them out if we can here. Bushido on the kind of one of the later teams to get in here on this northwestern side. Also, We Live Again is also out there. FaZe, though, is pulling up on win or die here with 1 minute to circle pop. They need to finish this fast. We'll see if they can lock this down here. They might have sniffed it out, Mark. It's only a 2-2 split for win or die, so they're going full foreman with utility to engage on it.
Let's go. FaZe, the team. I'm keeping an eye on at the moment. They've definitely scouted the 2-2. Great nade comes in. Head of my bad. Well, he falls down some HP. He's got to be cautious. Here comes the blue zone nade. But target acquired here. FaZe looking to close the gap. But on the map, though, we see they have a limited amount of time. Win or die are collapsing. They're coming. The reinforcements are going across the hill now, Martin. We have to be careful. FaZe has to try and hold out and get the initial knock.
Yeah, and teams actually got layers. Hello, my bad turns it around. No, Gustav now have to look at the high ground here. Vex sees with the barrel. See if he can take Hello, my bad down. Last player on this compound here. He's going to have a left peek on him. Maybe try to get inside. Maybe he can get it. There's a nade in hand. That's just an unfortunate situation for him. But it was cooked perfectly. And Hello, my bad trades on the aftermath for that. And now it's 2 knocks with James is actually less than half HP. That's like 40 seconds or so left on the first knock for him. So that's very unfortunate for Fix and the boys here. FaZe need to turn this around quickly, but win or die are going to hold it. And they actually got layers up now. Rests are trading, Mark, but it's a little bit later for FaZe, and now pressure can come on from win or die here.
Yeah, they do actually get the opportunity to get the res back on. Now, it's not the same, though, for win or die. They are collapsing away. And there goes our first kill. Correxy will put Hella My Bad confirmed out here for the first game of the finals. But he takes a FaZe full of bullets. He goes down to a one-shot. Vex is DBNO. He's down, but not quite out just at the moment. As James, well, he's going to hunt out Presenti. Nade is cooked. Can he lay the magic? Vex is confirmed, though. But Leos, though, double bagging that molly, Martin.
Yeah, that's a huge utility usage there from him. James just popped the first aid. Only 3/4 of it live right now, and he's peeking 2 players. He has barrel in hand, the strongest one, but can the guys back up here? Oh, nice shots here from James. Takes down Leash. The other guys are seeing if they get a different angle. Oh my god. Gets stolen though by Twisted Minds. They're third partying, Mark.
Third party action. Here comes Twisted Minds and FaZe Clan. No, they fall 16th place. There's some huge expectations on this team. Twisted Minds seeing the opportunity for the third party. They've been reading the feed well. Looks like Perfectix is going to have the Overwatch example. Would cruise his way in. Win or die. They've kind of scraped through. They've kind of cleared out FaZe. But for now, they have to retreat. Tails between their legs. They've got to fight longer here on game number 1.
Yeah, and especially for this circle here, you're fighting for area that is not high priority. You're fighting for area that it didn't end anywhere, right? And win or die here, they're going to be extracting. They're going to be getting their way out. Pretty eastern zone here. We're talking about a potential foot split. It kind of paid off for them. They're in a good spot now. A lot of teams, though, Mark, they are on this north side of Los Leones. We're going to be seeing some fights here with BB Team and GK. We see it currently unfolding in front of us, and it's not really worth it in this situation here. Like, it's the southern part of the zone. We're going to need a hard shift south for this area to be anywhere sorts of where we're going to be ending here, so I'm not sure it's worth it for them, and they're just really holding their ground, maybe peacocking a little bit. We have further teams on the eastern side here versus Pro have split it. They have some guys on the high ground. Don't panic as well in the center here. Twisted Minds, though, they seem to continue this somewhat hunt for win or die. Oh, nice shot here, for example.
Insane shot from example. You're right, though. They're hunting them down. They know they've been bleeding. They know they're down bodies now. Win or die. Getting 3 kills, obviously, was taken away. And more importantly, Twisted Minds continue to apply the pressure. If they can clear out Win or Die, they have a huge amount of the zone in this northwest corner that they can hold on to. Win or Die know that they cannot get stuck in this position. They get back in the car, they're retreating further afield. But Exhalation hearing these shots, they've moved on the other side of Cantera now. So they'll be waiting for maybe the cripple of the actual remainders for Win or Die to kind of fall. It's very difficult here. I kind of feel like Twisted Minds, Martin, is setting the pace. They're telling everyone in the lobby that this is the grand final. We're happy to try and chase down teams. We're happy to close out points. There goes that zone shift again, and it is playing back towards kind of that north side of Lost, and actually goes very heavy towards the northeast.
Yeah, that's perfect for Food, actually. They have a really greedy split here. They can either decide to go 2-2 split on the ends compound and the other compound with them, or yeah, I don't know. the compound that Pixelig is in, a so-called Ends compound, but I'm not sure it's worth it to go for that. The other one they have is pretty good location, pretty good prio, but the circle will go away from that high ground inside Los Leones, so teams was gonna have to go there. Now Shilla, don't panic here on the fight. They're on this western side of the circle here. They're going to be shooting at every single player trying to get by here. You can see all the teams already migrating. They're trying to get deeper into the zone now before it's too late for everyone else. A lot of teams on the south side, though. Luca Rooks finds Sosat here. Navi already under pressure here, Mark. And Eternal Fire, they are standing strong in this compound here with all 4 guys standing.
In a good spot, though. I do like Eternal Fire. They've got to keep their heads down. See, with Virtus Pro taking that high ground now on the south, they're able to sort of catch these rotating teams as they work their way in. Navi obviously have lost one. He's down, but he's not quite out just yet. So he should be ready. Can't see him taking much more of the zone off. I do like the Footy Sports they went for a 2-2 split. They're not fully committing either side, but they've got to be really cautious because a lot of these teams now, like we see from GK, leaving the main city, leaving Lost, they're going to try and find an entry path into this game. So they want to maybe try and secure a spot early. It's either that or play really, really late. And with the amount of teams that are around Lost, they're going to know VPs here as well because this is their drop spot. They've got to be really cautious. So I kind of like this approach from GK. Interesting to see how they sort of move in. As we can see just on that mini-map, though, that BB, well, they're going to pop the E pickup. They're going to try and rotate and use the elevation that they can gain from that, as long as VP doesn't pick him going up in the air.
Yeah, this is a kind of good shelf for Navi to be parked on, as we just saw. Ducey, though, with the links in hand, 6 bullets left, 3 vest, and they're actually popping an emergency pickup here, Mark, and it's very late game to do this. You have VP extremely close on them, as we were talking about just before here, and they have to kind of do this. They're going to be left without any vehicle on the later stage of the zone, which is hard in a very open field ending like this here. Twisted Minds taking control of the north side of Cantera, shooting at everyone, kind of migrating past here. Nice shot from Perfectix, takes down a We Live Again player here. Anybody's is gonna get flushed as well. Perfectix can 3 kills of the 3 that Twisted Minds has. Such a good player. And now they're trying to just get in. Just a little bit survival here for them, and all the control is left on Twisted Minds, and they split out extremely well here. They want the control on the inside of this bowl of the crater. And We Live Again is going to delay that just a little bit. We also have a little bit further south, we have Exhalation as well there. Now this next zone did pop out from this spot where Grove Street is on, but not as far as a lot of the teams expected. I think they already kind of thought that the north part of Los Leones is also unplayable, but that updated last time. It's only the east side of Los Leones that is actually where Grove Street is that is considered unplayable at the moment. So Foot is going to go back into this compound. Pixelig probably also leaving here and leaving them in one of the better compounds here. Eternal Fire, though, standing strong. Sample finds Mad Negative here, and now We Live Again has to back up here, Mark.
They have to back up. They haven't got really one way through. They know the team they're fighting ahead of him. Big nade will come in. Example, sees nade coming over. It's going to put Ace Smoke just to give him an opportunity. Second nade comes in, causes some damage. But Hoba is trying to get the off angle. He's trying to pinch out Example here. He's going to use the smoke to his advantage. You can see, obviously, Footy Sports, they have clouds, but they have picked a knock themselves. And Exhalation, also, they're potentially going to be a team once they get free from their fight. We'll be able to have a little overlook here. Luke pushes on over. That's a huge nade. He picks him up as well. Now they can draw their attention, and WLA, like we saw from Win or Die, might put the tail between their legs and figure another way. Scrap that. Exhalation. They come in. WLA will fall down. There is no more options for them.
Yeah, I love what Exhalation did there. They were aware that We Live Again was coming in. They were going to be under fire here, and they pulled up with the 2-man on this kind of outside of the crater, even though they had this compound here. Now Salik's going to take down Levante, and Geeke and Virtus Pro are going to be fighting on the southwest part. Beamy with a nade. Great utility usage onto PDD. Quizzy here as well. Oh, he's going to be in an open spot. 21 HP. This is rough for them. Geeke's under a lot of pressure. BP is going to have more teams coming in back up with the high ground. This is a really good location for them. They have so much control from this area here with both the high ground and the bottleneck under them. Nixie finds Quizzy as well. Aiming Gladiators here, Mark, as well. They are under pressure.
Yeah. This is rough, but they hold that sort of canyon between the compound and the open field. So obviously teams going to have to rotate their way around. Here's the high ground. Oh my god!
Oh, no.
Global Army! Huge! Knocks on Spyro, zeros in with the mortar. I kind of felt 50-50 when I heard it. Is it going for the high ground? Is it going to hit the base? It is raining fire down on GK. They've got 2 down but not out. PWD's last one. He has to keep his eye up. Diffix is going to be there just a little bit further afield, but VP know they can capitalize. Looks like they're going to try and back up, cause the angles, squeeze out GK here.
Oh my
Great
god.
blue zone, then he comes out, he catches him. Diffix showing why he was one of the top killers, though. He's putting more numbers under the belt.
Yeah, that's such an aggressive play for EB. He wanted to close it out. He wanted to get the kills confirmed. Since it was Don't Panic that knocked it, they wanted to get it in here. A lot of fights are coming in. Grove Street's involved as well. Foot is involved. Gaming Gladiators. Winner dies out on 14th here, though. While we have VP trying to close this fight fast. They need to get into this next circle here. They are controlling a lot of the southwestern side, but Don't Panic has a lot of control here of the west as well. Diffix got the bleed onto EB. Pixel got Seifu. This next circle is kind of east, southwest, and it's benefiting a lot of Foot here. They're taking so much control, Mark.
They are.
Oh.
The right.
Oh.
It's coming. He's zeroing in. Don't panic. He's providing the panic. No helmet, though. Lukerock's looking to try and peek over the top. Great Molly will go down. Vest is pretty much out as well. He does get the connection as well. Beamy now starting to activate, but the rain from Don't Panic is store raining on in. How many mortars more does Global Army have to throw this way? Beamy
nice angle.
Does catch Diffix. The guys know he's here. Spyro goes for the nade. He's going to have to try and dig him out as Beamy rotates his way down. Sees PWD. Initial shots will come through, forcing PWD back underneath the cover, close towards the cannon. But actually with Beamy so close there, they're really, really difficult here for GK to try and... They have to stack up and they have to push through Beamy.
Oh my god. PB takes down Twisted Minds on the other side here. Nixie's also there with the backup with the AK, though, not the preferred gun. Finds PDD with the AK.
Right.
More shots connected. Nice headshot. Lukarooks comes in as well. Diffix left alone here. Last player. And VP, they're going to wipe them out. Really well executed. Only lost the Bisa in the remainders of this fight here. Now Twisted Minds down to just 2 players here. Got a lot of damage taken on from them. Now they have to try to get in here. A lot of fights, a lot of shots are coming in from Eternal Fire. Exhalation has 2 knocked as well. So much. Oh, can he get a nope? Example down to nothing. Sancho finds him. And Lou, last player. Can he make something happen here? He finds Sancho. Maybe gets the flush as well. He gets the point confirmed. Can he steal more? He can take more of that. 7 kills already for Twisted Minds here, Mark.
Huge. Lou's not quite sure. He's going to throw the blue zone. It's going to be a little bit of a distraction. He can maybe hear going through. Lou backs up against Cast. He swaps towards the other side. Finds himself on the safe side of here. As unfortunately goes down. And Twisted Minds continue to dig deep. 1 remaining player at the moment. Can they hold on for much more? No. They're going to fall in 11th place, though, as they get claimed out. BB will be happy taking out Twisted Minds because they have been on fire so far.
I got so many kills from that. They realized they're not going to get into the circle, so they just started killing everything, Mark. Yeah, Matt finds a doozy as well. Eternal Fire is out making a lot of damage, engaging onto BB here. Foot still a lot of control on this south side. And they're just making so much damage on these teams here. Durability has to go out, heals has to be used, and utility has to be put down in cover. Foot with 3 kills. Also, a little bit of surprise here. He has some in hand. He could make something happen here. Now, next circle pops. It goes west. This means that we're going to have multiple teams kind of have to move in there. Foot has to move from in the southeastern side. Versus Pro has to move from the south side. They're going to probably fight Don't Panic in not so long. Navi with a lot of control here in this dip that they moved into. Mark, as we talk about, this shelf here above this longhouse has a really good spot. And if they can control this western side here, fending off the team that's coming in from above them and fighting Eternal Fire later, that's going to be great, though. Let's see what Foot can make happen here. Vard is still holding on to the mortar. Can he connect anything? You're just going to have to look up here if you're Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, they got the time. Mr. Mortis needs to come in with the additional pressure. Other teams potentially pushing in. Vardy's pretty much zeroed in on that one, but you're right. GG can sort of dance in the bowl.
Oh!
Maybe scrap that. Vard lays one right on top of Extend's head. Dante, he needs to continue to sort of look around. He pops the smoke. Does Esports control now the southeast? Do they try and play in towards one of these bowls? I feel like if you're in the bowl at the moment, Martin, you can kind of keep your head down. Maybe find yourself in end game, even with Pixel with a P90 in the distance.
Disgusting.
I'm interested to see how Foot try and play this one. Looks like they're not getting the cars, so they want to try and sweep their way in. But as they sweep in, they've got to deal with solos from Grove Street. We also have a little bit further afield, VP, all coming in from this sort of south side. I feel like if you're in the middle, you might get away with it. Beamy looking for the tippy toes, but doesn't quite get the connection. He hasn't got the heavy util to launch across the road.
Yeah, some shots here from former teammate onto Beamy. And now this fight here on the north is gonna culminate in a crazy fight between potentially Eternal Fire and Na'Vi. Grove Street, it's gonna be found here. Kram is just gonna go out to the blue here. Fatesy found him just before the last tick hit. Like, I love that. Don't Panic is controlling this high ground. You see in the middle shelf is Na'Vi and then Eternal Fire on this kind of lower ground for that. I love this elevation. This is exactly why you can have so many teams play around on Miramar. Now VP is controlling the southern side. They're gonna need some circle off. Now Agility's coming in. Good utility users here from Schiller. He's gonna get a double knock onto Nixie and Lukarooks. Only one player left standing on VP. Obviously it's Beamy. So often the last player to be alive. Pixelic though makes it count on Schiller. Now they're gonna have to spend some utility on this. CCI next finds 8C. They're trading now. Now Eternal Fire and Na'Vi, they're considering what do we do here? Do we engage each other at this point here so everyone else is not shooting at us while we fight? That's probably a smart call for them. They're nades in hand, as you see, on multiple of them. And now, can we get the reset onto VP? We can. 2 guys left, but they are hunkering down in this little dip here, Mark. They have to try to survive the utility barrage that is coming in.
I think it was key, wasn't it? Esports wanted to come on that sort of third party. And with Don't Panic getting a knock, and that really sort of slowed down for Esports. That's kind of like recentered them, I feel. They now need to reset. The zone's gone towards off the road, back towards that north side. And it was expected, don't get me wrong, T-Bone was holding the north side. But with that knock, they have to now think about where they go late game. If the knock didn't receive, I would expect Footy Sports kind of in this bowl, they would have then potentially pushing on to Don't Panic. This is a bit of a different play for them. They reset. Eyes now set towards Bushido. They see the smoke over the other side. T-Bone goes for that jump. Nades are coming back from Bushido, though. There's a lot of heavy util being traded at the moment. With that Molly sitting in the bowl, it's going to force them just on the outside. Maybe try and lure their heads into a peak. And then the nades start coming through. There's one. Ainty picks up. He's on fire at the moment. Bushido, well, it's going to be an ending. It's not just one. It's 2, though. And Foot Esports climbing that leaderboard.
This is such a good zone for Eternal Fire. Let me tell you why. You're going to have Don't Panic fighting VP. They're going to be losing a little bit. Nixie is doing it. He's opening on Don't Panic. And now VP is just down to 1 player. And CCI down to 3 HP. Now Beamy can do something. He could. Vard helps a little bit, but that's just insane for VP. They managed to survive that. Now the time is for Foot to clean the southern side. Eternal Fire, they have an opportunity to fight Na'Vi at this point here, but they're going to be holding because Foot has to get in. They're also going to have to fight Gaming Gladiators at 1 point here, but Eternal Fire is holding so much control here. 8C, stun in hand, has to make something happen here. Already 4 kills on his. He goes down to half HP though. Beamy, such a machine here. Pixel has to help. Beamy takes down 8C. Pixel now has to make something happen here, otherwise they're not going to get the rest off. Beamy with the blue zone backpack finds almost 1 more. Blue zone backpack's almost out here. He's gonna go down to the blue zone. Well played though by VP. They maximize so much out of this. This cost Foot so much though. They are gonna be delayed so much while GG goes down here. Gaming Glad is out in 5th place, and also best of luck goes down to T-Bone. Now Na'Vi and Eternal Fire fight here, Mark. Eternal Fire down to 2.
It is. They were eventually gonna leave the shelter, leave the hole. Hackatory gets to confirm. Pixel gets Ferris. So Footy Sports back up to 4. That was the fight they wanted before. They got it clean. Great, though, from Beamy as he held on for as long as he could. Footy Sports, though, a little bit of heavy util, definitely in the hands of T-Bone. He's kind of been playing that anchor player here. He's held the zone as they took it away, stole it away from Bushido, but now 3 teams remain. It's still technically a 4 versus 4 versus 3. Actually, as Na'Vi do get that res back on. They're looking to try and make the push. Really interested to see his Footy Sports make the play. So said the extra man looking for the repeat. Those who spray through the smoke here. Na'Vi only on 1 kill, but that's because they had to rotate in early, Martin, and they've been sitting tight in the bowl.
Yeah, this ball has been so good for them. But now,
no.
I love that. Throw the
Love
gas
it.
cannon and see if you can explode it. More shots coming in. Crossbeck finds Sosik now. Navi has to get one more up, but Sosik goes down to Crossbeck here. This is huge. Eternal Fire down to just one player. Crossbeck, half HP. Hiding in the smoke, trying to get this res off here. This opens the door for Foot. They can set up exactly as they want for this later stage of the game here and being full form and alive. Keep a little bit of the utility, keep a little bit of the durability. Pepper goes down probably as well here to Navi. Crossbeck did get the res up. Navi just down to 3 players. Foot finds Quid Path. They're just stealing everything away here, Foot, aren't they?
Foot are hungry for a lamb, people. They want to lock in early. There's the one not repeat comes from Hakatori, but the Mad says no. Foot Esports should start collapsing on this one. Navi has to make that push on the outside of the zone. In the car to drive by. They might flash it. They go just past. They look to go clean it. The Mad refusing to go down. He gets one, but no, he's going to fall at the end. One remains from Navi, and T-Bone leading the charge. Looking for the steal. Another point on the board. Denied. Foot Esports bagged the first game, 12 kills. It is a huge 22 points from the team. And if you needed a statement, there is one right there.
I love how, you know, he runs out to deny it, Mark. But no. There's a knock right there. I'm going to steal that instead. You want to deny that point? I'll take that away anyway. Really well played here by Foot. And we talked about it in the very early stages of the game, Mark. They had to get the Eastern Circle to make something work here. They were greedy with their splits. 1-1-2 splits. They made it work there. They closed this one out.
Yeah, they held so much.
The insurance salesman's already taken his jacket off. Look at that. Obviously, was getting a little bit heated with all the action that we got to see on Miramar. And Toby, in the pre-show, we spoke about Foot. And I asked Kylaris if he was concerned about them because him and I were on the same page. We were worried. What a statement. As Mark said, they've just come out 12 kills, first win of the grand finals. I'm no longer concerned. Are you?
No, I mean, I think when they come off to such a good start, they're definitely top 8. Not guaranteed, but yes, when they play like this, they are looking very, very good. I think the phase 3 shift worked massively in their favor. It pretty much cut off the entire bottom side of Los Leones. It meant that no one outside of Gaming Gladiators, I believe, could swing around to their side of the map. So whenever the next circle then swung away from them, all of a sudden they didn't even have to clear their backs because there hadn't been anyone there for the last, I don't know, 5-6 minutes. So then you can spread out, then you can take control. Glad to see them actually doing it here when given the opportunity to and playing to their comfort.
It's like Toby said, Kylaris taking control, a little bit of aggression, controlled aggression, if you like, at the end there as well. Something we didn't see from this team towards the end of last year. They almost looked like they didn't really know the decisions they wanted to make.
Yeah, it's gone successfully here to get things rolling. So, I mean, the 22 points that they garner from this is going to sit them in brilliant stead, maybe even give them a huge confidence boost forward. I was a little bit concerned if there was going to be like a full team ahead of them, if they were going to get held out once the circles eventually start swinging west of everything that's going on. But, I mean, they had a great entry point. Bushido was only 2 alive when they were able to just kind of destroy them and then move in and take that spot to be able to play from. So the entry points were kind of an easy fix as well for them as they go into the later stages. And you saw how the last match fights played out, right? They barely even have to take that fight to really secure the win.
Another team that we spoke about a lot in the pre-show, so I'm just wrapping around to talk about them again, because it was another team that we questioned, obviously coming out of the last chance qualifiers, BB team, but also getting a top 4 finish, Carlos.
Not too bad, not too bad. I mean, obviously something that sat them in a great spot as well was the idea of getting that emergency pickup outside of Los Leones and moving on forwards. There were going to be options to them. They took that at the perfect timing, which put them in a small dip towards some of the center of the circle. But I always do feel like BB team is a team that would much rather be more spread out compared to just holding a lone dip like they were. So, hey, if they had more room, maybe they would have even got further than top 4.
I mean, for the most part, Toby, I was pleasantly surprised by what we saw here in the first game. I think that the teams have definitely come out and there's clearly a hunger that we're seeing with a lot of them.
Yeah, no doubt. Also considering, I mean, I started off by saying one of the most vanilla circles we can get. It ended up being far from that, because what you see here is effectively what teams were fighting for since phase 2, phase 3. So very hard out in the open area to fight, especially when you still have the high ground in that kind of forces you to play down on your knees or fully prone for the vast majority of the game. So taking control is going to be hard. But as we saw it here, some of the teams that dared to go out and contest some of these more prioritized spots, they came out with a lot of points to boot.
And obviously, it's really important on day number 1, get as many points as you can. There are 3 days ahead, but you don't want to be playing catch-up. If you can get a nice bank at the start, that always works in your favor. And you can see now, obviously, for Esports, 22 points. It's going to put them in nice stead, as Kylaris mentioned. Any concerns that you might have had, Kylaris, looking at that first game, or did it play out the way you expected?
Not too many concerns, even for teams that may have gone out earlier, because, of course, with a circle like this, as Toby mentions, once you shift west towards some of these hills, it becomes a whole lot scarier for some of the teams laying on the edge, because they know they're going to be open to 3 or 4 teams. As they're trying to crash in, they're going to go down regardless of how good they are. And we saw a little bit of that going on, right? Like Gladiators, who actually got 6 points off the back of all of this, had to make a mad dash in from that east side. And even that causes some problems, be it being able to claim some land or taking casualties.
Was there a way that Na'Vi could have potentially changed the course of their results in coming second, Toby? How could they have taken foot down and potentially have won the whole thing?
I think once they get into that area, which they were in very early on the south side of Cantera, it's so limited what you can do when you peek out, because again, the high ground remains in for quite a while down towards the south. So anytime you try to peek over a hillside to take the fight against the team that's right next to you, in doing so, not only do you reveal yourself to the team that's there, but also the 3 teams that are currently sat just waiting for you to do that up the hill. So I think the fact that they get 3 kills is not so much the story. I think for them it was, we know we're not going to get a lot of kills this game because we literally cannot spread out and take control. There's too many teams around us. We just have to make sure that now that we have a chance to get placement points, that we do get them. So the fact that they end up getting second, despite having to fight quite a few teams there in the end, is, I think, honestly the best case scenario for them.
The nerves must be running so high, because this is obviously grand finals, Kylaris, and like you mentioned, such close competition. I'm always fascinated to see how these first games play out, and I feel like there's a confidence in this particular lobby. And before we talk about that, don't forget to steal the code that you see down there, get some G-Coins, go and redeem them right now. A little bit of a gift from us to you and the players as well, for saying thank you to come to watch, to support PUBG. We appreciate it very much. Back to what I was going to say, Kylaris, there is normally like a nervous energy, and you can sort of see some teams really struggle. I felt like most of the teams were looking really strong, like I said to Toby. I think that's a good sign for the EMEA region, that we have such a competitive lobby coming into our grand finals.
I'd be especially nervous on Miramar after seeing game 1 of the grand finals and seeing that much mortar usage, because that creates some potential wild variants for some of those teams that are taking some of those high ground spots, or maybe they're taking spots where you don't really have the hard cover of buildings, and then suddenly you're just mortar fodder, right? So it's not like we get to see that loads, right? Mortar didn't completely define the meta. It slightly changed things, and it is definitely something that you've got to be very wary of, especially on someone like Miramar.
We're moving into the second game now of your first day of the grand finals. Remember, there are 6 games today, 6 tomorrow, and then 6 more on Sunday night to determine who our winner is going to be. And as we head to Miramar, Toby, what are you expecting from the second matchup?
Honestly, more of the same. I think there were very limited opportunities for teams to make more space for themselves in this game, given how Phase 3, Phase 4 ended up shifting. So really, I mean, overall, I like what I saw. I think a lot of teams optimized or maximized their point potential in this game. Of course, not everyone is going to go out and get something going in every single game. So I think in this case, we had a really good showing of what teams are capable of doing. Also, I love the fact that Global Army had that mortar hit on the side of the mountain, because as far as I see it, they didn't have any eyes or any lines of sight towards the guys down there. I think he was trying to hit up on the mountain, but shot it short in the end, making a good highlight clip for himself. So good on you, Global Army, for getting that mortar in.
Good on you, Global Army. And now we move on to Miramar. Tell me what we're looking at, Kylaris.
Yeah, well, we'll get to it. Let's see where our playing path is going to be going. Game number 2 here for Miramar. Let's see how all of these teams are going to fare. We have what Toby would consider West Plane. No, you don't want to
going towards the west. That is correct.
That's the one. That's the one. All the way down to Valdemar. You know,
some might even
we'll
argue southwest. Yeah.
Nice. That's
really spicing things up here. Yeah. Decent playing path though for teams to go pretty much exactly where they want. We don't have too many like hard commit north Miramar looting teams anyway, so it shouldn't be too much of a facepalm seeing this plane path. But of course, we do know that a lot of tricky circles can come to follow planes like these. And should it be a very southern one, seeing as how many teams are already out of the plane towards that northeast, expect to see the east side of Los Leones, where we usually tend to funnel teams that are trying to rotate south, become very chaotic once you see those first couple of rotations come in.
The We Live Again drop is definitely a scrap drop, right? Over at the very beginning of that plane path. Not something I'm really accustomed to seeing. But if they can make it work, they can get it down and just try and react to the circle as fast as possible for something like this. That's the great thing about competitive settings, is that you can go for trash drops and you can pretty much get a lot on board and then start rotating. And for a circle like this on the pop, what do we expect? I mean, obviously you've got what could potentially be the divide of the road coming out from west of El Azahar. That's always to be a strong consideration for some of these teams. But beyond that, I think all of these teams are going to be pleasantly okay with how things are settled.
You know what I want to see right now? I mean, it's not going to happen for the next couple of seconds, but I would really love if it did, that someone does what we saw, I believe, FaZe do in the group stages in a circle very similar to this, where they were on the far southern side. Instant E-pickup to cruise the by. With this plane path, you know that no one's up to go all the way up there, and you know there's going to be so much space to rotate in from the north. So if you're Bushido, if you're Grove Street, any of the teams that have really, really far to go, just get the essentials. I mean, that being, of course, if you do find a E-pickup, get the essentials and just fly all the way up there. Because coming in on the northern side right now, as we can see it on the map, is much preferable to try and rotate in over Minas down from the south.
I think there has to be a concern though, because FaZe has used a little bit of Cruz de Valle in the past as an alternate drop spot, right? So there will be the potential of someone up there. But yeah, if you go way north and look for vehicles, yeah, maybe it can work on out. But let's head over then to the commentators and see what they think about this. Mark and Avenger, bring us into game number 2 on the Dusty Dunes.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, it's game number 2 here in Miramar. And honestly, I'm just looking at this and I'm thinking, well, this is group stage for PP team all over again. They had like of the most driven and moved kilometers of any team, they had 3 guys up there in the top 5 or something crazy like that. There was super far ahead of everyone, and this is just the same thing for them. We had obviously a chat with the Doozy in the last chance, and yeah, he pointed out as well, it's just rough for them. And I don't hope, Mark, that they're gonna get this again, but they are very late to the drop in Monte. And if I was them, I'm obviously thinking, okay, they're gonna go all the way around the north side and kind of hope to see if they can grab something in this kind of northern location. Already now, this is extremely important information to FaZe Clan here. This is their home turf circle. This is exactly the type of circle that they need, Mark, to make sure that they're getting a lot of points here. They need a greedy 2-2 split to lock something down and push win or die away here. They don't want to have another fight with them where they don't get any good compound locked in. But yeah, I don't think it's worth it for win or die either in this situation.
It's difficult here, right? This is FaZe home turf. But everyone knows that. And the fact that they've sort of continued to push up the crews, that's okay. But it's that 2-2 split which we're looking for. Where do they collapse? I think they need to collapse back onto that north side of the road, reset, wait for the zone to sort of give us the fully exposed, and then play from there. There's no need to get caught in an early engagement here, especially if it goes against kind of that win or die. This rock though comes in. Hoba will end Sparta, as he did try to climb the hill, and the car will be reset back to the point it most probably came from. But good, obviously, point for WLA. They were bottom of the table, so good to see them getting started off. But back to your point on BB, they do need to reset early. They need to lose game number 1. There are no points for rotation miles underneath their belt. So a north rotation, very, very eager. I kind of want him to see him go in and around that sort of north side of San Martin, maybe even kind of playing it into that water treatment. Obviously, you're not quite making it towards the grand finals. They should get an idea that that would be an area which you could potentially play in. You just need to potentially scout out just that little bit before, but it's good to see a lot of these teams starting to rotate early.
Yeah, obviously in this case here, like, if you are FaZe, I like that you're greedy, but still, they could have gotten some better compounds. They could have gotten some compounds that was closer to the center. The winner die took that away from them, and now they're kind of collapsing onto somewhat 1.5 maybe location here with all the teams kind of coming in around them. And sure, they're hunkering down on some of the compounds where you can get the most information from, and I like that. Gaming Gladiator is another talk here about this team. We're expecting a lot of them from Mark. Like, yeah, we are... After what we saw in the group stage, they were so dominant there. They're a team surely that we expect to be in the top 5.
Yeah, I agree. Especially when coming into this one, you look at who you think is going to go through, where's our top 8, top 5s, etc. They're definitely game gladiators are going to be one for me that are up there and watching. So you need to start figuring out what they want to do here for game number 2. We go over to BB, which are on that rotation. There's that scout. So they do stop. They are going for their scout. They're coming just on the other side of San Martin now. So rough terrain when it comes down to a vehicle. Rotation. On the other side, though, we've got Na'Vi already positioned in. They've got the high ground here, so they're going to see loads of teams. If they do decide to rotate from that San Martin and below Hacienda, they should get picked up. But they didn't have that far to go. Picardo was only a short throwing distance of a stone to find them in their position.
Yeah, of course, information is coming out to Return to Fire, and this is exactly what this game is about, especially in Miramar. Information gathering, the first 2 zones is just so vital to see where you can get deeper here. Eternal Fire is already in a pretty decent spot. If we get like a central zone, southern zone for them, they're in a really good spot for that. Obviously here, sitting in jungle on the somewhat middle southern side of the circle here. So I like what I'm seeing from them already. They're good at closing down these spots here, also somewhat home turf circle for them, so they have to have this. Foot, though, on the other hand, way far east. We need to see a really hard east circle for them to have any benefits of it, but there is somewhat good amount of space in between the current center of the circle and truck stop and everywhere where they're going, but they're just getting shot at from all these high grounds here, Mark, so I'm not sure how long they're going to take until they get closer. If we get a really hard western zone, they're going to take, 6-7 minutes to get into what was the old central side of the zone, because everyone else is going to be moving out. So I'd like to see some more emergency pickup usage from them once we have these really, really far zones away from them, even though they're going to be losing cars and they hate that. Now, Bushido's on screen here. They're going to be coming in from the southern side. They can take a lot of control. And Grove Street as well, Mark, one of your favorite players coming in, obviously safe when the guys here. I've been impressed with them so far. I'm worried that they're going to struggle in a grand final scheme where players are so much more hardcore. They're so much more punishing in terms of popping tires, in terms of making sure that they're getting poked and peacocked at every single time here. And you can get kind of choked as a new and upcoming team.
And that is it. It's the small little details. And I 100% agree with you, mate. Grove Street, I think, will be a good addition to a top 16 grand final. Are they going to be in a top 8, a top 5? They've got to have outstanding games. And they need to perform every single game, because there's little individual bits, popping the tires, ensuring you can't rotate out with the level that we see in this grand final. He might fall a little bit short. They're a little bit short of the zones. They do work their way in. As Beamy, well, he's just keeping himself a little bit short behind this ridge line. Ski are just on the other side, but they are very focused over towards Cantera. So it's kind of telling me maybe the sound cues. VP moving out of Lost, moving into Cantera. They might have given away their position away at the moment.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from them. Honestly, with the amount of mechanical power coming out of that team, it's been really good. They have some clutch moments. They have some smart play. They're thinking outside the box in many situations to maximize the salvage. Obviously, Beamy's been a star player out of the roster, and yeah, they're the best team out of EMEA in terms of PGC performance last year. 4th place, placing ahead of FaZe Clan, ahead of Na'Vi, ahead of Twisted Minds, which was obviously surprising to many. But yeah, it's exciting to see what these guys can bring, and if they're going to be able to log in on a PGS slot again this year. It was huge for them last year for their performance and for what they're able to do. And yeah, Grove Street here in screen, as you talked about, they are really far outside the zone here. They need to get in there, getting chased by the blue zone currently. And yeah, I'm hoping big things for them. We saw some clutch moments from Maso. Now Beamy shots.
Ooh. Coming
in with the AWP with a silencer on. Chrissy takes some fire here. And obviously this next zone is going to pop here in just a few seconds. This is south part of the zone here, so it's going to be pretty clear where we're going to be going next here from Kantara, if it's going south or if it's going anywhere. Next zone has popped, and they're still inside, so they're going to be on a southern shift here. Good zone for VP here, Mark.
Great zone for VP. They got to figure out if they try and deal with GK first or just leave them be, hold out. I think the right call for me is to try and get a position. You know, teams are going to be kind of retracting back, moving down towards that south side. We see so much play up towards where FaZe were, that sort of cruise ending in and around that. So it's good to see it play all the way back. Minus Generalis, well, sits in the middle at the moment. Don't Panic, who had the high ground. They leave one up there. Hushida will now try and hold. And Eternal Fire, who are in zone just a bit to the east. minus. And they pop a couple of shots as Bushido moving on back down. I think it's really key what Eternal Fire do. They're a team that likes sometimes high explosive, high energy, and again, they're going to be find themselves in a dip and bowl. Can they activate? Can they perform? If they get kind of left to their own devices, we might find placement points out of them. We just have to wait and see.
Yeah, and you have to remember here, these two pillars that you see above Minas Generalis is considered unplayable area. So fourth circle is going to shift south away from that if this next zone is going to go somewhat center. If it goes really hard shift north, there's a small, slim chance that it's going to shift the northern side. Though Schiller has spotted Get Rocks. He is alone on this high ground pillar. He cannot get knocked. He'll probably get taken out and lost, but this is vital information to don't panic here, even though they are currently inside the southern part of Minas now. Could he get a knock and a flush potentially on Gerdax? I don't know, but currently might not be worth it. He's actually going to be dipping out. No, but he's going to be on the high ground. That's two pillars.
Giveaway.
And one of the best circles to be up there, Mark. You kind of want to be multiple. FaZe is actually running on him. This could be a situation for FaZe to get on that high ground. But Schiller might be pushing on and trying to get this knock hit. Tulins, though, has spotted a doozy. Nice shots coming in here. Molotov gets taken out of the car. That's just so unfortunate, Mark. And he's going to be able to confirm this kill as well. That is 2 for Batulins. Huge here for Twisted Minds. So unfortunate for BB team. Such a rough start for them. They had to go so far as well. And now, best of luck trying to get this confirmed here, but nope. BB team down to 2. Twisted Minds, they get in quick and they get out fast again. They are already inside, and Batulins is just going to disengage from this one here. Perfectix has information of Filfers as well. This is just so unfortunate. Twisted Minds just has their number here, Mark.
Yep, 2 powerhouses. I'm just worried. I feel like BB a little bit unsettled. Game number 1, a lot of driving. Game 2, that sort of pull up. Unlucky, obviously, for Batulins. Monodoc making a fall. Levante picks up Vex. Gustav gets one back. Talk about another 2 powerhouses that go head to head. Looks like GG stretching towards the south for more position. That FaZe able to pick up a few gems just shy of the high ground here. But I don't know if the others know. They've got Exhalation also chasing him down at the moment, Martin.
Yeah, this is the second game that FaZe Clan loses player in this compound here. And yeah, FaZe are going to pull up, and it's going to be a decent fight here potentially. Oh, Rox is going to drive away. Exhalation third party here. Gustav down to 15 HP. Just gets inside the door. James is just under this pillar here and trying to assist just a little bit. And obviously the damage is coming in here. Exhalation has a good amount of control. This next circle is vital. Foot, as we're talking about potentially popping here, a E pickup could be huge for them. This is such a hard circle to play, though. Next circle should be going south, but the pillars could still be in here. This circle is going to be extremely difficult to play here. Teams has the high ground. A lot of teams are going to be able to be inside Minas at the same time here. We can see multiple teams, Mark, trying to get in, trying to, just like an urban ending, pseudo-urban ending here. There's so many small houses and medium houses that's playable for multiple. Gerdrax take down Batulins here, though.
Yeah, they've already positioned up here. They do pick up one. There goes the nade. Looks like Na'Vi getting involved. Actually, just steal has happened. Good steal, though, as Hakatori will end Batulins here. A couple of kills on the point. That's their own fortification been made by Twisted Minds. I like this area of the map, though, because there's a lot of elevation. You've got a potential, especially if you are, and I think Shido will be unhappy that he left the high ground now, because actually that verticality can really change up the game for a team. Shido just spots the tippy toes for Jeans, but backs away, second guesses himself again, goes back towards the rock. I feel like he's being joysticked in, but he's in a bad spot. Grab that, he gets one. Oh, he's going to fall. Gustav, great reaction. Unable to get the confirmed. Sheila tried to duck back into cover, and that's a quick kill underneath the belt there. FaZe on number 1. One is down. Expect Gustav to be able to pick up Crexy here.
Yeah, for sure. Shots are coming in, obviously. You have to commit smokes at this point here. AT's going to get flushed in the meanwhile, though. Foot trying to get in, but it's too late. Couldn't really manage to get a foot inside the door here, if you may, but yeah, FaZe Clan losing one, and yeah, leaving this high ground is obviously another signal or case for anyone thinking out there. They're super aware that this next circle is going to go south. A lot of teams are piling in to get this kind of done here. VP's locking down a lot of control. We get a replay here. Get Rux. Some shots. See if he can find one. Oh my goodness. That is a crazy shot. To pick him off the bike. It's just like God's hand picking him off the back of the bike. You go down, down. You're not happening here. Na'Vi still holding this western control here. They're probably going to be moving in this next circle here, though, Mark.
But Tilden's rolling in like a stunt double. Absolutely love it. I'm surprised he did do a backflip and attack someone in, but Deadrock's good call, calm collector. Absolutely love that replay. Productions, thank you very much. WLA, they get a knock on Exhalation. This is a lot of fighting that is on the outside, though, of Minanas. But for the teams that are in, the Unpushables have been claimed and been named it for a reason. Narvi have lockdown 1. I think we're going to see a lot more of these teams struggling now, especially these late teams trying to work their way in towards zone. For Esports, despite having a good game number 1, they find themselves fighting in phase number 3 out in the blue.
And next circle is about to pop. We're going to be going from 1 damage per second to 3. Mossbot is found by Vard, and the boys from Footnote, Mad Negative, finds the guys on the other side. T-Bones go down to zone because he took so much damage, and now Vard can just leave him. As we're talking about, this zone went south, and there many teams were super aware of this, obviously already locating himself inside Minas. Really good zone potentially for the southern teams here. GK, one of good teams. VP's gonna be piling in here. And we're gonna die. Another fight. Ooh, whoa.
Where'd go?
Hit the top. Hit the top and then went down. We're gonna die here in another fight with FaZe Clan. Roxas, Grove Street fighting also. GK, even though GK on the southern side, they have a lot of control. Although this is going to be a pseudo-open ending, as we're talking about here, Mark. It's just going to be so hard for these teams if they have to get out later. It's a 50-50 if it's going to end on the north side of the road or the southern side of the road where there's almost no cover.
Bushido chasing down. Eternal Fire as they're trying to go back. Here, there goes 1. There goes 2. So 1 comes in from VP. Yoink still as they will flatten themselves to go. Right. Oh, he nearly gets out and knocks, but he doesn't. He's clean in the air. Metabay able to hold. That there was pure destruction. It screams to the type of actually zone that we've got. I actually really like VP and GK sort of position at the moment. VP will be able to sort of play really nice. GK trying to work in. And Bushido obviously had to go straight in towards the bowl. But it's very, very difficult for them, Martin.
Yeah, but here, and obviously inside this zone here, the teams have to just try to get in. We live again are just sending it into a compound that's actually open. Not inside the zone, but it's open. That means they can take a rest, and then they can start turning around, shooting at Foot. Let's see if they can make something out of this one here. We live again. Rough circles for them so far. Foot, 1 kill after a fantastic game for them. Last one, Pixel just has to go try to silent a little bit. Shots could be coming in here. Maybe not worth it unless he gets spotted here. 4 nades in hand. Could potentially confirm it. Bot has to heal here. 3 damage per second in phase 4. Goes up to 5 in the next one. So he has to spend even more. 5 first hits and 6 bandages here. Plenty for Pixel. They can survive for quite a long time here, but they want to see if they can maximize points here. Probably not going to get into placement points, but they could get a good chunk of points from the kills here, making a bad game to an okay salvageable game here. Exhalation, though, on the other side here of the junkyard compound with the small shacks. The Mythov, not to see so much from them. Yeah, Pixel, this is a perfect strike for them. Now zone pops though, and now he has to just take it down. Vard has to try to go for the drive-by, take some damage as well, and we live again. Gets Foot down here in 15th place after a win in the last one, Mark.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I kind of felt like WLA seen Vard, but look how much damage they've taken. They've got to stop. They've got to med. I wouldn't be too surprised the zone conquers more than one. It conquers the lot of them. WLA, after doing a good exchange with Esports, they fall soon after. Back towards the south side of the zone, GK is now trying to take on Bushido. Zone shifts down south side of the zone. It means it's very, very open terrain. I wouldn't be too surprised the winner of the south here might go on to take the game.
Yeah, and this is exactly the situation where you don't want to go into a city unless you know it's in there. It's also the same with Minas, though. Now, GK fighting Bushido here. They fight for the south. As you talked about, Mark, this is huge. More nades are coming in. Bushido already 1 knock, but they have a good spread. Iroh on the off angle here could potentially get something happening. Always shivers down my spine here in this location, reminding me of the 2019 FaZe Clan ending where they won the last game. But yeah, we are here. And oh my god, Navi goes in and they completely wiped off Grove Street here. Basso does get a knock after his death though, but State is probably going to be able to be rest in this situation here. VP takes the control outside the ball on the northern side. I like that, but still, having that inside of the crater, Mark, gives you so much control.
Yeah, they're in their own little world at the moment, aren't they? They can kind of fight. I think VP have tried to come this way to have a third-party action. Actually does get Perfectix down. Looking to try and get the confirm. Nade does a bit of damage. Second Nade does even more. I think at this point, example, has to let him go. Yeah, more util rolling on in. And you do get GG as well. Loot, example, final 2 here for Twisted Minds. They did go down numbers in the last game, but very, very explosive. For like, again, Twisted Minds sort of setting the precedence here. So it's FaZe. They gotta salvage everything they can. That is insane.
Iroh finds 3 of the off angle we were talking about just before here. Grizzly gets stolen though. Iroh gets the confirms with Celtic as well. PP team here inside this fight here. That's huge for Bushido. They're gonna be conquering this inside of the ball here. Only PDD left. And in this area, it's actually destiny. Like, you're going to be in a situation where you could potentially win the game from here. Even though it's not the exact same ending, those shots coming in from PUBG. Shipless also finds a win-or-die player. Percenti does go down. And Don't Panic actually have a pretty good spread here. But still, eventually, you're going to have to cover and cross the road with smokes. Or you're going to have to say, okay, guys, we're not going to win this game. Let's try to maximize points. Let's just go for as many kills as possible. And that's where I think many of these teams are currently. Don't Panic have a lot of control inside the houses. FaZe on the high ground here. Twisted might also on the high ground have to try to make their way in. 1 kill only. Underhand nade here could do a lot of damage, Mark.
Yep. Let's wait for the splash damage. Huge damage. Global Army 2 for the price of 1. That nade, so you said it could do some huge damage. It delivered. Hell of my bad was trying to hold the angle. He took a knee. He threw the nade out.
No.
There is the unfortunate confirms back. As he said goodbye to the own team. I think he quite went through the window. He's in the smoke though. Global Army just waiting. Hell of my bad. Just it's on the outside. Wants to get that med on, but back on the other side of it, or the south side, should we say, of what's going to become very, very explosive. GK eventually will fall. Spade did go down, but Hakatori and Navi did eventually pick him up. So we are now in the top 10 position. We're still just at the side of the placement points. And TMO, the myth off. They know the myth could be to try and take the south side as they push on over.
Yeah, taking this high ground control here away from... I would say this is VP's area to kind of control, but they said, okay, let's get the low ground. Let's lock this down here because we could potentially get more there. Oh, shots coming in though on the other side though. That is him taking down low. Nail Cup is going to find Abdu. Now Justus half HP or so. He can confirm it as well. Hello, my bat goes down on the win side here. It's going to be a lot of fights inside Minas with this zone here. This is Navi's game to win.
Yep.
If they can close this one out here from that western side, that's huge for them. Already second, already 7 kills here with 16 total points. They could potentially going into the 30s when this game is done here. A lot of teams, a lot of players are going to be going down once this circle closes. So many teams are deploying smokes, deploying cover, trying to play with most of it. Correctly finds Lou, confirms as well. Good points here for FaZe Clan. They're starting off strong. Example taking a lot of chunks of damage here. 8 damage per second, meant like barely out healable here. Xander's just trying to do one more. See if he can maybe catch a kill onto FaZe here, Mark. Not really possible. Oh, that's one good backstep there. Not going to be enough though. Found by Shipless. Don't Panic turns.
So close to getting that knock. FaZe getting the kills, not converting all of them now. They're going to try and push their way the final step out of the mine. He will now push their way forward. I love that VP could see him pushing this way. And just this though, looks back, looking to get another point on the board. Luke Rux will be confirmed, but soon after, the myth off, well, they're going to fall in 9th place for them. We're now in the placement points. FaZe down to Team's final. Powerhouse will try and close out. GG, 3-man remain.
Down to with an underhand nade here. Tries to put some pressure onto FaZe. James is just going to be trying to survive here. Still outside this next zone here. Has 30 seconds to close it off. Getrox also trying to get in. Levante flushes this. This could be a big one here. Getrox finds one. Shoots the other one. No, Shipless turns around there. Perfect for Don't Panic. Still looking good for them. Multiple of them holding this kind of eastern control. More teams looking in here. That's some dirty angles here for Gaming Gladiators. It's a little bit of a peek here and there. Impossible to return. So hard for James. Extends, finds him and closes out FaZe in 7th. Still placement points, but now we go up to the bigger placement points. top 6 confirmed. 2 placement points guaranteed. Gaming Gladiators still 3 alive here, Mark.
3 alive. Got a good amount of cover. Scrap that. The Panzer, well, as it takes the splash damage, the explosive will go down. The Van 10 extends are down, but not quite out just at the moment. Gaming Gladiators going to try and defend this one. I feel like BB want to push out, try and find the exit point. They do. They find it through the fence. Gaming Gladiators destroying teams through the fence. They get a little bit of just dessert. Na'Vi on 7 kills, and it is their game to lose, I feel, right now. So much control. They've got the higher ground. There goes the car. Hakatori puts on Metabay. The spray will continue to go through, but they can't find the second player from Bushido behind the shield, and they reinforce with another car.
Yeah, this is a good time for Don't Panic to engage some utility onto BB team here. Loved what I see from Best of Luck. Hakatori takes down Metabay, and that's all the case here, but still, now they have to survive. They have some smokes ahead. Nixie actually gone up onto the road here. VP trying to get some east control. Try to get as many points as possible out from this game here. I think they realize they can't win, but they can maybe get more placement points through eliminating the other teams here. Hakatori finds Iroh. Na'Vi really putting pressure on them here. Don't Panic trying to survive. 5 kills still for them. This is a huge game with the top 5 guaranteed. Can find multiple. Global Army turns around on Filfers just around the corner. What a fantastic peek here for him. No way he doesn't win that with the 3 vest and 3 helmet. This is Luck here taking so much damage. This is a really good amount of control from Don't Panic. They can take the entire high ground here off the hands of anyone though. Global Army, what a great play from him. 5 kills coming in. Top 4 guaranteed now.
Yep, top 4 guaranteed. It's a 4 versus 3 versus 2 versus 1. As we do lose Iroh. And we do have the control. Don't Panic fought hard and effortlessly for that north side as well. So they've got a slight ridge. Ferris, though, he's the one trying to hold that angle on the guys now. They go for the little peek. He does get it, the new boy for Na'Vi. Gets the first down. Don't Panic having to try and find their way through. And unfortunately, because Na'Vi's able to play on this ridge line, there isn't much more room for Don't Panic here in the final 4.
Yeah, I like this. It's going to be hard, but still, they're maximizing here. Bushido's still 1 alive. 4 placement points for them also, along with their 7 kills. This is huge. Oh my god, fantastic nades from Stade. More nades coming in. Oh my god, that's just done so much damage to Don't Panic. And now CCI is going to get found as well. Fairest with the MK straight in the face. And as we just talked about here, Na'Vi's game to win with this control on the western side, with this cover they have. This is huge for them. 900 damage and 6 kills for Hakatori. Talk about a Na'Vi game here. 26 points already, 12 kills. Insane. Utility still in hand here. There's no way they don't close this out. Unless the other teams, they decide to all just shoot at them at the same time. Groza in hand on Sosa too. What a great start for them here in Miramar.
It is a good start. Na'Vi, we know, can put points on the sandy dunes of Miramar. Sweeping the outside. Bushido will take 3rd.
1,000 almost. 2 more damage mark. He has to do it. 1k club.
Shoot a toe. Shoot an arm. Shoot anything. You've got to get to that 1k club. Very Stoke finds Nixie, and it's not going to be the case. It's stolen away from him as Na'Vi back. We thought game number 1 was explosive. It's 15 kills for Na'Vi. 25-point game. Hey, for Esports, you done well, but look what Na'Vi can deliver on the final game of Miramar.
What a crazy start here in Miramar. Eastern circles though, but also really rough play paths here. Insane game though, with a bait ending inside Minas Generales here. So many teams has to try to get out, but teams that took that outside control on the road, on the southern side, they benefited the most from this one here.
I did really like it actually because GK on that south side and VP, I felt like VP didn't get to decide on what they wanted to do. Well, the team did. That's Na'Vi. They decided to take the win with a huge amount of kills there, Sam.
A huge amount of kills. Mark, you're 100% right. Na'Vi was damn impressive. We'll talk about them in a little bit, but first let's go right back to the beginning. Toby, tell me about the circles we got in this Miramar.
I mean, in very similar fashion to what we saw in the previous game, we had circles giving us the hope that it was going to go somewhere more spacious. It does swing towards Minas, but everyone opts to go up towards the mountains because that's where a lot of these circles oftentimes go east thereof. not too many teams expected it was going to swing straight back towards the full southern side. And by the time it had gone north, I think 7 or 8 teams that were prior down towards the south, all of a sudden we were down to just 2. So we saw chaos. I mean, chaos from phase really 2.5 and onwards, where there was just constant fighting because there's very limited areas up for grabs.
I thought it was really interesting how through the mid-game, Carlos, Na'Vi sort of just came alive, were very aggressive, and I felt like that they were owning it from there on in. And I think Avenge even mentioned in the cast it was their game to lose, which they didn't do.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as soon as you take down Grove Street the way they had to make an absolute mad dash send into some of those little pits alongside the warehouses in Minas Gerais, like their side is so free. And then from there, they're able to really exert so much pressure on anybody that wants to try and move out of Minas, right? Like Toby is suggesting as we take a look at the highlights from all of this. So, I mean, the fact that Hakatori had 7 kills as well just gives rise to a thing we've known for the whole of 2024, which he's an absolute gamer. And if you give him some room, especially the crazy stuff that we've seen from them on Miramar as the old Na'Vi roster, never mind this new one as well, they are going to be making waves. They're a very, very scary roster.
Very, very scary. And also, I think experience plays a role here, Toby, because it was a bit of a chaotic game, as we see when we watch the highlights, but it didn't get to Na'Vi. They knew what their game plan was, and they kind of took advantage of that chaos.
Yeah, they were very quick at reacting when they saw threats coming in. You can see here, what better weapon to have in hand when having to react quickly than a Panzer. As, yeah, I mean, they knew that they had to continue their pushes on forward, but also knew, speaking of controlled aggression, that they can't just do it at any moment, because then they will be the ones taken down. So they held their horses for quite a while. And then when they saw Grove Street try and contest, that's when they opted to go and engage and fight them for the spot. Because at that time, everyone else was occupied fighting elsewhere, meaning they could, as hard as that fight might get, at least no one had a chance to engage from afar.
Any other teams, Toby, that you think handled the chaos well?
I think Don't Panic. I mean, they in a game where arguably almost everyone did panic. They managed to come out with quite a few points. I mean, they were sat in the center of Minas for a while, and it's kind of hard to fight out of that, but they were successful in taking out BB team. Of course, in the end, trying to cross that road became too much for them, but already prior to that, they had gotten themselves quite a few points. So good on them to be able to get the 7 that they did.
So now we take a look at your match results. They're on the screen right now. I mean, Don't Panic was a team, we didn't really focus much on them in the pre-show, Kyle Lars, but we probably should have. They had a really good run up until now, right?
Yeah, finding their footing definitely in the group stage, which was a bit of a disaster. But in the last chance, damn, they really came alive. And we saw way closer to what we saw from them from the open qualifier compared to that group stage. And I think for this game, I think that they controlled the south side of Minas Gerais pretty well with a 1-2 split for quite a while during that game. As soon as they realized BB team had tried to push out and deal with gladiators, then they were able to just kind of constrict their options to moving into the circle. But we all know how Miramar is going to go, right? Everyone committing to something like Minas Gerais, which is basically an urban ending. If you were to go there, if you're coming out, there's so little cover. You would need vehicles to really make it work, and Na'Vi had you dead to rights. So for Don't Panic, I think they got as much as they could have out of this game.
They got as much as they could have. Na'Vi got 25 points out of this game. Obviously, telling Foot Esports to sit down. Big games, big starts, Toby, for some of these teams, which is going to be scary for the lesser known teams in the lobby, because when you've got teams claiming those 25, 22 points, and you'll see now what it means on the overall leaderboard, they're sponging up at the top, the gap becomes hard to close.
Exactly, and that's what we were talking about in the previous game as well. I mean, for Na'Vi, you asked, was this a good game for Na'Vi? And I think, yeah, I mean, they got what they could out of a really tough game. Here, they were not given a good game because they did have to take out Grove Street's position in the end of things, but they knew we have a chance here to actually get something really good going, and they maximized that as well. And again, going back to the conversation, that is, you want to make top 3 here, you want to make it through to PGS. You have to play like Na'Vi did in both this game and the previous one in order to secure that spot for yourself, is maximize every opportunity you get to get more points.
But it is only 2 matches on day number 1, so we can't put too much power on the leaderboard, right, Carlos?
Yeah, of course. I mean, you look at like a Twisted Minds, right? Like, they've got 0 placement points at the moment. However, 11 kills. So eventually, once those kills really start converting into we're taking a good spot, we're getting placement points, teams like that will be catching up, no problem. Only 2 games down.
Only 2 games down. If your eyes are starting to glaze over a little bit and maybe you haven't been watching your screen, wake up real fast and look down below the talking heads because you may want to get your hands on what's there. Oh, look at Toby with the fake excitement. That was great. Good job. Well played.
What do you mean? I love codes. The more G-Coin in the mirror. I never get the cool skins, so I need as many as I can get.
Okay, there we go.
Sometimes.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes I do.
I can't take you seriously. Okay, so Foot Esports and Na'Vi have both claimed wins. We're moving away from Miramar now onto what we call the wild card maps. Time to Tego, as Avenger would say if he was here. And we're changing up everything. Are you expecting, Toby, the same sort of top teams to dominate the space?
To go back and answer the question you had about Twisted Minds winning the whole thing, I will answer this one the exact same way. Do I expect it? Yes. Do I hope for it to happen? No. Because I do like to imagine that with the 3 spots being up for grabs, that we will see at least 2 teams that we would expect to see up there, whether it be Foot, Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, FaZe, you know, some of these high caliber teams that we've seen so many times before. But I also want to see there be a team make it through that we just couldn't have possibly imagined. I always think it's fun to bring teams like that onto the global stage because they come back with so much in the back for them to work on for the regionals to come.
Let's find out if you're right, Toby. We're jumping into game. It's time to Tego.
All right, let's do it. Yes.
All right,
Oh,
all right.
actually, a very good playing path here for our first Tego of the grand finals. We've had so many playing paths be unbelievably north and so many circles be on that northwest island, but this time there's actual potential for some difference.
Yeah, would be nice. Now that you said it this way, it's probably not going to happen, but we'll see. Because the way, I mean, when I'm looking, wait, let me just, so Blast sent me a script and it says on Tego only go duck. So we'll see, James, if you're just lying to the crowd out here, or if we are just going to go back to Godok. For those of you guys who watched Last Chance, at least that's where all the stories were written. We'll see if it's going to be the case here again on Tego.
Well, before the second one, we did say, let's run it back. And it happened. That was a lot of fun. As we take a look at the drops for now here. Exhalation taking advantage of teams not being in the lobby. Army base and the shipyard drop has been taken for them. So that's going to sit them in good stead considering they are down on the ground. Boots fast. Very, very quickly. And we have a circle that goes what is kind of a 50-50 split. So technically it could go up there, but it's more of that 65-35 split. Probably eking for the mainland here, Toby.
So if we had to go by the chaos, what has been the last couple of days of PUBG Esports, it will most definitely go towards Kangyong. We'll have to see if that's going to be the case or not. The way we can lay it out, at least for now, is that all the traffic we're going to see come circle bound is coming in from the southwest. I'm expecting to see Win or Die go hard east on this one. Maybe even go all the way over towards Kangyong before they opt to go into the circle. Don't Panic could potentially follow suit. BB team, I think, would be smart to do the same thing. And then it's really going to be up to Eternal Fire, which is the main gatekeep team right now, and FaZe, I suppose, as well, to decide how much space are you going to give to the teams that are trying to come in from the south.
And I've always thought for Tego, one of the more interesting drop spots through any region really has always been Twisted Minds on Tego, because it's a very atypical drop. It's not really a landmark. It's kind of a trash loot spot, but they've always used it as a good launching pad for rotations, be it to the island or be it to anywhere in mainland. But for a circle like this, doesn't look like they're going to be chasing too much. So this should sit our big Twisted Minds boys in a good spot.
Yep, definitely. They like to play in and around Circle Center early on, looting, of course, school and power grid and whatnot as well. And then as circles come, they will gradually make their way further out towards the edge and then play in from there. That's very much in the Twisted Minds playbook, so we'll see if this game is going to feed them that opportunity as well.
All right, Mark. All right, Avenger. I know you're chomping at the bit to get into Tego. So let's hand it over to the boys.
Thank you so much, guys. And yeah, you could definitely tell there, if you didn't correct that 50-50 call, Toby would have to have commented that it is exactly 67 to 33% land on the northwest. But guys, you're forgetting there's a huge amount of water in the middle. So I actually have to correct you, James, there. It's 10% water in the middle. I asked ChatGPT and it said the southeast part is 61.72%. they can now analyze images on the go. So that's what you get. There's a lot of water as well there, so it's going to be hard to really cover in for that there. And yeah, Mark, it is time to Tego here, or as you wanted to say, it's Tego time.
It's Tego time. Absolutely love Tego. The river, the water, as we mentioned before, it seems to attract the zone. So yes, we haven't got Godoc, so we ripped up that script and said no, not on day number 1 of the finals. We have to wait and give us something else. Navi in the center of zone as well. Be interested to see how they try and capitalize when it comes down to points, as we now watch the other teams like Exhalation, the Mythos, they have to rotate their way in also. I do really like Twisted Mind spot. They're going to go for a potential 2-2 split. I wouldn't be too surprised if they hold too close to that riverbed, because if it does pull towards that north side, I suppose our Twisted Mind team need a position in the game.
Yeah, and obviously here, now that we're only playing this map once, if you're able to really benefit off that, elevated your strategy once you're playing these maps here, this is one of the most difficult circles to play here. Surely water goes southeast, it's easy to kind of see in the first circle here, but if the next circle goes northwest, you're gonna have 13, maybe 14 teams that's gonna have to try to get on the other side, with teams obviously on the bridges. So it is extremely difficult to kind of preempt that, but you just have to play the percentages. And now, right now, there is just about 60% chance that it's going to go southeast, so you have to play around that mark. And obviously the teams are going to be, depending on where they loot, if you're starting in Yongchong or Godoc on the northwestern side, you kind of stay there because you have priority. And now Quippa, he's also out on a UAV inbound mission here for the guys on Eternal Fire. He should be turning around here. He's really, really far away from everyone.
The thing is, the guys are in zone as well. So where is he? What is he looking for out very far? Maybe there's a set of drops that we just can't quite see, or he's just opted to go for the longer rotation path. Maybe picking up some of these teams that are rotating in the south towards that east side, that southeast corner. Win or Die now taking their position. The Mythos obviously coming over, a little bit of a 2-2 split. So they do take a little bit of the elevation away, and maybe hoping for more teams to kind of take the wider wrap in towards the zone. GK, on the other hand, though, they're called into zone. There's Nixie. Gets a couple of shots. PWD's down. And Beamy says, "You're not getting away from me."
Go!
Lucarux will end it. And there goes our first kill here for Tego. Unfortunately for GK, it's going to be the victim. They spread out just a little bit too much. They left one out on the rafters. And Virtus Pro, they claim the point.
That's fantastic for them, obviously, in this spot here where they are maximizing, but still pretty close to what we would consider central priority here for them. BB team off on the high ground here on the western side, also kind of getting ready. Okay, we want to maintain proximity to a potential bridge where we can cross, but also we want to be able to get some information here. We want to be able to see in towards the zone, and there is so much information to be garnered from this location. And also, once you know the drop spots, you're also thinking, okay, there has to be people terminal. There has to be people in markets of west of terminal. Yeah. And this is really where it comes down. Another time where Bushido finds Don't Panic. These guys are running into each other so often. Just the case of who gets to peacock at each other, or who gets to take a knock in this case here.
It's not too bad either at the moment, because both of them are quite hard at the leaderboard. See, it's only game number 3. Yes, Sam, I know we don't want to read too much into leaderboard. Let's just have a quick look at that replay. Nixie gets the initial shots, and the call is straight away. Do not let him go. BWD trying to find anything he can. Great shots, though. Amy gets the knock. Luke Rux will finish it off with the squish.
Unfortunately, again, you don't really want to see that happen, right? And yeah, 63 players alive, and now you have to sit back and watch for the next 25-30 minutes. We have a break as well, so you're probably going to have to wait 40 minutes. We're going to be showing you some, obviously, more content in between. It's going to be fun to watch now that we're in the finals. We had some really good times filming, Mark, here. You obviously showing off that you have the lowest sensitivity out of any talent player.
You weren't that far away from me.
Entire scene, turning 180 degrees with lifting the mouse twice. While we have Geeke here, obviously in a good spot for information gathering, but also pretty good priority. If this circle goes south, they can jump into some of the compounds. They can maintain control of this high ground here. So I'm kind of liking what I'm seeing from them so far. A knock here on the Myth-Off. And Mark, what's your thoughts on the Myth-Off here? How far are they going to be able to go in the finals?
It's difficult. They are the underdog. I kind of thought they'd work their way through. I was shocked that 77 points was allowed in. I thought they might go to the last chance. Very quickly, Bushido trying to dig out CCI next. Let's swap back. I feel he puts himself in this little position here, Martin, just to kind of block out that rotation and just keep his position hidden.
Yeah.
No, he's going to go for it.
This is he's gonna pounce here. Can we get a little bit closer? Shadow stepping a little bit. He doesn't want to give information away here, Mark. Wants to see if he can hold on to it. This is not great for them.
Let's get away with it. Back to your question, TMO. I think they'll be as a good team in the finals. Great to see new talent working its way through. A top position, a land spot. It's up for grabs, but we need to see more from them. And as you said before, in round number 2, the actual caliber in this lobby is high. And it's those little details, those little decisions. Actually, the experience sometimes outweighs the new guns.
Yeah, I think so too. And I mean, I love the guys on the mid-off, and I love what we saw from them. But still, as you're pointing out, as you're saying, there's just so much depth to the lobby, and I would be happy to see them in a top 8 situation. But there's just so much talent, so much mechanical power on the other teams, so much synergy, experience, years together on some of the core rosters, obviously. And here we're gonna see an E pick up. Circle did go away here from win or die. It did stay on the southern side, somewhat forgiven. Circle here, still a lot of this feels here in play, Mark, and it is extremely difficult to play this unless you are the last team to come in from one of the edges. Once the circle kind of collides, you have to be that last team coming in from either the east or the west or the north. Now VP looking good, Eternal Fire looking good, Na'Vi, they're gonna probably go to the market side and be that last team that leaves coming in from that northern side. Let's see how greedy VP goes here, Mark. They could easily get crashed into one of these locations here and lose it. But yeah, let's see how deep they stay. Shots coming in though, face again, win or die. They just keep running into each other, Mark.
What's the agreement between these two? We will ensure destruction and we will take the fight. We'll die going for the crash here phase. It launches out the nades. Looks like PlayerUnknown repositioning now as he goes a little bit wide, presenting committed, goes another nade, and I think the call is to back away. Can FaZe get on top of it? Gustav moves towards the outside, looking for the cars. He does get some shots, but no, doesn't quite get the connection I feel like he wanted. And Win or Die, whoa, Corexy, great shots. So Win or Die go back to the safety of their compound.
Yeah, it's not worth fighting for it yet. You don't know if this next circle goes southeast and the compound that they're in is still going to be in, or if it goes somewhere else and they have to leave anyway. Pin finds Matt negative from We Live Again. Salik gets flushed as well. Also a fight outside the circle for non-priority, non-compound fights here just for points, all for control of terrain here. And obviously the team that are closer towards the circle has the benefit, has the advantage here. Sancho potentially could pull off a player out of the seat here, tries to get shots. Anybody's gets exactly out of dodge here. Sancho has to get into the coop and just try to get out of here.
Has to go quick, doesn't he? He has to go quick. Look, it was an opportunity. Didn't quite get the connection that he wanted. Myth off a little bit of a fair party because they kind of got that plateau now over watching WLA and Exhalation. All these teams, as you're right, this is not in zone. This is not priority. Is it more of a case of digging down those points, did you say, Martin, or potentially they want to be that last team that you said? They want to be one of the final teams coming into the zone, hold the outside edge. Any danger in this east side, especially the northeast corner, is you've got Twisted Minds waiting. Their drop spot is not too far away from here. I suppose the winner of this fight, or the last team in, they have to try and go head to head with the powerhouses that is Twisted Minds.
Yeah, the east side of how this kind of ridge works, east of the fields. If you can be that last team to kind of start fighting that field, it's just like a big high ground. It's like Everest. If you're that last team to start kind of flushing in, you can be that top side of the burger, just crushing down on everyone else. I don't know how heavy your burger is, but my top is really heavy, so it crushes the rest of the burger, making sure it's easier to eat, Mark. No, it's usually the hand that slashes it down, though. Shilla finds Metabay from Bushido and gets him down here. They are fighting on this southern side, and they are inside the zone here, Don't Panic Bot. With how Bushido is hunkering up here, they want to see if they can kind of get in and pounce on them. Maybe they can get a knock opening up here. Not sure if Metabay is just lost here. It looks like Don't Panic is leaving. Second zone only, so only 1 damage per second. Also, pick up pop for them, so obviously they're going to be leaving here. As you see the map. Oh, this is a really good zone. Even though it's only third zone, He goes away from water, already manifesting the teams on this high ground. He's also going a little bit away from the fields on the west side, so the teams playing high ground on the ridges, in the compounds, already looking good here. Barrel in hand here, good shots connecting
One more.
from Perfectix. One more.
Done.
Takes out the mini, gets shot at Batulin, so he finds him, Mark. Perfect for him.
Let's find him. Oh, Perfectix cutting out not. Exhalation. Yeah, do punch a hole through the middle. Twisted Mind's defensive line. Perfectix is down, example, trying to move his way closer. Lou doing the same. Pin looking to try and see if he can get that confirmed, but the smoke came out already. So Perfectix has some time, has some cover. Pin, he needs to be repositioned. Twisted Minds continue to move on. And the other side of the zone, well, eventually put all 4 boots on the ground here, Eternal Fire, as they try to now take on Na'Vi, and this is a key spot. Half compound potential opportunity to get into late game, especially on the hillside. This is a must-win.
This is huge. Leia so finds one from William again. Good drop shot here as well, connects. He's outside the zone. Mospot though closes. Percenti takes it off. Fantastic here, and they can actually open up. They can get the rest off. Really well executed. Can Percenti get the last 2 players as well from Believe again? He is alone here in this spot here. Third party coming in from FaZe. Yeah, he can close one in here, but yeah, Believe again closing around. He has blue zone backpack on it as well. Shots are coming in here. Hoba with utility uses on him, and
Get dropped.
Perfect for him, Mark.
Oh my god, great shots though come back. Deadrocks will full WLA, trying to survive as much as they can. Presenti's down, the final player's Hello My Band. He's positioned that car so well it most really can't get out. He gets a little bit of elevation, but it's going to be pretty much down to a final player. Needix, no P90 in hand. Blues on Nate will get double stacked up on the compound. Bushido only got one way out. That could be to perfection of a util time. He should be able to hopefully pick up one. It's not going to be the case. It just falls short. The second one slightly better. And now we see the blue zone doing the damage. Bushido back to the corner. Needix unable to get the final couple of inches remaining on the util, and he has to now back away.
Yeah, if you're hungering down in the compound and they're inside the middle, you get multiple knocks, but they were just short, as you said, Mark, and that would have been huge here. Don't panic, still on the south side here, fighting Bushido, potentially later fighting BB team as well. Good control, good coverage, good terrain to work here for them. And they could be pushing in deeper with this line that they kind of have into it. Win or die, though. Hello, My Bad. Last player win or die is the case here for Hello, My Bad. Yeah, good utility users here. Matt Negative down low. Could connect another one. He does. Now it's a 1v1 with Hoba. Orc in hand. 3 vest on his body. Can he make something happen here?
He has to try and salvage. 2 points on the board already, moving his way forward though, trying to figure out where the final player. Grab the gas can, throw it out. You know you want to. Now he knows he's not inside. Looks on the outside, catches him, Medin! He catches the confirm, doesn't get the secondary knock though. So he now has to reposition. Hello, My Bad. He's down to 1 HP. That res came on at perfect timing. He was able to cause damage.
Oh
And
my God,
Sparta ends the final. Nail in the coffin there for win or die. It was so unfortunate. Half a second ahead, it would have been a different ending.
That would have been completely different. 1 HP, 1 shot difference there. Right, Twisted Minds fighting foot here on the northern side with Na'Vi holding both teams out. FaZe Clan in a good spot, GK in a good spot, Eternal Fire in a fantastic spot. Can dodge this blue zone quite easily here. Didn't stack either. AT confirms Lou. Now Twisted down to just 2 players. They did get 2 kills this game so far, but with a Panzer in hand, Vard is not making it hard. But Batulin's turns. He didn't see him. He didn't have the information. T-Bone does get him though. And now we're down to just 1 from foot.
Great use though of that
something happen here.
grenade
Can he do
launcher,
it?
trying to stop. He hopefully Vard is down. They've got a bit of time. FaZe looking to try and third party. Effects causes some damage here. Pixel going for that reposition. That smoke trying to stop the peak from over the top. Example, it's going to be difficult. Twisted Minds down numbers. Can he dig deep?
Only 1 knock on foot. Only 1 player left on Twisted Minds. Example there. Batulin's stolen. That's unfortunate for them, but still can heal, can get in this zone. 3 damage per second. It's unfortunate. Beamy finds and confirms Nail Cup, and some fights are happening on the western side. Gaming Gladiators has crashed onto Eternal Fire here. This is a good spot to fight for. Grove Street looking to maybe third party or pull up. This could be huge. They could leap ahead of them here, Mark.
It's a hard call though, Martin. It is a hard call. Leapfrog, go for center zone, hold down, or go aggressive. It's the finals. Why not go aggressive? Grove Street have pulled up. Eternal Fire have to reposition. Here in the cars, come back in. The Mad trying to get an angle now. As there goes the nade. Cross pretty much pinpoint accurate. Does he get the damage? He doesn't. And Grove Street now looking to try and take the fight. This is huge for both Grove Street and GG, as they could potentially sandwich in Eternal Fire at the moment. But Gaming Gladiators need the reinforcements here. The Mad comes up towards the wall, but Seifu, he's going to put him down, looking for the confirm. And the Eternal Fire, well, they've got the first knock, unfortunately, on their side.
Great nade, 128 from Marco. Straight onto Seifu. Crossberg finds Voxes as well. Grove Street tried to be the third-party aggressor, but now they are falling apart. Not good for them. Gaming Gladiators, this is their time to pounce, but nope, they get third-party by Navi. Southern Circle as well. Now they have to get a going here, otherwise it's going to be rough for them. Karam finds Crossberg. Also shots coming in from the back. No, perfect third-party timing from Gaming Gladiators.
It's always going to happen from Gaming Gladiators. They got the relief, the pressure. Their foot on the gas pedal from Eternal Fire was completely lifted. They had to go for the defense here. Fortunately for Grove Street, despite getting the opening knock though, Eternal Fire showed their grit. And they're able to try and dig deep. A little bit further on the outside of the compound though is Navi. Esports though working their way down. Example store in, so Example versus Pixel remains in the blue. Zayty and T-Bone trying to find a position outside the zone, but now receiving huge amounts of pressure though. And that there is a knock. Confirmed, done, and another knock though. T-Bone will fall. Great hold though from the Navi boys.
Sam finds Pixelic here. Grove shoot down to just Karam. Can he do something here? Perfect third party from Gaming Gladiators. The top of the burger with the hand pressing down. And now Quetpa gets knocked as well from Dante. This is extremely well played by them here. Only 3 guys alive. 5 kills for them so far. And Eternal Fire is out in 10th here. And they find Karam. Oh, good shot. Connects as well. Really well executed. Nice third party here from FaZe onto Navi with this foot fight happening. Very unfortunate for Navi. They seemed like they had a lot of control in the north, but FaZe, they kind of swept in under them and pressured them out while they were fighting with foot. And FaZe remain in a good situation for them. 3 guys live on the high ground as well.
It's difficult though, very difficult. For me, it all seems to be third-party action. Every team trying to fight for an outside edge. Every team working in. Some have got the timings really, really well. A lot of the time here at the Martin, I'd say most of the team gets wiped. We see 3 maybe go, 1 remains, and the solos kind of get left. WLA on a solo, Esports with Vard on a solo.
You saw him.
Yeah, I hope so. I was about to say, he must have picked him up there, but he's already down. So again, now Navi trying to have to play out as a solo. FaZe have got so much control now. They've got the high ground. Can they pick apart these remaining solos? Great shots though. Gustav finds 1. Levante finds Vard. So Foot will fall in 8th place here. Navi plays peekaboo over the top. Gustav right in the middle. Flash will go on the outside. He's going to try and apply the pressure. Get some initial shots. That'll be enough to stop the push. But he has to get that repeat. He sees the second. Goes round on the other side. Fex really moving his way down. But it's going to be Fex that's going to end it up though. Navi going to fall in the 7th place. Additional placement point for them. But not much more for the team, the champions of Game 2.
Oh, Dante turns on Phil first. BB team seemed like they had a lot of control here, controlling this high ground, controlling the ridge that they were peeking upon Gaming Gladiators with. And they're down to just 2 players here. Has to go try to make something happen here. Phil first, trying to cross a little bit. It's first knock for him. He gets confirmed from Extens. Extens gets knocked from Fex as well. Down to just 1 player. Really good third-party timing from him. Nadusi finds Dante. That is Gaming Gladiators out in 6th place. FaZe with 3 alive. GK with 3 alive. Bashida with 1. We live again with 1. And now BB team with just Bestilosh and Nadusi. 2 veterans. Can they make more happen here? Does GK hold them out? It is Diffex and Spyro out on the western side holding control while Quizzy's in the compound just chomping on those drops that he's had for ages now. He must have 14 level 3 chests and helmets just waiting for him.
The reposition feels a bit of a redemption game here from BB. Kind of fell short though, game 1 and game 2. Doozy going for that reposition. GK They've been in the compounds after losing UBD very early on. So VP chased him down. He was the final player catching up with the squad. Now with only 10 players left alive, they're able to sort of move on out. But there's another solo. Meta Bay causing damage as Bushido finding another kill, driving them further up that leaderboard. They've got to try and salvage something, but that's good for BB. They'll be happy to see another one fall from Geeky. Might give them the opportunity, but they've got to make a decision. Both of the BB teams have really split here, and Best has no Vest Martin, but he might have the surprise attack.
He can. Oh, correctly turns on him. That's fantastic. Really well played here. Doozy also spotted out by Fex. SLR in hand. Doesn't look like he has too much attachment to that with the amount of jumps that comes on those, but still, this is huge. They can get this Western control on this ridge line here. This is exactly what they're hoping for. To maybe push back GK. Also, maybe spotted. Yeah, Bushido's also spotted. So Solos has been found here. Nice shots coming in from both of them there. Correction, obviously, with the knock. And now the last shot onto BBT. Now Bushido is spotted. They are aware, so they're going to be able to have this Western control. Potentially with a 3 versus 3 or 3 versus 2 fight with Geeky. The question is really, does Matt Negative, third party Geeky or FaZe Clan, who does he jump on? But does he just let them fight here? This is a really big circle with not that many players left alive, and it's really talking to not that much hard cover is available to much of the teams. There's just this high ground, this terrain to be fought for.
Yeah, and a lot of these teams are split. It's worth noting, though, if you keep the Welsh Dragon, which is Fex, alive, he died, remember, first for FaZe, both their early engagements. If you keep him alive, you find yourself in a top 4 position. Let's see if they can close it out. They all sweep in. The zone sweeps back their way.
Perfect.
But they do know there's a solo around here. So I like that they're kind of stacking up. They're looking for that exchange at the moment because they have the number advantage. On the other side of the zone, though, WLA kind of been left to their own devices. Was chasing in behind FaZe, was chasing in behind Esports and Twisted Minds, and all of them continued to move over towards the west. So nice hold here. I want to ensure that sort of FaZe don't go too far. You can actually see them. They are moving their way back now. So it's really good play from them. Not overextending, not over eager to take this final player, though, from Bushido.
They have so much information as well. They know that Geeky lost 1 or 2 players. They know that there's a solo here on the southern side. And now they have the circle. They have the high ground advantage. If they stay 3 guys strong here on the western side and just poke off everyone, eventually the other teams are going to get pressured so much towards each other that they're either going to fight or FaZe is going to have the information from the direction the shots are coming at. So really, really well played by backing off here, taking this high ground control. And now they're just clearing just to be sure this shack here. They want to make sure nobody's in there. And that's exactly what you got to do. Now they have the entirety of the west controlled. Fully aware of Bushido as well. Metabay goes down in 4th. And now they can just play their game and wait for the circle to come to them here.
You have to wait for the circle to sort of come to them now. It's a 3 versus 2 versus 1. Don't forget, Geeky's had a set of drops land on top of them. Looks like Quizzy is launching the barrage of util that they've kind of salvaged from the area. I think it's a little bit too close. As, they're falling out in the depths of the blue. Maybe just striking fear into FaZe, or maybe repositioning FaZe to come look down towards the compound where it all came from. Really still like the position. I loved, you know what, the control from FaZe. You've seen him.
Sure, I mean, Geeky knows where Relive Again is. But, wow. Nice shots.
Wow.
4x SLR straight to the helmet. You saw the amount of blood splatter coming off from that, probably. And then, surely, he's aware damage has been done. Has to heal Diffix down to just half. Looks like he's just bandaging at this point here. No more first aids might be available. Has spotted Matt Negative as well. Another headshot, boink. And now we're down to a potential FaZe Clan win here. If they can close this 3 versus 2 out on Geeky, they have the terrain advantage. They have everything in their hand here. James lost early. You can call the shots, give information to them. 3 nades available, 2 on Gustav. Can go back to back in this. Corexy trying to get this western control here. Or northeast control, actually. It is not looking towards them.
It is. We have to try and now hold out. So FaZe still got the numbers, but a duo can just cause as much damage if they use the train to their advantage. Quizzy just shuffling his way over. Diffix, though, a bit further in towards that zone. And you got to remember, again, that's a great example. They had the drops land on the compound, so they're going to have the better helmets, potentially, the better vest. We've already seen a FAMAS. It has a short clip, but we know it packs a punch. So if FaZe want to take on, they need to gain the information. But the advantage FaZe have here, Martin, for me, is they could potentially stack up and try and take one out. But they got to ensure they don't suffer heavy blows. Yes, maybe one, but definitely not a two if they try and push over towards a Diffix or if they try and take on a Quizzy.
Problem is the terrain in between them. No hard cover, no rocks, no trees. Even though there's a FAMAS in hand for Diffix, he does have a little bit of a ridge line, but it looks like Correx is only fully aware of the terrain, how it kind of works out for them, and the potential angle that could be taken. They saw them, or at least one drive over there, so they're aware that there's a player on this side here, on this northeastern angle. I'm not just sure yet, but still, they have a closer spot to the dot. They have the hard cover. Everything is in their advantage. Look at that. There's no helmet in that beautiful
Maybe
hair,
no helmet then. Maybe not even able to claim the helmet.
It looks like it with that hair though on that character. It looks like there's a bike helmet or something on that. But yeah, 9 kills here in FaZe. Could make it 10 or 11. And a potential 10 point for the chicken dinner. That puts them well into the 20s here. That's great. Might even go deeper. Let's see what they can make of it. Can they get both of them, or are they going to deny if they lose one? That's really what they're looking at here for sure. Look at this. So aware of this angle here, Mark. They need to lock this down.
Love the hold. I do love the hold from the guys. And this shows the discipline from this team, right? Yes, they're not the global partner. Yes, they're the regional partner. There's a drive for them
I like that.
at the moment. Great smoke denial of information from Quizzy, thinking on his feet. Correxy holding the outside edge of blue. We are phase number 9. We are game number 3 of the grand finals here. And FaZe looking to try hold out Geeky as they move in. Diffix slowly crawling his way in. Here comes potential blue zone. They've spotted Quizzy. Double nade goes through. Nade will go back from Quizzy. Here comes the third. That's the util dump going back that way. A lot of the heavy utils already been used. But look at this. Correctly store holds. He store waits. But no, Diffix exchanges. He goes down 2 versus 2. They've got to get him out quick.
Quizzy finds Vex as well with a headshot as well. Insane from Geeky. Diffix turns up, gets knocked. 1 versus 1. Gustav versus Quizzy. Can he make it happen? Quizzy has to reload Gustav here. 22 bullets left only. Quizzy down to just 1 HP. He turns, he makes it happen with just 2 HP here. FaZe Clan takes it home. 11 kills.
Look at the celebration from FaZe. They're ecstatic as they bag out 11 kills, 21 points. It is a good game from them, a good hold. As I said before, actually Vex fell both games early. You keep him alive in the end game and you're going to find yourself a winner chicken dinner. Great game from FaZe. And actually, arguably, I'm going to give a bit of shout out for Geeky. Digging out from a 2 there. That was strong.
Yeah, that was super close for them. That is a chicken dinner for FaZe Clan. We're going to go back to Sam at the desk with PUBG's Gimli and Frodo.
Wait, Sam, which one of them are you? I'm confused now.
I'm nothing. Avengers didn't take a swing at me. Kylaris is Gimli and Toby is Frodo.
Yeah.
Anyway, FaZe just won. That's actually what's more important than this, because it was that chicken dinner is cold. The revenge, Kylaris, was there. It happened. You were so excited. Walk me through it. How did Gustav do it?
I was so excited because I was saying, imagine if it boils down to Gustav and Quizzy again, and then it did, and then Gustav manages to win it. He's not stabbed behind a tree, he's not getting mollied. Brilliant stuff. And I think that FaZe, this whole game, playing some brilliant edge play with only 3 alive for a good portion of that, and then being able to take out guys like Diffx there with that FAMAS, that can always get a little bit tricky, and then the 1v1. I am absolutely pumped to see this victory go down.
Just remember that 1v1. Of course, we saw a very similar 1v1 in the group stages, but unfortunately, Gustav went down. And he actually said in an interview with us on the desk about how he was upset that he didn't get it. So he'll be very happy with that. Overall, though, Frodo from Timu, what did you think of Tego?
I first of all like to think that I'm taller than Frodo. So
I thought that too.
if I could be Aragon, I'm happy. I'll gladly take that one. He is also Danish, so I take that as a win. Thank you, Martin, for the compliment in hindsight. But having said that, I do think it was a tricky game, this one. It's always going to be tough when effectively everyone was forced to abandon vehicles in phase 3. You have a field on one side, a field on the other, and then a spine like of a hillside that kind of goes right through the middle. No one wants to commit to it. Everyone is just sat back in the blue on the edge of the circle waiting to be forced to go, hoping that eventually the circle will shift elsewhere. But in the end, we end up pretty much, on the top of the hill, as you can see here. Everyone was hoping it's going to jump either south or north, but it ends up right in the middle, and all the teams that kind of hesitated just ended up having an impossible time trying to rotate in. So as James is saying, incredible play by FaZe to make it this far into the game, taking only one casualty, and then of course to bring it home here in the end. Oh, he ran out of ammo too. He's down to 2 bullets. That's what happened. They were both low on ammo. I didn't see Quiz's ammo. He literally didn't have a bullet left.
Yeah, we didn't see from that POV. Only Gustav's, but that was so close, so down to the wire. Wow.
So down to the wire, so close, and now FaZe Clan claims 21 points. Interesting as we hit the halfway mark on day number 1, Kylaris, we've kind of seen the typical names taking those wins, right? The Na'Vi, Foot, FaZe. It feels like the experience and that talent and those favorites are dominating this lobby.
The big dogs are out to play, and they're giving a slap around to a lot of these teams that have come through from the last chance. Oh, you had a good last chance, did you? Well, bang, down, get down. We are going to be able to dominate this. 21 points for FaZe is good stuff. Admittedly, they didn't have the easiest of time in their first 2 games on Miramar, but this 21 points will shore up their defenses towards the top. And again, it's an edge play style where I would argue it's the hardest one to make work in a lobby like this, when you constantly have to roll from fight to fight to fight against big dog after big dog. So good to see them now jump into second place.
Jumping to second place, there are the points that you can see so far halfway through day number 1. Na'Vi has consistently been finding themselves towards the end of these games, Toby, which has allowed them to push ahead.
Yeah.
But FaZe, Foot, BB Team, Gaming, Gladiators, even Bushido's in the mix, all these big favorites, it is still very close.
Definitely, and this last game showcased exactly that. It's very rare, if not near never, that we have a game with nobody getting 0 points. It started at 1 with Grove Street and then up the way it went, but it goes to show how evened out that previous game was. No one was really at a big advantage outside of the select few teams there in the end of it, and I think this leaderboard, kind of showcases that as well. There's no big jump down in points. Obviously, it's only 3 games in, but still, there's no one who's been massively able to separate themselves outside of Na'Vi, and then down at the bottom, it's still pretty even race up.
And Twisted Minds obviously sitting on the other side of the leaderboard. But Carlos, I don't normally worry too much about them. I find day 1 is always a little bit slow for Batulans in the gang. Are you worried about them?
Not yet. However, if the next 3 games do come along and then we're still not getting any placement points on the board, then it does start to get worrying, because the top teams at the top are suddenly 30, 40 points ahead of where you need to be. And then it does get a bit dicey going into the next days.
It's now time for our Fellowship of the Ring to embark on a new journey. They're going to head on over to Rondo and start casting. Avenger and Mark will be back on the desk. But first, the most important thing that you have to pay attention to, if you've been watching this whole event over the last few weeks, you'll know you've all been waiting for this, the finale of the game show. It's time to see who wins.
All right, welcome back for one last episode of PEC Spring, the game show. We have one more chance for all of these players to be able to get themselves as many points as possible. And you two at home can try and rack up some points, as you can drop the answer in the chat and see if you can compete. At the moment, we have T-Bone sat on 4 points. We have Marcelex sat on 6 points, and still at the top, 2 episodes in a row, it's Ibby with 7 points. All right, let's get to question number 11 then. In the PEC Fall 2024 Grand Finals, which team had the most top 4 finishes? All right, let's get to the answer for question 11. It was Foot with 7 top 4 finishes. T-Bone, what was your answer?
Right, I don't even want to say my answer because I read the question totally wrong, okay?
All right, let's move on to Marcelek quickly and see what he went for.
I went for Twisted Minds.
Ibby, then, what did you go for?
I also went for Twisted Mind, so it's completely wrong. So.
Let's move on to question 12. How much health does the first tick give you when you are using the adrenaline syringe? Well, let's reveal the answer. Oh, I'm wrong. Let's go to T-Bone first and see what he went for answer-wise.
I went for 8.
Marcelek, what did you go for?
I went for 10, so unfortunate.
Okay. All right. And Ibby, finally.
I mean, me and Marcelek are on the same page, so I'm 10 as well.
All right, let's move on to the next question. What's the shortest range you can set a mortar to? All right, time is up. Let's reveal the answer. 121 meters. So, T-Bone, what did you go for?
I went for 127.
Marcelek, where did you go?
I changed it from 100 to 75, so I'm completely off.
Ibby, what did you put?
I put 50.
Question 14. Where was PGC 2021 held? All right, let's reveal the answer. It is South Korea, of course. What did you write down, T-Bone?
I put Paradise City Hotel, Korea, Incheon. So.
Great job, T-Bone. Marcelek, how about yourself?
I put down Korea, but I thought it was in Seoul, so I got the city wrong.
Ibby, what did you go for?
I also went for South Korea and Incheon.
Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots fired here by our contestants. All right, question number 15, and this is for all the marbles. In fact, we're going to up the stakes even more. It is going to be for 5 points. Question number 15. Which DMR does Toby think is great, but he is 100% wrong about? Time to reveal the answer. The answer is the SKS. All right, T-Bone, let's hear your answer for this one.
SKS. Got it.
Marcelek, what did you go for?
I also went for SKS.
What did you go for, AB?
Yeah, SKS.
Oh, it's a trio. Everybody knows. All right, here's the final tally of the points for the game show. We have T-Bone at 11 points. We have Marcelek on 12 points. And of course, the champion, not only for this episode, but 3 episodes in a row. It's Ibby coming in with 14 points. Do you have any words, our champion?
Not really. I got lucky. GG's, guys.
All right. Well, thank you very much, boys, for joining me here for the game show. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you for taking your time to answer all the questions. And maybe you guys in chat got some of those right as well. That does it for us here. Let's get back to the games for PEC Spring.
Enemy spotted. Oh no.
Okay.
Hold up.
My.
Mi bomba.
Eight years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
We're halfway through the first day of the PUBG EMEA Championship. It's grand finals weekend, and we've done a quick switcheroo. Mark and Avenger now joining me on the desk. Let's get your thoughts real quick. I know you've been commentating on the games, but so far, Mark, what are you thinking about day one of the grand finals?
It has been good. So obviously we've got each team. 30 Sports, great first game. VPB disappointed to get through. FaZe going out early. FaZe came back game number 3. A little bit of a round robin, but it is the big names putting in the big points at the moment. I think we're only missing a Twisted Mind victory.
And for you, Avenger, Mark mentioning that Twisted Minds victory, I mean, I kind of posed this to Toby and Carlaris before the break. Are you worried about the fact that they haven't really got on the points board yet? I'm kind of feeling like, I was about to say, we got a good few days. We're safe.
Yeah, especially when it's a 3-day situation, right? So I'm not too worried for them, but still, if we get these big teams started all with Foot, Na'Vi, FaZe winning these games here, if they get a really strong start, it could be hard for them to really catch up. But honestly, for me, like, they're a GPT team. I'm expecting Twisted Minds to go through to PGC from the PGS system. I think they are themselves as well. So maybe this is just practice for them. Maybe this is just a setup for them, though. But I'm not sure. Mark, we are live, though, with Rondo in your favorite area of Jadina City. What do you think, Mark?
Oh, I thought you were going to introduce it properly. It's a southeast up towards the north, pushing towards that northwest. Yeah, Jaden City. I'd love to see an ending there. Look, the logic is never going to happen, but I just would like the zone to push back there. The craziness that could unfold. I do like this flight path. Why? Because a lot of the teams are going to get that sort of primary spots, though, and we are going to see that Twisted Minds and Na'Vi being neighbours. How nice are they going to be? We've recently seen them, especially in scrims coming up towards this, fighting for the car as well. So, no holds barred just yet, Martin.
No, and this circle here, it really opens up the door for a lot of stuff, but still that really deep, fast southwest is not really setting it up much here. A little bit too close here. Twisted Minds and Na'Vi still actually contesting the same car here, so I think we might better pass it over to the guys if we get some early shots coming in here. Carlaris, Toby, take away the last 3 games here for the first day of the grand finals.
Thank you so much, Martin. I will do my best as we get James back in the race in just a moment. It's the circle pups. Oh, wow. Back towards the east once again. We saw it in the last chance where it did end up go just on the eastern side of Mehran. And maybe, just maybe, we'll see it here as well. As I mean, again, back to this hot drop with Na'Vi and Twisted Minds. We've seen it take place so many times. And I like to think that they've gotten better at kind of avoiding each other early on. And the way we can see it here is, I mean, let alone the fact that they have Soset already far out towards the east tells me that Na'Vi is not interested in taking this fight. Also, to add to it, of course, the circle having just shifted hard towards the east, there's simply too much to fight for. You're a Na'Vi that are not guaranteed a PGS slot, going up against a team that is most definitely guaranteed a PGS slot. And when you now get the circle in your favor, there really isn't a whole lot to fight for trying to take on Twisted Minds here. Yes, you can try and force them further west, but they too haven't really made any signs to try and find you. So instead, share the loot, see what you can get from there, and get going afterwards. In the meantime, towards the north is, well, hello, my bad, alongside a teammate from Winadai, trying to make their way to the compounds early on. Makes good sense, considering the fact that they have space here. And I believe that now might be joined by... Well, are we tri-casting this thing? Down with me yet. Okay, it's fair enough. I'll get excited when I'm joined by the analyst desk / casters / men in suits, whatever they want to call themselves. They'll be joining me any moment now. As Lou, again, I mean, just getting looted on up should be all right to go.
Hey. We're here.
Hey, boys.
We've been dragged down.
How are you doing?
Welcome, Toby. We didn't want to leave you on your own.
Oh, that's what it was.
And it's more because it's Rondo. Me and Mike were discussing. We wanted to infiltrate our way back in as these teams now starting to shift their way in on zone. I like the early rotations from a few. I love that 30 Sports going early away from their drop spot. They might actually catch some of these other teams working their way around, Toby.
Definitely could. Definitely could. 8C, the spearhead of the operation as it sits right now. And, I mean, with Pixel still being, what, a kilometer behind, I don't think they're in a hurry to claim, or at least in a hurry to try and take fights with anyone here, knowing how split they currently are. But to try and see if we can get some good standard real estate, because honestly, in this area, Martin, if you're here as well, I mean, you can probably agree with me when saying there really isn't a whole lot to try and take.
No, I completely agree here. Honestly, in this area overall, like... And again, that's the case for Rondo, right? Such a big map. you don't want to fight this early on here. You want to get as much information as you can. You want to log in, but this eastern area here is difficult. It's rare to see, and it's very predictable with how the terrain works out and how the rivers are coming in. So the teams are really kind of smashing up towards the middle, kind of expecting good shots though, potentially coming in here from the boom. Pixelation already is turning onto Grove Street here. We could really be starting a fight this early on here, but as I was saying, we're going to see a lot of teams kind of congested towards the center of this zone here because we have water on the western side and we have this non-playable on the eastern side here. So all of the compounds should be locked in early on.
Exactly. And you see it right there as well, the race for the handful of compounds that are available. Keep in mind that we only have, 6 teams currently inside the circle. The remaining 10, as we get a little bit of a flip along the shoreline, very swiftly done by Metabay. We still have 10 teams that have yet to make their way in. Up towards the north, you have Don't Panic and Bashiro. They could be running into each other. And then towards the south, there's a bit more space to maneuver. But where do you go? I mean, especially if you're coming from the south here, where do you go from here?
It's difficult. It is difficult. I think a lot of teams taking the early compounds, right, Toby? So it's about trying to get their position, trying to lock it down, especially as we go over halfway now. It's ensure you close this day out pretty strong. You want to try and maximize the points. RB phase. Esports BB, BB struggling to get into his late games, doing well on the old kill points at the moment. So interesting to see where these remaining teams. Na'Vi, well, they whistled a few shots past our Eternal Fire team. They've got to keep on going forward though, Martin. This surely is going to be about getting themselves into town, lock down and pray the zone comes back to you. Yeah,
you really got to hope for that, obviously. And all the teams, I mean, in another situation where you have all these teams on the western side, like if you're this early, is it really worth fighting for prime location, right? Because a lot of teams are struggling to get in. If you could just hunker down as a 4-man, lock something down, and just peacock your way through it, it could be massive. Because obviously, there's not a lot of teams that's going to be inside this early on. Though Eternal Fire are going to be really pushing on throughout this. So I would say here with DK, peacocking, just trying to get some information. Now, Foot on the other side here, Toby, also locked in a 2-2 split.
It's gonna, that's what I was just gonna say. It's gonna be interesting to see how GK are opting to try and disengage from this, because obviously they have teammates further towards the east of Mehran, which is arguably right now the better place to be. So I think for Divx right now, first thing is get over to your teammate, and then together rotate further towards the east, because Quizzy and his teammate over in the east side compound are fully aware as well that Exhalation just pulled up towards their south. So they too want to have their teammates nearby. So now it's about them trying to see if they can get out of here. In the meantime, everyone else trying to make their way on into the circles. We talked about it just before, the potential of teams running into one another. This was yet another one with Don't Panic and the Myth of running side by side.
Yeah, running side by side at the moment. Strong position. I kind of like what we've seen with Don't Panic at the moment. We've definitely come back into the grand finals really, really strong. Nice position on that north side. Further up, well, they'll make their way solidly in towards zone. Gaming Gladiators, getting really eager, I think, Toby, to sort of get a win underneath their belt and sort of secure their spot higher up this table.
And they just got Giga EMP'd as hard northeast as you could possibly go. We'll see if Gaming Gladiators do have to put a pause in their rotation if they're going to be all right. As a matter, I mean, you know what? That EMP might play perfectly into Don't Panic, because I didn't even realize before we saw it right now with where Sheila and Myth of ran into each other. Martin, Sheila is still like he's half a map away from his teammates. I don't know if he got EMP'd earlier or if he just got held back on his rotation when Gaming Gladiators came by. But he is very far from his teammates, and so hopefully Don't Panic will get a chance to regroup before Gaming Gladiators come to them.
They do. They actually find themselves just outside that EMP. As I pick Martin at the moment. Most of them are there. I think worried about Sheila. Sort of driving the spearhead from the sky. He's going to be able to farm quite a bit of information here, as they do overlook, obviously, the compounds, trying to figure out exactly where these positions and where and how much of the zone they can take off, Toby. But for now, I feel like it's a trickle effect. We've got one team at a time kind of finding their way in towards the zone. That only means this kind of mid to late game is going to be explosive.
It's always going to depend on how much space do the teams in front of you give you to try and get inside the circle. And in this case, it's actually been, the teams have been very kind to one another, at least the ones playing from the middle. But of course, when we have 3 teams, maybe even 4, playing within the center square kilometer, it's always going to make for more buffer space for the teams around them. And now for the last stragglers out on the edge, it's going to be onto them to try and make more space for themselves as well. Here is Bushido. Again, hearing the vehicles from Don't Panic. But Don't Panic, I mean, they can't really disengage too far to the north because that's where Gaming Gladiators are. And behind them comes Mythup as well.
I really like Bushido's 2-2 split. I know they're on the east side. I know we've got a lot of unplayable, very much out on that east. But at the moment, they're keeping teams like Don't Panic at bay. That's going to potentially force them into a fight with Gaming Gladiators as they sort of rotate their way in. I would just like to see a bit more decisive action, especially from a team like Don't Panic. We saw that Miramar felt for me, Toby, especially where Sheila came off the high ground there. They could have stayed there, but it just felt and maybe sounded like it was just disorganized. Going in.
I think in this particular case for Don't Panic, it's more a case of we know that from the north is where the majority of teams are going to be coming in from, given the plane path and how this circle went. And it's simply too dangerous at this point in the game to try and take fights out here. We know we're going to play with our backs to the open. We're fighting teams in compounds. Like, if we're going to try and take a fight to them now, especially seeing this next circle, it's simply not going to be worth it. So now let's see. I mean, honestly, look at the water marked down towards the southwest here. We're limiting so much rotation opportunity for these teams to try and make their way into the circle. So effectively, every single team that are currently outside circle is going to have to try and cram their way in through the north.
Yep, and it's going to be a very focal point on the north is EK sprays some shots to the York. Hello, my bad. Somehow gets by with the buggy. He'll continue to work his way down towards the south. So some of the middle section now, we do have some water, but obviously you can walk, you can store shooting it. So keep an eye on that because that will be a big factor. This could be a huge game. BB holding their compound, VP holding their compound, and a couple of teams like WLA, they're now potentially playing leapfrog with these teams as they dance around the outside edge of the zone.
And that's the most important thing right now for BB, for Virtus Pro as well. You have to maintain full control. So Levante says goodbye to the skies, coming back down to earth with the rest of us. And yeah, I mean, for BB, they have one of the, at least for now, prime locations down towards the south. Because again, the north is going to be so incredibly jam-packed with teams. You see out towards the east side, 4 teams trying to rotate around, and really only face towards the west. In the meantime, towards the east side, you cannot avoid having teams running into each other like we're seeing here. Bushido, easy pickings for them to take down Levante.
How did he just roll up and just get the free kill? It is difficult. I think there was too much food, too many options on the plate for him to shoot at. Unfortunately, will fall. The Myth-Offs, well, they're coming in between multiple of these teams. Obviously, they are taking a couple of shits. It comes through on the other side, but the shots don't quite connect just at the moment. Got to remember, they do also have a glider above. BP, on the other hand, holding. It has been a bit more quiet on this west.
Yeah, the fact that Lucarux is playing with AR in hand tells me that he is well aware that Hagatoro is just on the other side. He was shooting just before. And well, Lucarux is, not only is he alone, but all of his teammates are in the compound down below with the heart. Like, they can't really assist him if anything happens up high. But you can see how they were shooting right now, Virtus Pro. They're trying to bait Na'Vi to peek over so that Lucarux can maybe get a knock. So look at the kill feed. People to try and see if maybe that trap was sprung successfully. In the meantime, the Myth-Off continuing their eastbound rotation. All of it just here in the frame as well as they come. The cavalry comes rolling down towards the south.
It feels a little bit more than cavalry. The gliders in the sky. Obert knew its fate, and it was turn and run. The Myth-Offs, well, continue to push forward. WLA a little bit more split though. The boys will continue to try and farm the information. I feel like it's a bit scrappy because we've not had many zones come so far down towards the southeast. Hobart, even to the point, not going for the reload.
I mean, Myth-Off is hunting right now. It's very odd to me. They're effectively wolves trying to isolate anybody from the rest of his team, and so far it's working. He might be able to thread the needle, though, and get back towards his teammates. You can see it here. They're all chasing him.
He's gone.
And right now it's actually working against them. Finally, Hobart got his Dragon of Reload. It will get a knock onto Nedex as well and take him down. So the Myth-Off got a bit greedy on the hunt there. Ends up paying the price for it now. Circle centering up towards the water, towards the unplayables. And well, if you're Grove Street here, you have a decision to make. Do you fortify on Karam? Because if you want to, you gotta do it right now.
They will have to do it right now. They're still not moving just yet. They're holding a huge 2-2 split. That could be the downside. GG. Oh, his own shift going across. Getting rid of that water in the southwest corner. They are going as quick as they can to hold the base of that mountain. GK, up way round. I feel like the split for grocery. This is where they've got to kind of puff out and hold their own, really. But it's going to be difficult. It won't be long before teams get slightly desperate. Toby and go, hold on. There's only 2 sets of shots coming from this compound.
Yeah. You definitely want to pop a fish, as hard as you can. A Spiro rocking up with a stun gun in hand. We'll see if he's going to put it to use. But you can only drive around between compounds for so long here. But as you can see, everyone is shooting at these teams in rotation. And it's a matter of time where either, A, you're going to get shot out of the car, or, as you can see here, your vehicle is going to be blown up. And all of a sudden, you found yourself out in the middle of the open. In the meantime, fights taking place elsewhere. That's back towards the edges. GK just cannot find a place to call their own. We live again, getting more points off of this situation as well now. And we live again, I mean, despite being caught kind of in a weird split position, have actually been able to reset pretty successfully. They're trying to force teams off their side of the circle so that they have more space to play from come the next couple of ones. And so far, well, it's working for them. They only really have the myth up to worry about.
They do. Only have the myth off to worry about at the moment. GK having reinforcements to pick a friend up. Unfortunately for them, there's that second car gone.
Oh, no.
And they are in the open terrain. There goes one. Spyro looking to piece together the second. And no, it comes from the other side. Double shots will come through. Another 2 points down and confirmed up. Grove Street victory from their 2-2 hold. And James, well, he's given up with the skies. I'll see you later. Let's get on out of here and tie back up with the boys.
Yeah, yet another glider abandoned. It might have flown all the way over to Moldog. We'll see if he helps to pick it up and say thanks for the airplane. But in the meantime now, down towards the south is, I mean, face out in the open. BP team sat safely inside the compound. And this next circle, I mean, we're expecting it to go south-southeast, obviously, with the unplayable and the water towards the north. But having said that, we also have from time to time seen, and in very recent tournaments, seen some of these circles go all over the place. I think Shield might have run over to get a gas can because he was flying for quite a while. Now he's back in the air once more. He might actually be able to time this incredibly well for his team, who's currently sat far towards the northeast, waiting for a circle to shift their way. But with where water and unplayables are, it's highly unlikely that's going to happen.
Just screams out to Rondo glider, doesn't it? Just kind of feels like it's the meta.
Yeah.
Every team seems to find a glider. She'd even gone out to the blue to refuel, and he needed it. Well, the zone shifts on down towards the southwest, down towards VP and BB, as they will now hold. Grove Street should collapse that 2-2 split. They're getting the cars. That's the right play for them. That's going to give a bit of freedom on the north and allowing a bit of space. But there are so many teams now hunting for areas just on the outside edge.
Yeah, it's going to be the race between all the teams scouting, trying to get this position off of them. In the meantime, now Winner Die, just layers left alive. Not going to be enough to try and fortify here. Of course, it's still far outside the circle, so not really a whole lot gained by getting this compound. But having said that, don't panic. They know that they need to fight compound to compound, or open field to open field, really, to try and make their way inside this next couple of circles. And the same thing happening here down towards the south. It's Na'Vi versus Eternal Fire.
That was a good shot from T-Bar. That's like some distance as well. You got that final confirm. So they do fall. Push on over. There's a confirm for them. And the first kill on the board. So far, you kind of like whack-a-mole at the moment. It's your peak got up and over from Ferris. You find another one. We'll talk about whack-a-mole, the nades. The first one goes on the outside, second one goes through, third one goes in and out the other door as they can't quite get the connection. Twisted Minds will hold out. Lou's going to try and use some other util, but no, T-Bone and Vard, great explosive nades. 2 remain here from the team for Twisted Minds.
Always makes matters a bit easier when you have 1,000 pieces of util available, as they effectively light ablaze the entire building. And now, Twisted Minds down to just the one Vard, able to dodge the nade. T-Bone taking a bit of damage with it, but Perfectix now find himself all by himself, as he will get shot in the back. As a matter of fact, it's going to be CC, as Don't Panic pulling up in this position too.
Yeah, third party, they take advantage of this one though. They've lost 2. Sheila Global Army are the 2 remaining. Fortunately for Eternal Fire, they are going to fall. Esports though on a much wider split. Pixel further afield. And down to the final player here. You've got a due question though from Foot. If they had the final players, Pixel was in the compound. It could have been in, but Pixel does Pixel things. He launches though. Oh, it falls just short, Toby. It was so close. It was nearly ensured destruction for all these teams.
I didn't see exactly how the top went down with this, but I mean, with how early T-Bone left to go down and join VOD, I'm very surprised that Pixel didn't go down to assist them earlier, but I think he heard the vehicles from Don't Panic and thought that he couldn't get into his own car because they're just, I mean, you know, drive by and take him out. So very late on arrival there, maybe suppressed by the opposing team, but in the end, it's going to be Don't Panic to stay alive, and now most likely also Don't Panic to be taken out. But this is where we get those very even matches. Like when we get finished up with this game, when you guys look at the leaderboard on the desk, it's going to be where you see most likely no one with 1 trillion kills, because all the teams that fought early game are either already eliminated or down to 1 or 2 players.
I think you're right. I can agree more. There's that zone shift back up. I find like those pillars really attract those sort of early zones. Pin, well, showing Pixel how it's done. And Global Army will be the final player, but he'll fall. And placement points just yet. It's that ensured destruction though, isn't it? Everyone trying to fight for area. Everyone trying to fight for train, Toby. And the zone, well, he's just doing PUBG things as it bounces its way back up to the north.
It really has been tough in this entire tournament of PC. It's been some ruthless phase 5 shifts that we've been seeing. There's now with this one shifting north, BB team phase, VP and Na'Vi. All teams currently vying for top positions, trying to see how they maximize their potential in this matchup phase. I mean, don't take too long to think. Just we gotta go. We gotta make some space for ourselves before everyone else comes to join the party. We know there's a wounded Gaming Gladiators team on that southwest side. Maybe if we can dislodge them now, we can fend off against other teams around them. But you can see even they are forced to play with just a Rich, their cast, and a single rock for cover.
Lucky though for Mad. He's gonna hold as best he can. Doozy. He's just trying to figure out. I would have known a team's been here. Trying to find how they can breach their way into the compound. Trying to hold the anchor on the other side of things though. Gaming Gladiators will pick another point out from Na'Vi. It's 2 on the board though for them. WLA, oh, they're going to fall as well. Kind of, it's going to be explosive action. VP, FaZe, Na'Vi, GG, Grove Street, and add a little sprinkle of BB. Talk about it's highly dense in the southwest corner.
It ain't easy, and once the fight between Grove Street and BB on the south side comes to an end, you can for sure, I mean, you can be sure that these teams will start looking in this direction too. Gaming Gladiators were down to just 2, but even despite that, I mean, Extens and Dante are making, oh, sorry, they're 3. They're making the most of what little space they have to maneuver with. In the meantime, FaZe, again, just trying to, that's why they came up to this position so early. They knew that if VP gets this spot, they can hold out FaZe easily. FaZe wants that position for themselves, a chance to hold out VP. So them playing it slow means they're most likely going to fall because of it. VP can try and rotate north, but then you have open fields. Like maybe you pull up on Exhalation hard north, but they don't have the vision on that, so this is going to be a blind stand.
They have to blind stand, Toby. They have to blind stand. They dealt with Na'Vi. Now they're going to try and deal with the zone. They have to go for a full send here. Pin falls. Nixie and Beamy. The boom. He's going to be going down and out. That is a huge full send. They expose the Exhalation. It is insane.
Brave play. And Brave play rewarded this time around. FaZe as well, finally able to take out Gaming Gladiators. That'll make a bit of space for them, as FaZe now gets a chance to decide where do they want to engage. Do they, once they start seeing the kill feed pop off between these two teams, they want to look back towards the south. If they can take out whatever is going to be the straggling team here, they can have a lot of space to maneuver. As a doozy tries to swing around in phase 6. Dozman should get the knock on Stayfu. Field first able to fight one as well. It's just down to a doozy and Moldog now though, but as I say that, more damage comes through. Phil first out, Bestadog proning back towards his teammates, and Wazo trying to fend off.
Well, he's got the MG in hand, but it's not going to be enough. BB found the entry point they wanted. I think they suffered the losses, though. With only 2 remain. FaZe Clan looking to collapse in on this one, though. They know they're bleeding. They know they're in danger, and they'll be eager to try and get rid of BB as quick as they can. The U2 dump will go through. Gustav, though, looking to cook the nade. There goes the first nade. There goes Blue Zone nade, and Gustav just trying to figure out exactly where a doozy is. But Toby, he has to sneak out the back here, and he's going to have to try and hold the angle.
Yeah, it's, I mean, honestly, the situation couldn't be much better for FaZe. I mean, they come in here, find themselves up against the wounded BB, of course. They have to commit to really get them out of here, but they already have the inside of the circle. They could effectively wrap north around them. They have a bit of a rich line, meaning that no one can really third party. Now, yep, Gustav saw Moldog down on the wall. Damage done. Not enough to get the knock, at least not yet, but now they have the full intel, and at least one of the players should be very doable to pinpoint nades. Indeed, it will be. Correxy has to get out before the blue zone gets him. Able to do so as well.
Oh, he had to do so.
Oh, he's then seen.
Oh, Fex falls. Great shots from a doozy. They've got to be careful here. The zone is not going to help keep Fex up. 6 teams remain. Here's the clear. James gets not just 1, but 2. Now they've got to put Fex over the shoulder. They got freedom now. They've fought hard phase for the south side, and they timed it really, really well. Back on the other side of things, though, VP, who crashed into the north, they exposed the Exhalation 2-2 split. They now go full send on their way back towards Ibby, and Sonic were just a little bit too late to try and catch the VP team retreating back to zone.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I like Salik shooting when he did. He had a chance to go at him earlier. Now, I mean, exactly, you give the info across the entire opposing team that you're in this position, and now with him being knocked and Sancho actually being inside the circle, you're done for. Like, there's nothing they can do to try and get you up. In the meantime, Bushido, they've been able to prone out here in the middle for a while, but now the opposing teams are coming that much closer to them. So they're going to have to try and see if they can fend off the myth of coming in from that eastern side, playing it very slowly all the way up till this point, but trying to encroach through this field now might just be too much for them to handle.
Might just be too much, but this is Rondo. Open terrain, Toby. Huge nade comes in. Justice will fall. Unfortunately, that smoke for Bushido has a limited amount of time as it does eventually start to dissipate.
Yeah, some big knocks coming through here. Nixie able to find Fex. This fight between FaZe and Virtus Pro could be the battle between the victor of this game, depending on how they're able to respond to this mid-up. Trying to get the res up, but also trying to reposition. Oh, does spot him down below, but just crept over the red shine a bit too soon. So couldn't quite get the angle, but they know exactly where they have him. They should be able to get this res. I say that, but no! Okay, they're committing to this.
Well, I think they have to. They have to now. There's another confirmed spot a little bit further afield. I think they've thrown one at a time. They should have stacked and gone. Bushido able to hold. They're in open terrain. They're in little bowls.
Yeah.
The Pico buses provide somewhat of cover. FaZe, well, they might try and sweep in from the south. They might continue to storm their way through. But I actually really, really like this end zone because it is so open terrain. You've got to think on your toes.
It is very difficult. All Justice can do is lay prone and go, bro, you forgot you came to rest me, not to pull up on Bushido, mate. Okay, I guess I'm dead. Never mind. So now it's up to Sparta, looking over his fallen team and go, yeah, you know what? This did not go as planned. So now we'll see what Sparta can do on his own. We know that the Spartans ain't ones for proning around to do nothing. They like to go out with a brawl. So we'll see if this one man can do what his 299 friends couldn't.
See what he can do at the moment. He's got a lot of information, though, Sparta, but he's only got one gun to try and deliver the Sparta's punch. For now, I think he needs to figure out which is the most dangerous. How does he get into zone? Well, and that's in front of him. Hang up. He's the guy that he needs to clear. I think he knows that as well. He doesn't need to overpeak. Yeah. He needs to let the zone do the damage. Great shot. Goes through the bus, but it's not going to be enough. 3 meds will soon be 2. The zone is ticking on now. Is gone. It ended.
Yep, nothing
Unfortunately,
more.
There's our top 4.
Nothing more you can do in that situation as FaZe now. With one player eliminated and pressure being alleviated on the other side of the circle, all they can really do still is play where they are. They haven't had a chance to loot a whole lot extra later down the line, so you can see 4 smokes between the 4 of them. 3 of them sat on the side of Fex. So not a whole lot they can do in terms of maneuvering around in the open terrain. And VP, the same thing. They're starting to deploy smokes now too, knowing that inside circle center, there really ain't a whole lot for them to try and fight for. So you have to use util. You have to try and see if you can somehow force your opponents towards, well, the other teams and force third-party opportunities for yourself. But no one, really, I mean, no one can move from where they're sat right now. Everyone is sat behind their tree or their rock or behind their smoke, waiting for the next and final circle to go towards them.
It is. Top 4. It's 4 versus 3 versus 3 versus 1. FaZe looking like they want to go back to back here. So just pretty much donuts up. VP be eager to get their first victory. U2 dump, well, comes from Bushido towards Exhalation, trying to deal the damage to the solo. Clear the north side. Sancho does need to get in. He's going to pop another smoke to buy some more time. But he's very, very dangerous here. He's got not much more training to work with. As he exposed himself on the other side, well, he's going to have FaZe and VP, let alone the U2's dump. The store coming in from Bushido.
I mean, the fact that so much of this util is being dedicated to the solo on this side of the circle is a bit surprising to me. But Bushido, of course, want to get rid of him. Issue is, if you take him down, what comes in his place? And that might just be all of Virtus Pro. But the solo and the the trio on the east side fighting one another. In the meantime, VP and FaZe eyeing one another with this circle closing in now. This fight should happen anytime soon as Bushido seems like they've lost track of him for a second, but wow, Gustav down. More util being lopped on over. Still plenty of nades available for Virtus Pro as more connect.
Yeah, there's lots of util, and there's a Beamy and a P90 from Ibby in hand. There's a nade, there's a confirm. They're looking trying to close out. Oh, great shots come through. Another one's gonna fall, and FaZe, despite having the numbers, they are gonna fall. Maybe the open terrain, it will favor the bodies that are lower down. VP with 10 kills at the moment, looking to control the zone. They've got the opening now to sweep their way through the south as it goes 3 versus 3, but Ibby's got the initial shots on.
Yep, now you got to start making the run forward. EB just saw them try and reposition. He has to make a play happen right now. They cannot allow for Bushido to take circle center because they just sprinted through the entire open middle of this map. They want to get up on the opposing side ridgeline, which they have now succeeded in doing, but I think EB has a pretty good inkling of exactly where all of his opponents are. They know that they have one player still playing from behind, and while they didn't see the other two, it should be pretty good intel of approximately where they are.
Love the Doritos. Now gonna fall down. It's gonna give Beamy additional cover. He does spot the first one. Iro is gonna fall. Beamy on 3 kills. He's got another one. Repeats for the second one. The final player from Bushido. They know exactly where he is.
Yeah,
the U2 is gonna start dumping their way through. Bushido has got a huge mountain to climb here, Toby.
There's absolutely nothing he can do at this point. He's getting naded now. The nades are only going to get closer. They also raining on it. And there you go. The final one goes to Beamy as well as VP net themselves a 13-kill chicken dinner. What a game. What a finish as the 4-man minus, well, I guess everyone minus James, hops in for what was a great game.
It was a great game, Toby. Mark, I'm jumping in as well because everyone was
You're the
keeping
host,
quiet.
Sam. You can do it. Yeah, all you.
I mean, I think that it was still your chance to close it up, but I don't like awkward silences, so here I am. I mean, it was fun, Toby. and it's fun having all 4 of us together. I miss our
we're here
little
with the ring
talk
bearer. I love it, especially with him in lead here.
I like
Okay,
it.
Toby,
I
go
like
away now. We want our desk
I'll
back.
leave. Okay, bye-bye.
We'll see you in a bit. Bye. Here we go. Let's converse about what we just saw happen because I've been waiting for VP Avenger. I've been waiting for them to pop up and say, look at us, and that's what they just did.
Yeah, what a fantastic game for them to, and a difficult game, right? We're talking about how difficult the terrain, how difficult everything was around them. They came out from the compound to control like they did. And yeah, Nixie, Beamy pop off and deliver like they did here. That's just next level. While I look like the man with the broadest shoulder here. I look fantastic. I think we go a little bit out here. Mark, what do you think?
We got this.
You put your jacket back on, Avenger. I noticed
Yeah, it was
that
cold now that I'm not screaming for 30 minutes straight, Sam. I'm freezing a little bit now. So yeah, it's good to have my jacket back on. Look a little bit dapper, as you say.
Mark was screaming for 30 minutes. We had a chance to see him here with Toby. What did you think about Rondo, Mark?
Look, I really like this map because it has a very variation of the type of ender zones, right? We saw this very open terrain. We've seen a couple end in the cities, etc. But I really like this one. Why? Because it played down towards that southeast corner. It obviously worked its way back, and it came down to actually who conquered the land quickly as they could. But it's worth knowing how many teams had gliders. Maybe didn't go for fuel, maybe just crash landed and couldn't get his way out there. I really like Rondo. It was explosive action, but it was open terrain.
So obviously now you've got the highlights on your screen, getting a chance to see all of the action that you may have missed when you were watching that. For you, Avenger, any standout moments that you found you had on this map?
Yeah, from the first circle all the way to the end. That was just what we love to see, right? Because especially here on a map that is so predictable, where we have so many endings around Bamboo, around the NEX factory, you have a circle where I would say maybe once or twice that these guys have played in a competitive setting in terms of ranked or scrims or something like that, or less. So like, it is such a curveball to throw against this team. That's also why we had these crazy endings, how everything is kind of working out as it is. And yeah, that was just mayhem. And then we end up in a an open terrain ending like this, where vehicles are so important, how you play around with the utility is so important. You just have domination from these guys, obviously. 6 kills from BB. No wonder he was the second highest fragger at PGC 2024. And I think Nixie with 5 kills, I think he was the 8th or 9th highest fragger in PGC last year. So obviously these guys have firepower, but did you see BB spray on his Orc? That was just next level. What a fantastic game to watch here.
Do you think that when you get these sort of crazy circles, Mark, it plays in the favor of teams like VP just because of the experience that's sitting on that roster?
I agree. And also, you got to remember the zone played back to them, and they moved towards the south, same as BB. So obviously they got half of a favour of zone, but when the zone shifted back away towards that north, yes, they didn't have the information. We saw them sort of push around quite aggressively towards that, back towards that pillar in the north side where Exhalation were on that 2-2 split, and that's where the experience comes in. They're able to deal with instant reactions, zone shift away. There's no real thought process for them. They know exactly where they're going, and then they conquered.
They did conquer. You're 100% right. You can see the match results on your screen right now. 23 points for VP. As we've noticed with the likes of Na'Vi, FaZe, and Foot, that 21, 22, 23 mark is going to push them right up the overall leaderboard. It's a great place to be on day one. You want to get as many points as possible. And here it is. This is what our overall leaderboard looks like right now. And you can see their VP. That pushed them right up into the top spot, Avenger.
Yeah, this is huge for them. Obviously, 42 points is massive, but still, they're building on the building blocks. And look at this. Virtus Pro, Na'Vi, FaZe Clan, Foot, the teams that we're kind of expecting to do well. We know that Twisted Minds, there are a second and third day teams. I'm not too worried about them, but still invited. GPT teams, but performing like this, these guys here, these teams, getting a head start like this, sure, if you're a Bushido or BB team, a good game is going to push it out there, but they're already putting out the consistency here after just 4 games, right? If you're having an average of 10 points per game like Na'Vi or more with Virtus Pro, that is just next level. If they can continue that, that's just going to close a PGS spot out for them and a huge amount of PGZ points too.
Mark, something Avenger said there, like, oh, he's not too worried about a Twisted Minds because they're like a day 2, day 3 team. But if these teams at the top continue to bring in the numbers that they are, that is going to make it really tough for teams who are planning on popping off tomorrow or Sunday because there's already such a big gap coming in, right?
Yeah, it's more, I think these guys are looking at the LAN at the moment. They are thinking about, hold on, we've got the additional spot. We need to ensure we maximize the amount of points. We look at for Esports, they were short last year. They didn't get through. VP were able to show us something what they've got, but they want to make sure they get to all of the LANs they can this year. FaZe dropping out of the global partner, now a regional partner. They have to prove a point. I think this is what we're seeing. The teams that are more willing, more eager to get themselves a ticket towards a LAN, this is the result we're seeing. So they've got to ensure, especially from the right-hand side of the leaderboards, how desperate are you to go to the next steps? Well, you need to really start closing out these final 2 games.
Is it the best thing that's happened to FaZe, moving them from global partner Avenger? Because that aggression and that hunger, I mean, I think Gustav said it to us in the interview, he feels more driven. I think we're seeing it on the server as well. Would you agree?
Yeah, 100% agreed. Honestly, for them, that is the biggest motivation you can get, is when you're not just, laying back and saying, you know what, no matter what our performance is here, we're going to PGS. And as I said during the cast as well, even if you're Twisted Minds at this point, right, you're like, we're going to PGS and we're definitely getting a PGC spot through PGS, and we're not too fussed about it right now, but still, they still have a next level kind of winning bloodlust that I'm really hoping to see from Twisted Minds. Batulins doesn't want to lose anything. I talked to Batulins and I said, you know what, you guys are winning a PGC, and then what? Then he said, we're winning a second one, because we are not just going to be that win one game, win one PGC and then go retire. We want to show that we're the best in the world, and you don't do that unless you win 2 PGCs.
Do you think that
that's
they
the
have...
mentality he has.
It's the right mentality to have, Mark, but do you think that they have enough under the hood to do it again?
Oh, easy. They've got plenty under the hood. Whole another engine, Sam, to be able to deliver big points. But there is always something to take away if you're a global partner team. Yes, you know you're going towards those lands. I still think you're right, though, Twisted Minds. They warm up through the day, right? So I won't be too surprised if we go back to the home turf. Maybe they will get a winner underneath their belt, maybe try and close out to maybe position themselves to also look to climb the leaderboard, and more importantly get the money that comes with PEC. So I'm super excited. I wouldn't be counting them out just yet.
There we go. Let's jump into our second last match of the day. Erangel is now the game where we're going to be playing Avenger. Tell me what we're looking at.
Yeah, we're looking at a south to north plane here. Obviously, we're starting over Military Island here, and this is why we might see a few more teams jump out early, because this is usually what we see from a military first zone kind of plane path. Or we could see some stuff, which is well stuff, but this is kind of the tendencies we've been seeing. If the plane starts over military, there's a good chance that we might have a circle that starts there. We see Exhalation here, obviously Novo. EK managed to grab military for themselves without being contested by any other teams, and a somewhat fair plane path. Even though there's a little bit east mark, it's a somewhat fair plane path for the majority of the teams. They can either get to their main spot or their second spot.
Yeah, we see Foot going for their secondary spot now. I think they'll be hoping for a shift to sort of come back their way. VP will be going late as well. Do worry about that kind of boatyard Rozuk, as there's only a limited amount of cars in the middle, and especially if you are contesting, to ensure you at least have one vehicle to get out of there. Generally speaking, a good flight path. I do like this for game number 5. An ultimate game of the day. Most teams in either their prior, there's a couple sitting in their alternate drop spots at the moment.
Oh, and we get a good circle here, though. It's likely going to end on the northern side, what we see here. And obviously, as we look at this, I'm hoping for Calaris to put a ChatGPT in and see how the exact lineup is here. But still, some difficulties with this, because you still have a lot of water. You still have a chance, small chance, though, Mark, for this to go military.
Yeah, it's not just the percentage charts that you guys are working out. It's that you've jinxed everyone now, and it might even retract back towards that military run. I really like those GK have played in for a 2-2. They've gone across to that north early. I think it would be the best time now to throw it over to James. Toby, guys, take game number 5 away.
Wait, should I? Okay, James, wait. Let me wait. Lean back for a second. There we go. You're good. I just really wanted a game to my. You know what? Even when I try to get a game for myself, somehow Mark and Martin makes it back on anyway. So I didn't even get that. So I guess you're back now. You're back.
This is ridiculous. This Mark and Avenger stormed my house, duct taped my mouth. I cannot believe this. I was so keen to cast. This is ridiculous.
Yeah. What you guys didn't hear was the conversation prior, going, it's Rondo, let me just flip my table for a second. And then we queued into the game. So, yeah.
That's not true.
But having said that, now we are, in fact, back on a wrangle. So, James, welcome back.
Hi. Yeah, well, I'm here now. So let's talk about good old Geeky going up against GG Levante. What a beast he was in the group stage. But it's going to have to be an even bigger beast to try and hold off Geeky here if he's not careful. Navi. Sorry, not Navi, I should say. I was about to talk about Diffx. He's not on Navi. Diffx could reinforce Quizzy here very quickly if they realize, but I don't think they realize Levante's here.
Yeah, no. This is, you say it could be hard. I think this is arguably going to be the easiest kill of Levante's esports career. Oh no, the timing. Wait, he heard footsteps. Now it might not be easy anymore. Shots do come through. Thing is now Levante has no clue that there's a second. Diffx, you better sprint, my man. Your man needs you.
Yeah, Quizzy knows all he has to do is buy a little bit of time here, retreat away from this, but he is in a bit of a dead end. Levante does take it and instantly goes for the flush with the Bison. Oh, dear me. So, I mean, you're running into that kind of choke point with no windows to jump out of where he went. If he'd have gone into that room and jumped out that window just a little bit before, could have done it. But Levante realizes he's getting out of dodge. Run away.
Tries to go. But this is the thing, right? You can see as soon as Diffx starts shooting, he has to instantly spin around and look for other opponents, because why would there be a solo guy here? And, well, I guess sometimes they just get you. That's what happens when you have a very eastern plane. They try to rotate further towards the west, and that just didn't manage to make it that far. Yeah. They would have wanted to go all the way Therapy, all the way further west, but the game didn't really allow for them to get there in time, and thus we ended up with this scenario.
It's not just been the case that Levante and Gladiators have been good mechanically. They've also had really good game sense. So Levante realizing that he could get that and then get out as well. It's just those little extra points that can be the difference maker between basically qualifying for a PGS and not. So that's good stuff to get things going. Ferris doing some target practice on all the windows as he does realize that there isn't a team over there, and he's just going to be moving away. Doesn't really have any extra reinforcing shots coming from the rest of Na'Vi, so he's going to be scarpering on out, realizing you can't get anything from that.
Yeah, try to see if you can bait some attention. Maybe get a number on how many players are inside the compound, but no one opted to look his way. I'm still wondering. Wait, don't pull up, guys. I'm trying to make a point here. I'm still wondering, how did Levant take down Quizzy? A player who had taken no damage. How did he get the knock, only doing 91 damage? Because Quizzy didn't shoot himself, and Diffix didn't shoot his teammate. So somehow, Quizzy took 100 damage, but Levante only did 91.36.
All right, well, you can dwell on that.
Well, I mean, you guys are doing your ChatGPT percentage map sizes. I feel like this is statistics that you guys should be looking into as well.
And then maybe I was going to do it.
Ask ChatGPT. That's next on the line, I suppose. Figure out what AI thinks about it as the face boys start wrapping their way south around into what is pretty infested territories.
Yeah, I mean, for a circle like this, right, obviously they're trying to hedge their bets, make sure they have every option possibly open to them. And actually one way to keep things open is to take a spot like this and just be ready to go if needs be. It's one of the shortest swim paths if you're scared of either bridge and stuff like that. So I guess that could be one of the ideas as to why they're going for this, as well as maybe getting a little bit of info. They do not know that the Mad is here at all, though. They do know that some of Eternal Fire is north of them, because obviously they're taking a few shots that way. And they are going to opt to head on to a different little spot here, making sure that they've got a little bit of cover against that Eternal Fire angle. And the Mad would have to make a crazy play here to push up on this, I think.
I think the main thing right now is keep those tires safe. That's what you in the end, striving to do.
Yeah.
The Mad waiting for an opportunity to get a double headshot connected onto Gustav. Let's see if Gustav's going to allow for that to happen, because as you're saying, they have no clue he is here. And, well, Gustav is making that much easier for him. Thing is, Matt can't connect what he had to. And now, jump! My gig is up. I need to get out of here. Because if there's a team that will hunt you down if they realize you're alone, that is Space so smart on him of disengaging preemptively.
Yeah, and especially you can read into that, right? There's no way there's going to be 2 or 3 where he was, right? It's just not a reasonable thing to do this early on, especially when they were noticing players above them, so they can probably extrapolate from that it is the same team. So,
by the way, James, had that been an SKS, you would have gotten the knock. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, it's crazy. 3 pros out of 3 all know which gun.
I'm just saying, that's a particular situation. He would have gotten the knock. So.
Who do you think made up that question, by the way?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. It must have been some random person, because
could have been anyone.
It could have been literally anyone. How would I know? I'm not sure, but fun nonetheless. As we now take to the sky with Pin. A lot of glider footage today. I appreciate it.
Yeah. But don't you worry, guys, in chat and watching around the world as well. There's still more fun to be had from extra content. But we have got Bushido, who is having a lot of fun at the moment, driving past the Mythov, taking Abdo down instantaneously. The Mythov haven't really got much traction going today, only 11 points on the board. But Bushido is making the best run of what they can.
Yeah. We started talking in the group stage about how they went from being the myth to being an actual thing. I feel like today they're more of the rumor. The rumor.
Yeah, we're at the rumor of at the moment. Yeah,
exactly. We'll see if they get upgraded to myth once again. It will take better performances. Win or die as well. Today have had a really, really tough time. We'll see if maybe this game with them sat far down towards the west can change that up for a bit. Brook Street 2 having a hard time. Yeah.
They were one of the surprises, of course, coming out from the last chance, considering how poorly the group stage went, and they did have themselves an okay compound for the start of this game. Obviously, one that GK won one of their previous games from to qualify straight through into this grand final, but only 9 points so far for them, as Bushido still on the nomadic journey to try and find themselves a spot, a home. There's still plenty in this circle, of course, so they'll find a spot.
I love the fact that Foot, we don't see them on screen right now, but they're all the way up towards Everest. They looted Stalber, drove all the way west just to take a glider. I don't think they're all going to do it. I think it's just going to be 8C, but of course goes back to the conversation of even if the plane path is tough for you, if you're a late rotating team, get to that side of the circle where you're used to playing in from. They normally go out here towards Hospital, towards South George, and they want to come into the circle from there as well, because that's where they're used to playing from. They want to play in and around their Gatka splits for as long as, of course, this circle is going to allow for them. It's just kind of fun when they were sat east side Stalber initially, but they opted to commit so hard to the west. And now, well, they get to go back towards the east.
guess for this emergency pickup, it was just in case of a military shift or something like that. I mean,
Yeah,
obviously
info.
he's gonna have to disconnect, right? Like he's not gonna stay up there forever. But this would have given them at least a bit of a linchpin, a little bit of an anchor point in the island to get over there maybe for the rest of them. Meanwhile, though, Eternal Fire is well aware that there is a team rotating past, and now that FaZe is heading to the pier location, not ferry pier, that extra pier that was added to really get themselves set up. Likewise, everybody's scrambling here for a little bit of a spot, considering that there's a lot of water still in play. We're not going to Military Island, so that cuts off even more for the second circle.
Definitely does. Everyone vying for these center positions. As you can see, Gaming Gladiators opting to fully group up. Bushido taking away a spot from Eternal Fire as well. They had this position on lockdown earlier, the double barns that is, but of course the Matt were never able to get back to his team. Ooh, extends. Nice little headshot to finish off that spray with.
Him and Levante been fantastic through this tournament so far, and they're shining once again. They have a great compound, though. A lot of teams would have been rotating past this, so they've got some opportunities for free shots wherever they do see fit. EK has taken a little bit of spot up alongside these cliffs. Very underrated, these cliff locations, right? We see a lot of these circles actually eventually start favoring these spots. I mean, yes, I know it's next to water, but you see teams being able to get top 5s, top 4s from these spots, which aren't necessarily hard cover, but they still provide a great little anchor for you to try and get into those late circles. So we'll see if any of these teams can try and capitalize from it, because there's already 4 or 5 teams taking these spots.
Yeah, it's that's the main issue, right? I mean, the reason that the South Shore becomes so valuable is because you can spread out and take control and kind of see people from different angles. But here, that's not really the case, with some people trying to shoot, some people trying to do mountain climbing, some people being good at one thing, some people struggling at another.
Day 5.
It is slippery. You know, it is slippery whenever you hop in the water. It's like when you go to the beach and the parents always tell you, if you want to jump in the water from the cliffs, watch out. Some of them are slippery. And, well, man found out. He's going back in the water.
I don't go to the
Did we get a replay of oh, I thought we were going to get we get a replay of his whiff.
So he ducks the first bullet.
Yeah, I was going to say, that first bullet had headshot written all over it until he just exactly went above. Unlucky.
That is, very unlucky. Ducking that first bullet. Oh.
That's a shack that once was, but look at the shadows.
Does make you wonder, though, could they have even really punished the knock there?
Yeah.
It's just maybe for resource management to take away some from them. Did I hear mortar?
I think you did. I think you did, and luckily for Shipless, because we couldn't see it, means that it was probably also pretty far off target. So should be all right. As BB team, they've made their presence known now from the eastern side. They've been playing in very slow. I mean, starting the game out towards Mill to Power. They have been in and around Sharkfin, but with FaZe pushing ever so much further forward, they've been able to backfill, and are now stand down across the street from FaZe, and it's actually FaZe. I think it's Vex right now, or teams that are lining up mortar shots. For those you were hearing before.
While this is going on, Foot is lining up for another emergency pickup here, just anticipating where the circle's going to go. Likewise, so is Twisted Minds. They've just set one up as well. So, as we wait for this circle to bear down in 5 seconds, it'll give us a good indication as to what they're going to do. But Foot, they're straight away taking it. Obviously, they were way outside the circle on that west side. Shots coming in from Diffex against VP, who are making the big rotate before that circle even pops. And now we have that pop, and it goes towards the east. This is going to be good for Foot to try and get somewhere down. And VP is going to have to be walking through a whole minefield here. There's a lot of teams inhabiting these locations.
So incredibly many teams for them to try and see if they can maneuver their way through. It's about registering threats early on and being very quick to react to them, as Celtic able to get Looker Rooks down. And now there's a fight to try and claim the point, as here comes Foot down towards the face split, but the Owl in position from where they can take this fight head on. Vard first to fall, T-Bone falls, Pixel falls as well. It's just HC left alive, and just like that, torn apart on approach.
FaZe was totally ready for that fantastic holdout, as the attack from the air, the paratroopers, get shut down in an instant. At the same time, though, Twisted Minds looked to not take their emergency pickup. They were still kind of on the north side of that circle, and we'll be moving on in. Beamy down to BB, as Virtus Pro took a spot alongside the road, down the road from them, but it's not exactly the most amazing spot at all. They're kind of under fire now from BB team and FaZe, so Virtus Pro got to hunker down and hope that they don't get their heads taken off.
Yeah, so from taking fights towards the circle center, now out towards the west here. Exhalation, they want to play slow. They want to play from behind. And in order to do that, they need to stay out here and make sure that no one is filling in behind them. And by staying here, they've now realized that Navi was here. They get a knock and a flush on them as well. Good on them. But now is their time to kind of turn their attention towards the circle, towards the east, and seeing what they have to run into. Gaming Gladiators and Twisted Minds holding them out. I'm not sure where Exhalation goes on this as we go back towards the mat. Oh, he's made it all the way here.
He's still going. I think he's going to get shut down very soon, though.
You'd have to
Only
imagine
see a
they
little
saw
bit
him.
of a pixel here and there. Presenti, I mean, the eyes of a hawk. He's been able to hit some blinders throughout this tournament so far. Gedrox is hunting for him from the sky. Although I did see in sound training. Well, that's a nice little cave. I saw in sound training, Gedrox was using the VSS.
Yeah, why not?
I was kind of surprised.
Why not? Levante doing what he does best, finding more points for the Gaming Gladiators as he's able to disengage, hearing a lot of footsteps coming his way. We're talking about it just now, how Exhalation could possibly try and push their way up the hillside. I think, honestly, this is arguably the best idea. Go up, get high ground control very fast, force the opposing players off the hillside proper, and then make a space for yourself. Issues with them having not clear now and starting to take fire from the north. It's looking to get harder by the second.
Let's see what Levante can continue doing here for Gladiators. Sprays against instant. Oh my god, Levante, you're so good. Are Levante and Extents just making a case for themselves in this PEC as some of the elites when it comes to PEC now? Because every single time we switch to them, it's hit after hit after hit.
Yep, doing what they can to try and make sure that this west side of the circle stays free. But the Boom also has had a pretty good tournament thus far. We'll see if he does something up his sleeve to try and take our players, and indeed he does. Double headshot connected onto Levante, as he is gonna at least take one player down with him. I don't think there's a whole lot more written for the Boom in this match, but if he can get one more point with it, at least that's something.
Tough stuff for the teams here on the west. Boom, trying to go for a little heal. The Mad is somehow getting a point. Maybe getting a point. If he can actually finish this off, maybe he can get one or two. Goes the molly forwards. If that can catch Presenti, that would be fantastic. But he's swimming away. Swimming away. Looks like he'll get Presenti on.
He deserves the point. I mean, we dedicated so much screen time to him, so something had to happen. And indeed, now it does. We'll see if he can get even more with it. He must know all these rocks inside out now, as they've practically become his home at this point. He tries to jump up, continue what he did best earlier in the game, jump and not really get anywhere.
He's trying to do some cheeky stuff. I don't know how long it's going to last for, though. The rest of his team obviously very far away, as Crossberg now does see Gladiators trying to crash into the same compound they inhabit. And smokes do go down to buy them a little bit of time to try and get into this building, potentially. But Nate will be charged up. Will it be connecting? That looks like it might be a little bit far. Oh no, it's almost perfect on rocks, but yeah, only 30 damage gets done. I thought maybe he was aiming a little bit more forwards on that wall, but it looked like he was aiming for rocks.
Yeah, not quite to be. That's Grove Street. And been able to get himself a compound, but it ain't claimed quite yet. As the smoke does come through. Gets him with it as well. Spiro, only so many rooms you could be sitting in. Nice nade to clear out for him. That one's gone out the window. As both Divex and Spiro are now down. Q, the only player left alive on the side of GK. He's just gonna have to. Yeah, he's just trying to run for cover.
Yeah. They may have previously won a game from this compound, as I was mentioning before, but now it's time for salvage mode. You're not getting your teammates up there.
Ooh.
So what else can you get done? Sausage goes down, but that might trigger the rest of Na'Vi to just turn around and shoot at him. He does get a point. You know what?
There
That's
you go.
already a decent start, considering there's still 14 teams alive.
I like his immediate answer. What more can you get done? You know what? That's the point. We'll take it. And then maybe some more with it. I don't think there's going to be a lot of placement points guaranteed for him, but should the next circle shift north? Just maybe. With a Talca Grand in the cover that he's going to need as base continues. Try and claim even more. Beck's able to find the first. Jeans gets the second as well. Win or die in trouble as they try to make their way on through here. They do get some points, at least. The Mad will fall in the end of it, so dedicating two of their players to shoreline duty does net them 1 point, but I feel like there was more to play for in the end of this one, especially now as the circle shifts way further inland.
Oh, for face, it's already 8 kills, right? And I like where Fex, as well as, I can't remember who it was, Kurexi, moved up onto some of those rocks, some of those trees, because it's still downhill from a lot of the teams north of you that can't see you, but you know that there's going to be teams rotating from the south side, from those cliffs, because the circle has shifted north. So they'd set themselves up in a brilliant spot to try and get a few kills here and there, and 8 already, where it is just brilliant for
Make it 9.
Phase.
Make it 9. That's correct. See, able to find Get Drugs running down the beach. Will not be making his way into circle number 6. And yeah, BB team, I mean, haven't really had to move far this game. They've kind of just been backfilling in from the east again in very BB team fashion, but now they have to come in and make space for themselves. They have the myth up in the compound down below, and they have Grove Street up towards the north. It's a pick your poison, because in either pull-up scenario, you are definitely not in the better position.
Any team coming in from the south is going to have to expend a lot of smokes now. I think with Face's position, they knew that, okay, right, we need as many kills as we can, because it's going to be difficult to actually get into these next circles themselves. They still can, of course, if all the other teams are preoccupied, but nades coming along here from FaZe, maybe to try and shut down this first pro. That's going to be the first thing that they need to deal with. And Bushido moving forwards, but there is nades being charged up. I think that goes a little too far. 30 damage once again coming out from Metabay.
Second one could be on point. We'll see if he opts to throw it or not. As Pew able to find one more. Oh, seen right thereafter. Maybe a lifeline given to Bushido in this fight. Metabane able to prone down behind his vehicle and stay safe for the moment. He is quite far up towards the north, so should be all right. But with all of GK looking, Grove Street looking towards one side, now they can pull up on the other. Issue is Vaso is here ready with a Panzerfaust in hand, and just like that, it's just Phil first here.
Got a lot to do. Molodox from the distance, but now best lock on Phil first are completely gone. Was got down, and then a third goes down as well. Nedex will take down Molodox. That's BB down in 10th place for this game. Ibby going for the spray through on this smoke. Another one. Will he be able to connect it? No, Fix does survive, and Kirexi shuts it all down with James. Ooh, that was close though.
Indeed it was. Nice initial knock by Beamy. Couldn't quite find the second one though, as James now try to sprint for Util, I think, and make his way inside the next circle. Fex is still there in front of him. They know they're going to be playing in the open for the rest of this game, so drop all your paint, just pick up as many smokes as you can, and maybe just ice blue.
Maybe. I'll tell you something though. The beacons are lit, and FaZe barely even needs to call for aid, but the beacons are lit, man. This is crazy. 12 kills already in this game, 52 points at first place. James is dying off to the blue here, but they still have 2 up. They're trying to wiggle their way through on that south side, but man, already, despite having your back against the blue, what a game.
Yeah, Gustav prone down to try and get his heal off. Couldn't do it in time. I think he saw an opponent just over the hillside. Knew I have to prone here, see if I can make it. Not quite to be. Eternal Fire knew where they had them down towards the south. Now it's just Vex left alive. But as you say, I mean, even if they fall here, even if it's only 1 placement point, it's a 13-point game. And you'll be happy with that, with any single chance you get. Especially considering how much they had to fight through the early and mid game. Looking back at the foot fight, had they not been able to deal with that so quickly, a third team would have probably hopped in and taken out both of them.
Yeah, not much more that they can get done from down there. As for the rest of the teams up north, this is a great opportunity for those teams languishing on the other side of the table to now get some points on the board for our first Erangel of the day. Compounds are taken in strong spots to try and convert some points here, but the rest of it is kind of a no man's land down in the middle. Nobody wants to move just yet. Of course, the Mythov going to be one of the first victims of having to do so. So a lot of teams will be looking their way in just a moment. Likewise, though, Twisted Minds has a bit of work to do. They're kind of caught between 2 of these compounds and in line of sight of compounds in the distance. So here for Twisted Minds, hopefully they've got some vehicles and hopefully they can make a good crash, because it's tough.
Yeah, definitely will be. Grove Street has to figure out how they're wanting to make this rotation happen. I mean, if you're smart on this, if you dare to wait it out, you wait for Mythov to move in first, and then if you're Grove Street, like, hope that they swing straight towards the west and then go down below We Live Again. I don't see there being any other route for them to take as we look now for Eternal Fire. Loving a lot of util in Hellstante. Isolated, but look at the nades coming in return. Extends able to find the double.
It was the perfect retaliation after those double mollies. I thought that those were perfect. Then Nick Stents just comes in with an absolute corker.
No, he
nade,
ran into
and all gone. Oh my god.
Grossberg ran into the fire after the gas can explosion and was taken down by it. Wow.
Well, I guess they felt like that they were going to be shot from any other angle. Like, if they hadn't, like, there was urgency upon them, right? They felt like they had to make something work, but damn.
Eternal Fire got lit ablaze. There's some irony to that, I suppose, as they were, in fact, not fireproof. We'll see now as Grove Street again. I mean, we talked about it just before, able to make the rotation happen. And what better timing than doing it while Gaming Gladiators
100%.
were preoccupied looking the other way, knowing that there's going to be no third-party engagement. Try and isolate Mythov and then send your teammates there. Now, Mythov has responded, sending Nedex further forward, but he's not really in position from where he can do a whole lot right now.
I think that was a huge boon that Twisted Minds just took, and a really opportunistic play that they needed to have happen. Because if Eternal Fire and Gladiators had stalemated that fight for a while, yeah, you rock up here, but then you're kind of embroiled in this three-way fight. Now they've at least been able to get there, some semblance of stability for a second, whilst the Blues eventually going to be pushing them, and now smoking this off to try and push against Gladiators. This is the chance that Twisted Minds needs to get into this game.
Yeah. They want to get more out of the day than the 22 points they're currently set at. So here they come. Twisted Minds running through the smokes, trying to see what's theirs to pick up on the other side. Or maybe, since the circle is going to start closing in soon, it's a chance for them to try and play from out in the open and wait for Gaming Gladiators to come out as well. But I think if that was the place, you can see it kind of is here. I would have thought they would have tried to execute this a little bit later. It's still 15 seconds to go until the circle's going to start closing in. So with now the smoke's gone, they have to play up on the walls.
You can see that they're being quite conservative about some of their util. They were holding on to quite a bit of it, not throwing them all through the windows just yet. They want full info. Where are they? Where are they in this building? Are they in the back rooms? Are they over even by the other side of these walls? MG3 in hand, FAMAS in hand as well, for example. They are kitted to the nines. Just see a little bit of a peek there as it goes around the corner here, trying to push for this. Here comes Batulins on the off angle to try and flank around against Rox and Extents. Does find Rox. Oh, barely not catching him.
Level 3 gear. Doing Twisted Minds a lot of favors right now. I think Batulins, yep, great read on that one. Nate's going to bounce far, though. Just 26 damage done. As now this push is going to continue. I love how Gaming Gladiators is playing this hold right now. It's a 2v3, very difficult situation for them to try and deal with. But they're being so elusive in their movements as Rox will finally be found. But effectively, I mean, they're spending they're forcing them to spend so much time taking them out. Finally, Lou will be able to take Extends down. So that's going to be them out. Twisted Mind survives, but nice effort by Gaming Gladiators to try and continue to get better angles.
It was a good delay. It was a really good delay here, and even that opens up a little bit of angles for We Live Again. You could see that Lou was very concerned about that with the DMR. Pulled out, tried to go for some trades against We Live Again there. But now Grove Street is in no man's land, down this trench here to try and deal with this. We Live Again peppering this spot with some of this util to try and leapfrog forwards against it. Oh, the Mythov has tried and taken the advantage here. They've moved south of this, looking to try and put some pressure on against the rest of these teams that are embroiled in the fights.
I mean, they had Nedex up here early on, and they need to do this. I mean, as we're seeing it right now, they need to go up and force Twisted Minds into We Live Again. They cannot, well, I was going to say get naded, but example is not going to allow for that to not be the case. So one down, and just as Nedex, I mean, there's fully eyeing north when, in my opinion, they really should be focusing more on what's happening right behind him.
If Twisted Minds can shut down the Mythov's position, then all of these other teams fighting each other might be just the way for Twisted Minds to get a first proper game on the board. They're coming around the north-hand side here, trying to find the MG3 shots, getting that in a little bit. Org comes in from Batulins. The FAMAS, from example, takes down Justus. The Mythov are crumbling on their split here against this all. And Twisted Minds, with this arsenal, with this opportunity, the move in against that compound earlier on, everything's lining up for Twisted Minds.
And this is what's so scary about them. You do not want to give them an inch because they'll take absolutely everything when given the chance to. As the Mythov do manage to push over, get a little bit more space for themselves, but these two teams have done so much damage to one another. 3 solos now stand between Twisted Minds and a win here, and I do not see it going any other way.
Yeah, Gladiators tried to slow them down. It was unsuccessful. Man, looked at for a wild spray, blind and through the smokes, but Batulins will finish it off. Example takes down Safo, and that is going to be it here. Nedex has to do an absolute blinder to try and deal with this. Throws them over, but it's not going to be anything. Twisted Minds is back on the board for day number 1. It was a rocky start, but oh boy, they rocket up the leaderboards with 23 points.
And very much the Twisted Minds fashion of which they approach is again come center somewhat early on the eastern side of Pochinki, let those circles swing them out on the edge, and then just play it in slow. With so much control, no one daring to take the fight to them, they knew exactly how to do it, and they came out victorious.
I'm glad I was able to escape my bonds for this one to watch the Twisted Minds, the boys, the goats, get the win on the board for day number 1.
Mark, are Twisted Minds playing with their food before they eat? Because that's kind of how day one feels for me with this team.
Might be the case. I feel like we need to go back and lock down James, keep him down, lower down. It was a good game. It was a really good game from them. It was a point, obviously, me and Mike was discussing during the break there on the green, that they should have been kept out. They should have maybe been kept out, but the other teams, Mike, were so engaged, weren't they, with each other along that sort of line, that road, that just didn't allow them and gave actually Twisted Minds the freedom. Great hold up from Lou. That delay was insane, and actually he was able to close it out.
Yeah, they managed to step up, and in the spirit of our Gimli and Frodo, it was the Lembas bread that they got here in this one. And of course, with this, they're only 6 points away from second place. And like usually it's the day 2, day 3 team. If they get started on day 1 here, Sam, yeah, we might have a winner's interview once we get to the end of day 3 with the Twisted Minds players. They're looking a little bit too strong. I was kind of liking seeing that a lot of the other teams were holding them back, holding them down a little bit. They're going third party a little bit, but nope, they step up and take the case to themselves.
If we're going to continue with this Lord of the Rings game, you're going to have to choose a character for Mark as well. And then Mark will have to choose one for you. So I'll let you ponder or chat. Tell us who they are in Lord of the Rings. And then we can continue with the jokes. But going into what we got to see, break down the final 4 fight for me, Mark. I mean, give me a little bit more detail of how that could have played out any differently, or was Twisted Minds just given too much space?
I think they were just giving too much space down. Like, that was great shots. Great shots with them. They were so focused on clearing the line that we saw, obviously, the guys hunker down, try and play out. I would have hoped that the Mythos might have become a bit of a myth on that south side, but they didn't. Seifu was aggressive into the middle. It was really good. He ducked through the smoke and nearly out the other side for the delay. But it was an explosive, and it was just the fact that Twisted Minds were left alone. They cleared the compound. Lou, as I said before, that delay was critical for them, and then they played in. Everyone else was fighting. Twisted Minds was like, hold on, we've got so much room, Sam. Let's just go win this game.
Well, that was exactly it, right? And they were also, they timed everything really well because they knew Avenger when to, there we go, when to take the fight and when to back the hull off, which is, again, something that, a thread that I think has kind of been woven throughout all of the maps today, is that experience from some of these teams is really shining through in these end games.
Yeah, you don't want to give them a finger. They're going to pull off the whole arm here, especially with Twisted Minds. They shouldn't have had this. They got an into the circle, and they should have had that. And that's what you get then. You get a 23-point game for them. FaZe impressed with what they're able to do too. Obviously 14 points here going their way. So many kills, as the guys talked about during the cast. 4 teams though in the double digits. That's huge. Impressed with Grove Street. They kind of had their way in. They had a good compound, and they were able to kind of fend off BB team a little bit and had some good fights. So liking what I'm seeing from them. We had some of these teams that we're not really expecting to be in the top 5 too often compared to how heavy hitting the other teams are. It's good to see them in here. Game Gladiators also with 12. I kind of want to see more from the Game Gladiators though. They're a team that we're expecting to be in the top 5, I would say. So let's see how deep they can be. Yeah, they are in the top 5. Look at that. So it's good. Tied here with Twisted Minds.
Do you know, I feel really idiotic because I think it was literally the just before this game, I said, oh, you know, Twisted Minds sitting on this side of the leaderboard, the wrong side. And if they let all these other teams keep getting double digits, it's almost like they heard me and wanted to make a fool out of me. But it just shows you how one big game can kind of push you straight on up, and now you're in contention for those top 3 spots, Mark.
Yeah, look, one game at the moment. It is really tight. We're seeing the same sort of thing that we're happening in the group stages. I'm a big shocked at a couple of teams. Geek, I thought might have been up there a little bit higher. Win or die. Like, win or die. Perform. Get off that bottom spot in 16th. Like, they just need to get through. But you think you're right. Twisted Minds. Maybe you put it the right way around, playing with their food for the first couple of games. And now they want to close out the evening with a bang. It was a good game from them. That's a win. We know they're good enough to potentially go back to back. See if they finally warmed up.
Okay, now let's chat about win or die, because it's a team that you see in these events year after year. They normally, I would say, Avenger finish around the mid-pack. I'm sort of surprised that we haven't seen them do anything today, if I'm honest.
They've run into FaceLand too many times, Sam. That's what's happening. That's why Face is on top, and then you win or you die, and they've been dying, and FaceLand has been winning, and that's really the case for that. And Sam, if you told me that our current top 5 would be the top 5 once we've played 18 games, once we're done on Sunday, I wouldn't be surprised. It's actually pretty stacked. It's teams that we know are the heavy hitters that's gonna show up in our finals. And yeah, as you see the G-Coin giveaway in the very bottom here, guys, don't miss that. Go into the client, go get that, and manage to claim a little bit.
It isn't
bread.
surprising. A little bit of bread. It isn't surprising the names that we're seeing at the top of the leaderboard, like we said. Do you think, though, that there is a chance that just maybe one of these lesser-known teams can clinch a win down the line, Mark?
Oh, that's a big question. That is a big question. Can I clinch a win? Maybe a winner chicken dinner. Yes. Going all the way up to the top of the leaderboard.
No.
We have to wait and see. There isn't enough data, should we say, to sort of work it out. We have to see. Obviously, teams like the Myth-Off, Grove Street, they had a better game that last game, especially from Grove Street. They potentially want to try and get game number 6 under their belt, but obviously we've got 2 more days, so they just need to try and work on that consistency, because at the moment it is all the household names sitting at the top.
That was such a good fence-sitting answer. You should have just said no. I answered it for you. There's no ways. If you're not pulling in the double digits regularly or sitting like a Navi or a BB team where you're kind of always sitting in the top 4, top 5 and knocking at that door, I can't see you being able to win this particular event. I think maybe you can push yourself up the leaderboard, Avenger, but the truth is it is probably going to be one of the big dogs that take home that number 1 spot if they continue like they have been on day 1. And it's obvious. You can see the logos on your screen right now.
Yeah, they've been cleaning it up, right? And it would be a surprise. Soon we're going to see a back-to-back, I would expect, kind of, though. Or we could be expecting maybe one of the other big dogs coming in and grabbing one of those. And if we kind of talk about what happened last year in PEC Spring, we're talking about Twisted Minds won with 182 points in 18 games. So, as you said, Sam, and as Sam said, Mark here, as we go into the game, we're starting northeast, going southwest here. Also potential for a military game. But the 10 points per game average, that's where you want to be at if you want to win. If we're talking about the top 5 cutoff, we're talking about 127 points for FaZe Clan last year in PEC Spring. So we need the big averages. We need the 7-8 points game per average. And you need to be in there. And you need to be on the 50-ish points plus per day if you want to have a chance at being in the top 5.
And I think that's what the teams need to look for, Minor. They need to look at, okay, this is the last game. How can we maximize the amount of points we've got? Obviously, Sam mentioned about some of these mid-pack teams, some of the unknowns. Like, they've got to potentially go a little bit more aggressive in this one. Now, that's risk and reward. And actually, if they get the reward, they might close out day number 1. That's going to set them up for the final 12 games pretty well. But it's going to come down to some of these small decisions that these teams are making. Because we've already seen already very, very explosive action, especially from the depth of the households.
And obviously here, we're going to see, oh my God, Mark, we're going to see a southern circle here. There's still a chance here. I'm not going to put it into ChatGPT just yet and ask what the chances are. But the bigger chances, I would say, is it's going south here as we are going to be starting to a game. And just to give the cast a little bit more talking time, we should be asking you now that I joked about Gimli and Frodo today, what would you guys name us if we're talking about Lord of the Ring names? Clearly, Mark has to be Bilbo. He's super old, but looks super young. What do you think, guys? Gail, Toby, take it away.
There's only one answer to this question. Without a doubt, Martin is Gollum. I think that goes without saying. And then there can be debate on Mark, because there is definitely a Gandalf the Grey vibe to his whole appearance.
Right.
Yes. But then there's also that really old bowman at Helm's Deep that can't hold an arrow for long enough because he's simply just that old that he loses it too early and effectively starts the entire war between the people at Helm's Deep and the orcs. So one of the two, I feel like. Or maybe he's an Ent. I'm not quite sure, but somewhere around there.
No, I was thinking the cave troll in the mines when it crashes through the door. That's Mark to me, you know.
Yes.
And then
Martin is still
he looks goofy. He looks a bit clumsy. Gets the arrow in the head and goes, and then
That
dies.
does sound like Mark. Yeah.
That sounds like Mark. Yeah.
Who's Sam then? I guess Sam is Sam. Just for the sake of simplicity.
She's too powerful. She's Arwen.
Okay, there you go. Fair.
There you go. Yeah.
There you go. Easy. And that's Lord of the Rings. Chat, tell us who you think we are, or who your friends are from Lord of the Rings, because that's fun. And in the meantime, we'll get going with this final game, which has in fact got quite a bit of melee in it. We'll see if that's gonna end up coming factor.
Yes, I'm glad in this grand final so far we've been super serious about these transitions. But yeah, I mean, the transitions that all the teams are going to have to be making over towards Melee Island are certainly something to debate for a moment. Obviously, some teams may set up on the mainland, but it's almost, well, I was about to say almost certainly, chances on to end up being military for some of these teams who are already setting up, getting ready and good to go for a spot here. So I'm surprised that it's such an early boat.
Yeah.
But you know, they don't want to be trying and they'll look with any of these bridges just yet. I guess they'll stick on the coast, right, and just say, well, just in case, I guess we can boat back up. But it is a bit exposed.
Seems like Levante likes to live life. Wow, that was a tricky one to say. Scared as living on the edge here. Not only does he pull up slowly, but now also parked his US right outside, which Leos just saw. Wait, guys, there's a US parked down by the last warehouse. Should we be afraid? And I think our M16 main, which I don't think Leos is at all. There you go, there's a dragon off. Is now fed that info across, and all of a sudden Levante is going to be very much alone.
Don't worry, because he's got an MP5 in hand. One of the greatest guns in the game. So,
he's safe. It's not an SKS, but I respect him.
Whoa. 3 out of 3. All right. Just, I'm going to hold that over you forever. 3 out of 3.
Let's see if Presenti can actually do something here. Well, I should put it the other way. If Levante can actually do something to, well, preferably stay alive, but at least if not, then take one down with him. His teammates, they're coming in. I mean, Rox is making his way there. Extens is still up towards hospital. And then you have the last down on that side of this. I mean, they have to come in quicker, though.
Get your reinforcements, use all the util, and just get rid of him somehow. Although, as you said, the reinforcements are on the way. This could be scary. It could be sketchy if they do go through the wrong entrance. A little bit haphazardly. I think Hello My Bad realizes what's going on, though, from his vantage point, in terms of being northwest of what's going on here. He must have heard the cars on the way. So that's going to be kind of the hold-off point whilst they try and dislodge Levante. Although he is making a break for it.
Run!
Get out of there!
And there's the suppressive fire. Yeah. Nice. Good teamwork. Nice disengage. No one came here for a point. Levante just wanted to leave. And now you gotta drift your way to safety. Issue is he ain't quite safe just yet. And well, now they gotta go pick him up.
Go embroiled in the fight here with the Mythov, as Nedex is already down. Grove Street getting a point or two here. 22 points for them so far after that game. Not bad at all. Not bad. Taking down Nedex. All the shots coming in against the smoke and hitting Sparta. I can only assume that came off the back of Nedex not releasing his body camera. You know what I mean? And then
yes, staying on POV. Yep. The I mean, Mythov can't really catch a break here because what happened first, it happened off screen, but they were casually making their way towards Yasnaya to get a little bit of extra. Oh, you gotta go fast, Batulans. Or did it just get hit? Nope, it's going. Oh, no. Whee! I see. No, but they were going there to get looted up. Little did they know that there was a Nixie who had landed in Nolene, taken a car and driven Yasnaya all by himself while his entire team was in Severny, that found him and killed him. So, Mythov down to 2.
Come on, Esports server. We want the 8th anniversary boat. It's awesome.
True.
I love that.
Golden grenades and everything.
Yeah, it's good fun. Well, Sparta's running away. Lyro does see him. Holds it off the shots for now. So this means we know guaranteed Twisted Minds is coming in from the east side, unless they jump off and then go for a little bit of a swim. But you don't want to get rid of your car. Everybody takes down Abda. The Mythov just can't catch a break on a lot of these rotations, man.
No, it's tough. Especially when you feel like you're coming into the circle from like, guys, we're so far away. There's nothing happening over here. Can you please give us some space to make rotations happen? But as you can see, not quite the case with this plane being so far towards the east early on. It's hard for them to really make any space.
Yeah, so they did give up their cars, did Twisted Minds. They're swimming from that boat. They jumped off, and they're going to be making landfall now. So it's I guess technically you can head back up north if it does shift up there, but it's it's a choice to see on what they can get done. I guess they would think that there's not really going to be that many teams on Military Island just yet, as we take a look at the map and see what is going on over to the west side of the island. As we zoom on into GK, as they're still holding off Exhalation, they know that they are around here. They've already taken one scalp, as the Boom and the boys are quite spread out at the moment, so I don't think there's going to be any conflict just yet.
Now, James, I know this is the vaguest of vague questions to ask a co-caster during a game, which is why exact reason I'm doing it. But as I'm looking at this map right now, I'm seeing quite a few circle potentials that we have definitely seen a trillion times in the past. But I'm still going to ask you this. Of all the possibilities that we have available here, for the sake of finishing off the day in what best manner you see fit, I know you only stayed here for the 5 games thus far, but still, where would you want this game to finish? For the sake of trying out something like fun and cool.
Full military, mate.
Just in the base proper.
Yeah, well, I
cool.
think
I'm on board.
One, it'd be cool because I kind of like the area and I like having all the teams having to deal with it. And 2, I think, you know what? FaZe has done good today. Let's give FaZe some more, and then we can get an interview from them. They can be really happy, and they'll be like, "Yeah, guys, we did good, but you know," and then I don't know his accent.
That's definitely what they sound like. Can confirm, having talked to all the players. That's a one-to-one representation. As we now go up towards the north, win or die, are dead last, and what better and try and see if they can get some points off opponents and vehicles. Issuers, they're not going to make it that easy for you. T-Bone able to fight the first get rocks now. Knows where he has picks. We'll see if first it does come through. No, minimal damage done here as well. So it does get the first knock. Can T-Bone answer before any more damage comes through? As holy shoreline, that's a circle.
It's a big shift. Twisted Minds and pops the emergency pickup straight away. They're going to be heading on over there. But these fights in the north side, as well as on mainland, as well as the rotations that don't Panic and Bushido are making on that east side, they all have to finish quickly. You need something, and you need to be getting over there fast. So finish this fight. And to be fair, whichever team comes out of this fight probably has to kind of just play edge and see how many kills they can get. Because I don't think they're going to get the win.
Yeah, most likely not. This is a game 6. Let's see what we can get. Let's salvage and make what could most likely be a 0-point game into at least 3, maybe 4 points. We'll call it a day. Come back, ready to play tomorrow.
Puts leaving that fight as they don't want any more win or die. As GK and themselves still against Exhalation. This is a very important fight because these are prio spots for a circle like this. Spiro is down though. Diffex and Quizzy up on the north side, but BBT might be bearing down on them very quickly if Quizzy's already down from former teammates and past life. As Phil first here, will be able to take him away. And Diffex goes for the trade, but no, GK is down. That will be their day over in 15th place. It's a bit of a disappointment for the GK boys.
Nice little wiggle. Knock come through there as they do get one. I was looking at the map to see if FaZe was going to try and respond to this in any way. They did get James up close. You can see him on the minimap, but you can also see that he's currently leaving this position, so they're not going to fully commit to it. As Twisted, yeah, he pick up, confirmed. Jump out, confirmed as well. Here they come flying on in. They're going to try and see if they can collapse on this Exhalation position as well.
Big moment, big move. They don't know necessarily that Exhalation is only in 3 in this location. But as soon as the knock comes in, maybe they will. And see what they can get done with it here. Batula's pops off on an off angle, gets Sam Sancho, and all of them, just like that, evaporate.
Bada bing, bada boom. Down they go. Twisted lose 2, potentially 3. Let's see if they can get the res up onto their IGL. And honestly, if they can, being able to just fly straight past all the commotion, all the teams that were set towards your west earlier, and come in here with, even if it's just the 2 of them, you still kind of have to count that a win. Of course, I mean, coming in here early, you didn't expect there to be anyone at all. So it's a tricky position, but nonetheless. Camouflage. You couldn't see them.
There was a bug once where it was like you could like sit on the bottom of the boat and like it was so ridiculous. Anyway.
Oh, it's missed the boat. But honestly, I don't think he minds. Considering the fact that there's 4 opponents on this ship. I do not think he minds. But they have a lot of vehicles here. Yeah. A lot of vehicles available as they now do see the ship. Let's see if he spots anyone. Yep, there's people on it. He realizes this now as well. And even if that means they're going to have to slow things down even more, this is actually really, really good info. Knowing that they're going to be playing in behind a team that's one boat ahead of them. Thing is, I'm not sure they're going to be waiting long enough for the next boat, or for this boat to come back and pick them up.
Yeah, it does take a while. By that time, probably the circle next to shifting off of this. And also, they've got teams filling in the back right. Here comes Grove Street. They're hoping that the timer will be working out quite well for them for maybe a boat, but that's not going to be the case. Maybe they collide with Foot here. Because, I mean, I was thinking that maybe they would just take the east pier of Ferry Pier and then try and go for a swim on that, considering the timings.
Even more shoreline confirmed here with phase 3 shifting further towards the water. Look how many teams are still outside the circle.
Yeah.
Don't panic. They're holding the bridge. Bushido, they're holding the bridge. And for those of you guys who can't math, the bridge is 2 kilometers from the circle. So, yeah. I don't think VP is going to expect there to be that many teams around this bridge at this point in the game. As Gaming Gladiators also far up the mainland. I mean, all spots do is just flip a table at this point and die to blue. Yep, that's the myth of. That's their wrangle game they've played so far. First, they get camped by a solo in Yasnaya. Then they get caught in the middle trying to make their way to the bridge. And they lose all their players before they even get here. Now, Beamy has the same thing happen to him. This game has gone completely bananas.
Yeah, it's off the rails. And hey, it's game 6, you know, what can you do? But the fact that we have so many teams still out in the blue is a cause for concern for, well, every individual out there. As Foot is fighting the Grove Street on the other side, and Vard's actually got himself a knock and finish.
We're in phase 3, and only 7 of the 13 teams are actually on the island.
It's like 2 separate games are going on. Like,
they're just playing hardcore mode where you constantly take blue damage, but all that matters is like a free fall. Go find all the other teams and kill them, regardless of where the circles are. Because it doesn't seem like they care too much about where the circles are right now. As one more bridge camp come through, Bushido thought they had it smart, but you know what? I kind of like to see this. Let the bridge campers get bridge camped. I feel like that's got some sort of satisfaction to watch.
Doing what they can. The funny thing is about the other game that's going on in the circle, nobody shot a bullet. Nothing's happening.
Anything. They're
no, everyone's got their spot. They're like, where is everybody? There is still 40 alive. We should be pulled up
on by now. What's going on? In the meantime, they're all fighting on, well, yeah, Ferry Pier, West Bridge. It was East Bridge. They're so far away. Okay. Here comes 8C. They went for the boat. They actually ran for it, but now Akko is here as well. And I was just going to say, I don't think Akko is. Well, now it does.
Yeah, and anybody getting on a bridge now is probably going to have to jump off later on, and then Wheel Up again will be open for you. Just going to take some shots here from Nail Cup, and he does take him out quite swiftly with that little nice spray from the AUG. The AUG. I mean, where on earth is there anybody from Bushido left now? One left?
Yes, there is one player. One player, Nail Cup, out towards the east. I think this is the least EMEA game I've seen in EMEA in a very long time. As we now get yet another bridge camp, but it's just Seifu here to try to make it happen. Issue for him is he's not getting any of the bridge camp kills, because as you can see, it's just empty cars coming his way. As VP avoided one bridge camp, lost a player, and now they go straight to another.
And Nixie instantly takes him down. Ibby gets run over, but
and now they're both gonna die to blue. Wait, what? Yeah, Nixie will die to blue as well.
Oh yeah, it's ticking too hard, I think.
Oh, what is this game? And Lucarux can't even come to help them because he's being suppressed by Steifu, but Steifu just wants to run over and get the points. The thing is, there's no points for Grove Street in those knocks because Nixie knocked EP and then he went down to blue. So that's EP. That's no point.
Yeah.
And they won't get anything here either.
Yeah, that's gone. And now it's trying to deal with Lucarux, I suppose, on this blue. The entire...
Wait, can we...
I like that the observers have stuck on the blue fights this whole time. We've been in blue for about the last 10 minutes. Yeah.
I would love to see, I don't know if that's a statistic that's possible to fetch after this game, but if we can make a graphic on the fly to just see how many players got killed while in the blue compared to how many actually died inside the circle. Because at this point, we've lost half the server 17 minutes in, and I think we've had 2 or 3 knocks inside the circle. Maybe some more, but still, it's like under 10.
And I think we'll continue for a little bit.
Yeah, definitely
gone. Layosh might be the next one to go for win or die. They're just trying to outlast a few more teams, but I mean, they're way away from placement points anyway here. So it really depends on how much more healing Layosh has. Levante trying to cycle on away. As 8C does find him in the distance. There was Levante and Extents out there for quite a while. Blue's ticking down. He gets a heal off. just in time to really get things going. Likewise, 8C. Eight first aids and a med kit still.
You can chill for a bit. It's only phase 4. We've seen Bloomy do things. Phase 6. So maybe he can find himself some more. Could be good.
Oh. All right, well.
They go down.
Yeah. Where's Varzo?
I'm not sure at this point, bro. They're scattered.
They're all.
I mean, just look at the map feed. You have Leosh solo, Lukaruk solo, Ivasu solo. 8. You have 1, 2, 3, 5. You have 6 solos on the north side of the circle. Make it 7 if you count Bushido's last player.
Yeah, yeah.
There are so many solos alive in this game. We should have 6 teams alive in phase 4.
I mean, it shows the severity of what happens when you get some military shifts, right? 80 finds Levante, good stuff. Some extra points on the board for them, because Foot has been a little bit quiet after their initial start to the day. 36 points, not too bad though for a day 1 at the moment. But yeah, with all the solos, shows how difficult it can be to even just get to military. If you're running into other teams on rotation, if you're thinking about having to take a bridge, and then there's bridge camps, if you're thinking about trying to take the boat, and then the team's already in front of you taking the boat. And he's gone.
And more solos eliminated as Wazo able to get an extra point. I mean, a 3-point game. Considering what this game has been, I think you'll take a 3-point game and say, oh, can we just go next, please? I need this out of my system. I need to forget that this game ever took place, as the circle does shift towards the east. And would you look at that? BP team, Twisted, FaZe, Na'Vi, all sat here and all set up the top of the leaderboard as well.
Eternal Fire, let's see what they can do against this We Live Again position as they're trying to come in from this side. A little bit of an advantage here for Eternal Fire, I would say, about their spot, especially since the fact that BB Team's also looking down on them from the significant high ground that they have. And just instantaneously found on that off angle from Hobber. I think We Live Again can't catch a break on this one.
Nah, it's tough. Try and make it out this late on. You gave Eternal Fire too much room to try and come up. And, well, keep you inside the compound. And in order to make these like moves out of compounds happen, you need the first knock. If you don't get that going your way, then you're gonna be in trouble. And well, We Live Again didn't happen. Thus, hard for them to really make anything happen.
PB team creating a barrier. This is what they do best in a lot of instances on this kind of edge, and they know that teams are coming in from like Twisted Minds compound, right? They watched that drop in, they watched that cleanup. So why on earth not hold it, especially since you can just have a skip, jump, and a hop over towards the north side of Phil first, and then be straight in the circle and have some high ground against other teams that are potentially going to be playing things out in a circle like this.
See more fights taking place. The last remaining player, you cannot let him go unnoticed. The circle is closing in as well, so this could actually be Crossberg eliminated. They will take him on the shoulders and run him towards the circle, but they don't have a whole lot of time to work with. As Mossboard is trying to at least yell at Eternal Fire and say, remember me, and, well, they will for now at least.
Shoot into the air like in that video.
Yeah, exactly. We just need all the sound effects added as well, and then we have it. Global Army able to lob at the... able to lob a double nade over the top and find 2 members of FaZe. None of them has been confirmed yet, though, so they could still possibly get rest as they did get taken down immediately after. As Twisted Minds fighting their way in through the bloom in this game is... We're trying to break some sort of record with blue zone kills.
Yeah,
here.
exactly. This might be a first of like the record on how many people have died to blue compared to not. Like it has been an absolute bloodbath on the very edges of this game. Not too surprising considering where teams had to come from, how they had to get to military, and now we're boiling it down to what looks like Na'Vi being in the best shape when it comes to circle and then also for alive.
Do you want to know why? Because they've sat here without really fighting anyone for the whole game.
Yeah,
that's not entirely true, but almost. And now, well, they're the only team inside the circle, minus Vex, who is just on the edge of the south side compound. So there is that. Now we get to chill for a little bit longer. We'll see if we can finish the day similar fashion to how we started it.
Somehow Nail Cop's still alive. Shido gonna sneak in some placement points here, as we have technically 4 teams, still 4 strong. All with their own little advantages. FaZe technically still has buildings. Na'Vi technically has the closest to center compound, in inverted commas. A BB team has some high ground, and then Eternal Fire, if they can clear up where Reduzi is on this offside, as Virtus Pro is gone, has not too bad amounts of room, but then eventually maybe they'll become totally exposed to BB. We'll see.
Literally the second Lukaruk steps foot inside the circle, goes, finally! He just gets a bullet to the dome. That's how this game has been. And then, hey, at least he got 1 placement point. So there is that. As we have now finally eliminated the vast majority of our solos. We still have the Bushido player and players from Win or Die alive. Everyone else is at 4 strong.
And there will be collisions on the way soon. Phil first taking some shots against Eternal Fire, as I was mentioning. Technically, they'd have better line of sights on them than Eternal Fire would, and Eternal Fire still has to move. A doozy playing this spoiler over the road, gets a great nade on the Mad. And now the rest of them are coming to reinforce. Yeah, more nades are going to be charged up here. He's trying to go for that little bit of a finish, and then if he gets that, that'd be perfect, because at least if they were trying to go for the res, maybe they'd have reinforced to that spot. Comes in later. The nade just goes past.
Yeah, could have been a triple. Not to be. Take one though. Comes through. We'll get it confirmed. And this one has Gripper running straight forward. We'll get him down as well. And just like that, it's only Korsberg left alive. You need to do a lot of work, my man, in order to try and stay alive here. Because BB team, yeah, there's only one place they can go, and that's right here. One knock comes through. It's actually Fairest able to find a doozy, but in the end, Eternal Fire will fall.
It was a total bombardment against Eternal Fire there, and they get destroyed on that. BB team doing very well. That being said, though, Best of Luck is going to be retreating from this spot quickly. I think they realized that FaZe was trying to take advantage of the commotion that was going on that side. Love that Besto took this rock here. I mean, you still kind of need a potential spoiler against a team that might be pushing up on you if they realize that the rest are kind of rotated around on for the Eternal Fire cleanup. So we'll see. They've still got a chance here of BB team.
No one's been able to claim full center because there really ain't a whole lot to claim. I mean, Fex is there towards it, but can't really overpeak down towards Na'Vi. So this next circle could be very telling of who is going to come out victorious in this game. Let's see. Does it go south to favor FaZe? East for Na'Vi. It does go south down towards FaZe. Now, Na'Vi can stay inside the compound, but you'd have to imagine that they're going to be the first line of defense against this BB team. And for FaZe, I mean, if you're Corexi, if you're Fex right now, you cannot get knocked. And I think that's wise on the side of Corexi that he falls back. Losing a player circle center right now would allow for BB team to collapse on the west side. That's going to have a third party then coming in from Na'Vi. And all of a sudden you get fourth in this game because somehow Leosh makes second. So if you're FaZe here, I think it's smart for them to play it a little bit more cautiously.
What an opportunity for FaZe here with a circle like this. They're in #1 already. Yes, they only have 1 kill to their name, but now they can start controlling. They need to make sure, they already knew that BB team technically had members over on that west side. Leosh still is the solo. Imagine if he's going to have some impact here, because he could quite easily. If he sees Besto in the distance, Besto does find Curexy, but Jeans will take him out in kind. So maybe a potential steal. MG3 comes around though. Fex is down. This is a perfect chance here for BB team to try and clean up enough of FaZe to really act as spoiler. Gustav hits him with the fill first on that nade though. And BB team now on 10 kills against all of this. They're getting taken apart slowly, but they're also taking apart FaZe. They have gone from 0 to 100 so quickly here.
And all of this has happened, I mean, not only because, but partially because James can't come up and help. He has to defend that angle if Na'Vi opts to try and swing east around. Cannot come up and fortify, and well, Moldog, the BB team read that quickly, able to win some good 1v1s and not victorious in all of it. Now, as you can see, he's looking for the final FaZe player, realizing where they are. In the meantime, Na'Vi goes, well, if you're going to give us circle center and take your both down to solos, then we'll gladly take ourselves a 4-kill win. Could be a 2-kill win, depending on what these two guys up to now.
I guess it's crazy, you can't win them all when it came to just being ripped apart.
He was going for the solo.
Yeah, I think this is smart, right? You know that Na'Vi's going to be still super strong after really not having to do much. And if your kill feed tracking well enough, you know that none of them have gone down at all during this game. So they've been sitting steady, try and go for the placements. I totally get this play because Na'Vi's got this one in the bag.
Yeah. Well, everyone has been talking a lot about how there's only squad in competitive PUBG. This game has been a showcase of solos in competitive PUBG, because I feel like we've had more of them than ever. As Moldoc and James try to take this fight to one another outside the circle, and with the entirety of Na'Vi looking at them, trying to figure out who's going to get second place.
Huge day for Na'Vi. Gonna be 2 wins on the day if they're able to round this one out and shut it all down. But yeah, I mean, how are you supposed to get out of this? Team's on Moldoc. I mean, you just get in there and try and take away these points. Try and get something if you can. Teams tries to peek. Sauced doesn't quite get it. Up onto the bath. Panic time is now. As Moldoc is down, it's you versus the Na'Vi army.
Yep, not gonna be easy, but Philip so said somewhat isolated, and there's the nade. It was only gonna be a matter of time before they were gonna fall, as we finish the day with a 4-kill win for Na'Vi, and I like to think that that perfectly summarizes what this game was, because oh my lord, was it out of the ordinary.
Yeah, so all the big teams getting the wins today throughout all of this, with Na'Vi taking a double in the end, but it's a big moral victory and points victory in this game for BB team. 12 kills come off the back of that, as well as the placement points. That is shooting them up into the names of the big dogs. I feel like wall to wall, Toby, it has been the big dogs taking a lot of the points today.
Definitely has been. Definitely has been.
Definitely has been. Na'Vi, the winner. We'll talk about them in a bit. I want to focus on what Kalaris mentioned there, Mark, with BB team, because at the start of the show, the desk, you were obviously prepping to cast, but we questioned BB team. We questioned what we had seen from them. It felt very mediocre through the group stages, even though they were on the cusp of qualifying. Last chance qualifiers looked a little bit better. I do think today they've made it very clear that they are one of the names that are up there with the quote-unquote big dogs. And we saw that now as well. They've had a very consistent day. And again, Kieran Erengel pushing really hard. Might not have won it, but it's allowed them to move up that leaderboard.
Yeah, I felt Miramar, we was seeing BB's group stage again. I felt, as Martin said, they were going to drive their way around and try and get some points from the miles put on the clock. But no, actually the closeout of the day, BB team had a point to prove. Big kills here in the last game, and they kind of really opted a reset, and it did reset really, really well. Yes, they're definitely up there. Yes, they're kind of, as I say, the household names now of BB team. I definitely feel like it's time they salvaged day number 1.
Salvaged day number 1 and got themselves a good place as we move into Saturday and Sunday. Na'Vi is the team that obviously won this final match, and they're the one we need to focus on now, because they're the only team to get 2 wins today, Avenger, which is a really nice way to set yourself up at the top of the leaderboard for day number 2.
Yeah, and this last game was just about that, get the win, right? You're in the compound that has the advantage. You want a third party that last fight, and there's nothing else to do than just sit back and enjoy. Okay, guys, I guess we're going to have the advantage for this one. And as the guys stood on cast, yeah, what a last game. This felt so much like Scrim Game 6 vibes. You had so many teams fighting, getting way too late into the zone, blue heating like crazy, trying to survive, trying to maximize points in so many situations. Molotov with MG3 just doing mayhem and utility for BB team. I really like what I see from them here. They take control. They are putting out so much damage to everyone else, and they maximize as they cannot get into this zone and win. It's practically impossible. Navi's in the third party to face fight with them, and they just take that down. But still, top 3 for them, 5 points for the placements, and 12 for the kills is huge. 17 points go their way towards the end there, and they're going to end up in the top that we really want to see them. And yeah, even in the top of this last game here, because Navi only had the 4 kills.
Nice for BB team, 17 points. Avenger, just to jump off something you mentioned there, the chaos that we saw in this game, do you think it had a lot to do with the circle itself, or was it just end of day players kind of wanting to get it all over and done with so that they can prep for day number 2, or a combination of both?
I mean, it's an extremely difficult circle, right? You get the pizza slice kind of phase 2 of the west side of military, where you have almost more water than you have anything else, and there's not much to play. And then everyone else is very late. We had a really terrible playing path as well with starting up in the north. A lot of teams are going to kind of drop out. And then you had bridge camping on multiple sides. You had delays on multiple sides, and teams are seeing that in the kill feed, and they're going to be aware, okay, well, we see the knocks all the knocks are within our range, which is 1 kilometer from where your current location is, then they can kind of calculate that it's on our side of the bridge or their side of the bridge. So they're just gonna say, all right, guys, let's just try to blue zone heal. I guess at one point, you know, Lucarooks had plus 15 first stage trying to get across the bridge. He managed to do it. Unfortunately for him, Win or Die like just crossed to the other side of the compounds there on the west side of military. It was actually free. I don't think he would have believed himself getting in there, and that must, you know, being so many people, you know, 3 guys watching Lucarooks trying to survive, you know, only 5 points this game. But still, it's the salvage points that you really need here. These 5 points will really matter for them once we get, you know, deeper into our games, because that's keeping their average up in their bad games rather than getting the 1-2 point games that we don't want to see, or 0 from them.
Okay, so now before we look at the overall leaderboard, I actually have a surprise for you. We have one of the players who's had a victory today. Virtus Pro's Beamy is with us. Beamy, I'm going to ask you 2 questions before the gents take over. So my first question is, quick vibe check in the team. How's everyone feeling after day number 1?
Probably a bit mixed, because we all had a pretty decent day and a good win. But I think we all know if we played like on our top level, we would probably have had like 80 points today. So a bit mixed.
So you talk. Okay, a bit mixed. You mentioned 80 points. I'll tell you what, let's pull up the overall leaderboard so we can see exactly where you're sitting right now. 48 points in 3rd. If you take a look at this leaderboard, any surprises for you, or has it played out how you expected?
I expected, I guess, GK and Win to do a bit better, and Twisted also to dominate a bit more than they usually do. But for them, otherwise, like, it's not that big upsets.
No big upsets. All the big names are in the mix, right? We all are in agreement. And this is what it's looking like after day number 1. So big up for you guys. Third spot is a pretty good spot to be moving into day number 2. And I know that Mark wants to deep dive some of your gameplay. So let's chat about that, Mark.
Yeah, obviously, first and foremost, she was pretty much up there with a kill. So GG's, I think 11 kills. You're sharing 2nd at the moment. But I do want to break down that win, mate, because there was a key decision. You guys were in the southwest. You lost the zone, and 2 of you went for a full send all the way up towards that north. Was you expecting Exhalation to be there? Did you know they were there? You guys are so quick at thinking of your feet, and they're able to pull out a win as well. So just kind of breaking down maybe for chat, like sort of the speed of thought and how you guys kind of break down that end zone on Taken. Sorry, Ron.
I think first of all, that game, like, we made the big blunder of giving FaZe too much ground on us. So it kind of forced us to have to do that north rotation towards CSN. Like, we expected someone is going to play it out area, but we just had to send it at that point. And fortunately, it worked out perfectly for us.
Did work out pretty well, mate. Yeah, GG's on the win. I think that really set the day for you guys at that point, which is good.
No.
Yeah, good to see you here, Beamy. Good to see you blasting on Rondo. Now, Mark already talked to you about how well you're doing. I already said, yeah, it's the 2nd highest killer on PTC. He's always going to perform. I want to ask you about the kind of other side of the coin here. You guys managed to get 2nd place in the Miramar, the 2nd Miramar game. But I felt you guys could have gotten more, and I'm definitely thinking that's one of the games that you're referring to, that you could have gotten more. Try to walk us through kind of where you guys had a great compound. Once you see this southern shift, you know the zone is going to shift away from the Minas unplayable. Walk us through what the kind of discussions was in the team and what your approach was there and what happened.
Yeah, I mean, I think we kind of did a VP special of the early game where we knew we had like a decent compound to play through. But we wanted to keep more ground just to make sure that no matter what happened with the circle or what happened, like, we would have enough ground. And we just ended up taking a bit too far and losing, like, I died on it. And then later we also lost Luca being a bit too greedy. So, like, we just lost a couple of players, which ended up having, like, we just had to tank placement points instead of getting some kills. So that could have been like a 20-point game.
Yeah, exactly. In follow-up, I want to ask, what's, like, in hindsight, what would have been the perfect play now that you guys, you know what would happen? What would have been the perfect play for you in your kind of approach there?
I mean, I think it just kind of depends on the mentality. Like, if you want to go all in, you would just keep the ground, you know, like, just take Cantera angles and just hold it off. But, like, playing it safe in the compound will also work. It's just however you want to feel at the moment.
Fantastic. Good to see you guys pumping. Yeah, hope to see you guys delivering 80 points tomorrow. Now that you said to yourself, we're keeping an eye. Good luck and say hi to the guys.
We'll try. Have a good one.
Thanks, Beamy. 80 points. We are going to keep doing the mathematics to see if you reach that. Let's go back to this overall leaderboard, though. I mean, Beamy said it, Avenger. Mark, there's no surprises here. The top 8 is kind of the strongest teams we were expecting, Mark. But I do think that you can't write off anyone just yet. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. It's a 3-day final, right? So, yes, you might not perform too well on day number 1, but you never know what's going to happen. Teams are going to go back and watch the VOD. They're going to try and adapt to how things are playing. And actually, they might find the secret sauce on that right-hand side of the table. We know Eternal Fire is always good, especially for last games. Don't panic, they're done okay. It is still pretty tight. Now, don't get me wrong, we've got some big names on that left-hand side, but a game, Sam, maybe 2. Yes, you are down on that right-hand side of the table, but you soon will be fighting with the top dogs on the left. So I still think there's a lot to play for. I still think they need to get the average points up and keep that consistency higher. So there's more to come. I find the midday can make or break teams.
12 matches left to determine who will be crowned the winners of the grand finals of the PUBG EMEA Championship. We will be back tomorrow at the same time, but the PUBG fun doesn't stop here. We've still got more action coming up. Our North American friends will be joining you very shortly for the PAS 5 grand finals, which are kicking off today. So you can go and have a quick power nap and then jump on. Avenger, you're going to be staying awake to watch all of that?
I'll probably fall asleep to them. You know, Toffee's voice is just so soothing. It's just so nice to listen to. Like he always gets me sleeping.
Yeah, I was going to say, Avenger's going to fall asleep to the soft, sweet sounds of Toffee. You can do that as well, so make sure you stay awake to watch that, and we'll see you back here for some EMEA action tomorrow.
Enemy spotted. Oh no.
Okay.
Hold up.
My.
Me bomba.
Eight years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome, my friends. It is time for the PAS Grand Final. Day one, y'all. My name is Toffees. I'm joined by Matchroom and Godspeed, and we are going to break down the teams to watch, the action to pay attention to. But before we do, we're going to remind you of what the weekend is going to look like. So let's check in with the format so you understand how we got to where we are. It started in the group stages, but we are done with that. The top 8 teams made it here to the grand final. Everyone else battled out in the last chance stage to make it to this place. Only the top 8 teams from there got here, and that gave us the big 16 teams that hopefully will be putting in one heck of a show. But what are they playing for? They're playing for some cash. The prize is on the line. It is $50,000 worth of prizing, $12K for first place, but that is not the truest of prizes. It's all about getting your hands on PGC points. You can see right now that it's 200 points coming out of that first place, but also the top 3 positions get an automatic bid to PGS. With the fact that the next 2 PGSs are essentially one after another, this is a very important top 3 to pursue. Now, because it's so important, let's bring those analysts back in so they can help us understand what exactly is at stake. I got Matt, I got Godspeed, and I got the overall last chance qualifier leaderboard, gentlemen. Let's look back at that and how it happened. Godspeed, what'd you think about the LCQs?
I mean, it's pretty obvious that Toyo had plans on making it to the grand finals, and they absolutely did. There was a lot of adjustments and things that were made in order to get them there. We'll break that down a bit later, but overall, just the lobby potentially dangerous. Wuju2, Gooners, right? All these teams that needed to make adjustments in their play, whether it was rotations, whether it was making sure they're winning gunfights, did so, right? And so last chance was very exciting.
Let's take a look. Matt, I want to show this little bar graph we made and have you talk a little bit more about it, because he mentioned some of those teams. They definitely made adjustments when you look at a one-to-one comparison.
Yeah, I mean, Toyo had a big come up. I mean, 5 victories, 3 of them back-to-back. That's a statement in and of itself. But whenever we're looking at kind of how everything's stacked going into the group stage, you can see that Sam Charismo, Zvire, and Wuju2 technically performed in the group stage better than they did. It was Toyo that came in 12th. So whenever we look at in a weaker lobby, it does seem like Toyo can really step in and start to assert some authority. Now, what did they pick up out of that? I don't know, but I'm very curious to see how it carries over into the grand final.
Well, since we've got this up right now, we're going to do something that we don't normally do. We asked the leader of the team who had such an amazing performance in LCQ, Capitan from Toyo, to stop by and chat with us at the start of the show. Capitan, welcome. Thank you. I want to start by congratulating you and the guys for kind of pulling yourselves up and having one of the best LCQ runs we've seen in a very long time.
Hi guys, thank you very much for that.
All right, Matt, do you have any real barn burners for Capitan? I don't want to hold him too long. I know he's got a game coming.
So, I mean, really, whenever we look at this, you have been playing with some of the more dominant players inside the region for a long time, right? Pippa, Binya, EMEA, all inside of your team. I'm kind of curious with the history that they have and the performance that we've seen from you on international stages before. Like, would all of you guys kind of gel together and learn from each other?
Yes, but with EMEA, we know each other a long time on the beginning of 2021, and the guys with Benja and Pipa, we meet each other in 2022, I think, and we learned a lot together with him and Emi. And it was difficult at the beginning because I didn't have the role of IGL, but now with them they help me a lot to be better leader and teammate, so that we will learn it together now.
Nice. Godspeed.
Awesome. Yeah, and so my question for you guys, given all that, given how well you guys did in the LCQ, what, if anything, is going to make a difference back in a lobby with teams like Falcons, like LG, like Liquid, right? Like AQ, like what is going to be the difference maker this time around?
Not too much, I think. They are teams that I have known for a long time. I played with them in LANs and international events. So I think the only difference that you have to play smarter than them to become stronger team, and that's really all, I think. Become a better team than them.
I like that. One of the reasons I love PUBG is because you can sort of outthink a team and work around them, and it's a beautiful thing. Now, speaking of some other teams, I have to ask you this. Given that you played for the Falcons at PGC 2023, do you have an extra motivation to want to maybe take them out this time around?
Well, not really. The organization behaved well with us, so I have nothing against them. But the only thing is that I want to beat them because they're the best team in the region right now. So it's always good to compete against them and better be good at them. So that's really the only thing I expect.
I like that. All right, well, you know what? I'm going to let you go. I want to get back to your team. I know you got a very big 3 days ahead of you, but all of us want to say good luck. We loved watching you the last couple of weekends, and we're excited to see what you have for us today.
Thank you. Have a nice stream, guys.
Thank you, my brother. I like when I'm like, do you guys want to go after Falcons? He's like, no, we're cool with Falcons. Not mad at them at all. Actually, here's a graphic I want to pull up. This is Toyo's performance sort of head-to-head, LCQ versus groups. And I want to kind of come to you here and hear a little bit more, Godspeed, in terms of, you know, they got, what was it, 5 games? Like, they played so well. Talking about how, like, what are you looking forward to them here versus what happened in LCQ?
Yeah, so I mentioned earlier that we would kind of break down into it, and now we will. You know, you and Matt have said that they won 5 games, 3 of those were in a row. That's absolutely correct. Now, looking back at LCQ, why they won those 5 games, when you look at the graph, when you look at what happened, they actually got early circle almost every single time. They were given favor in first circle. Now, granted, that's fine. You know, some teams get favor, some don't. It's what they did with it, right? They were able to control the zone. They picked good spots initially in the circle, and they were able to win games off that. For the games that they didn't get circle, because they didn't get it every game, they made sure to rotate early. That was the biggest adaptation I saw, at least from group stages coming into LCQ, that they tempered and made sure that they were able to do correctly, because rotations were a problem in group stage. And then the last thing was Benya, Emmy, and Capitan all had amazing personal performances, topping off the stats for kills, assists, and everything in LCQ. So if they can do that with these strong teams, right? If they can make sure whether they get first circle or not, they get in good positions, they rotate early, because again, when we talk about LCQ and we talk about group stage and then we talk about grand finals, a lot of the mistakes that teams are making in those initial stages, they cannot make those mistakes in grand finals because they will be punished much harder.
I love that. So you bringing up grand finals. We've talked about Toyo. Let's move past that. Let's get past the survivors and get into the group stage results so we can take a look at who was actually so gosh darn dominant last time most of these teams were able to meet. Team Falcons, 180. Just stupid incredible how high that number is. Proyecto working in silence. Great teams here. Now, Matt, I want you to talk to me a little more about this leaderboard, what you can expect here going into the grand finals. I'm going to turn it over to you on this one.
Okay, so El Proyecto and Working in Silence both had phenomenal days, from having their highest be at a 63 and a 65 points between them. Of course, yes, Falcons at the top with 117. We do see rounding out this, we're going to look at Team Liquid as well as Alcaicía, because this is where it's going to get a bit spicy. If we can kind of take a look at all 3 of these kind of lined up next to each other, we can give you a kind of a deeper breakdown of what we're looking at whenever we look at all 3 of them side by side. Falcons, we know, has a notorious capability whenever we look in the Americas to have this massive points day where they can just run absolutely amok. But while we're thinking about that going into today, let's not forget that Alcaicía was technically the first team to be at first after day 1. They kind of set the bar, and it was going to be all on Falcons to kind of step up and take it away from them. They're going to be facing, specifically Alcaicía, some problems today and potential with hot drops, so it's going to be curious to see if they can net those same points. But my big takeaway from this is Team Liquid versus Team Falcons. It feels like we have 2 very different perspectives on how to treat PAS events. Falcons will go absolutely explosive. They'll get these big, huge point days where they will net and just run absolutely amok. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, who tends to have a better international performance, just sticks to playing the exact same style that they would play as if it were an international. Now, which one of these are going to be kind of more interesting? Will we ever see Team Liquid decide to kind of drop it and have fun, Godspeed? I don't know, but I'm kind of curious. Do you think that maybe Team Falcons might be learning a couple of things that aren't going to be helping them when they get to the international stage, having these big point days?
That's actually a really good point, because as you said, it's always been Falcons that have been regionally the most dominant team, right? Yes, you've had, you know, LG and other teams like TSM win those events in the past, but yeah, I think when we look at history, it has been a Falcons domination regionally, and then internationally, yeah, consistency goes to Liquid. I don't know if it's actually because of bad habits they form. I doubt that. I know Gunner is very on top of that crew. I know individually all those players are very on top of their game and try not to make stupid mistakes or build bad habits, but looking at these 3 teams, yeah, I mean, I'd have to give the advantage to Falcons and Liquid only because those rosters have been together for so long, right? True. We saw Alcaicía, we saw what they were able to do in day 1 of group stages. We know that roster is solid, but again, it's a new roster. Could they hit a honeymoon period? Could they pop off in grand finals? I don't know, but the edge for me again goes to Falcons.
Nice. I like that. So we got to sort of look at these teams. These are the ones who have traditionally been powerhouses that we saw a little bit of a roster shuffle. And I want to reference a little bit of a roster shuffle here right now because I want to check in with the other half of our roster. Our casting duo for today is going to be Porosaurus and Gibson. Gentlemen, good evening, afternoon, maybe good morning. I don't really know where you are. How you doing, gents?
I'm doing good. I guess it's kind of even for both of us. Oh my word, look at the drip on you, Poro. How you doing, man?
I'm ready. It's time. It's time to find out who will win this first PAS of 2026, Gibson. And not only that, is it Falcons World with everyone else just living in it?
I don't know if we can actually say that, because we have a couple of strong contenders, right? Like, I'm excited for what the likes of Luminosity can bring to the table. Al-Quds are in the mix as well. And being real, Team Liquid were the best performing North American team at PGC just before Christmas. So I don't think we can say it's Falcons World just yet.
How many of those teams exactly had a 50% win rate through group stages, Gibson?
Just one, and it wasn't it was the one you mentioned.
Just one, and that is the Falcons. And so right now, it definitely, to me at least, feels like it's Falcons World. Everybody else is just kind of swimming around in it. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, does it? Because Falcons are already a shoe-in to get to PGS, right? As that global partner team. So we are fighting for 3 other spots. Now, obviously, Falcons would love to get those PGC points to go on top of it as well. So I don't expect to see them do anything but scrap as hard as possible. But what do you see as the top 3 teams that should be fighting for those other 3 international spots here at PAS 5?
El Proyecto, Team Liquids, Al-Quds, and I think that we've got a couple of teams that are right behind them. And you mentioned stats. I don't get into the stats too much, Poro, because I don't like to let the truth get in the way of a good story sometimes. You know what I mean?
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. No, especially when stats don't support your excitement, right? We don't like that. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think there's plenty of teams in here that can get Falcons running for their money. But I'm interested to see what the analyst desk has to say. We're going to be back with you shortly, guys, so don't go anywhere. We get ready for map number 1.
Gentlemen, thank you. And I hope that is a quiet implication, okay? Because I watched some new show on Netflix about treasure hunts. I think that we're getting a hint here from Poro that maybe the return of the Car Emporium may be in the future for some PAS, and I hope that happens. I miss it. Let's talk about those teams. They brought somebody up, El Proyecto. They were not in that 3-team combination that we did a little bit earlier. They finished in second. This is a really interesting roster to me, Matchroom. They have 3 members of Luna Galaxy who I believe finished, what was that, 12th place, I think, at PGC, and the addition of Gizera. What do you think the actual, now that they've had some time with that roster and they went through groups, do you think this is a contender for first, or you think it's just still maybe, hopefully they get top 3?
Okay, well, let's look at this. We've got Haven, Zakraken, and Poser, right? And then you add in the firepower of Gizera. You put them all from the same place, all having no communication issues or anything else like that. There is a massive upswing in capabilities for this squad. I mean, Gizera on any squad is going to bring in a whole bunch of firepower, but we know Haven, Posa, and Zakraken all have the capabilities to pop off at any given time. It feels like Posa can find ways to scrap up points out of absolutely nowhere. 3 members can die, and somehow El Proyecto can still walk away with 10 points at the end of the round. I mean, even if all of the players die in Circle 1, it's absolutely insane. My attention, though, keeps getting shifted over to working in silence. Okay. This is a squad that's a bit looser, but also runs almost as consistent. I mean, whenever we look at Proyecto, they were a 49-65, and working in silence was a 50 to a 63. So very similar, but very different in play style. So I'm really excited to see if we can see any repetition come out as far as successes from the squads.
Yeah, working in silence for me, Godspeed, is an interesting one to look forward to, right? We've got some really old, I don't want to say old guard, young guard, because ages are irrelevant, right? But we've got some classic names that are playing in this lobby. Toyo's a good example of that. We're seeing it from Proyecto. It feels like working in silence is maybe a little more of a unexpected occurrence in this lobby. Do you think the fact that some of their players may be a little less known gives them an advantage against some of these heavy hitter America's teams that are used to the same old, same old?
So first off, I'm still, I have to apologize. I'm distracted by Fear and Loathing in Porosaurus. But when I look at working in silence, I mean, this is a team that I very much glazed at the end of last year, right? They came in, they had tech. This is not necessarily the same roster, but a lot of similarities. It comes down to the same thing that we're talking about when Matt was mentioning El Proyecto. Yes, we know these teams are full of amazing players. Yes, we know they have the capability, but every time we've had roster shuffles, which happens a lot in our region, in Europe, and a lot of regions, it's not about the strength of the individual player on the team. team. For me, it's about those players actually putting it together, building the synergy, making sure that the team play, the comms, all that stuff is on point. So yeah, of course, when we look at these teams on paper, you can say that they're very strong. They have amazing players like Gizera on El Proyecto, or BL, or RBN, or Souls, or Santastico on a team like Working in Silence. But again, all that matters is if they are coherent, if they're coming together, if there's cohesion, and we'll just have to see. And again, this lobby is much stronger, so we'll see how they fare.
Gotta get that synergy.
Yes, I think this nice synergy would be great. Let's
Which
take a
was
look.
team.
I want to touch on another team that had to go through the LCQ, but has been a very popular team, both in chat as well as I think among fans in general.
No idea
you
who
can
this is.
pull up the LCQ board because I want to show where they finished because they had a unique grind, and that is the Gooners. They're in 4th place with 92 points, which at a glance is really impressive, Matt. But remember, day 1 of the LCQ, I think everyone left it thinking they're not going to make it to the grand finals. Do you think that Gooners has the ability to come out day 1 and sort of show that goon potential that we've seen from them?
Do they have the potential? Yeah, Gooners definitely has the potential. But that's the thing about Gooners, right? There is like, they live in such a dangerous play style. They can net a ton of points, or they could all die in Circle 1 because they're going and fighting for a compound that they think is valuable. That is unpredictable, but that unpredictable nature of them can sometimes backfire. So do they have the potential? Yeah. They also have the potential to crash and burn. And that's why I love to watch them.
And we're going to watch them 2 maps on Miramar to start out. Then we go to Tego, a little road to Rondo, and then Erangel to finish out the 6 matches that we are playing today. But Godspeed, it is, to me, all about pace setting. With only 3 days of play and only 6 extra games over groups, there's not a lot of time. We learned from other qualifiers to really make the statement that you need to be in the top 3.
Well, it's the same thing teams like Potentially Dangerous, Toyo did when we were in the last chance, right? They started off strong. And as you said, they were able to carry that momentum, and especially in the grand finals, especially when you have 18 games, only 18 games to play, right? That is the standard, but still, when you look at the amount of mistakes and games you're afforded to have bad games, 18 games sometimes is like, damn, that wasn't enough. So we'll see. Whichever team is able to get a strong start, if they can hold on to that, especially in a lobby like this, I think they'll be all right.
Now, there were allegations, Matt. Oh, sorry, go ahead. What do you got?
I was going to say, well, I heard the fact that online that there was going to be some hot drops, but it looks like Al Qadisiyah is going to be dropping just fine, and there are no Gooner interactions.
So you're telling me that the Gooners were trolling the internet, saying that they were going to hot drop someone. Shocking developments here. But I will say, to talk about some of the teams that have been shocking, that have been interesting to watch, one that I've really enjoyed as we see them landing right now has been God Squad Matchup. The roster is amazing. I'm excited to see what these guys can do.
Yeah, I mean, okay, let's be honest, Godspeed, you can probably talk more in depth about the squad because you have played around them a lot. My only thing is the fact that they were a squad that struggled whenever we saw Falcons eating up all of those points and Team Liquid and Proyecto eating everything. They only managed to get about 20 points on that day, so they're going to have to make sure that they get their firefights in a much harder lobby.
Yeah, Sabcro taking some shots, but for me, with the God Squad, I mean, this is just such a throwback. Such a throwback. This is one of the original squads. Pat Caps is retired and unretired multiple times. I love Pat to death, so I'm just happy to see him play. Sharpshot again, incredible players. Shinboy, Balefrost, right? This is a roster of players who have LAN experience, who have international experience, who have international success. So you can expect a lot from them, sure, but again, it just goes down to the strength of the lobby, how much they've been playing, and those factor in as well.
We just saw only 3 Gooners inside the squad, so I'm curious if that's why we didn't see the hot drop. Also to note, we have a very northeastern circle where we still have Campo Militar in play. That's going to be crazy.
We do have a northeastern circle, which means that it's time for us to check in with our casters, turn it over to them so they can walk us through the rest of the Dusty Dunes. Ladies and gentlemen, match 1, Poro Gibson, take it away.
Fear and loathing on Miramar, as we have already got our teams on the ground. The circle is heading off to the northeast. Gibson, we've only got 3 Gooners available, and maybe that might have saved Al Qadisiyah from having a little bit of trouble early on.
Yeah, I think so. I was the one that spoke to the players last night, and they said they were going to contest them on every single map. And, you know, I don't know if I would have liked that. You know, it's a different story if you're doing against Falcons, somebody who's got that automatic passport to PGS, Poro. But it's nice to give Al Qadisiyah, at least in map 1, a fair chance at it. As we get some player cams, look at that. Take it.
Hey.
What was it somebody said about his biceps earlier? Wasn't it? Someone said he had brilliant biceps in the production crew.
He's jacked. I mean, he was going with a tank top last night on stream. So you know, the man's proud of himself, and he should be. He's yoked. He's just shredded like a julienne salad. But you know, he's going to need a little bit more than muscles to finish in first place once again. But fortunately, he's got 3 of the top tierest possible teammates at his disposal as they loot up Picado, and looks like they're already on their way, just shy of 4 minutes in, which is just about the time it should be taking most of these teams to get on the move, with this circle being where it is.
Yeah, it's that thing that I always speak about, Picado, those drops that they take. It's just about a staging post. It's about being as close as possible to almost every iteration of a circle you could get in. And the thing that I love is when Falcons drop there, it's efficient. They're in, they're out, they're gone. You know when they're not in the lobby, Paro, when you see a team take that spot away from them, they normally stay a little too long because they don't really know how to play it, as we might have some early shots from Haven.
We'll see. Mime and Bestia's 2-piece getting real close to Haven. Haven wants a piece. He's going to find DraftKings instantly, knocks him out of the vehicle, and he's going to be able to get that flush as well. And that is a point picked up by El Proyecto. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than to be good, and Haven got real lucky right there.
Well, you got to hit your shots, and that's exactly what he did. Mine will go off in his merry, merry way. And what is going on to the poor Gooners getting pushed by Working in Silence? One of these stars of the lobby. Matt will get the kill confirmed on the Ruben, but he's up on top of the roof. Stun raids going out, but I feel like for the Gooners, this could be it, Poro. He's tucked in against the wall, and he's done. BL gets the kill.
Boy, I'll tell you what, Simply Matt looked like a man that had very little idea of what the hell was going on around him at that moment. He was just trying to survive as long as possible, but at least they pick up a point. So the, you know, no goose egg on the board for Gooners. Every point matters at the end of the day. But that is a beautiful pickup, as you said, for Working in Silence. Finished 3rd place overall in the group stages, which is a pretty big step up for them, as we see Curry from the Outlaws, and he's got Gump with him as a shotgun rider. They're taking looks down here. No shots just yet, but you can see there's movement going on in the hills as Working in Silence. Good job being disciplined with those smokes as they go for the looting phase.
And the thing is, though, the Outlaws have an angle on the driver's seat. You can see the steering column from this position. So if someone from Working in Silence gets a little too eager, this could be a problem for them. Now, Souls is already off in his merry, merry way. BL will follow in succession, but I think they've just about gotten away with one there. Outlaws maybe a little too passive, Poro, but for Working in Silence, 3 kills on the board already. Gooners dealt with. You couldn't ask for a better start to this game.
That worked out perfectly for him. Now, the one unfortunate part is that they lose a member, but you know, you lose 1 for 3, you take that, and they're on their merry way once again. As Working in Silence, you know, going into Miramar, looking at how these teams performed during the group stages. Falcons got 2 wins, God Squad got 2 wins, and then LG and El Proyecto rounded out the string. And then in the LCQ, Wuju 2 won twice, and Toyo and Gooners also got a win. So that is who we have our eyes on now. That being said, Falcons got wins pretty much everywhere, so it's hard to really pin that down. It doesn't seem like there's a map that they're favoring more than any others right now, really. It's just the whole game that they're favoring.
Yeah, look, they're one of the top teams in the region and have been for so long at this point, and they've got an, you know, I'm going to use one of the wee words the kids say, they've got an aura about them. You know, teams see them in the kill feed, they avoid them. Yeah, like, look, they're a team you've seen in the past where someone will take a knock from them and are like, yeah, we're not taking this fight, we're backing off, we don't want you ruin our game in the early stages. But there's other teams in lobbies where you take that knock and you're like, yeah, I want some of that smoke. I'll Kudsia though. They're a team that I don't think you want to be getting too aggressive with either.
No, I think you're absolutely. I mean, there's a couple of teams in this lobby that, and you can see it whenever the team fights start coming up. They'll take a knock and they'll slow down the push, right? They'll pull back, they'll drop down the smokes, they'll try to go for the res, get back up to full strength before taking the fight again. Nah, there's a couple of teams in this lobby, they take that knock and they're still like, you know what, we still like our chances against you guys 3v4. So Falcons being one of those, Alcadesia being another one, as Outlaws, after missing their shot there on Working in Silence, will set up just on the south side of that water treatment facility. The beautiful compound up here that seems to be magnetized so many times, but lately it's been a little bit different. We'll see how it goes this time.
A lot of free roam to their north as well. Like, when you think about it, you've only got El Proyecto and Muju 2 who are rotating up past Oasis now as things stand. So they've got a lot of free space to their south. Adam here for Team Empire made their way through the LCQs. He's up in the sky doing some forward scouting for his team. And I'm a fan of this, right? Because the way I see it is it's free information. That thing doesn't blow up. It's gone on fire now. It'll crash land, but you can crash land safely. So all you got to do is limp your way somewhere near your team where you can get picked up and be on your merry way once more.
Yeah, it seems like for the most part, everybody's just kind of gaining information more than anything as we check in with Team Liquid, one of those teams that a lot of eyeballs are on, a lot of expectations on this squad to perform after being extremely consistent last year, but just never really kind of cresting that mountain and getting that first place spot that everybody was hoping for. But you know, you still make a lot of money and you still get a lot of attention when you're consistently in the top 4, top 3. So maybe Liquid, this will be the year that they can surmount that obstacle of first place. But Falcons is a big roadblock in the way of that.
Well, I always like to say this is a game of milliseconds, and it's the butterfly effect rings true in this game more than any other. And you're talking about seconds, and it would have been Team Liquid that would have been your reigning PGC champions had that push been a tiny bit earlier. But if buts and maybes, it doesn't matter. All that happens matters is what happens on the day as Sam Crismo start looking down towards Al Qudsi, and that's a big shift over towards El Azahar.
Yeah, that's a rough shift, and you can see how many teams thought that it was going to hug on that western side, play around that water treatment side. Now they've all got to get in the vehicles, get on the move on once again as we got 4 teams playing around Death Road. Liquid going to run right in to that team in yellow, Al Qudsi, as they will just breeze through. It looks like they don't want to take the fight right now, and I can't say I blame them because they know that this spot is about to be really, really populated. It's going to get a lot of teams giving a lot of attention over here, so they need to get up there and claim their spot as quickly as possible.
Yeah, rotating in now as we got dots moving in too. And you know what? I have a lot of love for this team, Poro. It's a real proper community team when you look at the players that are there.
Sure.
Shane Doe casted for a while. You know, he came in, he was doing scrims 3-4 nights a week, and then he was like, you know what? I see these guys doing it. I can do that too. And here he is now in a PAS Grand Finals lobby. What a glow up that's been.
Nah, then, okay, we got Sam Crismo and Team Liquid already squaring off. Curdy has been taken down. Nice trade comes through onto Sam Crow, but the flush will come through onto Kurt. So that at least is one player down for Sam Crismo, and that is one player that they don't have to worry about going for the res against. Sparking can go for the peek onto Nick. 2 down here. DNL almost taken out as well. Probing grenade, not going to find anything here as Lopez works the rooftops. DNL trying to go for the res on the Nick. Alo will try to rejoin Luke and make their way into the building through the smoke cloud. He will do so. He will flush out Sam Crow on his way.
Yeah, Team Liquid, they've got themselves 1 kill in this fight as they try to win this battle, and Sam Crismo going to take some pressure. It's actually Al Qudsi, Rello, getting that knock from a long ways away, and all of a sudden Liquid and Sam Crismo know it ain't that fight. DNL will get the knock onto Alo as he tried to get aggressive with the AUG. He sprays through the smoke now as we're trying to get anything in the midst of the madness, and Team Liquid down to 2.
Sparking going through with the handheld shotty. Will flush out one, get another one, as Alo will get flushed out by DNL. So neither team really, even if you win this, it's not really a win, is it? It's now potentially dangerous. They want all of this. I'm not sure if they know that Al Qudsi is on that high ground. They have to be careful about the routes they choose to push, but they want a fight here. They're spoiling for it, and they had a lot of success with those in their last chance qualifier, finishing 2nd place overall. And I think they're wanting to take a little bit of that aggression now towards the grand final.
What is going on? This is map 1 of PAS, and we have 4 teams fighting it out at the halfway point. Sam Crismo, as Sparking will deal with him with the sawn-off shotgun, but you cannot rest on your laurels. You've still got potentially dangerous here, Poro, and inside the church is Theros. He's holding the angle from one side, Slabby on the other, They have Liquid exactly where they want them.
And with a little bit of the old ultra violence, but that long building really tends to slow things down here. That is such a tough building to push, as we have seen over the years. Now PD decides they want to push in after sending the Molotov in to start things off, but they've got to be careful. Alcancia is still on that high ground, so if they peek over the top here, they could see him at any moment. We see in the minimap the circle has popped, and this is still inside the zone on the very southern side, as Alcancia looks like they're getting into vehicles right now. So maybe potentially Dangerous can take their time a little bit more with this one.
Yeah, they got the time, and look, some problems as well, Paro. You need a steady set of hands, you need fine instruments, but some problems you just need a hammer for, and potentially Dangerous, they've got the Panzer, their hammer at the ready should Team Liquid extend too far. Now, in a few minutes time, all the smoke should dissipate inside, and from that point on, then potentially Dangerous can really make the move. But you can't move into the fog of war. You do that and it's a problem.
No, and Liquid's too smart for that. They know they can just they'll keep recycling these smokes as long as they can. Really, it's just Operation waste their time at this point and hope that maybe at some point they just decide to leave, although I don't know if that's ever happened in the history of PUBG. 2 free kills just being left when you got a 4-man squad there, especially when you're inside the zone. You can see a few teams off in the distance still making passes through. That's Toyo, but they're not getting any closer here. Meanwhile, Alcancia, after leaving their spot, they've taken a high ground spot overlooking Death Road, and they've got Empire just off in the distance, and they're about to have Toyo right on their doorstep as well, as now potentially Dangerous has finally started to make their way into this long building.
Yeah, but you can still see there's so much smoke inside that Gabri just can't afford to push up with the Panzer at risk of taking himself down or even one of his teammates. But you know exactly where Luke 12 is. Run into the bathroom, nobody there. Go check the next room. If he gets a shadow of Luke 12, he is hitting that trigger finger.
But that's the thing, is right now PD just does not want to lose a single player off of this. This feels like free points. It should be free points, but don't take a knock and instant flush. That would be ruinous here, as Gabri does not know that Alo's there. Luke 12 rather. Luke 12 will get the knock and the flush. And now he's gonna get traded down by It's. The damage might already be done, as Sparking has the shotty in hand, and he's already proven dangerous with that thing.
The King of the South looking to take on 3 members of potentially Dangerous all by himself, but I see the FAMAS in the distance as well. So Sparking needs to pick his opportunities. Now, as we said, the smoke is his friend. He can move around into that little bit of mayhem and try to find it. Yeah, that's it. There's none left to work with, but he has 2 stuns, Paro, and he almost had the chance to get a knock there onto It.
Theros still working from the outside. Slabby coming from the other side. I'm not sure if Sparky's going to hear those footsteps over the sound of... Oh no, and now LG! Oh, LG came from the high ground, and it's going to be Snakers that forced Sparking's hand and pushes him right into the waiting arms of It. So potentially Dangerous will finish off Team Liquid right as the next zone pops, and we're going off to the north once again.
And with that circle shift, El Proyecto in a great spot. Empire have their position, as Alcancia will lose one on the rotate. Toyo's EMEA picking up the first point of the day for them. But I'm looking elsewhere. You look towards the north, you go too far north, you're in the crop circles, and you're stuck in a bit of a problem. And now God Squad, they've got a problem called Bestia that's moving up on their hill line, and they're hoping that maybe Falcons on the drive-by could be a bit of a distraction.
That's the hope anyway. God Squad. Not sure if they are aware how close anybody is, but you can hear them just getting peppered from range by Toyo. So they can't, I mean, the angles that they have to try to clear out underneath are so limited here, as 9-1 is going to spot out H-Win dancing around on that cliffside. We'll swap over to the 2X barrel. Playing around the edges of this tree. He knows he's in trouble, but H-Win's gonna spot him, and that is an instant shot and an instant grenade follow-up. 9-1 gonna be in trouble here, and yep, he is down and out. Shrimsy will be the one to finish him off, and Outlaws go out in 13th place.
12 teams left, 41 players alive, as we get a look back at that gunfight. Shane Doe, that great knock on the Gump, confirming out that points. 2 points for them so far. Then there's the 3rd kill, as Shane Doe picked up another one. Remember what I said about he thought he could do that? He's showing he can do it, but now he's got to worry about Falcons, because here come the top dogs pushing up onto this compound.
This is a tough one. This is a tough one for sure, and it's on the edge of the zone as well, and Toyo has not left, although they are getting shot at, so Emmy's going to have to reposition. So this might be a little bit of a window here for God Squad if they decide to get in those vehicles. It looks like they're thinking about it for now. Bestia looks like they're going to try to get in vehicles as well and dip on out. Meanwhile, just off to the north, you can see Falcons slowly starting to push on the dots as God Squad gets them so low, but Vinny one shot away and Sharp Shot will hit it as Vinny will go down. Gotta confirm that point though. There's too many people around. You don't want it stolen away. Get your points as quickly as you can, as potentially Dangerous trying to push through as well, as It's is taken down to about 5 HP.
Yeah, what a roster of veterans that is too on the side of God Squad as Pat Cap spots out Slabby, a couple of shots with the Dragonov. You need to hit those, and finally he does. But on the other side, Eros is there to get the trade. Drive-by attempt here. Sharp is obliterated by It's on the way past, and things going very, very wrong. Shinboy focusing on Falcons on the other side of this gunfight as it's going incredibly heavy here over on the western front, and It's might go for the res, but let's not rule out the fact that Toyo were sneaking up too.
The West is indeed wild in this zone, as you can see the kill feed is just lighting up like a Christmas tree. Bliss trying to dance around as much as he can. He gets real close to Tig, but Tig is ready and waiting. He'll get the knock, and looks like he will get the flush as well. So the point going over into Falcons. Falcons still 4 strong, but still outside of zone. And you can see just how many teams are still playing around the edges of this western side. No real quick way in. And even just what's left of dots here have to be very careful about how they want to push in, because they know that Working in Silence is in that compound. They know that Falcons is below them to the south. And they just got to find some kind of route to get in.
Yeah, but they find a knock on the Tig, which buys them a little bit of time. Potentially Dangerous did get 3 players back up during all of that, and I like the aggression here from Joshi. So you've got covering fire. That allows Joshi to close the distance, and that's a great nade from H-Win. But 2 Falcons are down. A deployable shield will be utilized to attempt to get a res off here. But this fight up on the west, it's insane, Poro, because in the blink of an eye, these teams could be getting no points or placement points depending on what way it goes.
Oh, this could be beautiful, beautiful timing from Dots and Joshi. That could be a great grenade. It will be. He'll find 2 instantly. And H-Win now the last one alive, as Falcons are just getting sandwiched from every angle. One more grenade should do it if it finds him, but it won't. H-Win will stay alive for now, but now potentially Dangerous is trying to make the push there. Also go down Slabby, down to just 26 HP. He's going to recycle the smokes, but I don't know if it's going to pop in time. He's going to see Kickstart at least get the credit for that kill, as Shrimsy is back on his feet, trying to get the heal off in the smoke. And he get alive. There's okay. They're back up to 2 strong. The smokes have kept them alive, kept them in this for now, and potentially Dangerous actually getting a little bit of offering a little bit of protection here to Falcons.
Yeah, but look at Dots getting that knock onto Joshi as the blue zone comes to play. Slabby prone with the FAMAS finds that kill as Falcons getting torn asunder here. Over on the west as Shane Doe will wrap into the blue. Potentially Dangerous eliminated, but there's still one Falcon flying. And yeah, Shane, I think he's going to fall. H-Win will get that knock, but is Joshi able to get the trade? He steps up over. Joshi gets it. They say never meet your heroes. Well, Dots are glad they've met theirs, because they'll say thanks for the points. 8 points, 8 kills so far for Dots in map number 1.
Things you love to see if you're a Dots fan. They've made 8 kills and they're in the placements. Currently sitting in first place overall, although they are down to just 1 player, and he's got a little bit of running to do to get into zone. Toyo, meanwhile, they've lost Emmy, but they've still got 3 alive. They've, I guess, quote unquote winners of the West, although they've only got 1 kill, so it looks like they've just been able to avoid most of the nonsense that's been going on out there. But it looks like for the most part, everybody that's still in this thing, with the exception of Wuju 2, has taken a loss. So they're missing at least 1 player. Wuju 2, the last team alive with still 4 up, and they're going to get a little bit of zone love this time.
Yeah, they've got a bit of control up towards the northeast of the circle. Empire 3 up, they've got the compound to the south, and if you look further north, El Proyecto with a 1-1-1 split. Gizera's keeping an eye on everything that could happen with Working in Silence, making sure that these teams from the west don't rotate up their way. And really, they've got a buffer. Al Qudzia are a buffer for El Proyecto, so if anyone pushes into the circle, they're the early alarm bell.
Sure are. Haven and Gizera still working around on that high side. not spotting anything. It looks like they're very concerned about teams pushing in from that blue. Although there's nobody up there, but we've got that eye in the sky, so we know that. They don't know that, so they're just being disciplined, we'll say, as Posa push away from his tree. You see Wuju2 still 4 up, and they've left Fana behind, and Fana might be in trouble here because Posa's got him dead to rights. He can get the angle, but it looks like Fana spotted him out and now calling LFP over for some support.
Yeah, and here's the thing, if Posa had level 3 gear, he'd hold on to that angle a lot longer because it gives you the second chance, but with a level 2 helmet, you just don't want to take too much of a risk. Now, Toyo, they're making their move in. They're sending it right towards the edge of the circle. Capitan, he'll hop on out. He'll get a little bit of scout work done, while the rest of the team will leapfrog him into the circle. They're not in the zone just yet, but have a peek at Gats. He is not far away at all, and he is 100% within nade throwing range. Speaking of nades, Al Qudsia are going to come under heavy fire. Gizera gets the knock on Dorello, and D now the last player standing as dots fall in 7th, and that's a great blue zone, and that's a better nade.
Yeah, well done there by a combination of El Proyecto and Working in Silence. Akadisa will go down in 7th place, and now Working in Silence fully aware that their high ground is currently occupied by El Proyecto, as Toyo starting to slowly push their way in, not going any further than they feel comfortable, just playing around on these ridge lines. But Working in Silence, it feels like, although they're down to 2, feels like they still have a lot of control of what's going on over on the west and the north, rather. Although, ooh, that's a big shot. Don't go into the blue! Don't go into the blue! No, don't go into the blue souls. You had 1 HP in a dream. Santa now in the blue as well, but will survive just a little bit longer. He is spotted out by Posa and knows that Capitan is hiding out in that smoke, but he has no util to really do anything about it.
Oh, Souls just got sold by the turning circle of the Murado at full speed, and Santa will fall at the hands of Capitan. Toyo up to 2 kills. Yeah, he wasn't far off. Gats for Luminosity, still on his feet. Last player standing for them. Empire watching all of this go down as we get ready for that zone shift, and it's going to be a gift towards Empire. Yes, it could have been a little better for them, but they're pretty damn happy with that circle.
Oh, absolutely. They've been sitting pretty this whole time. Although they are down to 3, they have not had to engage in any of this craziness on the edges. They've just been able to sit inside their compound and kind of third party everything to the tune of 2 kills right now. But if they can keep getting a little bit of love here towards the end, and if the rest of these guys don't wipe each other out, you gotta imagine that kill total will ramp up just a bit. Here's Capitan trying to make that long range spray on a Posa, but not finding the shots landing.
The 4x spray in the AUG, though, it's not an easy shot to hit, as Pipa will put up that shield from behind him. You know, give yourself a little bit of cover here, Paro. But I'm looking at what's going on to the north. You just see Haven and Wuju2 starting to front up against each other because Wuju2 know they need to take this fight for them to wrap into the circle.
Yeah, Haven he is on the clock right now. He's got to defend his team, but he's also got to make sure he doesn't go down. And El Proyecto really putting a lot of trust in him as they have Posa and Gizera fully paying attention to Toyo. And they're just leaving Haven to do his own thing and watch their backs. And it looks like Haven might actually be calling them back over. And Posa and Gizera immediately responding after dropping the smokes just to kind of slow things down for Toyo. As, yeah, he's got Wuju2 pinned, trying to... looks like Wuju2 might have been trying to come up this way, but they were forced into going on the south side by Haven by himself. So I think Wuju2 realizing that Empire had that hard cover, that's a tough fight to take, and now they're just gonna have to get 4 deep in the vehicle. Where do they send it though?
That's the question. Where do you go? Do you crash it up close to the next ridge line? Gats. Yeah, Gats is erupts into flame. Finna picks up that point for Empire as they get their 7th point of the game. And here comes that full send from Wuju2. And the worst possible thing happens. You lose 1 on the crash. You lose a 2nd on the crash. You lose a 3rd. And LFP, the last player standing in Valiant, should be able to clean this one up. But Paro, if you're going to crash, the very first thing you got to do is make sure all 4 players get there successfully. They had 3 down before they even got 1 player out of the car.
Oh boy, they sure did. And that was just a combination of everywhere. As we asked where they were going to go, That's the plan was to try to crash the compound, and it did not work. But a lot of those go over to Empire, so they are up to 6 kills now. I believe that's 6 kills. Might be 5. Not 100% sure, but they've got a knock currently as they're playing that low ground just on the other side of the road. They try to make the move across while everybody else was preoccupied with each other. And yeah, you can see El Proyecto still very concerned about Toyo, as Haven has found an angle, will take the shots through the smoke, but won't find the flush on the downed player.
3v3v3. Valiant holding this side of the circle, while Michael will go for the res up onto Finna with plenty of smoke to go for a bit of movement. El Proyecto, kings of the high ground as things stand, with Posa keeping an eye alongside everything in towards center of the zone. Toyo, they're just relaxing at the minute. The blue zone will force them in a few moments' time, but you'd feel like the logical push for them would be to go north here. That's the logic. You don't want to go down range of a team that you know has angles onto somebody like Empire.
Yeah, I mean, can't believe I'm saying this, but right now Empire kind of needs Valiate to make a play here. It's what Valiate's known for, going off as a solo and kind of doing his own thing and doing what's best for the team. But right now, Michael and I can't see who the other teammate is. Finna. Michael and Finna, very, very pinned down. And you got to imagine that the smokes may be running low, and they're not going to be able to move, as El Proyecto just has perfect vision onto this. Valiant, they kind of need Valiant to do something here, but I guess the deployable covers will keep them alive for a little bit longer, as they don't have to worry about Toyo creeping down their backs. And I think El Proyecto kind of reading that now and maybe turning their attention over towards Toyo.
You know what's better than 1 shield, Poro?
Why not 2?
Yeah, and you know what's better than 2 shields?
Got the toesies.
Yeah, not getting pressed by El Proyecto, who've gotten the high ground. That blue zone, that's a really good blue zone, because that's going to force them into a more open spot if they want to rotate in. And Finna's just had enough. Finna's had enough. He crawls in. He gives the point over to Gizera. Michael should fall now. He goes down to the blue. Valiant goes for the snake play. Gets the knock onto Haven as Gizera will force now for the play. Gizera does get that kill confirmed. Empire go down in third. And it's a 2v2 Paro for the win. And Posa's down to 2.
Oh, man. I just wish Valiant would have made that push just a few seconds earlier. Empire may have had a chance to get out at least one of those players from being pinned down, but now, just as you said, down to Gizera and Posa playing around these cliffs, and this is where Toyo starts to come alive. They've lost one as well, so it's Benya and Pippa, but those two guys were absolutely cracked in the last chance qualifier, and it looks like whatever Toyo figured out during the LCQ, they have managed to bring it with them here into the grand final. Same with El Proyecto, really. As El Proyecto, we remember, second place in the group stages. And they have been looking good so far all the way through. Right now, it's just a question of lines of sight. You can't imagine that either of these teams have a lot of utility left, but Benya Capone, he's got the headshot. He's got Gizera down, and now Posa has to play the low side.
Yeah, Posa drops now. His options for rotating are really limited now, as Gizera will fall. That's another kill on the board for Toyo. But here's the thing, Toyo, they want to win the South American showdown. They know exactly where he is, Paro. They spot him, they get the kill. Benya gets it done, and Toyo take the first chicken dinner of PAS Grand Finals. 14 points for them. But what about Dots?
Dots, look at them. I mean, that was they just happened to be the beneficiary of some wild play on the western side of that circle early on in the game, or through the middle part of that game rather. But I mean, man, that is they took out some big name squads there. That is coming in and putting your big boy pants on and saying, look, man, we belong here.
Well, they took on that fight with Falcons. They took on Potentially Dangerous. Like, they were right in and amongst it as they take the win in the very first game of the night. But it's a South American showdown on Miramar, as the team that we spoke about in the pre-show come out on top. Guys, back on the desk, did you know something we didn't?
We know a lot of things that you don't. And we're going to go over all of those. We break down the action. I do want to give a shout out when we saw those player pictures flexing the PNC jerseys. Gotta love that. They're like, not only did we win, but we're the best the country has to offer. That was pretty cool. What a fun, interesting game. We're going to take a second when it's ready and go back over the highlights. But that end game was a brutal one. When we got to, I think it was Circle 7, Godspeed, nobody was in it.
No, there was really not that many teams left as we go back to the highlights. I mean, the end game was crazy just between Toyo and Proyecto and Empire being in there. This early kill on DraftKings was really rough for Bestia. They did not have the best start. And then this three-way fight between Liquid as well as, I believe it was Semprismo, and then you also had potentially Dangerous come in. I mean, it was a very action-packed first game, Matt.
Well, we just kept having, like, we started off with a northeastern set circle, and we still kind of hung out in that northeastern area. So we had squad like El Proyecto that went and got a very strong position early, but due to the fact that they managed to keep control for so long, I think Circle 3 was whenever they were there, we're going to see whenever we see these last couple of highlights, there's near on nothing left. All their armor is in tatters. They have, like, no ammo. So it's going to be the squad where we see on the opposing side of that, Toyo, who is a lot more, I guess, movement-based in the trenches moving into these later circles that they kept managing to replenish. And Dots was a big beneficiary of fighting along the sides and putting on the big boy pants, I think as Poro said it, because they got into a lot of skirmishes over there and actually managed to walk out of it, but then ended up walking into a different death trap. You got to give them respect. They held that ground well.
I mean, especially when you talk about Dots, Shane Doe had 5 kills individually. Joshi, I believe, had 3. They did a phenomenal job of getting as many points as possible as only a 3-man going into Circle 6. I mean, that push, Wushu 2 did their best to try to just get in, but between the windows being blocked as well as, you know, El Proyecto just having a dominant position up top, it was going to be really rough for them to realistically do anything. And then, yeah, the shooting just from El Proyecto up here, Matt, was just phenomenal. Also, the fact that they were able to hold off Empire as well as Toyo for a time being before this 2v2 was, El Proyecto was really playing very, very well, as was Toyo.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a very well played. The momentum we talk about it coming in from last chance, they really managed to step into it. And so 14 points, Toffees, in that first game.
Wow, you know, we talked a lot at the start of the day. Can they do it? Can they make the transition? See, there's Rust and there's Patina, and I think that this might have been a Patina. Like, you know, these guys are a little old, little slow to start, but they're turning it on. That's huge for them. I also want to give a big shout out to Dots. You guys remember LCQ? Dots was a fan favorite. People love watching these guys play. They play for the love of PUBG, and to see them come out with 12 is awesome, Matt.
Oh, yeah. I'm just also very curious to see if we saw, I guess, a healthier version of El Proyecto in the later stages. We saw them do great during the group stage. They're also coming out swinging yet again. So the biggest beneficiaries the last 2 weeks off the jump, it does seem like it's El Proyecto and Toyo, but can they keep that momentum as we do have Working in Silence, potentially Dangerous down back behind them, and Wuju 2 managing to make it in the later stages. But on the right side, you know that there is a lot of firepower that just got caught in the meat grinder. Let's talk
Wuju 2, Empire, Proyecto, sort of that little tough 3-way crash that we saw there, Godspeed. It was the longhouse. You know, there was not a lot of options. So Wuju 2 smashes into Empire, who has this incredibly greedy spread. And it's Proyecto that protects them, essentially, and allows Valiant to survive that. It really could have worked out for Wuju 2 totally differently if Proyecto hadn't been on guard from the high ground.
Exactly. If they were able to crash that point and they didn't have to deal with getting shot in the back, there's a very good chance they could have at least made something happen against the 3-man that was Empire. But again, Proyecto was just on that ridgeline. They had been controlling it for most of that game at that point, going into the later circles, and they just shredded them. I mean, they just absolutely shredded them. But even to add to... Go ahead, Matt.
Oh, I was going to say, it was going to look like the car got caught in the corner of the doorway, so nobody could get in, and they were just kind of stuck there, was all I was going to point out, Godspeed.
Yeah, no, I agree. And also when it comes to Toyo, right, we posed the question, I specifically posed the question, they fixed a lot of the mistakes that they made going into the LCQ. They got, circle favor a lot, but they made sure that when they didn't, they rotated early, they were able to control their side of the circle. They did that in game 1. This is early days, but still, I posed the question, are they going to be able to do that in a stronger lobby? And so far, in game 1, even as a 2-man going into that against 3 members of El Proyecto, they executed flawlessly.
I do want to give a shout out to the Empire sort of surviving that crash. And I like that Finna, they knew they were done for, and he crawled into the blue zone to give away a free kill to thank them for getting them some placement points. Just like we want to thank you guys for watching. So pay attention all day. Just below you, you're going to see G-Coin giveaways. That code has vanished, but there are more out there. It is. There's some G-Coin giveaways for you guys. We'll have more throughout the day today. So make sure you stick around between shows so we can give you as much free stuff as you want. I know we all really want to progress that Neon AUG to maximum. I'm still on the grind, Godspeed.
Good luck.
On the grind.
I You're perpetually on the grind for that one, aren't you?
I know it's a big one, but it's going to be worth it when I get there. All right, let's talk to a couple of things that happened. Here's one, and this is one maybe I can go to Godspeed because I think that you've been in this position yourself. Liquid versus Sam Charismo in the Longhouse. I mean, there was a point where Sparking was just spinning in circles, yelling, "There was a firefight," because he didn't know what was going on in there. And then there were crashed potentially dangerous. What is it about this house that makes it such a, I don't want to cuss, but an S show? Whenever people try to go in there, I myself, it seems okay, but whenever I see pros in there, it's a debacle.
Yeah, it's just very difficult because there's mainly 2 choke points and it's just one long building, right? Like we saw that earlier with Sparking. I think he got flashed and he just completely started shooting in the air, which was hilarious to see. But pushing those are notoriously difficult, right? You have 2 main entry points. You have the long hallway. Yes, you have the back window in the middle of the first floor, but generally vaulting into those without flashes or utility is suicide, right? So it's just really hard. And then to add insult to injury, as we look at the map rotation, we do have another Miramar coming up. Potentially dangerous came in third party that fight. So already you're dealing with a very difficult building to push and work with. And then just to add to that, you know, hey, here's another full 4-man squad coming in to crash.
So let me ask my 2 cents on that one.
Go ahead.
As well, because you have to remember at the ends of it, it's got that 2-story section where people can be throwing in nades from the outside, and also become cubbies where people can throw Molotovs,
can get on the roof
or anything
too.
else like that.
Yeah.
So it's got this really long hallway, and it's just like got 2 holes that are just like designed to catch nades on the ends of it.
So as you get ready for game 2, let me ask this for those of us who maybe are casual players enjoying this thing. When it comes to Longhouse, is it an advantage for the defender, or is it, because it doesn't seem like there's a lot of ways to look out, or is it sort of a better place to push?
It depends on the crash, the angle you're hitting it from, the utility. If you use smokes, that can cause a lot of confusion, right? We saw that in that push initially where smokes were starting to get thrown. You block out each end of the long building, and then you just leave it very difficult for people to, like I said, to vault in, because at that point you're just taking a gamble if you don't have control of the inside. And then for the people inside, you have to make sure you're not making a mistake and you're watching those angles. If flashes come through, you know you're delayed for a second, you have to peek around the corner. That's an opportunity, an opening for a team to get in. So it's just, there's a lot of stuff going on in the micro that makes those fights so difficult.
All right, a nice easy plane to kick off our second Miramar match. It seems like some of our LCQ teams really stepped up in game 1. Matt, do you think we can attribute that at all to the fact that they came through LCQ and they're just a little bit warmer?
There's a part of that. I mean, we also can see that whenever we have very hard shifts up into any corner of the map, a looser play style can sometimes be a bit more beneficial, right? Because you're just kind of riding the wave versus more of a regimented style. So we'll have to see if more of that regimented style starts to show off, as this is not quite as north as last time.
That's true, though it is still north. And this is one of those maps, guys, dude, I feel like when you have double tap circles in the same sort of region, because it's so hard to maybe traverse Miramar as opposed to a Wrangle, that it can be really frustrating if you are, say, like a Toyo, I guess they're not that far, or down there in Empire, who has to adjust more than once and doesn't get one of their 2 circles. Does that make sense?
Well, I'm really glad you brought up Toyo as well, and especially when we look at Empire and their current position in the circle, because what we saw as far as adjustments go when it comes to Toyo is when they didn't get circle initially, they made sure to rotate as early as possible. When you're in a position where you're one of the teams on the very outside, I would use Toyo as an example, right? You either have to rotate early or you just have to be okay with coming late, right? Because a lot of these teams are already going to come in. Most teams, I would say, even like Empire, like teams that are in between them, Liquid, may even opt to use the Eastern Road. That rotation generally isn't camped. There's a lot of room to get into the circle. You can spill in from the north side, and then you can find yourself a position to play with some high ground. When you're a team like Toyo, in between all of it, you might just either go in early, like I said, or you just might have to wait. And a lot of teams have found success in the past, I'm going way back for this, but we look at teams like TSM, sometimes even FaZe, they would come in late in the circle and then they'd find their spot that way. But I mean, those are really the only options you have. And then you want to hope that you don't fight another team in that rotation so that it doesn't slow you down further.
Well, I don't want to slow down our casting duo any further. It looks like the action may be starting soon. Let's turn it back over to Gibson and Poro for our second match in the Dusty Dunes.
Yeah. That's enough analysis from you guys back at the desk. And Poro, I have a bone to pick with you.
What did I do?
Yeah. Well, we were supposed to have a very cagey, very calm, very relaxed opening map to PAS, but you came out here with your suit jacket, your fear and loathing glasses on, and all the players saw it, and you got their blood pumping. They went into it a little bit more jacked up than they should have been, and it's all your fault.
We want the show, baby. We're here for the show. If I wanted to sit around and watch people pretend to not shoot at each other for 15, 20 minutes, I'd go watch EU. I'm in America's, man. I want to see people scrapping. I want to see them dropping on each other. I want to see them killing each other, because that is what this country and the countries, this whole region of the world, was built on. It's these guys right here.
Yeah, America. Freedom, yeah. From the Irish person on the other side of the Atlantic, yeah. As the Gunners begin their rotation. And you know what? They're in the lobby. They got eliminated pretty early in the last time, but looking at this one, they're going to rotate in. Icy Flex, unfortunately, didn't make it in this time. Maybe we'll get to see him later on. But, Poro,
yes.
If the Gunners are one thing, they're entertaining.
By God, they are entertaining. They weren't so entertaining in game one, but like you said, they're missing a player, so you can't really fault them too much for that. Well, they did drop Southern Los Leones, so we'll see if they get involved. They didn't decide to scrap with Team Liquid, and Liquid actually rotating directly east instead of going north, so probably going to avoid having to run in Gooners as it is. Falcons, meanwhile, after looting up in Picado, heading into that southern part of Graveyard, they've got a sandstorm just off to their west, and this, though, is a bigger problem, as God Squad is right on the other side of the mountain from Al Qadisa. Roth is already there. He takes a few shots, but Pat Caps flips on him immediately. Doesn't land anything, though.
Yeah, D providing the cover for Roth on the other side, which allows him to get up this close, and with that, you see the rest of God Squad rotating around. Sharp shot, he will come to the far side of the valley now, seeing if he can spot someone. You can just about see up by the Hollywood sign above Minas Generales that there is a member of Al Qudsi peering this way. And Shinboy, he gets up. Yeah, I think Shinboy's going to continue wrapping out of there, find a better angle for this fight, but I wasn't expecting these two sides to meet this early on in the game.
No, I think this is more of a symptom of the circle, obviously, and then just rotation patterns, as both teams really, it's just southeast of dead center, so I think both of these teams really opting to play that spot. And it looks like Sam Crismo might be sending it over there too, as you can see now Roth will spot out DNL, as DNL getting a little bit close to the sun there in the minivan, but we'll pull away once again. I don't know if he spotted something, but Sam Crismo, the rest of the team starting to arrive, and this could be bad news for Sam Crismo, as DNL I don't think he's spotted anything yet.
I don't think he knows, and he's got to be so careful, because yes, one team did leave in the God Squad, but I could see it not too far away. Vinny just making noise inside the barn. The whole point of these shots is to let other teams know I'm here, right?
All by
You're
himself.
not trying to get any knocks. This is, you know, you see those clips of like silverbacks beating their chest to let people know they're there. It's like, yeah, I'm here. That's what he's doing. He's like, yeah, you're not challenging me. Drive on, move on somewhere else. Roth, though, he definitely looks like he wants a challenge here in the early stages of the game.
Actually, Sam Crismo getting shot at from God Squad now, as Roth getting creepy footsteps. He's got his Nikes on, getting real sneaky. He's gonna spot out DNL, takes the shots through the window, but it's not going to land. And yeah, discretion, better part of valor there. You would have loved to be able to get that knock, but since you didn't, just get on out of dodge. Okay, now LG pulling right up on the south side of Hacienda, where potentially Dangerous has already got 3 set up, and now they're calling back their Oz.
Hacienda del Patron, and it's the house of the boss, something along that lines. That's what it means. It is the boss that is potentially dangerous. And you and I have seen this team. I know that it was Kami and I cast them last year in LCQs, but this is a team with a really high ceiling. They have the potential to pop off on any given day. The problem for them, Poro, is the disparity, that gap between their ceiling and their floor is really large. Like, if they can raise that floor just a little bit, they could be a really good team.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that goes to say for most teams, right? But potentially Dangerous in the group stages, you could tell it was a little bit rusty for sure. I mean, only 58 points, so about 30 plus points away from the cut line. But then once they got to the LCQ, they got their feet under them. Finished second place overall. I think they finished with 109 points when all was said and done. So Definitely hoping that they can keep that momentum going, kind of the way that Toyo did, really, after that LCQ performance. They come into this grand finals, get that first win notched underneath their belts. Working in silence, meanwhile, they are going to find themselves a nice little spot. They finished third place overall, 113 points, so not too far behind El Proyecto, finished ahead of Team Liquid. So they had a lot of success in those group stages as well. Looking to see if they can keep that success going here. Sitting in sixth place overall so far with 7 points through game one.
I think that's another team that's gone under the radar. When everyone talks about the best teams in South America, it's El Proyecto they're talking about. It is, you know, the likes of Bestia that people are talking about. But in reality, I think that they're right up there. BL, I've said it for a long time, he's still one of the younger players inside the Americas. He's insane. Like, you talk to any pro player and they're like, oh man, that BL guy has annihilated me in scrims so many times, but he just never gets the love he deserves. Now, just as I say his name, BL, please turn around. Please don't die the second I give you praise on stream.
Well, look, BL has proven himself to be a very, very talented mechanical player, but it wasn't even BL that was the superstar for this team through the group stages. That was Santastico and Solds, both with 20 plus kills, although BL had him right at 18, so he wasn't too far behind. And you can see them playing from that north side through the sandstorm right now, but they've got nothing really surrounding them here as the new circle's popped, and it is giving them a lot of room to work around here. We see Outlaws on the move as well. Falcon's going to get a little bit close to Bestia as Silson and company will go ahead and pull away from those barrels. What do we call those things? I can't hear you. Just storage facility?
Silos.
Silos. There we go.
Silos.
Well, if a silos store grain. What stores fuel? I don't know if it's the same thing. It might not. I don't know. I feel like I'm being a bad Texan right now.
I'm sure someone in chat will let us know in 15 minutes time.
Oh, I'm sure.
You know. Yeah,
I'm sure. Either that or Matt will tell me. He's more country than I am.
Yeah, but isn't he not even the one who had a ranch, right? Then someone in the talent pool had a ranch. Matt had one.
That's the one. That's the one. So yeah, he should know his way around some country utility. As we see Theros looking at the windows, but Curry gonna pull away just in the nick of time, but potentially dangerous. They know that they still have LG on their south side, but LG just gonna play it cool for right now, and potentially dangerous. It looks like three teams really between potentially dangerous LG and now Falcons, all kind of sharing that hacienda spot. Is Capitan gonna get picked out by Kurt? Nice little shot there from range.
Young man Kurt, peak of his powers, prime Kurt. I have to say that, by the way, because he gave out to me for calling him old man Kurt on a broadcast during the week. So he's the peak of his powers, prime Purdy Curdy, finding that knock. And well, speaking of players who are in their prime or coming into a Cowboy, and Rello might be about to do a number here. D, he spots out Lopez. That's as easy as it comes. D and Rello combine, 2 kills confirmed, 2 points on the board for Alcudia as they set up a beautiful trap up here on the hills.
Just like that. I mean, we talked about Sam Crispo just had no idea that Alcudia was up here, and it looks like over the last 3 or 4 minutes or so, they still never got any indication, and they just end up driving right into him and losing 2 for free essentially. And now it's just going to be down to Nick and DNL to see if they can get some points here for the boys throughout the rest of this thing. Team Liquid, meanwhile, they have guys on the move on the very south end here. Now they've got Empire just off to their west. You can see them pulling into Graveyard. It's going to be Michael. But they've got a little bit of space they can work with on the very edge of this southern circle. Just depends on if they run into Empire or not.
Phase 2, like it's just early days moving in. You can sit in the blue, you know, wait for the zone to pop. Like that's what Liquid are likely going to do. They'll just play here, see where things go from this point on, keep an eye on anybody who could be rotating in from the other side. Michael, a player who could be at risk depending on if the sight line is good enough in that position. But else, Adam actually spots out Alo. And inside the blue, Adam's not going to take those shots. He's just going to feed the information, Poro.
Yeah. I mean, right now for Empire, Michael's the only one inside the zone, and they've already lost 1. So Adam, you can see out here from range, he's just feeding this intel over, and you don't even see Empire on your map. You can barely see Michael on the edge there.
Ooh.
But the rest of the guys still, I think one just went back to Picado, so the new circle will pop. And it is, wow, that is a lot of fields, Gibson, a lot of fields. Like God Squad.
It is a lot. Yeah, God Squad in a great spot. Dots are going to consolidate their position. They were in a 2-2 split. I feel like they might get themselves together again. God Squad's... Oh, Gavin, go on, hit your shot, hit your shot. The Snakers will rotate past. He wastes the ammo. And now Silzen will be there to force him back into cover. Oh, the one thing about that... Oh, actually, Poro, did I just see that they've crashed right towards Falcons now as well? So it could be about to get really kicked off when they does. Vox is going to get knocked.
Looks like they did, yeah. LG kind of in shambles a little bit as they try to make their escape from Hacienda. Now, Tetsuya getting taken advantage of from the high ground by Liquid. Alo making that SKS do work right now. Cowboy has to stop down here a little bit just to get the heels off, but that Team Liquid train is still coming, and Cowboy is in kind of no man's land right here. He's going to really be relying on the overwatch from Rello, and Rello just not seeing the shot right now just yet.
Rello will need to move. As you can see, though, Kurt's a little far away too, so it is in essence a 1 versus 1 as things stand, and Rello spots out Luke now as well. D is here to back up his boy. Cowboy and D, the two young gunners in the Americas, but Alo gets the off angle. He finds D, and now Cowboy is all by himself, trying to wrangle himself up a bunch of wild horses who are moving in for the kill. And what is this nade going to be able to do? Oh, he's going to waste it. He thought he was there. He's gone. And now Team Liquid should really start to put the pressure on, and Kurt is going to get the off angle.
Man, I'm going to have to ask Alo about this, because I don't know if I don't know the last time I've seen Alo rocking an SKS. But he is working that thing right now, and he is hitting some big shots. I wonder if he's since moved on from the Dragunov from last year, and or if he was just kind of working with whatever he's got right now. Is working in silence. They've still got a pretty good split, 3-1 split currently, as BL just off to the edge, holding Toyo kind of at bay as outlaws. They're trying to find somewhere more towards the center. And this hill just off to the west of Dot's compound is going to be the best they can hope for. Meanwhile, Empire still trying to get everybody out of the blue zone, as Valiate is in Minas and Adam is in a vehicle basically right now trying to get to Michael.
They're just playing a game of leapfrog with Team Liquid at the minute.
Yeah.
You know, one's going to get into the circle, then the next. Rello's still alive for all could see it, but it's not really been a Miramar to remember or the likes of Al-Qudsi. And now one player left alive, 4 points total on the board, as Michael from Empire will just creep and crawl his way in. Now, does he realize how close he is to Liquid as that zone will shift away once more? And how's about that Dots and Outlaws position now, as Rello tries to find another point for his team? Come on, one shot on the sharp shot. That's all you need to find. But look at the damage power the Blues now putting onto him.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble, as is Empire, as Team Liquid are really taking their sweet time here, and that might be trouble, as Party Curdy will get picked out by Adam, and he's got a rock to protect him. Hopefully Michael can maybe come across and get a different angle here, but you can see they're just on the other side of that ridge line, as Simply Matt will get spotted out by Balefrost of Gooners, down to just 2, trying to survive a little bit longer here as they send it for that cliffside on the road. It is very early to be going for that spot, but there's just not really many places else to play, as Bunt will get spotted as well, and there will go Simply Matt Gooners going out in 16th.
And it was a good nade that he threw as well, but it wasn't good enough. Down go the Gooners, as Luke now is going to be putting pressure on the Michael. This battle going on for the south, and there is Alo just crawling inside. He wants to get close enough for Sparking to get the res, and if Michael had a blue zone, you know he'd be throwing it, but that bit of utility isn't in the back pocket. Can Empire add to their tally? And Sparking will get that res off, and you'd feel like that should be that for Michael if they get both players back on their feet.
Yeah, you can see Adam was in a vehicle trying to get over there, and he just goes down. Nalo will go down as well. Michael, you can see Valiate just off in the distance, finally trying to make it out of the blue zone. But Valiate has just been nowhere near the rest of these guys this whole game, as they've been just struggling to come out, and that's going to do it for Michael, you have to imagine, here, as he tries to get out at least one smoke, but it's not going to be enough.
Is there any player in the Americas as good as picking up points, though, from positions like this as Valley? Last alive for Empire, as we see oh so often. And now Falcons will make a full send as well. They're going to go right into the center of the circle. Vehicles will get obliterated now at this point, but you know what? They're in. Like, one of the hardest things with the circle is just getting in.
That is the toughest part, for sure. It's not a great spot, but that's a spot that you can survive from for some time if you've got the utility, like the vehicles and the deployable covers. It might be okay, but potentially dangerous just above them here as we see Bestia still on this south side. Nobody really pressing them from the south, but Toyo just off to their north as Luke 12 will get spotted by Pack Caps as God Squad going to pick up another kill here. That brings them up to 2 as they start to climb their way out of 12th place. They've still got 4 alive. They've got a nice little position here on the southeastern side.
And Ruben will look to get the res off on the Santa, working in silence, sustaining a knock here as potentially dangerous start flooding over to Falcons. And
this was the problem.
Slabby is going to get a huge nade into the midst of the action. And now it's all down to Kick as the Falcons fail to soar inside of Miramar. Another good nade towards Kick. He'll take a little bit of damage, but potentially dangerous. Kicking things off the right way, sparking falls to the blue, and look at these mortar shots coming in here, slowing down potentially dangerous. But this is what happens when you are Falcons and you do put a target on your back in a position like that.
Yeah, I was trying to pick out where these mortars were coming from, but I can't see it on the map. Who might be shooting them? But potentially dangerous. I mean, they took that spot in the hills, and it was always going to be rough for Falcons to try to survive there if somebody was able to get into grenade range. And unfortunately for them, potentially dangerous was right where they needed to be. Working in silence, meanwhile, still holding that edge. But God Squad's starting to creep over with this new circle pop. But only Shimboy and Balefrost are there right now. Sharpshot and Pack Caps not anywhere near. So this is going to have to be a 2-man show here for God Squad.
And the thing is, though, Pack Caps needs to move in a little while. But the problem now is Bestias rotate. They just about veer off at the last second. They're going to move into one of these little spots now, the shed, as we spot Valley making his way through the blue as well, off on the other side of the circle. 13 teams left alive, 37 players as we hit the 21st minute of the game, and we'll see those numbers start to fall pretty quickly now too. Sam Crismo, Poro, once they move towards the circle, they'll have a line of sight into this position. But the problem is, working in silence and God Squad should be able to work in tandem with each other to stop that from happening.
You know, I think the problem was working in silence had no idea that the 2 from God Squad were down here already. And unfortunately for God Squad, they had to take the shots at Sam Crismo as, okay, it was El Proyecto is the Kraken with the mortars coming from the far western edge of the zone as they found some success with that. Look at the replay. I love that. Rewind and run it back. Why not? But yeah, no, God Squad, I think, had managed to sneak in right behind Working in Silence, but Sam Crismo on that high ground forced them to take the shots and let Working in Silence know that the attack was coming. So you can see the utilities already starting to come out from Working in Silence. They'll find one onto Shimboy, but RBN is down as well.
Santa with a nade at the ready, throwing it up towards Pat Caps as he keeps an eye on his other side as well. As we will see Pat Caps fall now too as Santa steps up over the ridgeline, but keep an eye on Bestia going for that wide flank. 11 teams still alive, and this is getting very frisky on the south side. I like this from Dots. This is really hyper aggressive, and this is what I'm about.
I love it from Dots. I wish they would have everybody with them, but sending Joshy and Bliss is enough as they get the opening knock there onto Nick. And God Squad will get eliminated there in the end by Working in Silence. So good hold from them. They do lose one more player, so it is down to just Souls and Santa. And now they have to move once again. And Bestia looks like they're going to come over here and see if they can finish off what was on God Squad's plate.
Souls in a fight now with Mime, but Mime's got backup. Vinny with the M249, but it's Mime that finds the knock onto Santa. And Working in Silence fall in 10th. 9 teams left alive now, but you've still a long ways to go. DNL in between Dots and Bestia, who've got Outlaws near the center of the circle, potentially dangerous not too far, as well as El Proyecto, Poro. They're sending it right in us, and they might just get the gift of that container as well. What's in the box is the question we might be asking.
Keep them up.
No.
Gotta try to keep them up there. Falcons will get eliminated. But yeah, you see Wushu 2 has the angle here. Wuju 2 still 4 alive. The only team really that's managed to keep 4 alive to the late game for both games here. They're doing a good job so far. We'll see if they can translate that into a win this time around as Bestia continues to just sweep this eastern edge, trying to clean out what's left of Sam Carismo. DNL, the last player left. He's going to try to see if he can maybe spot somebody, but no, Mime is right on time, and Bestia will pick up another one.
Climbing that leaderboard and map 2, Toyo fall in 7th, so there's just 6 teams left to go. Dots, 8 points in game number 1, 5 already this time as they're looking to get a very good start to the grand finals weekend. Off in the distance as well, you see El Proyecto. They're spreading themselves out just a little bit. Paro 2-2 split because they can do it. You've got a position now, you know nobody else is there. It's nothing but an open field. This is what you call hedging your bets. Don't put everybody in the same position, which could lead to something happening like what happened to Falcons a little earlier.
Yeah, they were very fortunate to be able to hold in their spot in that hard cover and not have to move into these wide open field positions until they absolutely had to, but you can still see how tough it is as the Kraken will take the knock here as Bestia continues to make their push forward. They'll try to clear out what's left of potentially dangerous. Slabby, very low. He's going to get spotted out by Posta from range. It's now the last player left alive for potentially dangerous. He's hiding out in the smoke as Dots. Oh, Gump will find Joshy, and Joshy going to go down to his own grenade as Bestia just looking around, trying to spot out where this last player is. It's just being a very sneaky boy for the time being as Outlaws and Wuju 2 are scrapping it out, and Dot's trying to leave the compound.
Wuju 2, 4 players up again in the late game, very similar to last time, finding ways to get points, finding ways to make plays. Now LFP looking to find a way to deal with them as he throws that nade up over the air into the smoke. Mine will take a little double tap from LFP, but Wuju 2 fighting 2 battles at once. Curry from the Outlaws getting close enough to get the knock on to Bestia as the Outlaws will get eliminated now, bringing us to our final 5. And Dots, Paro, they're just about inside the circle. They've found a little salvation for at least now. They're hoping that someone else can put pressure on the Wuju 2, and that's what happens.
Yeah, somebody needs to put pressure on Wuju 2 because El Proyecto was stuck out in the field and they tried to make a move, but Wuju 2 sneak attack was instantly on that. Then he gets knocked. So Bestia right now, they're just being a bully in this lobby. It's just recycling those smoke, trying to stay alive, and hopefully he can outlast this push from Bestia and El Proyecto. But now Wuju 2, they're starting to make their way around, but LFP instantly knocked by Bliss. Shane Doe is down. Bliss, the last player left alive. 4 Dots, the smoker keeping him alive for the time being. The flashbangs coming through. He's got hard cover. Doesn't matter. Fauna will land the headshot, and he's gonna immediately swap over to Mime as now Wuju 2 turns their attention towards Bestia.
3 teams at the south. El Proyecto have all pushed this way. They made the big move to the edge of this hill, and the nade from Haven is perfect. It's a 4v4v3 for the win at the end of the game. Bestia, they'll rush to try to get some form of a res off, and they'll do exactly that. But Posa is right on time to find Silzen. As Vinny, now he's the one under pressure. A stun grenade will be thrown on one side, a stun on the left. That will allow Posa to now reposition himself around, and he does exactly that. He gets the knock onto Vinny 2 as Bestia are getting bested by El Proyecto at the end of this game. Paro, Wuju 2, 3 up. They're loving this because with Wuju 2 on the opposite side of this fight, they can let these 2 sides weaken each other. But Wuju 2, they're pushing P now too. A sneak attack will find Mime.
Oh, what a beautiful push here from El Proyecto. And now, yeah, Bestia is just in a lot of trouble. You've got two squads bearing down on them. Mime will bleed out for sure this time. DraftKings, the last one left alive. If he can get a knock here, that could open up things. Haven will get spotted by Fauna, and El Proyecto will have to slow down here and go for the res, but they are already up to 9 kills, and they have secured their hold on to first place as they have surpassed Toyo, our winner from game number 1. Fauna will go down to a nice spray from the Kraken. Gizera and Haven have to heal up here. DraftKings using that deployable cover to hide behind, and he's going to stay alive for a little bit, but Haven will come around from the side and get him as now El Proyecto up to 10 kills.
This is fantastic from El Proyecto, and I know you love these guys. Yesterday, Wednesday, all you were speaking about was how you wanted to big up the Kraken, and that's exactly what he is doing now. He's bigging himself up with plays like this, but things will get quiet on Miramar now. It's a 4 versus 3. as Wuju 2, with 3 players up, are not out of the race just yet, but El Proyecto Poro taking center of the circle, spreading out, fanning out, looking to just corral the Wuju 2 players exactly where they want them, and they are set up for success. It's going to take a huge opening knock here from Wuju 2 to get anything out of this game as far as winning is concerned.
Yeah, you gotta wonder if Wuju 2 is being able to maybe re-up a little bit on utility through all those fights. That might be the only shot that they have. As you see, Proyecto is sitting pretty low on everything. At one point or another, every single one of these players on El Proyecto has been seen as the next big young player, young gun from Latin America. And it was only a matter of time before we got all 4 of them on the same squad. And it was only a matter of time before they started showing you that they can do things like that. The big sprays from Gizera. Back to back, finds Fana, finds Big Attack, finds the win for El Proyecto. 13 kills.
Gizera's just different, man. 23 points, another South American brawl on Miramar as they double down with the wins to kick things off. Poro, El Proyecto, every little phase of those last few every phase of those last few circles was perfection. The 2-2 split, the consolidation, the backfill, and then the spread to win that game out. They are on fire at the moment.
And they showed a lot of patience as well. I mean, they had the compound that they could play from for the longest time, right? But they didn't overextend, they didn't overpeak, and then they ended up doing the 2-2 split in the wide open field, and they just had to survive there for a while, and they managed to do that. And once they were able to kind of get up there, it was a little bit fortunate that Wuju 2 managed to take a knock right as they were kind of covering El Proyecto from pushing out of the fields and up to the cliffs. Because of that, they were able to kind of get everybody up there and not lose anybody, which was huge for El Proyecto. But then after that, it was all just academic, sweeping around the edges, beautiful fights, beautiful use of flashbangs, great utility, and just sheer mechanics from these guys, which is something that we've come to expect.
Exactly. And speaking about things that are academic, we got a bunch of academics back on the desk. Toffee's Matt Godspeed. Are South America here to play in the grand finals?
Yes, they are. Thank you. My name is Toffees. I got Matchroom. I got Godspeed with me. And it is a decent question, but, because of how they did in the group stages, Matt, take on the game so far.
Always. I mean, I will say always, whenever we look at South America, they show up. I mean, Gizera had an absolutely explosive game on a Crossroads Classico. I mean, this is just an old school circle that everybody should be very familiar with. And let's talk about the fact that on a lot of reasons, El Proyecto was kind of gate kept out of this one, Godspeed, so they had to fight their way tooth and nail and deal with harassment the whole way to get this victory.
That is true. Steve, did you want to say something by chance?
Oh, I just wanted to say it's time for highlights.
Highlights. Yep. Highlights indeed. As you said, obviously, Gizera doing a fantastic job. But I mean, there were so many early game fights that were just happening in little microcosms, right? You see Outlaws getting picked off. There was a massive fight between Liquid and Al Qadsiya in the beginning of the game. We saw 2 members were lost there. Dots obviously did a great job. And then Team Liquid got backstabbed, by Empire in the blue. We obviously saw Goons. But this is exactly what I was talking about. I mean, TL had done a great job of clearing the southeast side of the circle, Matt, but then they just got shredded from behind. Speaking of shredded, Santastico just catching that mortar straight to the chest.
The weeb in me, every single time we get that rewind, I just keep thinking, it's the world though. But okay. Anyway, I mean, this southeastern corridor was just a mess, man. Bestia was just having to deal with contender after contender over here. And you can see, look, El Proyecto was kind of the odd team out, having to sneak across this one, and they just exploited it perfectly as all these firefights just continue to happen. Down here in the southeast, it's going to be El Proyecto that sneaks in. You can see him on the mini-map down there. Gets a foothold in, and then manages to maneuver into position and manages to put Bestia, who were feeling like they had all the momentum in this, in a pinched position and collapses on them perfectly.
Yeah, and something I want to talk about here is the proactivity between El Proyecto and, more importantly, Dots, right? Like, even though Dots didn't win, this is a beautiful spray from Kraken. El Proyecto just kept their foot on the gas the whole time. They third-partied multiple teams. They made sure that when there was a fight between Bestia and Wuju 2, they came in, they cleaned that up. They were trapped initially in the earlier circles of the game. I believe it was circle 4 or 5, where they managed to get out of that position and find the window of opportunity to come in and make the push and ultimately win the game. And to the caster's point, Poro and Gibson, this is now the second time El Proyecto has been in the top 3, or top 2 even. So fantastic day of play from them.
Excellent day of play as they get 23 points in that match. Bestia going to get 12. It has been, to start today, really a tale of South America, which, Matt, when you look back at the group stages, you know, the majority, the lion's share of South American teams got knocked down in the LCQ. To see them starting so strong here has to be very exciting for the region.
Well, yes and no. Second place overall was El Proyecto. Working in silence was 3. So, I mean, El Proyecto is just sticking to what got him there and just continuing in. And again, I find that this is a very fun squad to watch whenever they're in a disadvantaged position, because they somehow play really scrappy and get into positions that they should technically have no business to be able to get into. But it's just due to the firepower lines that they manage to set up. They just keep kind of whittling down areas until they finally get that one shot that they need to make the leap into position to get them into a game-winning point. And it is so cool to watch.
You know, I'm loving, Godspeed, that this, I mean, again, this is the roster for the most part that was Luna Galaxy at PGC. We saw some really fun plays from them. The thing I loved about them at PGC is even when things were hard, they kept that sort of positive mindset of just one more game. They've got a grinder mentality. You can see them doing that with 35 points overall right now. They're in first place. The adding of Gizera to this team from Bestia seems like it's giving them maybe a little bit more frag potential. What do you think it is Gizera's bringing to this squad?
I mean, Gizera is obviously just an incredibly talented player. We saw his kind of rise a few years ago when he just popped into the regional scene and absolutely made magic happen. And yeah, to your point, Luna, even after I myself talked to them throughout the year at the events they went to, you could tell they were disappointed, but at the very least, they weren't discouraged, and they were going to continue to try to get as many points as possible, finish as strong as possible, regardless of whether it was at the bottom, in the middle, didn't matter. So for me, a squad like that, one that is going to continue the grind regardless of the results they're getting, as long as the hunger and the talent is still there, it doesn't surprise me to see them where they are currently within our region.
We've been great. We've worshipped the South American teams and how they've started this tournament. Let's go back to what we talked about at the start of this event. We mentioned 3 teams to watch coming out of the North American region. That was Liquid, Falcons, and El Qadazia. And right now they are 5, 6, and 11 points respectively, Matt. That is not what I expected to see out of our first 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, Miramar has been very brutal to the squads that we were having high expectations for, and it's mostly due to the fact that we're seeing just a mid-game bloodbath. It seems like around Circle 3, wheels just kind of come off, and a couple of these contain firefights, and there is just no safety to be had. And a lot of these squads are realizing, man, with these northern shifts in Circle, I can't get into the positions that I want to play from to win off of. So instead, it's just time to pick up kills and shoot anything that moves. And whenever you're a squad like Falcons, Liquid, QAD that are already kind of in the trenches in a firefight, it's just vultures just start circling.
Do you have any other insights, you think, Godspeed, as to why it is that maybe they're getting slow starts? I mean, listen, I shouldn't be surprised to see Falcons, previously the Sonics, start slow in a grand final, but this does seem overly so. And I buy into the circles and the rotations. Is it because there's teams that are sort of new and surprising them? Like, what's causing? These are players I don't expect to have trouble in Circle 3.
Yeah, but I mean, there's always going to be issues for a lot of teams, especially when it comes down to like the first day of a grand finals, right? You have teams coming in from last chance, from group stage. It's kind of a mix. Obviously, these are going to be the strongest teams, and we'll use Team Liquid as a perfect example, right? They cleared out the southeastern edge. They were able to put the brakes onto Al Qadsia, and they got backstabbed in the blue by Empire, who was also coming in late. So that stuff just happens. Sonics as well. They tried to rotate early into position. That was a very rough circle to play, as we're now moving to Tego. And I mean, they got hit by mortars, and pretty much they got bombarded by every single piece, I think, of utility from potentially dangerous, right? So sometimes that's going to happen. Am I worried about either of those teams? Or all 3 of the teams that we spoke about in the beginning? Not necessarily, no. I just think, again, it's just getting their footing in this lobby and figuring out how these teams are playing, especially when you have circles like that, where we talk about that road being so dangerous all the time and how there's not much to play. It makes sense.
Now, I will say, I understand. I get what you're saying about not being scared for them, because I do think you're right. They're all going to finish in the top 6 or 7. The problem I have, Matt, is that it's only really the top 3, right? Like that's what it's all about right here. And missing those PGSs, getting the shot at PGS qualifying points, being cold for 3 months, it seems really intimidating even for these top teams.
I mean, even when you look into it, Team Liquid is notorious for starting a bit slow sometimes, but they will generate points. But they only ended off in 4th in the group stage, and this is an inherently stronger lobby. Same thing with Alcadicea. It needs to be an upswing, specifically whenever we look at the fact that we know the longer this goes on, squads are going to start asserting more authority on the circles. They're going to start saying, okay, I've got enough of a lead I can start playing around with. That's when things start to get a lot more hazardous for teams such as specifically QAD. Falcons might still get respect as well as Liquid, but we've seen squads come after Liquid when they get points leads on it and go, nah, we kind of want to see if we can keep you out of this one. So I'd be very curious to see as this progresses, who's going to start being a little bit more, I guess, free with going after some kills.
I think, I mean, we also just have to factor in that this is the first time a lot of these rosters have played together in an actual comp, right? Like, you can sit back and you can play scrims all day and you can try to build that synergy, but when it comes down to it, these teams, I mean, the AQ specifically, right? Like, yeah, they're friends, they know each other, they've been playing together for a while, off and on, but like in a comp setting, like Relo Roth have been playing together for a long time, DIY and Cowboy, you know, this is a new mix. So they have to figure it out within the actual tournament.
That makes sense. And I think that it's interesting to see the shakeup of, I think, the dissolving of the Falcons from last year. Some of the shift over we saw from the other teams has created, I don't want to say a return to maybe like a year or two ago, but more of a diffusion, it feels like, of some top talent helping to develop, or I don't want to say develop's the wrong word, be the anchors for some of the less experienced international players. I feel like there's a lot of opportunity for some new teams to maybe shake up the big three that have been dominating things for so long, man.
Oh, I 1000% agree with that. I mean, QAD in itself, like we're talking about, was just a second ago, is a very interesting mix-up whenever you look at two players that were kind of IGLs now merging together in Roth and Relo, and then just trying to find some newer talent that just have a lot of capabilities to go for kills. But I mean, El Proyecto, we were talking about them coming in. There was a squad that was sometimes known for being a bit more passive, picks up Gizera, brings in some firepower. They were always playing from strong positions before, but now they've got that extra little oomph to back them up. So while we are seeing some newer faces and some, I guess, faces that couldn't find the homes that they were looking for start to gel into more efficient squads, this is going to be a lot more dangerous as Outlaws just have a squad right on top of them.
All right, the fight's breaking out. Let's send it to the circle, and they can tell us just what happened when the Outlaws showed up.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are on Tago, and the Gooners gooning fairly closely to the sun right there, but it looks like they were able to survive for the time being. Potentially dangerous Theros off in the middle of nowhere, but I'm more interested in what's going on here, Gibson. It has been the Wild West here on Tago. We have not had a multiple game winner just yet, and now Outlaws, it looks like they won all of this. Bunt hasn't even had time to heal. All he's got is bandages anyway, but you know what he does have? He's got a Panzerfaust, he's got a dream, he's got a kill, as he's gonna go down to the grenade afterwards. Simply Matt now trying to hold the line as Greg Shot GG. Can he heal? Oh, he's gonna come out here. 9-1's gonna find Greg Shot. He'll find Curry. Simply Matt doing it all by himself. He's got the AUG in hand. He's got another point picked up. He's got the Outlaws eliminated, and the Gooners are flying high once again.
We're not stopping Goonin just yet as we get those kills on the board as Matt picks himself up too. Bunt will be brought back to his feet. But the Falcons, they're looking to bring a very early end to the gooning in this one. Shrimsy, 2 nades in the pocket, but he will fall back for now, Paro. But this has been exactly the sort of start you would expect from the Gooners whenever they're involved in any lobby. And for Shrimsy, he's holding back. He's waiting for reinforcements. He knows that the Gooners will flush. If they get a chance to flush and they get a knock, they're taking it.
It's very dangerous. It's not recommended to goon that close back to back. I find it very painful here. Shrimsy looks like he's been spotted. Okay, so Falcons, yeah, they're gonna pull away from this. They didn't see anything easy, no easy pickups at least, so Gooners will survive to fight another day, as they are pretty close to center circle as well, so they can kind of hang out here if they want. But look at this, Bunt with 10 HP and a Panzerfaust. Boom! Just like that.
Oh, we love it.
Yeah, I love it. And immediately taken down by that Curry grenade. But Simply Matt playing the Yanks here, went for the spray initially. Unfortunately, Curry just found himself coming around the corner at the wrong time. And Simply Matt eats them alive. And that is 3 kills for the Gooners as they now find themselves in 13th place overall. And now we check in with El Proyecto, our game 2 winners. LG getting a little bit close here. Are they going to go for the compound? Looks like they might be.
Damn right they are. Why not? You've already got Haven down and out, so let's get our second fight of the day on the cards. El Proyecto trying to hold the position. You can see the Posas chasing him away, barking, forcing him the other way, but all these teams are locked into this compound. Now there's the off angle. Kraken finds 43 damage.
Get out.
But it's not enough, and that'll force LG to get on their merry way. Gats is just about going to get away with that one. And Paro, it finally gives us a second to actually talk about that leaderboard. 7 South American teams in the top, 6 South American teams in the top 8, and the 2 highest performing North American teams so far are Dots and Empire. Who would have had that on their cards?
Stop the count. 2 games. We should just call it here. Unfortunately, we don't do that. We play all 18. So let's see if these guys can hold all the way to the end. It's a long grand finals, Gibson, but you got to give credit where credit is due. As you said, these guys have come out hot. El Proyecto in particular, 35 points so far. That is a nice little pickup for the squad here as we see God Squad dancing around. Empire, I don't think they've spotted anybody, but Valiate is ready and waiting just in case they do.
And they were saying, what, like 7 to 8 points a game should be enough to get you at the top, and they're certainly above that already. But Empire, Adam throws the nade, and God Squad want a bit of this heat. Valley, he's got the Panzer at the ready, but Adam's always going to win when you give him the high ground on M249. But only 28 rounds as Valley shoots his load a little too early with that button, and he'll fall back into cover as Shinboy find it knocked the other way. Finn is on his way here, but Adam falls too as Pat Caps is doing it all by himself. Sharp falls too though, and there's Shinboy finding Finna, who landed in the pony, and he will now fall. And it's all down to former world champ Michael to pick up the rest of the points for this team.
Yeah, that was rough. That was just yeah, I don't know if it was miscommunication or just missed timings or whatever, but Finna pulling up there by himself after his other 2 teammates had already been taken out. That you just hate to see that. And unfortunately, Valiate, I've been in his shoes. The one where you know there's a squad coming in vehicles and you've got a Panzerfaust ready, but for whatever reason, every single time you're sitting there ready and waiting, they always go to the opposite side of the compound that you want them to. So he just had to dance around and ends up missing it. And I guess that's what happens when Valiate gets within, you know, a square mile of his teammates. He ends up going down early.
What do you call the film with Will Smith in it? Is it Hancock?
That is really not narrowing it down at all.
Yeah, it's Hancock.
The film with Will Smith in it.
Yeah, and then I said Hancock just after. You know the film I'm on about, right?
Yeah.
You get too close. You get too close to your part. You get too close to your partner, and you can become human. That's exactly what's happening.
Okay, I can see it. I'll take it. Yeah, no, Valiate is at his best when he's working solo, and unfortunately this time it's going to be Michael that's working solo, but he's got 3 voices in his ear. Try to see if they can get him to survive a little bit more. Started off looking good here with Adam, the M249 on the high ground, but Shinboy just dancing around that wall, and unfortunately for Valiate, the Panzer just didn't go where it needed to do, and Shinboy just give him the okey doke over the top in a dramatic fashion, as he is known to do, as Michael tried to give some support from range.
You might not know this, people viewing at home, but that's exactly the speed it happened in real life as well. Like, he hit that slow motion jump during the server. That was not slowed down for your pleasure.
That was, and he did it twice too, just to be sure, just to let him know.
Yeah.
As
that was just a big difference.
Yeah, exactly.
That was packet
man's playing from Mongolia right now. Well, the new circle does pop, and it is going to go down to the south, pretty much exactly where most teams, it looks like, thought it was going to go. Dot's really the only one that's fully outside of zone still. Still 52 alive, although we have lost 1 team fully in the form of Outlaws. But for the most part, a lot of these teams inside the zone have split themselves up, taking up a lot of real estate. You see a few teams trying to reposition, one of those being Alcacea, as Roth is going to make their way past Bestia. The shots coming through, but just not finding the mark.
too many targets. The best you don't know which one to shoot at, as they, instead of just picking one target and putting all their focus on it, they just switched from could see a member to could see a member, and they'll just retreat. They've got themselves a compound. They're not center of the circle, but they will be on the northwest, not too far away from the likes of potentially dangerous, Gunners, Toyo. If you do want to get the map up, or I believe !map in chat will give you access to the map stream. So if you've got a second screen or a phone you're not using, just bring it up. You know, it's great because you get to not only get to listen to our voices talk about fights, you can see the big brain rotates these teams make as well.
The dulcet tones. If you're into Irish accents, you got one. If you're into whatever the hell my accent is, you got that going for you, as well as LG under the watchful eye of Falcons. Hello, H-Win doing his IGL stuff, pulling away to the north. Looks like he might just be scouting to see if anybody's wrapping around on them, but he's not going to see anything. Their north side is free and clear, so a lot of room to work around here for Falcons. For the time being, we'll see where the next circle decides to take us. It doesn't look like they'll have anybody coming their way anytime soon, though.
Is this the randomest accent matchup we have in esports?
Could be.
You're Texan, right?
Yeah.
You got Texan and Irish, and I'm from the Alaska of Ireland as well. So I'm going to tell you this too. My accent on broadcast is toned down a lot compared to what it's like in person. This is really toned down Irish.
Look, I only go really Texan whenever I get excited.
I'll do it. Give us some real Texan.
Oh, it'll come out. It probably came out of the last game there. As you said, whenever look, I can't manufacture. I can't fake it, man.
Sure. Look, what can you do?
Yeah,
not much you can do. What can you do?
Nah. Well, Michael, he's you can see him is still eating a little bit of blue zone damage. He's off on the south side. He's got a pretty free path into the zone though, so he should survive a little bit longer. Bestie, meanwhile, in 2-2 split, they get the gift from above on the southern half of their 2-2 split. Meanwhile, DraftKings and Mime just kind of keeping track of Falcons, as Falcons is just surveying the landscape. Pretty much everybody behaving themselves for the most part right now. As we mentioned, everybody was inside the zone, essentially. Dots now finally arriving on that southeastern side after doing a long wrap. They might, if they keep going, they might find themselves in the middle of a 1-1-1-1 four-way Wuju 2 split, but we'll keep eyes on that.
I like that split though. You've got a lot of real estate, and realistically, the two guys at the south shouldn't come under a lot of pressure. There's so much space to their south that they should be in a pretty good position as we get ready for that next zone pop. And with a zone pop, you always have winners, and the winners are probably Falcons with that one. And there's people in chat going, ha, lol, Falcons, 7 points after 3 games, they're done. Yeah, they're the sort of team that could still pop out 60 points before today's over. They could just switch on at any moment.
I love the people that call out a team's washed after 2 games of an 18-game series. That's always some next level brilliant-minded analysis here, as we see Wuju 2 instantly go from that 4-way split into vehicles, and they're going to try to send it somewhere. But this is where you start worrying. You start seeing a lot of open ground, Gibson. You start seeing a lot of ditches and ridges that look really nice, but then you remember the fact that mortars exist. And that gets a little bit terrifying here, as the Gooners down to 2 after winning that fight early on with Outlaws. They've got some unwanted company across the street in the form of potentially dangerous.
L from working in silence spots out Wuju 2 as they push into this. I don't even want to call it a compound. It's essentially just a container in the middle of the open. We've got Wuju 2 on one side, Bestia on the other, and a little further south than them, you've got Sam Crismo, who've not been afraid to try to throw their weight about tonight so far. Now, potentially dangerous. They've left 3 players in this position. Garby's going to scout out that next compound, and if I'm the Gooners, I'm at the point now where if you see a knock, you might as well push it. You're thinking, what's your best possibility of picking up a points haul? That could be it, because with 15 teams still alive, we're a long ways away from the placement points.
Honestly, the best thing Gooners got going for him right now is the fact that Falcons and Alcacea both had angles on it potentially dangerous and prevented them from pushing across the road here. So, unfortunately, Gizera, he's going to go into an occupied compound, and Sparking will take out his fellow countryman, fellow PNC teammate. And now El Proyecto, looks like they're down to just 2, playing out of Buxan Sa. on that southeastern side, but they still have some room to work with as they continue to play the edge.
Potentially dangerous. They don't have a lot of room to work with because you peek too far one way, you've Al-Qudsiya firing, and they're in their firing line, and you go the other way, the Gunners are in that position as well. But
the Falcons too, yeah.
Yeah, they're in a rough spot. But I want to talk about that kill from Sparking too. Like, I don't think there's a kill in PUBG in the Americas that means more to the other player than those Gizera Sparking fights. Both of them want to be the best player in the region. And remember, they were former teammates as well at the at the club level. And Sparking moved on to pastures new. He moved to Liquid, and as we said it last year, we're not gonna flog a dead horse because we've had that conversation many a time. But Sparking was essentially the fountain of youth for this team.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, both of those players have shown multiple times that they are absolutely cracked here. As we see Michael with, how many is that? Is that 28 first aids? 26 first aids. He's got more first aids.
No ammo.
No ammo. You don't need it. All you need is first aids. My man is a walking clinic. As somebody managed to get the knock onto H-Win, and unfortunately, it looks like Tickleton's just going to go ahead and leave him behind. So I think that might have been potentially dangerous. Gabriel from range managed to do it, but Kickstart going to try to take advantage of him as he tries to go up the hill to get the flush. Oh yeah, he's got him spotted as he comes across on the other side. Kickstart's going to hit those shots every day, but fortunately for Gabriel, he's able to break line of sight. And now Kickstart had that smoke ready to go. But the rest of PD, they want this. They know they've got Kickstart pinned out against the wall here, trying to spray onto Slabby. Not going to find anything just yet, but they are collapsing. Shrimsy going to do everything he can to support his teammate, but here comes the util as Kickstart. Good night, sweet prince.
Bye-bye, Slabby. Puts that on the spot, and now for Falcons, it is down to 2 men up. Shrimsy and Tiggleton trying to do the fight by themselves. 42 damage dealt with by that nade onto Gabri, who's still alive. This push has not quite come to full fruition for him yet, but while all this is going on, the Gunners are extending out to potentially dangerous, who want all these points for themselves. Gats, though, from Luminosity all the way over towards the east, is able to find that knock on the Tig, and now Shrimsy, he's out of there. He doesn't want any more of that smoke, and he'll run directly into the line of fire of Bunt, but I think Shrimsy might just get away with it. Gunners, Matthias, he's got 25 kids, he's got a job, he streams, and he is still alive inside this lobby, causing havoc to everybody around him.
And he's got W on his space bar. He's got everything working against him, and now Theros is actually will spot him out. So that will go down, and it's going to be all up to Bunt. As potentially dangerous, they stuck around. They played the patient game, and it ends up paying off for them as they managed to win the north side here. Dots, though, unfortunately do run into God Squad on that southern edge, and God Squad will come out on top. But Koyo now is there at the perfect time to try to third party onto what's left of this fight.
Capitan splitting through the smoke now. God Squad just ahead of him, but he's not going to go too far until Benya is back on his feet, especially with Emmy inside the blue. And Emmy spots Shinboy, but he's going to be forced to try to pop a med, but Capitan feeds off the information and he gets the kill done. Capitan and Emmy, name a better combination. Well, maybe Gunners with explosives here as Bunt will throw one and it hits Paydirt. Theros will be brought down. He confirms out the kill. Gunners are eliminated, but you know what? That's points on the board. They elevate up from bottom spot into, they're still not a massively amount up the table, but that's a good game for them so far.
Heck yeah, 5 kills, you take that all day, every day, especially when you're unfortunately only playing with 3 for the time being, as Isoflex is currently unavailable. Meanwhile, New Circle did pop, and Sam Crismo has the only compound, I believe, inside the zone. Wuju 2 and working in silence, playing the good dips. Everybody else is left to fight over what's left. Bestia making that rotation from the south side are going to run into the south side of Al-Qudsiya. Rello a little bit separated from the rest of the team. They've got a ridge line in between, and they've also got potentially dangerous up on the high ground that they have vision on. And do they know? They know now. He's going to spot out Roth, but not before he gets spotted out by D and Cowboy, the combination of which will take Mime down. But Silzen has that P90 in hand, and he wants to spray it.
Yeah, but look, potentially dangerous are wrapping around as well, as this is going to become a 3-way brawl. Rello gets the knock on it, and Rello gets another one. It's a mini 14 spray that is perfect as he taps away the front line of potentially dangerous. Multiple fronts for Arcudsia. They manage to get the smoke off. Now Roth will get ran over by Slabby, who managed to get over here and confirms out the kill. But there's the rest of Arcudsia. They'll get revenge for their fallen Roth. And though that is the end of potentially dangerous, and that crash bought enough time for Bestia to try to get Mime back on his feet.
Also bought time for LG Luminosity to come up over the top of the hill and find a line of sight onto this. The Cowboy will be able to get the res onto D, so they'll get back up to 3 strong. And Luminosity now having to deal with some Liquid on the other side of their mountain, so maybe not all eyes pointed over in this direction just yet. As you said, Bestia back up to full strength, but they still have to find a spot inside the zone, as the side of the hill that they're playing is, it looks like it may just be in. Michael's still alive, by the way.
Yeah, well, he's 28 meds. He's 28 meds. Like, come on. Like, the guy's just having a great time. No bullets, nothing but first aids. He's looting for more, by the way, while all that was going on. Because at the end of the day, when you're in the blue, you need the health more. Liquid and Wuju too. About to lock horns here as that nade will go right this way. Luke 12 survives the barrage of nades, and he gets the smoke off. Now, does he use the smoke to get in there and get out? Or is he just buying himself some time for the rest of Liquid to help him out?
I think he bought enough time as it is. He has the boys up on top. We're all looking down there to make sure that nobody pushed over the hill to get him. But Wuju 2, they like the dip that they're in. They just wanted to defend it. And so Luke will be okay for the time being. It looks like the Kraken may have had an angle onto Luke, but he's going to be forced down by Wuju 2. So New Circle will go north of the road. So that means Toyo, El Proyecto, and Sam Charisma will have to leave their compound and try to send it somewhere. Bestia. Oh, the grenades coming in from Working in Silence. Working in Silence really playing around that dip well and defending it as best they can, but you got to wonder what utility they're sitting on at this point. Then they did have that the gifts from above that landed right inside their dip, so they should be pretty stacked right now.
Hello, moving into the circle. You can see that it's a lot of open terrain. This circle is definitely one that these players definitely wouldn't want right now, as Bestia move in towards that dip. Might give them a little bit of cover for now, but to the south, Toyo, Sam Charisma, El Proyectos too left alive, and let's not forget about Michael moving in as well. Bestia, I think Bestia could be in trouble. I think that they
well, they got
is that camo? Look at the camo.
It works.
Not sure if that's Dacia or Bush.
Functional. Oh, there we go. He's down to just 2 first aids. Down to just 1 first aid, but he has managed to avoid the sight, the prying eyes of Toyo for the longest time here, but he's still not inside the zone. He's still got work left to do. Is Katsuya getting a little bit close to LG, but they can play on the low side of that hill for the time being. But unfortunately, DraftKings going to find the angle, and yet Gat's going to spot out Cowboy as well. So Katsuya down to just Rello, it looks like. He's Working in Silence.
Michael!
Oh, Michael with the grenade! He's coming out of nowhere, folks. The hero from the blue, the monster from the blue. He's gonna find another one.
Let's go!
Toyo's eliminated by Michael. He gets 3 of them, or actually 2 of them, and he gets a little bit of help, I believe, from LG. But Michael has now secured himself a spot in the zone if he can get to it.
My former world champion, Paro. Former world champion Michael picking up the points. I was sitting thinking about it. He's ran 99 yards, but was he going to get over the line for a touchdown? And he did. He got those points. And he might get another one on the board, but Sam Charisma, they'll work. M249 wins it at the end. But you know what? Huge place from Michael. I think, did he get a placement point in that as well? He did.
I think he might have. Yeah, he just went out in 8th place. So, boy, if you want to talk about salvaging a game, look at Michael, man, getting some points there for the boys. Empire still in 4th place overall here as Rello, he's on a solo hunt as well. We'll spot out DraftKings, drops down Santastico to very low HP, and he's at least inside zone, so he's got a little bit of room to play with here as LG and Team Liquid, looks like it's just down to the Bizzler, and he is waiting, praying somebody will peek over that ridge line. He's playing it low, and Halo will eat him alive. And okay, Bestia. Well, they decided to crash, or actually it looked like Sam Charismo tried to crash into Bestia, and they were ready and waiting. So Sam Charismo is done, and Bestia has complete control over the south side.
Wuju2 still with 4 up again, Paro, in the late game.
They've been so good today.
They've had Teflon when it comes to losing players in the early stage of the games. They've been keeping 4 up for fun. Sneak Attack sees Vinny over in the distance, but he gets the knock as well. That is phenomenal from Sneak Attack. He will get knocked by working in silence, but you've dealt a blow. Team Liquid now pushing up, but LFP will find the knock on to Sparking as the Brazilians go at it once more. But there's Luke 12 finding the counter knock. Fake and Fana, the two Fs together, and Fake with a great nade. Team Liquid fall as the prancing horses go down in 5th place, and Wuju2 might just get all 4 players up alive. But do you see what I see again, Paro? It is 3 South American teams and 1 North American team in the final 4.
It's been the story of the first 3 games of day 1 of the grand finals, and our solo player from North America is Rello, but he is pinned down here by working in silences. Wuju2 trying to take advantage of Bestia while they had a knock, and mine will go down, and instantly Vinny will go down as well. Wuju2, they have been managing to keep 4 alive into the late game, and they have been making it work once they get there, as the grenade comes through from Sills and gets RBN so low, but he won't take the knock. But that one will get him somehow. I'm not even sure how that got him, but RBN goes down. Stilson doing great work with that utility. He's still got that P90 in hand, so he is still a major threat that they have to deal with here, hiding in those smokes.
Wuju2, 4-man strong in the final 3, and make that the final 2 as Fexen finds another kill for his massive tally already. Now BL is pushing up with a Groza, and that spells trouble for anybody downrange of that site, with those 7.62s being thrown out threateningly around the circle. LFP will get smoked off by Fana, buying some time, and Fexen will flank on the other side. It is it's huge, Paro.
Beautiful flanking angle there from Fexen, and Wuju2 doing exactly what they did last game. They just flex out and start taking over as much map control, as much circle control as possible, and just pinning working in silence up against the wall. Now the new circle pops, and it is going to go on top of Wuju2, so working in silence will have to work their way in. It is a full 3v3 here at the end. 9 kills for Wuju2 as they climb the leaderboard again. Working in silence, only 2 so far, but they still got a shot at this if they can catch any of these guys from Wuju2 slipping.
1 nade though. BL is the only player with a nade in the back pocket as they reposition themselves. And the thing is, when you have that level 3 gear that BL has, it's like having an extra life. You can peek a bit more aggressively. You don't need to fall back as quickly, but Sneak Attack will quickly shut down Souls, bring us back to a 3v2. But now BL needs to put some work in with that Groza. The blue zone nade taking him down to 25 as Wuju2 are stalled for just a moment. Fexen gets the off angle and he gets the kill confirmed. Santa now as well as Wuju2 hit 10 kills on the board. BL, the final man standing. And will Wuju2 finally convert one of these late game 4s into a win? They should do, Paro. And they do. It's winner, winner, chicken dinner. Wuju2, massive game for them. 22 points.
Beautiful clutch work from the Little Dragons there at the end. And that will secure their place in first as they surpass El Proyecto here on Tego. The Wuju2. Oh,
I got mine on. I thought you were still going to keep yours on.
I mean, I'm not going to have them on while I'm watching the game, but, you know, I got to be sure I see all those Wuju2 kills in all their full glory. But that has been the story so far today here for Wuju2, is they have been one of the only teams that have been so capable of keeping all 4 players alive, no matter the situation. Remember, early on, they were forced into a dip into that wide open field, but somehow they managed still to keep everybody alive. They didn't take any knocks, and once it came down to the end, they just kind of flexed out and asserted their will over the lobby.
And speaking of young talent, all game long, 2 Brazilian players with tons of potential are Fexen and Fana. Sneak Attack, I think he's finally found the home for him that could give him the potential that he needs to really threaten to win But it's another win for South America. They've got 3 wins out of 3 as they are showing North America how it is done in day 1 of the grand finals. But this ain't a sprint. This is a marathon. And I'm going to send this one back to the guys on the desk to break it down at the halfway point of the night.
It may be a marathon, but I think Wuju 2 is gassed up. In fact, I would say even the whole region is right now. Let's take a look back at that match. You know what time it is, Godspeed?
Is it? Oh man, I'm drawing a blank. Is it?
It's highlights, baby.
Highlights. There we go. And speaking of highlights, Matt, you want to break this down? Little goon action.
I mean, this is just kind of the start of the day. What is there to break down whenever you just got yourself a perfect way to start off a firefight? Quick exchange between the two of them, but this was just kind of back and forth. Right at the start, you can see Falcon's already going to go try and maneuver around the outside of it, but this is just trying to nab points in a desperate situation right now, and they are picking them up. Empire Gaming also with a kind of a rough start. While this fight does mean the fact that they can walk away from it, means the fact that Michael has to go hang out in the blue for like 3 circles.
I mean, the good news for the God Squad is that was a good crash defense from them coming into that. Michael getting away, able to do more work later, I'm sure we'll see. But Sparking and Team Liquid also finding success in this game, which it's not that they were completely out of the conversation, but the first couple games are rough. This fight between Falcons for me was so awkward, Matt, because of look at the spread. The way that all the members of Potentially Dangerous and Falcons were spread out made that so awkward to fight for both teams.
And even again, whenever we kind of see what goes on with Liquid in a second, I don't feel like we're seeing the normal fighting form, and I don't know if it's just being pulled down into the trenches and a new meta developing or what's going on, but you can see that not necessarily the firefighting capabilities for Liquid and Falcons coming out the way we were expecting for it. I mean, there's not a lot you could do when this many nades roll at you, Luke, but good job on staying alive through it. You just got to juke it all out. Michael with his big play, finally getting out of the blue, manages to take down Toyo, but then kind of draws attention to himself, and you can see, I mean, this is just an awkward firefight on this hillside for Liquid.
And that was just a huge play from Michael, just to touch on that real quick as we watch Working in Silence also pushing in. Team Liquid did a great job of clearing out their north, but then to give credit where credit's due, as did Wujitu. They came in, sweeped up behind the north, backstabbed Team Liquid, and got a very beautiful, clean wipe. And then, yeah, just the end of it looks like the baby dragons are growing up. I mean, that was exactly the type of game they needed going into, the halfway point of the day.
How much experience do you need? 12 kills feels like that's a lot of experience. You gotta eventually move out of being a baby dragon, right, Toffees?
When he said baby dragon, I laughed. I was like, I wonder how they're gonna feel about that. But it is an adorable dragon picture. But you're right, Wuju 2 not playing like baby dragons in any way, shape, or form as they sit upon their hoard of points and defend it in the next match. It has been quite the journey, not only as Gibson has brought up for our South American teams, but also Godspeed, really the last chance qualifier teams. When we went into that match, I think 5 of the top 6 were LCQers.
Yeah, at one point, a lot of the LCQ teams are doing very well. And specifically, I mean, I even wanted to touch on Dots real quick, right? They have been so proactive, putting themselves in strong early game positions, but more importantly, capitalizing on those positions when they can. If they're in a center circle or a side of the circle that's slower, they go out and they look for that kills. They leave that anchor point at a compound or, a dip wherever they're holding. So I just really love the proactivity and just the aggression that I'm seeing for Dots in a way that it's not overbearing and they're not making mistakes off of that aggression.
And as we take a look at that overall to see where Dots is sitting, they do manage to make it up to 10th place off of 15. Wuju 2, Proyecto, and Bestia dominating in the top 3 positions. Anything else stand out to you right now, Matt?
I mean, Proyecto didn't manage to get any points in that last game, so that kind of opened up the door. Wuju 2, after having a good performance on Miramar, specifically game number 2, managed to step in, take that first place position. Toyo only managed to get 3 as well, so they also are now right in the middle of that pack of people fighting for our top 4 positions and presently tied with Working in Silence.
I'm loving the hustle by Empire, Godspeed. Michael was like, okay, I got this, boys, and was just hurting everyone on the map.
Yeah, and I'm sure, like Michael said to his team, he's like, I'll never break your heart. I'll make sure that I get the points here. I'll get what's necessary, even though they were down to 1 player. And that was a beautiful wipe. I think it was on Toyo, right? He backstabbed Toyo with the help of, if I look at my notes, yeah, it was a beautiful wipe onto Toyo. with the help of Sam Kriesmo. So just great stuff from Michael to realize that, to go for that push and get the points that he needed before he went down. I think he got a placement point out of that as well.
Well, I got some stuff for you guys. Great stuff. It's a G-Coin giveaway down below you. Those were the numbers. And we're going to take a very quick break, and I have something even better for you. We invited Roth to join a few of our talent to play Pictionary, and you're going to get to watch that while we take a short break.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to PUBG America Series 5. My name is Porosaurus, and we are joined here today by some of the finest talent in North America and Roth. We are doing a Pictionary battle, so you have your clue, sir. Get to drawing.
I'm going to speed round this, bro. You're going to love this. You're going to love it.
Gibson's like locked in right now.
Yeah, I was going to go Groza.
That's it. That's it!
Yes!
2 points, but we are going to throw it over to Gibson now.
I dare you to guess right now, Roth.
M4.
All right, now you can't guess until I do, so suck it.
I like helping out the elderly, Chief. If I could work in a retirement home, I would do it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
what are you drawing? It's a Mark 14. Mark 14.
No.
it's the smoke grenade launcher.
Oh, it's not a smoke grenade launcher either. Toffees.
Mini 14.
No, it's a QBU.
Yeah, you got it. You got it.
It's a QB.
Yeah.
Roth, we're going to give you your clue, and it is time for you to start drawing.
This is gonna be awful. I'm gonna be honest. This is awful. This needs to go.
Glider.
This.
Glider.
It is not a glider.
It's the smoke grenade launcher.
It is not the smoke grenade launcher. Toffees.
It's not a Panzerfaust.
It is not a Panzer.
It's a PP Bison, right?
It is a PP Bison. Gibson goes ahead.
Yeah. Fellas, I know my PPs when I see one, right?
So that's going to do it for round 1 of Pictionary. That was weapons. Next time it is going to be vehicles.
All right, I hope you guys are ready for this.
Don't be shouting out an answer before you're right.
Trike.
Is it a trike? It is not a trike.
It's a tuk-tuk. It's a tuk-tuk.
Oh, who said it? Gibson got it. It's a tuk-tuk.
Yeah.
Gibson with a tuk. Gibson is running away with it. It is time to start drawing, Gibson.
There's no point even talking about this one.
And it looks like Gibson's getting very detailed.
Oh, UAZ.
UAZ.
Not a UAZ.
Hold on.
He's in trouble.
That's a good
He's got to no Googling. I see you in the side screen.
No, you don't.
Wait, what is going on over
Zima.
there? Hey, whoa,
Zima.
Whoa!
Yeah, it's a Zima.
Judges?
What?
I got the call from on high. We are going to allow that.
Yes.
Toffees is on the board. So he is now tied with you, Roth, but now it is in your hands once again.
We're back. Here we go.
I don't think he knows what cars look like from the front. He spends so much time watching them drive away while he lays on the ground.
That's true.
I know what
What's
it is.
Called?
Stop Googling! Stop Googling! He's Googling!
I'm just thinking.
He's Googling!
You're not getting away with this 2 times in a row.
The Porter! I didn't look at it. I'm not going to look. It's called the Porter.
It is the Porter.
It is.
I regret Googling the last one because this one I feel good about.
Oh, so you did Google the last one then?
And oh look, and it's Roth getting shot out of the Porter right behind it. So and this time it is going to be places.
All right, here we go. Let's do this. You guys ready? Here we go. This is going to be terrible.
Oh, it's the lighthouse on Erangel.
Keep going.
That is not a place, Roth.
I'm gonna let him go. He already guessed.
Listen, whatever I add's not going to help you much, Big Money.
Ferry Pier?
It is not Ferry Pier. Gibson.
Oh, wait. Is it Zarky?
Yes, it's Zarky.
Yeah.
Zarky.
Let's go.
Gibson is going to be the one drawing, so let's send him his clue.
I'm going to start, and you'll get an idea straight away.
Yo, bro said this one's gonna be easy, and I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, you gotta wait. You gotta give it our time to develop.
What are you drawing? Just a mountain? Potato? Is it Potato Hill?
It is not Potato Hill. Oh, we've got a guy.
Okay, they're going down the stairs. Oh, I can't say it. Can I guess again? Has the statute of limitations passed?
Honestly, Chief, you can guess again. I'll give you it. I ain't got nothing yet.
It's the bunkers, bro.
No bunkers. Is it shelter?
Yeah,
there
Roth got it.
Is Roth. Roth with shelter. So Roth, take it away. You've got your clues.
All right, fellas.
last one on my end. Let's get this going. We got some forest around here and some forest around here and some forest around here. Thank you.
Oh my God, Gibson got it.
Yeah.
It is mansion. But Gibson, you are the Pictionary champion of PAS5. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to have even more stuff for you later on. So enjoy the show, and we'll see you soon.
Target acquired. Oh my god! Oh no! Enemy spotted. Oh no.
Okay.
Hold up.
My.
Mi bomba.
Eight years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For intense battle royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here, so put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Welcome back, my friends. It's time. We're about halfway through day one, but we got more to go. I brought in the legends to join us right now. Porosaurus and Gibson here on the desk. We're going to have a good time. All right, let's talk about the action. Actually, before we talk about the action, I want to remind you guys what the schedule looks like for the rest of the day, just so you know what maps we're going to be rolling around with, as Rondo is next, and then we're going to wrap up in the grassy pastures. Gentlemen, welcome back. Poro, I know you were casting for the last 3 games. Talk to me with your analyst voice. What do you what's your takeaways from those first 3?
I mean, takeaways are teams that we weren't expecting to really show out the way they did have started showing out, and they came out strong. It's been a little bit of a slow start for the heavy hitters, but that's why we play 18 Toffees. They will eventually start picking things up, you have to imagine.
You've got to imagine they're going to pick it up. Gibbsy, Gibbitins, the Irish Wonder, I need you to tell me, you kept hyping up the South American prominence the first 3 games. After that last match, are you standing on that hype train, and will it continue for the next 3?
That's been the problem with South America for all these years. They've been so good in short bursts, but the consistency's never just been there. Yeah, I saw that. That was smooth, by the way. But I want to see, can they do it consistently over 18 maps? Because that's always been the problem. I think this region's going through a real Cinderella period, is having a massive glow up, but you've still got big hitters from North America who can activate, and it just takes one map to kick off a bit of momentum for them.
I like this idea, the activated North American teams. And that really, I think, is what the story is going to be over the next 2 days, Poro, is the idea that, like, as good as all of these guys are playing, there's really only 3 spots in terms of what they're really looking forward to when the journey to PGS comes to completion. And I worry that while they will activate, the slow start is not going to be great. Someone's going to miss it by 2 points and have to think about those first 3 games.
Probably. Yeah, they're going to be stuck thinking about that, and you know, and they're going to be going back. They're going to be crawling over video footage. They're going to be trying to figure out where things went wrong. They're going to be looking at statistics. But Toffees, I got to tell you, there's only one statistic that interests me after that last game. How many heals did Michael actually use in game number 3? Do you have a guess, Gibson?
35, probably.
Toffees?
In game number 3, how many heals? You mean like how many points did he heal, or are we counting like
how
just medkit?
How many heals?
How many heals? All right,
It's
I'm
what
gonna
it says on
guess
Twire. I don't know what you want from me.
24 and a half.
46 heals.
Yikes!
For Empire Michael in game number 3 as he managed to fight his way out of the blue, get some more kill points on his way to getting another placement point for his team. But that is the kind of gumption that you want from all your players, that you need from all your players if you're going to fight your way into one of those top 3 spots to get a spot at PGS and get some PGC points for you on your way out.
I thought you were gonna Nature Boy Ric Flair me at the end of that monologue. That was solid. Gibson, Gooner's running again. It seems like they just cannot get their feet planted, and when they do, they are just getting crashed by the rest of the lobby. They are struggling right now.
Yeah, well, they did have to change their drop spots coming into today, and that's all I'll say on the matter. As the zone
They're
did
playing
shift.
is 3.
That's also true. Icy Tech
This is
having
true.
some internet issues right now. So that can definitely have a major impact. Playing at 3 is always tough. But I'll tell you, let's send it over to 2 guys who are playing with 2, the casters who've moved from desk to talk. Let's head over to Matchroom and Godspeed.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the beautiful introduction. As I see Poro trying to be very tough. I love his persona, but you know, trying to be larger than life. It's true. But I'm gonna be real. Poro's probably one of the softest people I know, Matt. So I don't know. Maybe I get your take on that.
God, depends on how. Are you like calling him soft in like that like snuggly, cuddly way, or like the opposite of hard?
Anyways, looking at the circle, so we do see Falcons currently set up in the test track. The north side of the circle is completely open for the most part. You do have 2 teams though, Matt. Currently, it looks like Wuju 2 and God Squad making early rotation in, and God Squad, again, a team that has found some mild success here throughout the day, getting some wipes on multiple teams as they have continued their journey back into PUBG.
Oh, yeah, and I really love the fact that we see Proyecto making the shift in positioning just to the northwest of test track itself, meaning the fact that they're going to have a couple of different options. If we do go back into that normalized position that feels like the circle always wants to go west of test track, they've already got a great pounce position, but they also have high ground over it and a position to get out of it, while we can see Gooners just down over here in Neox Factory just trying to goon it up and get themselves some guns and things to play with.
Yeah, and also to kind of just bounce off the God Squad point, I mean, early in game 1, you know, they were able to take advantage, push away a team like Bestia, maintain that circle control. I just want to see if they can continue to do it as we now get a beautiful replay here. Oh, look at the airtime. Absolutely magnificent. No gainer, though. There was no gainer. Maybe on a lip slide? Oh, front board? No. Doesn't
it right?
Just a little recovery there.
Okay, making it over the air conditioning unit, awesome. But then losing the vehicle at the end, I don't know if they lost it entirely. It might have rated itself, I don't know. But I respect. That's the Gooner's way, right? If you're going to make you push into something, they full commit, boy. That's all they know how to do. So if they are going to go for it, they are going to go as hard as they can the moment that the call is made.
And a lot of teams here, I mean, looking at Falcons' current position, a lot of teams have now opted to center up. Falcons do have a good spot to play currently, but, you know, it's quite open, and there's a lot of angles to be looking, especially at that gazebo type area. So we'll see what Falcons does with that. You have multiple teams around them, like potentially Dangerous. You also have Team Liquid moving up on the west. So, again, a lot of teams, Matt, opting for early rotations, especially in a map like Rondo, when it is so large and there's so much space to cover.
Well, it's interesting. It's kind of like half and half, isn't it? I mean, we've got a lot of early positions that are already... The teams that are fighting for strong positions, trying to make the climb on leaderboard are already established. Early rotators. The ones that are feeling a bit more hesitant on it are the ones that have been having some troubles inside of the leaderboard. So a bit of hesitation saying, okay, let's let it settle in. I wouldn't be surprised if all these guys here at the end come in and just opt into playing Edge, which is... I mean, it's the safer bet, but I keep looking into that northern area where we still actually have some of the desert. We've got the river that's going to be running through there. I mean, you have to assume that this kind of centered position where we already see everybody clustering around is going to be the play area, and late in the circle is going to be really scary.
And you can see that from the way that Wujitsu is setting up. They've opted to not center up like a majority of the teams that have currently found themselves in the circle. Like you said, they're just going to play on the outside. And for a lot of teams, back to a conversation we had on the desk, if you're going to be super late on a rotation, especially with a map like Rondo, especially if you're a team like the Outlaws, if you're LG, you're going to take your time, because at that point, you know that most of the center of the circle is going to get filled up. Most of the surrounding areas as well will be contested. So the best thing to do is to at least get geared, get a lot of heals, utility, smokes, nades, and then make your way in later. And Pat has fallen. Pat has fallen.
I did not see how. I'm going to assume it was some level of shenanigan, climbing through window or something else like that. Somebody maybe got a pop on him. But, I mean, easily enough resible once they get inside of it, or probably got picked up and moved in there, one of the two of them. So, Bestia making their rotation in right now has to be a bit cautious. You can see they're getting a bit of harassment shots coming out from, I believe, Dots, and then that's going to be Toyo just to the west of them. Up ahead of them is Potentially Dangerous, who is very potentially dangerous for Bestia right now, as that's the whole reason they're playing kind of more along that riverside. God Squad already got their eyes on a couple of people that they're wanting to harass out, make sure that they can get control over this territory, as that river is kind of its own barricade, just kind of their north and to their east, so they get a lot of control in this position.
Yeah, and making it to the north from the south can be very awkward because of that river that you did mention, right, Matt? It's the rotations, it's very open. There's really not that much cover if you are going for a cross. So that is an issue. Also, just to talk about that, look how many teams have actually centered up. You only have a handful of teams now with the Outlaws, LG, you have Empire that are currently not in the circle. So if anything, if this is a really ugly shift, this actually works out in their favor because they can probably get to the weaker side of the circle first.
Oh, I mean, Ross does manage to make into position. The rest of the Potentially Dangerous is up on the hillside back behind them, so it's going to be hard to regroup with God Squad pretty close. LG in there, I guess, slower approach, has no real threats in front of them on this angle for at least another probably, kilometer or so. Then it's going to be San Cristo, it's going to be the closest one to them, and that's going to be kind of hard to intersect in anyway. Empire going to be coming in just kind of north of Stadium, if I had to take a wild guess. Got their map open. Michael kind of bumping into trees.
The thing that does worry me about Empire, though, is even though they have been finding success, again, Michael with that beautiful solo play in the previous games, is that they are still coming in very late to circle. We saw that earlier when Team Liquid fought them, right? And they ended up backstabbing Team Liquid, and it kind of worked out for them, but they are chasing. So far, the story of the day for Empire, aside from that Miramar game where they got in the long building, was chasing.
I mean, they're presently in 7th overall, and they are right in the thick of the capabilities. Like, one good game can get them there, and it is done off of some salvage positionings. I mean, what did Poro say? Something like 45, 46 meds or something like that, including stims, health kits, and everything else like that. That's a nigh on drug addiction, man. You got to be really careful on that one. So that's full on damage control. And while he did manage to find some points out of it and keep them competitive, if the games stay that way, they're going to find themselves slowly being whittled down as people are going to have their big game.
Oh, and DNL going to find a nice knock there onto Bizzler. And yeah, to Michael's point with all the meds, you know, he wasn't playing games. He knew exactly what he had to do, and again, he got them some points. Now let's see what they can do. I just want to see them fight as a full 4-man. Right, that roster is very talented players, but I want to see what they can do in a fight where they're not late, when they're not on the edge, when they have good position, because zone control for that type of squad should be very strong.
With that whole game with Michael and Empire, after they burned so many meds, after he got the kill on Atoyo, I want to know how many meds he managed to pick up after that, if he managed to make it over the crates or not. I cannot remember. So Team Liquid trying to control up their area. They are going to be in the kind of the north of everybody, harassing down the hillsides. They definitely have high ground control right now. It's going to be closest threat to them is going to be Falcons that are going to be a bit kind of their southeast, but Empire is the target that they're kind of shooing away from them.
Yeah, for the time being, Empire have put themselves in a good position off center. They can rotate off this either north or south, so I like this from them. Team Liquid, as you were just speaking about, have taken a very strong position as well in this circle due to the fact that if they need to rotate north, again, it's unlikely, but if they need to go north, they can. If they need to work the ridge, they can go down towards Falcons. So for now, Liquid,
I'll take unlikely.
Looking poised.
I want it. Do it. Go north. That's where the fun is. Oh, test track. Boo.
Yeah, it's got to be you, Test Track, doesn't it? It's always Test Track, generally speaking. But the Neox Factory is still in, so
I mean, we are just drowning in test track games. So
We are drowning in test track, yeah.
At least most of the west of test track has already been cut out, so there's a chance that this could go test track proper. Empire already trying to make their position in. LG going to go ahead and kind of make a send in as well. Working in silence, we're playing down to the south. They're going to be regrouping just a bit more to the kind of east of test track. That's going to allow LG to wrap down around this. Empire, you can see in some trouble. Oh, man. Adam doesn't even get to touch the ground. No grass for you, man.
That is truly unfortunate as Alposa has to get down and got to be careful.
Oh, Empire, no, not like this. There is
they're just getting
nowhere to go. Oh, and Team Liquid's going to be flooding in back behind them. Empire is in a world of trouble. Vehicles just rolling away from them, trying to separate away from Team Liquid. Purdy just kind of hurting them away from the circle as everybody else from Team Liquid has made the stop off. That means that there's going to be El Proyecto that might have some control over them. Is God Squad going to make some landfall, but they have to deal with working in silence. Biel's got a nade. Lion Den going to be landing and doesn't even need it. At least going to be able to shoo the rest of the squad over into those little bunker positions.
Say what you want about God Squad and their fight so far, but at the least they've put themselves in a good position almost every single game. So it's really about maintaining the losses, or not maintaining, but curtailing the losses and maintaining the strong at least 3 that they have up. And yeah, this was rough. There was no place anywhere for you, my friend. That was just
the ragdoll in the air. He was like falling and then like just leaned back like, nah, we done. Okay, Team Liquid though, with this shift out, they did manage to kind of deal with Empire, who separated into a 1-1 split, Michael and Valiate in different angles. But now it's going to be about dealing with Sam Crismo, and this is going to be right at edge of zone and not an easy path in the slightest.
No, and San Crismo has had some struggles throughout the day. I'm specifically thinking about the game that Dots was just massively proactive in game 1, came and third-partied them. So speaking of Dots, they find themselves in a nice position here. And they have just been, again, like they may not be that high on the leaderboard. I mean, middle field, 10th place, but just the difference in play, in proactivity, pushing, making sure they leave an anchor point out of compounds, you know, getting aggressive on third parties, finding those timings. They've just been so good in those aspects. I want to see the build on that. But here comes Team Liquid.
All right, and as you make it back to the first part of the barrage, as Sam Crismo is going to get some damage out. Where is Team Liquid going to be focused in? They have to know that positions down south are already taken. I like this. Just roll through the hillside. That's going to put them pretty close to QAD, but they're just kind of listening for wherever firefighting is going to be coming from. There's a lot of little stop-off positions here, so yeah, I wouldn't be surprised stopping in the 10 tower. Perfectly logical.
Yeah, this is good if they can just get some eyes on top of that road as well, because that can be an issue, especially on test track. Fortunately, no one is up there yet, so we'll see how that works out. But working in silence, again, in an ATC type situation right now in that tower, have a lot of vision, and the circle now is closing as everyone is pretty much set up at this point.
Yeah, but this is going to be interesting. We either have test track proper, or we're going to be heading into the hillsides, or a bit of both, and we still keep that western area in place. So Sam Crismo's position going to be strong. LG looks like they're going to try to flex out. Team Liquid might get some eyes on this, but it's going to be the guys in the east that have to move very quickly. Dots already inside their vehicle is going to be making the shift over. Bestia going to get some vision. Toyo already taking some shots at him. They're going to be getting ahead of Wuju too, who just kind of has to watch this at the distance. Potentially Dangerous also has to make a rotate over here as Falcons are going to be regrouping. This might have been the perfect timing for Dots, as everybody was just reacting and trying to prep for vehicles. They were already in them, and they are just cutting a path straight through everyone.
Yeah, that's the symptom of the teams that are outside on the busiest side of the circle in the southeast. You see Dots moving in early. You see Outlaws also trying to move in early. But for the teams that are on the outside, Matt, the teams like Falcons, PD, Bestia, they not only have teams around them, but there's also no rush. Because where Dots set up, there's not much to play above test track, aside from the space that Falcons is currently occupying.
I mean, Falcons are way up there and going to have a lot of vision, so it's going to be how much real control can they kind of put on all these other teams. We've got Outlaws down to the south that are rotating in. Wuju 2 is going to be back behind them. Wuju 2 looks like they might just kind of use them as a pry bar to see who's going to be shooting at Outlaws as they come into it. Nobody really has their eyes on test track, because while you can make a commitment to get safety now from test track, if this moves away from it, bro, getting out of test track with this many people still alive, 55, is going to suck.
especially the teams on the north side, right, Matt? It's just gonna be a feast for them. They're just gonna be going.
And those teams are what? Proyecto and Falcons. Oh man, that's gonna
Proyecto, Falcons. You also have Sam Crismo, Dots now. Again, Dots in a more precarious position because they're more open in the center, but still surviving for now. And Outlaws with an opportunity here actually to get some shots and angles onto Liquid. This could be an issue here for Liquid as they engage with LG. And where is that mortar coming down? Almost landing right on top of Snakers.
Yeah, LG in some trouble. Liquid doesn't want to make too much more of an aggressive shift because they know that they could get pounced on. They do have Outlaws to the south of this, but it looks like it's just going to be Belt Mortars getting closer. Not quite there yet. If there's another shift up, one more could drop in, but it's going to be hard to line in. Probably two are going to be what it takes to get Gats.
I just don't really know what more Gats can do in this position. Going for a res is very risky, especially with the angles that Team Liquid has on them. So it's going to stay put for now as we see the last two members of PD who have also had a solid day for themselves, making great pushes. We saw early the PD wipe on San Crismo in game 1 when they went to third-party Team Liquid. So again, PD showing a lot of new wrinkles in their game as Bliss will find a nice one. He's going to knock out Gabriel, and careful now. Don't get too crazy.
Potentially dangerous now, down to just one, sending it. Falcons kind of caught up, wanting to see if they can get the flush out on what's going on with Dots. Eyes on the future instead of eyes on just the 1 point they can pick up. So Slabby is alive for now as the circle does shift north of Test Track. That is going to be big, specifically El Proyecto. Falcons going to get a lot of vision. Test Track's about to pop off, man. There are just too many teams, and they're all going to have to take the same path.
Yeah, the question for me is who's going to control the top of Test Track, but the issue there is that I'm fairly certain that Falcons is going to have an overarching angle on that. So now Greg Schott trying to do what he can, and they're smoking their approach. They need to make this push onto God Squad.
Okay, Gooners, you've got the opportunity. You've got some distractions going on back behind you. How are you going to handle what's going to be going on over here? Working in silence is going to have to make a move. Looks like they've got their eyes maybe set a bit more west, wants to get away from it. LG going to get caught off. Sam Crismo is going to be able to be finishing them off. So a couple of kills going that direction. It's going to be Sam Crismo already playing the opposing side of the hill just to the west of Test Track, which means that Outlaws are going to be making move. And surprise, surprise, where's Michael? He's out in the blue with meds.
Yep, this has kind of been the story of the last couple games here for Empire. He's going to be healing up Bestie, though, meanwhile trying to maintain this little slice of control, this edge of the circle just on the northeast, but Toyo is taking shots, and on top of that, you have Falcons that will be hearing that, trying to get third-party points.
Oh, this is going to get messy everywhere over here into the east. Toyo is just trying to find a way to, like, poke and prod their way into this one, but it's just going to be new angles of approach no matter where they go. Mime, you can see getting spotted by Kickstart right now. The smoke's kind of clinging to some form of life and cover. But this high ground the Falcons have is so brutal. Working in silence. Close range now, dealing with Wuju 2 right up on top of him. And this firefight has got scored right back behind it. Jumping shots going through. And it is going to be a quick exchange. Souls is going to go down, but nobody is coming out of this one clean.
Yeah, but now that all these knocks and some of these teams have been eliminated, so many more people are going to be flooding in from the south. That was a huge factor in that fight, as God Squad still just trying to hold that line. Meanwhile, Liquid now trying to contest with Outlaws. This is what I was worried about for them. Outlaws had a south angle. They had sight lines onto the position of Team Liquid. And now Liquid is suffering for it. Curry, can he get the kill? Can he get the finish? No, the nade is short. He throws another.
Crismo is just in so much damage over onto the side of it. They're kind of in tatters over there right now. Liquid still has to keep eyes on him, so it's a multi-front approach for him. Looks like Purdy is just kind of done with it, realizing the fact that he has to deal with close-range threats. Can't quite get out the rats that are right up underneath of him. Sam Crismo is going to be using this time. Looks like they're trying to reset, maybe get their meds back in a better position. Perfect time for approach for them. So now Outlaws, looks like they're stepping in, and it's just a rotating door of enemies right in front of Liquid, and they cannot get the kills that they need just quite yet.
Yet, massive opportunity for Sam Crismo. If they can time this correctly, if they can put the brakes on both of these teams, Outlaws and Team Liquid, that is a big opportunity for them to then start to look towards El Proyecto, who are also looking at this fight. 2 knocks going down. Alo and Sparking will fall immediately.
Here comes the blue zone all up on top of the firefight as well. Liquid knows that they're getting more and more problems that are mounting as the pinch could be more problematic. Finally, a couple of nades going to be connecting. Just Purdy Curdy and Luke now out. It's going to be the Outlaws dancing around the outside of it. Sam Krizmo already back to full strength, just waiting. And you can see QAD is already shifted away from this as well. This fight has to end fast, and no, it's just going to be a pick-off there at the end. Purdy Curdy now all by himself. Nowhere to go, just some smokes. He's got squads all around him. He has to fight his way through it, tries to go after Lopez, but there is just no options available for him. Luke slowly limping in, seeing if maybe there's a world that he can get back, maybe get rezzed, but you can see there's just so many firing lines coming down after Team Liquid.
And Kurt thinking to himself, this is all I have to give. There's nothing else I can do stuck in these smokes. And what I really love again is El Proyecto finding the knocks onto Sam Krizmo, looking for the opportunities, not just comfortable in their slice of the circle. Again, beautifully played. El Proyecto really putting on quite a show today.
Yeah, Team Liquid going to get eliminated, couldn't get back into the res bowl position that they wanted to, so QAD is going to get themselves a nice, strong compound to play from. God Squad's going to be right next to him. Sam Krizmo should be able to regroup over here into the west, but yes, El Proyecto with so much control inside of the northern area here. Falcons now starting to move from their higher ground position, going to be in a similar boat. We still have Silzy for Bestia still up, trying to make his path in the circle, while Toyo is trying to do the same. God Squad trying to hold out everybody that's coming from the eastern area of Test Track, and you can see it's just a plethora of targets. You just have to focus in. Dot's in some trouble, but they're gonna have enemies rolling up right on top of him from two different angles. Toyo on one side, Falcons on the other.
Yeah, and you can see Falcons probably saying to themselves, we've got it going on against everybody. And sure enough, Tiggleton will find the first stock of the Shane Doe, but the nade will trade. Gwyn will go down. Dots will be eliminated, though. Very clean from Falcons. They just have to make sure they're maintaining the shield. The deployable does not go up in time.
Just too many different firing angles.
Here comes Toyo.
Toyo are just rolling in off of it. They've got two of their members down here. It's Stilson that was playing back away from this one for Bestia that managed to get the harassment in. Toyo trying to pounce on a good opportunity. Kickstart, no options. Just trying to juke his way around a double blue zone, so going to be a big problem. Now just down to Shrimzy trying to survive through just the one, but no. Falcons are out. Toyo picks up more.
The double blue zone just decimating the Falcons. I'm not sure if they had meds. They were scrambling for it. You saw Kickstart try to get out of that doorway, but to no avail. It was just so much damage coming from a double blue. Those nades are devastating now. Cowboy from Alcatsia taking the forward position on the opposite side of where we saw Liquid now, but they are painfully aware of God Squad's position.
4 members up in Circle 5. I mean, Alcatsia has been having a lot of trouble in the mid game, so with this position that they're playing from, they have a couple of potential targets that are going to be next to him, but a lot of the squad's now starting to be pretty weakened maneuvering around here. They have the capabilities to use the strength in numbers, and they're trying to exploit it. Long range, air burst grenades look like they're trying to land pretty close. Doesn't quite make it far enough, so now God Squad has to be a bit more cautious. Second nade does connect, though, gets enough damage off of it. Cowboy's going to be the guy that's leading the way, but Flash does kind of shoo him away from the angle. They don't want to step in as, uh-oh, that's the cover for God Squad rolling away. Another opportunity. Shinboy now starting to see if he can get an angle around the outside. This one steps in. There's no cover to be had. And now it's going to be Alcatsia just stepping in. Full control over this area.
An absolutely beautiful play from Cowboy, being the tip of the spear there for Alcatsia. Just getting so much damage and putting so much work, and they're going to finish them off. God Squad goes down. It's just working in silence now. Can this solo player ruin their game? With so much going on, I'm not even sure they know where that nade came from, Matt.
And with the way that the new circle's popped as well, that means that QAD has to shift back more into the west, working in silence. Last player can absolutely backstab. Sam Krizmo also still has a member up, playing from the position where we just saw QAD playing at. Toyo also needs to move into the circle, so not a lot of ways to work through it, but Sam Crow just gets the drop and a flush onto D, and that was quick.
An opportunity opening up here for the solo BL because of Sam Crow. You see their entire team has shifted position now. They're starting to look towards the west part of where they currently were. And just that southern edge is in on the circle for them. They really don't have much. Again, Beal, he's going to take his time, but he gets turned on. Roth, beautiful play.
Roth's not going to let that one go down. He drops down to his belly, takes some damage out of it. Toyo still fighting for control up into the north as it's going to be Alcatsia that has to maneuver in. And Michael still outside the blue zone, almost inside the safe zone. He still has to deal with El Proyecto that's going to be in front of him. 4 members up. All control over into the west. Toyo, a lot of control over into the east. And it's QAD down to the south. So this is about to get spicy.
I want a stat sheet for how many heals Michael's going to use just throughout this grand finals. I think he's going to have everyone beat by a good country mile. He is, I mean, creeping in so close. An opportunity. He needs to get the knock. It needed to be a little quicker, but at least maybe get a point. He's going to find one, and that's still good. That's still a point from Michael there. So it could have been a lot worse. 6th place. Empire still hanging on.
I mean, at this point, the doctor buys another point. That's all I can really do. Toyo did send Capitan down to be a bit more into test track proper. Looks like the rest of the team's probably going to be regrouping over there. With the shift out, notice Pippa's position much more centered. Nobody is playing the center of the circle. It's a lot more open and kind of in a dipped valley position. Nobody really wants to step into it. Samcro, though, he ain't going down without a fight, man. This guy, he wants to scrap, and QAD just keeps giving him the opportunity.
No, and as a solo, he's causing so many issues for Alcacia. It's just, it's a problem because they need to get rid of him ASAP. They need to start focusing on Toyo as well as the other members, and Toyo is the one currently that have taken control of the top of test track. That is such an oppressive position to control.
It's just off of these solos, man. Constantly harassing QAD. They couldn't get into the position they want. Now Toyo has got it. El Proyecto also now starting to get a couple of players, or at least one of them inside the circle, also managing to find a crate as well. So Haven's going to be sitting pretty off of that. Toyo's other 2 members still need to maneuver into the circle, but this is going to be kind of our end game. You're looking at it. It's just this dip that's just over to the left side of this Kraken. There's not a lot of options, really. I mean, there's still the high road that test track can be played around, but that's... I mean, a multi-layered fight is a potential, but this is just going to be really weird.
Weird indeed. What I'm looking at, though, is Toyo, again, just cleaning up. I was just curious if they could keep up the momentum from last chance qualifiers, and I think they've answered that with a resounding yes. 8 kills currently on the board. Now control, I say control tentatively of the circle. It really is going to come down to how Toyo uses this high ground and what angles El Proyecto is going to be cutting off from this.
I mean, it also depends. I can't quite see the 3 dimensions, but I think that it's really just Capitan up by himself. Good spray coming on to the Kraken. That's going to equalize this a bit more. So now 3 members up for Toyo, just 2 for El Proyecto. High ground control. You can see a lot of throwables now starting to come out. Gizera, though, in the distance, knows where Capitan is at. That cover is big. No angles of control, really, that you can see for Gizera. He's just trying to play up against that wall, and it's not going to give him enough. Nades now going to start raining down on top of him. Is it going to connect with the wall? Is it going to bounce back over it? Oh, that was going to be close. But Gizera, clinging to life, has eyes on position. But let's not forget about Haven. Remember, we just saw him get a crate a second ago. So it's all going to come down to high ground, low ground shenanigans.
It was also phase 7, so there's a chance that more of this gets shifted off, at least for the top of test track, but I don't think that's going to matter. It just depends on how Toyo is going to play this. They have the advantage. It's 3-on-2. They have the high ground. Currently, Circle is about to go into phase number 8. So this has now just become a waiting game, Matt.
Well, I love this because you can see that Capitan realizes the strength and position for his squad is him. He cannot overpeak this, but it's also on him to get the information, feed it over. So it's a very precarious point to be playing from. He's almost just kind of scouting with his body right now. Any shots that come after him, he has to instantly feed that back over to the 2 guys in the lower position. With the new circle popping, not a lot of big moves, just like you're talking about. I guess the game of cat and mouse just continues to revolve around Capitan, and if he peaks at the wrong moment.
I think the issue here, though, for El Proyecto is, even though it is kind of fairly even as far as distance to the center of the circle, I think El Proyecto have to move first. I think Toyo can stay up there long enough to at least cause issues, because the center of the circle is past that berm that you can see El Proyecto is hiding behind. So this is just going to come down to who makes the first mistake. I mean, I like this setup a lot from Toyo. They're leaving 2 on the low ground, making sure they're watching that wide eastern wrap. You also have Benya watching that west, and then Capitan just overlooking all of it, right? Taking pot shots at bushes, making sure no one is proned out, hiding. It's very difficult to see people in those bushes sometimes. So yeah, this is just going to come down to phase 9. This is going to come down to the center dot, and we're just going to have to see who's going to move first and who's going to make the first mistake. I do like this from Capitan, though.
Haven is trying to creep forward, realizing the fact that with the shots, maybe it might be Capitan playing a bit more into the west. He's kind of creeping up closer next to that wall. He's got himself the nade. Starting to hear them be exchanged between everybody, but it hasn't popped off just yet. And that's because Toyo doesn't want to. They don't have to take the fight, just like you're talking about right now. They can just kind of sit here, continue to force more pressure onto Proyecto. Force them into maybe an error that they can exploit. They have the 2 members low ground. They don't have to go for the peak. Let Capitan do all of the risk for the squad, feed everything over that he needs. It's all on Proyecto to find a way to open this one up. And you can see Capitan, he's not getting frustrated or anything. He knows pretty decently where they're going to be at. But he was really hoping that more people would be taking shots at him. And Proyecto, playing more passively, is really doing a good job on reading the counterpoint to this play.
Again, it is just going to come down to the shift. Okay. Some pressure coming out for Toyo. As one set of deployable cover falls. Again, Haven is always a threat, though. That man has a P90, and everybody knows how devastating that weapon can be. But Haven, just behind the grenade, finds cover. The smoke covering him for the reposition. But Capitan, this needs to be a knock. That's huge.
All right, now just down to 1, creeping over to Gizera. Can he manage to get the res in time? This throws off all of the timing. Now shots from Capitan, gonna line it in. Capitan picks it up, and Toyo gets 8 kills. Proyecto coming in second.
Toyo with 1,500 damage, 8 kills, as El Proyecto as well, 8 kills to their name. That was a crazy close game in the end, but also just showed, I mean, with how much we see test track, Matt, it's still such a tricky spot to navigate overall. So, I mean, that was a banger. That was a sick game, but congratulations. My God, these boys, Toyo, really showing up. But I want to see what our fantastic and very debonair analysts have to say, Matt, so we're gonna throw it to them.
Thank you very much. I do want to say, I think that back right polygon might have been modeled after Tiggleton. Welcome back to the desk. My name's Taves. I'm here with Poro and Gibson. Another banger of a match as we get the first repeat winner here in the grand finals. It's Toyo. Let's look back at how it happened. What do you think? What time is it, What time is it, Gibson? What time?
Say the line. Say the line. Go on.
No, I want you to say it. All right, well, we're not ready for it yet, so I want to talk about the end of that match.
I'm new.
I'm new. You know what I really liked seeing is this like double shield stack. This is the second game in a row that we've seen that. It's a really cool usage of the mechanics. So let's take a look at how they did that as well as how they played the game. It's highlights.
It's time. we get there. We get there.
Let's all.
Hey, you want another fun fact?
What?
This is Toyo's 3rd win in a row on Rondo.
Really?
They went back to back in LCQ, and now they win this one, the first Rondo of the grand finals. Toyo and Rondo is working out very nicely as we see Dots getting stuff done here in their little shack, little shanty.
Yeah. You want another fun fact?
What up?
Yeah. An NA team hasn't been in the top 2 any game tonight.
How is that a fun fact?
That's not fun
I don't
at
know.
all.
It's
don't know
fun
what
for all
fun
the
is.
South American fans watching.
That's fair. And there are a lot of them here watching this cast right now. And they should be, because El Proyecto, Toyo, all these teams, Wuju 2 even, are just popping off, man. And it's Bestia is up there as well. They haven't even gotten a win yet, but Bestia is still somehow in the top 5 every single time.
Yeah, they've been doing it. You know, they're keeping players up. It's one of the first times we didn't see Wuju 2 at the end, but we're getting close to the start of the phase of the game that won this for Toyo, right? They swept around, and Capitan did exactly what your mother tells you to do whenever people try to bring you down. He took the high road, and they were able to use that to take the win. But as you saw in that game, they didn't get it for free, Paro. They had to work to get it.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, holding on to that high ground, I was a little bit concerned about how cavalier Capitan was getting playing around on that high side, especially when you got a P90 down there. Look at Haven, almost flipped it on him, but Capitan was ready for it. Nails the shot, and unfortunately for Gizera, even though Haven got right on top of him to go for the heal, somehow, look at this, through the bush, Capitan hits that shot all day, every day. 3rd win in a row on Rondo for Toyo, and 18 points to go with it.
Gibson, your mother sounds lovely. I love that that's what she would say. Take the high road. My mother would say, hurt them so that they never try again, which I think maybe is probably not the best recommendation. But hey, Toyo Esports, 18 points, coming out in first place yet again. But Proyecto always on the chase. For me, though, I'm excited to finally see Al Khadzia come out there and put something together, because those 11 have been a lot slower in coming, Paul, than I thought they would be when we got here today.
It was tough. I mean, they managed to take that north side of that test track, and I know we're all tired of seeing test track circles. It happens time and time again, but they took a spot that they knew they would be able to defend. The last fight probably didn't go as well as they would have hoped. Unfortunately, letting Givrella get flushed right there by a solo, you never want to see that, but it's still, at the end of the day, 11 points. You got to be happy about that. 5 place points, 6 kills. That's a good game any way you look at it, especially on Rondo.
It was. It's, that's my question when, Gibson, is at this point we know, or we suspect, statistics seem to drive these circles towards that test track area. Is that having a massive impact on the way that these teams are setting up to play the games from the get-go now?
I think some of the teams are adapting to it and going, yeah, well, if it's going to go there, we're going to drop closer to it. We're going to move closer earlier in phase 1 to take these positions that we know are so powerful. And some teams are just like, there's always a chance. They're taking the risk that it's not going to do it. And 9 times out of 10, you get punished for in this map. I feel like it's almost like it's the easiest game or map to read in all of PUBG Esports. But that also makes it the harder because you've got 64 players reading the exact same script and trying to make the same moves.
And they all want that power position. Let's take a look at, I believe, the overall leaderboard and see where everybody stands right now. El Proyecto is going to be in first at 49. Wuju2 continues their climb, 41. Toyo at 37. And then from there, it starts to even out just a little bit more as we get into a hot 20 race, all the way down to 10. For me, there are some surprises. And yes, Poro, you said earlier in your segment, boo to the man who writes off someone who struggles after 2. It's been 3, and
4.
4. Okay, thank you. My math has never been great. My son's not here to help, and I still find some of these teams not quite picking up the pace that I hoped they would. Luminosity is an example of a team that I know they have high frag potential. 7 is shocking.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, man. You don't know how these games are going to play out, and you still got 2 more on the day. At the end of the day, all that really matters is how you're sitting after 6. You could get 3 points through 4 games. If you end the day with 35 points, you're still feeling all right about yourself. Nobody's going to remember how you got there in the first place, right? So you definitely would like to see them put something together here with 2 games left on Erangel. But that being said, we've talked about it before. Erangel has turned into kind of the wild card map, weirdly, considering this is the one that everybody knows how to play along.
And I think that is it's funny because it's like the evolution. Like what's the saying from the Joker, that you want to be the hero long enough till you become the villain? I feel like that's the story of Erangel's map, is like we loved it and loved it and loved it, and we still enjoy it, but it is so hard to play nowadays. Everybody knows such the nooks and crannies. There's not the cover we're used to in places like Miramar. Gibson, it feels like when you get to Erangel, if you don't establish your position quickly, it's kind of, you're just sort of flipping a coin and hoping the map goes well for you in the end.
Phase 1 determines so much all the time, right? You're either going to get a military circle, a northern Erangel circle, or in the middle, right? It's 3 combinations. At the start, teams move very rapidly based on it. I do still think it's my favorite map to cast, I'm not going to lie. Like, to me, when I get to Erangel, it's like, let's go, we're going to have some fun. And I think that a lot of the teams need that familiarity, right? When you consider the way that Falcons are playing, the way that Luminosity are playing, even the likes of Team Liquid will be glad to see Erangel on the horizons because they need to get something going. Like, it's been a tough night. Like, Falcons haven't even been in the top 8 once, and it is a blip, right? It has to be a blip at this point because this team is one of the best teams in the world internationally, but they're just having a bad day.
I mean, they're one of the best teams internationally. They're the best team regionally. Like, I mean, it's disgusting the things that they were able to do in the group stages. Now, obviously, a little bit of a slip up so far here today, but it's only 4 games, right? Like, they still got plenty of time to right the ship. And on top of that, it doesn't even matter if they don't, because they're already qualified through global partner team status to get to PGS. So, really, this is just trying to get everything, knock the rust off from the off season, and get yourself ready to go into that international play. But look, man, you're not. If you're relying on Falcons to just be bad, like the whole tournament, like the whole grand final, hopefully you got a better plan than that.
Unless it's PGC. Anyway, that said, I will say, how many times though, Poro, have we started a grand final in PS with, well, maybe this first couple of games is a blip for the Falcons, or in this case, the Sonics. I mean, that is a roster that sometimes is like, I don't know, maybe they just sleep in late and take a while to get fired up. Like, I would not be shocked to see them walk away with a top 3 in this one and then a win in the next one, because their turn on time seems to usually be about 4 games.
Yeah, and look, I mean, what I want to see is how these teams that are in control right now, the Toyos, the El Proyectos, all those guys, I want to see how they respond in these final 2 games. Let's start putting a little bit of distance between some of these other teams. If we have a bad day 2, then, you know, our great day 1 will make up for all that as we see a hot drop already. This is a 3-way hot drop in Severny, though?
If it's a hot drop, if it's a full hot drop, we're going to turn it over to the casters. Gentlemen, take it away.
We are indeed back to the tried and true, the vanilla, if you will, as our Poro's taste buds, but a 3-way hot drop is spicy indeed, Matt.
Bro, I used to be a bit against Aaron Gullick, especially in the early game. It was a bit slow, but they are making sure to change that up in Americas nowadays. We've got a ton of squads all stacked up on top of each other. You can see it's going to be dots up into the north. We've got Empire that's kind of running a 2-2 split off to the side of it. And then we got ourselves some friends that are just kind of caught up in the thick of all of this. Severny, the power plays position, and not even inside the circle. So this is going to be very hard to detangle from.
It's just so weird because it's rare we see hot drops in Severny. We've seen them before, but it's even rare that we have a 3-way hot drop between Gooners, Dots, and yeah, I mean, Empire. This is kind of craziness. And look at the split on Empire. Adam and Finna are on the opposite side of Michael and Valiant.
Okay, so I often don't like to super harp on car spawns and stuff like that, but when you have a situation up around Severny here with the car spawns, I feel like that's kind of important. So, I mean, do you just immediately try to shift out and get to the vehicle as fast as possible and try to just get out of dodge? Or what would be the mindset in this whenever you see 3 squads in Severny at this stage?
Massively important, the car spawn, right? It's already somewhat of a risk to hot drop, right, Matt? But then when you add another whole team and a Panzer into that equation, then yeah, I think the best move, if they can, that's the problem, if they can, would be to get the hell out of there. As we see Lope's gonna grab himself a second vehicle, so already a nice setup for now for Sam Kreesmo. They're gonna loot here, maybe even stay here for a circle. It's not guaranteed that it's gonna go north, although it's more than likely. But this is a good looting spot for Sam Kreesmo as well. Meanwhile, back here, Gooners still looking for those early frags.
I mean, Tommy Gun, Panzerfaust. This is a double trouble style situation. So Goon, aka Greg Shot, gonna be playing around the outside. So it does feel like Gooners are getting kind of more control over to the southeastern area. Empire with this 2-2 split feels like it was a great start to the strategy, but now with 2 teams here, just makes it feel like it's so easy for them to get picked apart.
Yeah, the third-party opportunities are going to be wild, especially once the fight. That's the issue here as well with the 3-way hot drop. Is whoever gets knocked first, I mean, that's going to ring the dinner bell. That's going to cause everyone else to start to collapse. And then the teams that fight first generally will be on the back foot. So no one necessarily wants to be the first to fight. If Greg can get a Panzer frag, you know, great. But I don't know how much they can get off of it.
But Greg is playing this real aggressive, man. He is... minimal fear in him as he's just kind of looking around. I feel like the northern section for Empire is in a lot of trouble. Simply Matt's hanging down with the southern one, but they've got the road in between them. Really, Gooners are just getting a ton of loot right on top of this other duo to the north. And I think that we saw maybe a Scorpion in the hands of Valiant, and that's it. I mean, it can shred close, but it's scary.
I mean, the more important thing here for all 3 of these teams is just wasting so much time. There's so much time being wasted here for these teams. And because it's hard to break off, it's not as if these guys are like, oh man, I love being in a city with 3 teams before the first, 5 minutes of the game, but it's hard to break off. This is something that is going to take some patience and more importantly, it's gonna have to be delicate. They cannot rush this.
Yeah, here come the bit of picks here and there. The Gooners into the north. It looks like they're trying to regroup a bit more with Simply Matt. Information's being fed over. He's trying to defend the stairwell himself, as it's going to be the more duo, or I guess the more geared duo for Empire, Infinna and Adam. But you can see Simply Matt trying to make sure that nobody's coming after him. Keeps peeking that window because he knows where Dots is going to be coming from. This is kind of set up its own coordinated position. So Gooners now being off in this angle. Oh, Adam's going to go ahead and catch a bit of that Molotov. Finna already inside the... But this is problematic. They are outnumbered here, kind of. I mean, with Goon playing into the north, he's going to be able to supervise at least to the north.
Well, they're going to need more than that, more than a molly, in order to kind of displace the position here of Matt and Bunt. But I mean, Matt doesn't even have a helmet. right? He has that shotgun up close. It shouldn't matter if as long as he gets the first shot off. But yeah, I mean, they're rather poor right now when it comes to gear.
Oh, look at this Valiant starting to creep over here now. As it looks like Michael might be the guy that's kind of got his eyes making sure that Dots isn't coming back behind this. But Dots will rush this the moment that this fight breaks out, or at least extend out to see if they can get any piece of it. Simply Mad is kind of the core component of defense here right now. It's just shoddy central here, dude. Gunner's got a plan, and it's shotguns, and I dare you to open the door.
If I were Dots and I knew that most of the action was going to be on the west side of Severnia, I'd start looking for an exit strategy, because realistically, they're the ones that have the most freedom to move out of there. Working in silence, meanwhile, will be moving down towards the pier.
Blizz did get out. He's over there into the east now, isn't he? It looks like he's managed to pick up a vehicle.
He's probably looking for a vehicle, yeah. I mean, that's exactly what they should do. I'd love to see this from them. Again, Dots is not... They're not playing games here! As Greg will get... Unfortunate first kill. That's got to feel terrible if you're Valiant. But it is what it is.
I mean, our early game hot drop. Panzers, you know, are the thing to be afraid of, and that's the best that you can do. It's kind of hard to navigate this now because Finn is on an island pretty much by himself.
Do you think Valiant is inconsolable right now, or do you think there's...
Oh, I don't know. It's really... I mean, I never want to break your heart, but whenever you get Panzer balanced like that, it kind of does, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do, right? You have a Panzer. Oh, hold on, bud. Now the quick peek. You can see Empire trying to fight back. They want to get rid of Gunner. They want to get at least some points out of this, especially if they're gonna lose Valiant so early like that. But the util is really starting to put pressure on Adam as he finally goes down.
And there goes Finna too. So that's gonna be Gunners getting control over this area. Michael, alive, alone, all by himself. I wonder what he might be trying to loot right now as Dots Chilla just trying to eye out what's going to be going on. Regroup from their teammate Blizz. Looks like he should be able to pick them up. So Gunners pick up 3 kills and an exchange of loot.
And all things considered, that was perfect for Goons. Gooners did not lose a single member. They're still 3 strong. So, yeah, these mortars are coming from Dots. I think no, not Bliss. Maybe it's Bliss. Either way,
I feel like he just
Dots
shot off a whole bunch
out.
of them and grabbed in a vehicle and ran off, but I don't know.
Yeah, Dots should be able to rotate out of here. Goons as well should be able to grab that Dacia if they haven't completely destroyed those tires, and also have a rotation for themselves. So, unfortunately, the only real team that suffered here, aside from circle timing, is going to be Empire.
Hey, they're down to their tried and true strategy at this point, right? Which
they have one. I'm sorry.
Get Michael Meds, get into the blue zone.
Oh, man.
Maybe Circle 7 will see him again.
Yeah. Luminosity, though, is a team that I don't want to say I'm worried about, but today has just not been their day. I mean, they have not been able to get anything going. They've been in some positions, thinking back to the Miramar game, even the Tego game, where they could have capitalized, but it's just been a rough day for LG. That being said, you know, to echo Poro on the desk, they still have at least 12 games, 13 games after this one. So a lot of room to recover.
You can have one bad day is the saying, right? Whenever you got a 3-day grand final, you can have one bad day, but that just means that the other 2 cannot slip at
right.
It just puts all the pressure back on them, especially from the fact that LG only 7 points right now. Any kill that they could find would just be a morale boost and start sending them in the right direction.
So for the time being, though, they do have a good position. They are just on the east side of Death Road. They still have an anchor in Gats. So depending on what this circle does, which again is a huge factor, if this goes hard south, Matt, it is going to be hell for everybody. There isn't a single team, and rightfully so, on Millie base, and this is going to center up pretty much just right around Snake Compound.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually a pretty fun in-game whenever we look at it and the way that it can get kind of configured. A lot of people are going to be leaning their back straight up against, I guess, the peninsulas that come out in the center of the circle. In the northern section of it, you know, pretty much where Working in Silence is going to be at. Does also mean the fact that we're going to get a lot of Potato Mountain or Potato Hill that's going to be in play. That presently high ground king of the hill is going to be El Proyecto, though.
And El Proyecto have just absolutely farmed whenever they've put themselves in a high ground position like that where it has a lot of advantage. So again, really love what we're seeing from them. They have been just on it today. And you can't blame the lobby. These are not weak teams. There's a lot of strong teams in this lobby. They're still finding success. You love to see it. Toyo also another one of those teams that have carried that momentum through, currently holding Potato Hill, as you said.
Okay, Toyo starting to get the harassment on Outlaws as they're going to be trying to pass through this corridor. A lot of teams just going to be trying to make it spin through, and that's pretty low damage already. It's going to be QAD that's going to be the next up, following on what's going to be going on with Sam Krizmo. A couple of shots not connecting quite the same way they wanted to. It's just a full-on crash right on top of everything. Oh, that bike blocking out the door. It's going to be God Squad kind of caught up as it's just going to be vehicles flying in from absolutely everywhere. Now, down to just a sharp shot. The last one alive. Throwables coming in every single angle. Sam Krizmo wants this. They charge in full-on authority. Sharp shot has to defend. He has to take him down. Oh, no. Everybody's blind, but no. The God Squad is gonna go down.
The absolute chaos that was in that room, and now just to add to it, why not throw some mortars into the mix? But the flashbang from Sharp caused so much confusion between himself and the rest of Sam Krizmo. That was wild. That bike, I don't know if that was God Squad that placed it there, but that completely backfired if it was onto Balefrost.
Yeah. That bike, you could just feel the rage whenever he opened that door, and you just see him like pan down just that couple of pixels to look at the bike, and it's like, well, this is how it's gonna be. Rest of the squad starting to contain in pretty well. We still have, it looks like, Dots, as well as up into the north. Gooners are found themselves some vehicles, so they're going to be rolling in up into the north. No surprise. Empire also still kind of the odd team out. They're going to have to make their own pathing down as well. Or I guess he is going to have to make his own pathing down.
Yes, one member.
One
will make that play. Meanwhile, looking at the teams on the north, I mean, between Gooners and Dots, they do have an entry point into the circle, but LG just have a really nice spread to start to cut off that northeastern side as we head into a beautiful... Yeah, this flash, because he came out... Actually, what happened here? Oh, did he get gun jammed? And he run out of ammo? Actually, didn't... Can we possibly...
The way he was juking on that, it felt like he was flashed, but he wasn't flashed because he
wasn't flashed
so well.
Yeah, I thought he was flashed at first as well, but either way.
Okay, so
Gooner's out threading the lead on Matt. Look at this rotation. I mean, right in between multiple teams. If they can maintain the land, if they can stick the landing, this is a great position for Gooners.
And it looks like they do manage to make landfall, and they find themselves a compound that is pretty centered up. So Bestia going to be their new near neighbors, with El Proyecto kind of stopping anything out. And Krizmo going to pop, and ooh, that is still a lot of water in that circle.
This thing shifts straight towards Sharkfin, and not only that, but it keeps just almost 50% of the playable area in water. So all that space that could have been utilized by the teams rotating in is now just gone, non-existent. That being said, Matt, I do like the position on the southwest. If PD can take that plateau, they could potentially open up space for them to move forward into that pier. We'll have to see.
This is going to be kind of interesting to watch how it lays out. So El Proyecto going to be a bit more aggressive. They're shifting right into where Gooners are going to be at. So with this, we also still have Sam Krizmo is going to be taking some shots into it as well. Gooners finally having themselves some loot inside the safe zone, feeling pretty good about it. Falcon's going to use the opportunity to kind of creep into the north away from this one. So El Proyecto vibing right now, first place overall, 8-point lead. They feel like they can take a fight versus anybody, but we know the Gooners are not afraid of any fights ever.
Nope, they will push fight from minute to minute, whether it's the start of the game or the end, and they are doing just that. Meanwhile, it's going to be Wuju2 now crashing the compound of Liquid, but they were so set up for it. There was absolutely no chance for Wuju2.
That was
fantastic play.
Brutal. That was absolutely brutal to watch. Team Liquid coming alive in defense of position. That's going to be strong, potentially dangerous. Just going to be over to the west of them, working in silence over into the east. So a bit of breathing time for them to work around. We did see El Proyecto have one of their members go down as well, while Luminosity Gaming is having to deal with Dots right up on top of them. This is going to be over into the east. We might have a new trajectory for Toyo coming in on a similar pathing, just on the outskirts of Farm. So it's going to be on to Snakers. Try to see if he can stall this one out, throw down the smokes, and try to regroup a bit more, as they do not like the way that this has turned into a separated firefight.
But uncomfortable is an understatement here for LG, as they have to contend with Dots. They are currently knocking just on their door. As Bizzer's going to take some damage, Gatsby's going to fall, and Dots have been just so surgical with these gunfights in close quarters.
Oh, it is just hazardous over and over again for the squads to try to contend in with right now. Toyo lined up right back behind LG. A lot of trouble to be had with this one. They don't have really too many different escape angles to play from as Toyo, with this defensive line that they have now set up, they've got 2 off in the distance at farm and another 2 creeping closer and closer by the moment.
They're so intelligent from Toyo to take their time. They've sent 2 to wrap on the north side, and they still have that anchor position of the other 2 members of their team currently holding these smoked off angles to make sure there is no push around. And right now, LG is just getting sandwiched between Dots and Toyo. This is chaos, and this is what we were worried about for them. It's just down to Bizzler in the smoke, and he's gonna go ahead and pop another one just to cover himself for as long as possible.
Only thing that he can hope is these guys start fighting amongst themselves, but Bizzler in his position, he is just kind of caught out. Looks like Josh, he's got himself a nade rolled out. I don't know where it went to, but it's like gonna be just another pop-off. Oh, the Molotov! It's gonna be a 1-2 combo. Nicely set up coming up from Toyo, lighting Josh on fire, and Bizzler's gonna pick it up. Now Toyo playing around the outside of this. Dots in some trouble. Shane Doe, the last one up, just trying to run through. He's gonna go down, and Toyo picks up even more.
And somehow Bizzler has still survived. The smoke that he has laid down has been instrumental. Will he get another one? No, Emmy will come and clean it up. And now we're seeing Simply Matt in a fight for his life between him and El Proyecto. 2 members down. The reses, not sure if they're possible. Those are DNOs, and no, he's just gonna get picked apart. So again, El Proyecto just solid defense there onto the Gooners.
I mean, they're just taking what they want at this stage, but they've got a new contender up in the north. Each one was kind of monitoring that. The new circle has popped, and it shifted over into the east, like right on the outskirts of that Toyo positioning we saw just 1 moment ago. In the center of it, QAD going to be defending up, but notice Team Liquid down to the south, where we're going to see El Proyecto, potentially dangerous, Falcons, and of course, Empire's Michael, all going to be coming into the north and the west.
And an in the hands of Lopes, that's definitely something you don't want to see if you are on the receiving end, but for now, he is just a solo. We'll see what he can do with it. Even a body shot to a tier 2 will knock someone. That can create some space or a pause. Is working in silence still. Is a strong 4-man now, just in such a dominant position here, but they need to make sure they don't get crashed. PD now, speaking of crashes, trying to go past. They're getting picked apart. It's going to be Al Katsia. Can they actually hold off this push? Roth trying to finish one. He will. That's a knock, and he's going to back up for a second.
My God, there are like 5 different squads all shooting down on this rotation. Potentially Dangerous is just getting battered every single angle. That's no surprise. I mean, we saw working in silence. I think Team Liquid, Sam Charismo, everybody was taking shots into this. Well, it is going to be Anastasia that was trying to make sure that they defend this one up. We still also have Bestia Silzen on the outskirts of this one. I mean, to deal with, it's going to be El Proyecto rolling through. Lopes tries to defend up. He's going to go down. The first in many, as it looks like a lot of solos going to be hammered and battered on these new angles. Bestia trying to fend off against, it's going to be Proyecto as well as Falcons at the same time.
And Bestia's been trying to hold this position for so long, but it's just a solo shack in a small divot, and now Falcons coming over the top with Util. That's going to be a knock easy for Kickstart, as the Molly was already doing its work. But Falcons, they're getting shot from a different angle. They're actually getting shot from further back behind, I believe. Yeah, they're getting shot by Liquid.
Yeah. Liquid, and I believe Working in Silence gets vision. Falcons, they want more points. This has not been their day so far. 14 on the day. They know that they usually get that in a game. They're just trying to line it up. Can they get the nade to land in? It's just a millisecond or 2 where we're seeing these bursts right on top of the heads of Bestia, but they cling to life. Still holding the defensive line as the new circle has popped, and QAD is in the center yet again.
Just trying to get into that bunker where the secret key they do not have in order to open that door to create some more space. So they are just kind of stuck, funneled there. Bestia's been here for so long and have survived admirably so for quite a while. But, I mean, Falcons are just slowly starting to take control, and they still have that road to work with. So this is going to be a rough spot for Bestia to get out, and even El Proyecto by proxy.
That's the problem with it as well, is this is kind of a mutually assured destruction stage. As they're just trying to creep their way into this. Oh, doesn't get the knock. But you can see Tick is like, where is this even coming from? Car's gonna just go flying away from them. They're all looking different directions, but none of them are looking where Michael's at.
No, and why would they? The smokes are probably covering most of where those nades are coming from. Shrimsy, though, will finally find Silzen, and they need to push in.
They just send it down the hillside, done with dealing nades. They just want to push in. They want to get some form of safety. Kickstart is down, but they are flooding down. It is the big nade coming up from Proyecto. Can they get the follow-in? Vinny still alive. just clinging to life down in the dig above it. Proyecto though steps in. Vinny gets the knock on his Kraken. It is just no holds barred over here into the west.
And how is this possible that Michael still finds these opportunities to get points? He has outlived the Falcons, which were a full 4-man strong squad just before this fight kicked off. That is crazy. And still Bestia, Vinny and Silzen continue to hold this small space. This is a bunker space, not meant for more than 1 or 2 people.
Michael finally having somebody shoot at him, and it's going to be working in silence, trying to navigate moving into the circle. I mean, you got to give it to Bestia, dude. They are just chain rezzing down in that little dip. Just trying. They are trying so hard.
The probability that none of those nades have landed in there to take out Bestia is just craziness to me. Is still Gizera is trying to just get rid of this duo, but now El Proyecto down to just 1, and they're gonna clean it up as well. Bestia just surviving every single conflict.
Yeah, but here's the new problem. Working in silence, they've got a couple of defended lines that they can deal with on this one. Michael's still alive also. We still have one of the members for Outlaws that are watching all of this. I mean, Cadacia is just kind of in the middle of all of this. They're getting some kills here and there, but it just doesn't, like, all the kills are happening specifically over to the west and the south, and they don't have the best sightlines on those.
I also love that kind of anchor play, the safety there for the team of Alcacia is I believe it was Roth or Relo just sitting up on the tower, the communication tower, prone out, letting his team do the most of the control. If something goes wrong, Relo is there to at least help support with probably the best high ground position in this current circle. So really good decision making there for them. On top of that, guess what? He gets the shift. Now, Alcacia have a decision to make. They either consolidate with Relo, or they try to keep those 3 there, keep that side of the circle clean, and then rotate in afterwards.
This is, I mean, yeah, just take a look. Give me it.
Oh, he
give me it.
Just cracked him right in the, it looked like the neck.
Working in silence. This is interesting. So QAD's positioning, where they've been looking at working in silence, means the fact that working in silence can't pursue Vinny, who is now outside in the blue and still pretty much probably hanging out where we saw him this whole time. Toyo still has Liquid that they're trying to continue up with. It's going to be Emmy pretty close to the defensive line for Team Liquid, where they have roughly 3 of their members at, I believe. Yeah, and they've still got 1 back behind, and Pretty Curdy that working in silence taking a couple of shots at. Really, it's just going to be kind of these solos intersecting up on top of each other, as we still have Michael alive and 1 up for Outlaws, and they're getting pretty close to each other.
Toyo has maintained so much control on the east side of this circle, though, and they're continuing to keep that foothold and even spreading out into the south. You see Emmy starting to harass Team Liquid. I really like what I'm seeing from them. Just a continuation of the evolution that we saw from the last chance qualifier. Now Sparky is going to take some shots. He does land a few on Beal, but he's going to be fine. For now is Liquid starting to finally find some footing here in the late game, but still, Matt, they're on the edge. They have to move forward, and there's not much to play there, man. There really isn't. It is straight flat.
I mean, QAD and Toyo pretty much have this on lock right now. This positioning shift, though, for Liquid at least forces Working in Silence to play a bit more to the west. You can see that Working in Silence was kind of playing for this same line. So this more aggressive play coming out from Team Liquid was to try to bully them out of position, saying, you don't want to send it over here. You know the fact that you're just going to get third-partied if you come over here. So maybe Working in Silence will have to play more along the road and deal with QAD. But you see, Working in Silence, they still have a compound or 2 to play from, so no big rush. Toyo, similar mindset. They've got Capitan already inside the circle, so they can just regroup around him and defend him.
This is a great opportunity there. You see Sparking slowly starting to cheat towards the east side. I think they realize that the push to the west is just going to be too difficult. They have way too much cover. They have the buildings as well. And I did see that Sparking was looking towards that side, but no, it looks like they're actually going to go for the west. And this is also just because they don't know what's going on exactly on the east. So they're just going to make the best decision they can based off the information they have, and that's just going to straight be a push to these rocks. But they're going to get backstabbed by Toyo, I promise.
All right, Working in Silence, they've got the line, and Beal gets a knock onto Luke. So he's going to go down and get flushed, but they at least managed to make it to the rock. Toyo's going to be creeping in back behind that cover. So vital for this position, getting blown away right now. So Team Liquid having less to work with, but you can see that Working in Silence shifting in. They realize that they want to get more defended in position. Trying to line in, see if they can get the nades to roll in. That's going to be pretty close. But Toyo now starting to harass the Working in Silence, inadvertently defending Team Liquid's positioning, as it is going to be one of the nades from BL connecting on a Purdy Curdy.
But all it's going to take for Toyo is just to step over this berm and really start to put the pressure onto Team Liquid. I mean, they've unfortunately put themselves in a situation where they're getting pinched by 2 teams now, and so we'll see if they can defend that. But no, working in silence now, just straight pushing. Is Toyo going to be able to defend them? RBN leading the charge. He's going to take damage, and he will be found. Alo will find one. Sparky will get the flush. Is now Beal will find the knock on Alo. The trade is there.
Hey, what can you get out of this? Utility starting to be thrown down, but that rock putting in a ton right now for Team Liquid. Trying to bend in around it. Purdy Curdy is still going to be maneuvering, but look, Roth sneaking up back behind, working in silence. It's going to be a full stretch up coming from QAD, realizing the threat. So now they're going to come into play, working in silence. Does get eliminated, but that is going to be Alo still down. Sparkin's already taken a ton of damage. Same with Kurt. Trying to play around the smokes right now. It looks like QAD doesn't want to continue. Instead, looks back into the circle, and it's going to be Toyo that has the line with 2 of their members down onto Team Liquid, and this is just going to be a tooth and nail firefight for Team Liquid to make it into this next circle.
Yeah, now that we have a high ground position here, looking through Relo, we can see why exactly Team Liquid didn't necessarily go for that hard east push to take over this terrain from Toyo. They were so open from the angles to the west that they just couldn't. I mean, they would have got shredded by working in silence. So Team Liquid really making the best of a bad situation, still maintain 3 members up. But again, the control and the sight lines from Alcacia is just so strong here from Relo.
This is the God spot right here, right? Inside of this circle, this gives you everything you want. It's so high up, it even gives you a bit of cover, so that way whenever you go for your peaks, it's all going to be about Toyo and Liquid fighting down in the shade of QAD's high ground positionings. Liquid's going to go ahead and get eliminated. Toyo sitting at 9 kills. Eyes now repositioned onto this one. How are they going to look in? It looks like there's going to be a shift up. Binya going to be pretty close into the new shifting positions into the north, coming up from QAD. Alcancia slowly shifting in. Does Binya know that this is coming? It looks like he's got his eyes a bit more set into the west. He finally hears him, steps in, gets the knock onto Roth. So 2 members up. QAD, it's going to be counter. DIYY up on top. But now it's going to move low ground. Relo, the last one up. He's got to get everything from up here, and he's got to get the kills and secure. He's up against the edge of the zone, and you can see it's just Toyo trying to clear out every single kill on anything that they had knocked.
Yeah, but the problem for Relo is his teammates are down. It's just him. He still is in circle, and he still will be just on the edge, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to be visible once he is on the edge of the circle, once it closes up top. So, again, Toyo just weathering the storm. I like the push idea coming out. Relo will find one. Hold on a second. If he can get that flush and bring this down to 1 versus 2, there's a world where he absolutely wins this game. But so far... Yeah, Emmy's not letting him do it.
Parachute, so that way you can drop in. Use the tower for cover, so beautifully played. So now back down on the ground. This is just a straight up 3v1. Going to use the hillside to shift along. We know that Relo knows how to fight in these type of situations, but he is just so heavily outnumbered. Alcacia wants this so bad. Stepping in 4 kills right now, but Toyo has been on an absolute rampage all day today. Gets vision on 1. The moment he takes shots, 3 different firing angles from Toyo are just going to pinch him. When's he going to make his show? Where is his play going to be coming from? It looks like it might be more into the Capitan line, as everybody from Toyo still dancing around, looking in, realizing the fact that maybe he might not be in that tower anymore. Has anybody spotted him out yet? He's got vision on 1. Oh, there we go. The shots connect, and that is going to be Toyo taking it down.
Wow, Matt, Toyo doing it again. I mean, just talk to me about this team. What can't they do right?
I don't know. At this stage, they just read it so... Wait, okay. Everybody has glasses now? Are you kidding me?
What's wrong? What happened? What do you mean?
This isn't... the only sunglasses I have are these because they're like transitions. This isn't...
I am very confused, Matt. I've been wearing these glasses the whole broadcast. Are you okay? Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. I mean,
do you need a break?
Yours are my favorite.
Do you want to take a step back? If it's fine, you know what?
Okay. I think we need to compare and contrast glasses, right? I mean, I see yours and I think that they're the best, so we should take a look at the other ones, right?
Yeah. So you know what? As we have this fantastic winner splash screen, let's go and head back to our analysts and have them break down the highlights in the game.
Another great game, another win for Toyo as we come back to the desk. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Gibson and the Porosaurus, who made us all so gosh darn fashionable. And another big win for Toyo. These guys seem like they're unstoppable, so let's take a look back at the journey to get to the victory. It's time for the highlights.
Highlights!
My man!
I love being an influencer. I influence everybody up in this peace as we finally get to see the long rumored and storied hot drop from the Gooners, but unfortunately it's going to be Empire that takes the Panzerfaust to the face as Valier goes down again. And well, wouldn't you know it, Michael finding himself all by himself once again. But God bless Gibson, he's really good at look at Sharpshot. He had no idea he was out of ammo, didn't he?
No, I had no clue.
You hate to see that.
What was that before this game? Michael had used 93?
93? And that was before this game.
Yeah, like, come on, the guy wasn't better than Beamy. Eat your heart out. There's a new sheriff in town as we look into some of these clips. But this was a really interesting to fun, right? Because you said it before we started. This is a map that's evolved. It was the most standard paced out of all the maps for so long, and in the last 12 months, it's like somebody's just stuck a firecracker in the map and been like, yeah, forget everything you know about Erangel. The tempo is completely shifted.
It's just funny. We were talking about it a little bit. Oh, throw it in reverse. Okay, one more time. Slavic gonna pull on up. Roth, ready for it. Shoot the toesies. And he gets the kill there eventually as he makes that push. But Alcastilla once again getting to the late game here, so finding a little bit more success as we see Falcons just get absolutely jebaited by the Michael grenades from behind and have to make the push in. And that grenade was so close going down there. But Bestia, what a hold here!
Oh, it was so good. The fact they got the res off and then won it at the end. But for me, you guys watching at home don't realize this, but in the green room, all we were doing was watching Michael. Like, we were watching him that whole game, sneaking in from behind. He stole a couple of kills. He got into the placements again. Then we got to the end, and I was like, right, this is it. This is North America's time to turn this on its head. But no. Toyo, they looked at each other in the eyes, they looked at the lobby and said it's Toyo over for everybody else. This is their show.
Oh my God, I got two of y'all in here now that hate this. But you know what? Look, Toyo's feeling it right now. And like they are absolutely on fire. They whatever they figured out between group stages and last chance qualifier, it is still working here now that they've made it to the grand finals. But there's still 3 days. There's still another 2 days left. They still got one more game left to go here, but they are showing out here through 22 points and a third victory here so far today.
Toyo is anything but tired right now as they come out with yet another incredible play. I think there's no argument that being in the LCQ was not a successful endeavor for them. It's clearly, you heard the interview with Capitan. He said we needed time to sort of get our communication in line and figure out each other's play styles. Yeah, I know Emmy, but you're kind of getting to know these other guys, and clearly that has turned on. It was also good to see Team Liquid making some good points there. I will say, if it had been Team Liquid throwing those grenades at that little bunker, I think for sure they would have gotten in a lot faster. Falcons maybe needs to hit that practice studio. They were bad at the mini golf, if you know what I'm saying, Poro.
I mean, it was a little tough for him too, though.
It's
right?
hard.
Like the Michael grenades just kind of threw a whole big question mark into everything, and then having to make that crash while they were getting shot at from a third and fourth party, like that's always going to be a tough push. But you would have hoped that they would have been able to, like most of the times when Falcons is on, like they win that going away. But it's just been tough sledding here so far today. So they got one more game to try to right the ship before they go and do VOD review with Coach Gunner and figure out things for tomorrow. But you know what? We're not even talking about. I don't want to talk about Falcons.
Okay,
right
well,
now.
let's talk
about Toyo.
Okay, let's take the overall leaderboard while we talk about Toyo. I want to see how big the climb was on this right now. 59 points, living in first place and feeling good about it. Proyecto also looking pretty good. Wuju too. So your call continues, Gibson, as our South American teams continue to show dominance.
Yeah, it's a real South American revolution that we got going on here in the Americas, and I'm sure that their fans have been waiting on this for so long. There's been a chokehold. Like, the Americas has been handled by the Falcons and the Sonics for oh so long, and the South Americans are sick of it. They really are. Toyo, they're leading the charge. I think you'd appreciate this one. You know, the Toyo rubber has really hit the road as they're just rolling over the rest of this lobby with the grip that they have.
Yeah, definitely. Now, I'll tell you who's had a big grip on this lobby. It's Michael. So let's talk about Empire. They're sitting in 8th place with 24 points. Poro, how much of that contribution has been Michael?
I mean, it's got to be like at least like 18, maybe even 20. I don't know. I mean, look, he's putting on a masterclass of what to do when you're just kind of up against the wall. You feel like the whole thing's done, still salvaging points, still making stuff, getting stuff done, and trying to put your team in a good position for the future, given that the game was kind of the present game has kind of thrown to the wolves, I guess. But they're sitting on the left side of the leaderboard after, I mean, what is honestly 3, maybe even 4 games that are just completely washed.
Yeah.
Like they've got no rights to have 24 points right now.
No, absolutely not. That comes down to just an insane survival time and honestly a little bit of luck. Like the fact of the matter is Falcons was so obsessed with dealing with the kerfuffle down there that they never even saw the man. I mean, Gibson, they didn't turn around and look at him after what? 4 grenades, it took 4 grenades, and he just sort of sallied away, leaving them to their death. It was beautiful.
They were lost. They had no clue what was going on. Like, there was explosions going off left, right, and center, and off the back of it, they were like, we gotta push. They're like, we're getting naded. They're not stopping. We gotta make that full send push. And it really didn't work for them at all. And it's, as I said, Falcons fans will be disappointed, but they're going to PGS regardless. But Toyo, get those chins up high.
Get those, yeah, for sure. I will also say, you kind of brought up the chaos guys of the map recently, and that whole thing with the Falcons, with the, I think it was Bestia that was down in the hole. We saw Protectoy, all these guys. Everybody was right there on top of each other, and it seemed like it revolved around that crash pad, right? We saw God Squad attacking Sam Crow at the crash pad, then another team shows up, but the bike is blocking the door, and it sort of started this crazy, like, dominoes game, Poro, where it seemed like teams kept smelling blood and then showing up to these fights over and over and over again, and it just made it impossible for anyone trying to hunker down there.
Yeah, it's just a wild circle, right? It's not something that we've seen very often, or we haven't seen it in a while, just something ending just off to the west of farm. So, you know, I think a lot of teams were maybe expecting it to go somewhere else just based off of how the circles usually behave. And as a result, like, obviously, you know Erangel like the back of your hands, right? But we talked about it, like, what's made Erangel become so violent? It used to be these teams have said, oh, we know Erangel so well, so we know how to be safe around here. We know how to play this and keep 4 up to the end. Well, in regionals now, it feels like these guys are like, well, we want to get points. We want to try to show out as quickly as possible. We know this map really well, so we know how to go out and just frag out if we want to. And that's what's causing these teams to just get involved in this action so early. But once again, we get another 3-way hot drop up in Severny.
All right, let's send it over to the casters. Take it away, gentlemen.
Hot and spicy, starting off very hot and spicy as he's going to find that first knock onto Michael. And again, another 3-way hot drop. Why, Matt? Why are we doing this?
And, well, I mean, you can see that this is Empire now playing more into the east, and they're going to be where Dots was. Dots was playing this position originally. Remember, right. Empire was kind of running that 2-2 split, so it's going to be on top of him. Michael now down and dead. The first person in the entire lobby. That is a problem for Empire, as he's been generating a lot of their points.
The $1 million man himself, the one who survives all situations, will be the first to fall, and now this is going to fall on. Yeah, this is going to fall onto Empire without the help of Michael to take care of the Dots. But that's a very good point that you brought up. They specifically took this quadrant, which is the one that they knew Dots had landed on in the last game. So it looks like Empire wants to be much more aggressive, get rid of this hot drop quickly. And again, Gooners are thriving because of it. They're the ones that are getting all the advantage. They're just looting on the west side for absolute free. There is no one there to contest.
I think it was Bunt that was taking some shots randomly over there. If anything, Gunners are a little bit upset. They like the hot drops. These are the things that they enjoy. So now it's going to be, they don't get to enjoy the fun of what we can see going on with Empire and Dots at the time.
Well, Dots currently, even though they do have the man advantage, they've been herded into one building. All 3 of them, of the 4, are all sitting in this 3-stack, and that can be dangerous. Any bit of utility can completely cut them off and just knock 1 or 2 members. So still, even though they have 3 members. Oh, I lied completely. Bliss, that was filthy.
Just the peak on that, so perfectly timed, man. Dots, that was sexy. I mean, I don't have another way to say it other than that one. So Dots getting more control over here. Remember the fact that we already had one of the members down for Empire. That means it is a 2v4 over here right now. Shane Doe still on that blinking life. Not a lot of meds to be found so far, but with the man advantage, it looks like Gooners are kind of stepping away from it. I mean, Finn has got near on nothing to work with. I think, again, I saw him just having maybe a scorpion in his hands. And what do you do? What do you do?
I mean, you try to get the hell out of here if you can, or you try to ruin their game, get as many kills as you can before you leave. Because right now there's no viable option for Empire to leave. There's no vehicle. Dots now have spread out, take complete control for the most part of this area, and now it's just up to Valiant and Finna, who are now stacked on top of each other. So as long as Dots doesn't make a massive blunder here, they should be just fine. It's really what Gooners was going to decide to do, and they left a long time ago.
Well, they quote-unquote left. They're now just a shield into the west. They're running full-on three-man split across any angle of exit we could see coming out from this position. So I think that they're hoping maybe they can pick up a straggler here or there. But Dots, while they do have the man advantage, there's not a lot of loot for them to be had either. We were talking about meds just a moment ago. You can see the chain doe still blinking over there. They haven't found a lot to work around just quite yet. So this double-up defense coming up from Empire might be enough to slow this one down. You can see that Dots don't want to overextend either. This has kind of become something that neither one of these squads want to contend in with, but luckily the circle isn't too far away, so they don't have to just instantly run out like they did last time.
Yeah, I mean, it's just looking at the guns. What is that, a Tommy gun and an MP5K in the hands of Finna? So it's not great. I'll tell you that right now. This is a difficult position for Empire, who have, for all intents and purposes, had a decent day, largely on the back of Michael, but now they are potentially about to get wiped 2v4, but we've seen that turn around time and time again.
Hey, we're starting to get close to this outer wall now. You can see Dots leaning into their numbers advantage. While they are a bit weakened, they do have a stack of health that they can all run around together, so this is going to be quite loud. Empire should probably at this stage be able to hear this, but looks like Dots doesn't want to bite off too much. They still got Bliss back behind them, so that way if anybody tries to run out of position, they know how they can play around it. So smoke's now starting to come out. It's going to be in the building that we do not see Dots in. So they now making the push in. Now shifting in. Where are they going to step around? If they go in front of this new doorway, it's going to be bad. Godspeed.
They need to make sure that they don't take any casualties here. It's fine to take a knock or two, but they have to play for the trades, especially in a 4-on-2 situation where they have the advantage. They cannot afford to lose one member here. They should not.
Well, I mean, a Tommy gun and a shield, if anybody keeps that angle. Right now, everybody's playing the angle of defense where they can kind of use Blizz. So Dots doesn't want to push too much just quite yet. Gooners also sent Bunt around this other side, so it looks like they realized most of the shift is going to be happening over in the east. Liquid also kind of playing a defensive position over into the south, just south of shooting range. So whoever leaves this is going to have to deal with some problems no matter what at this point.
Finna, he hears, I mean, they can hear all the footsteps. They're painfully aware of the fact that Dots is not only right above them, but just all around them. So it comes down to the first knock. And the way I will say, though, that Valiant and Finna are playing this is so awkward if you're Dots, trying to find exactly which position that they're in. But, what is the Ferrari peak? What was that?
He just drifts around the side of it. Now, Valiant, the last one up. He knows he's got friends just on the other side of the wall. Blizz on one side of it. He has to be careful. Can't make too much noise. But notice, Gooners are getting closer and closer. They hear the firefighting. Steps around, but the shield is a problem. The shield that he put down for himself denies anything for this one. So Dots do win the firefight in the end. Empire is eliminated. Gooners, what you got planned now?
Like you said, this is their reward now. Is Gooners going to try to hold them out? And it doesn't look like it. Bunt's actually like, all right, they didn't take any casualties, which is smart. They didn't take any casualties. They know it would be a 3-on-4, so because of that, they're going to pull off, and I think that's a very intelligent move. But look at this. Hold on a second. Look at Team Liquid. Actually setting up for Severny. Maybe they realize that there's points to be had here, or there's late rotations they can try to cut off.
They might have spotted out from the high ground, seeing Gooners kind of run back and forth around the outside of Severny, and with any information being sent over from analysts or something like that, knowing the fact that Severny is a hotspot. So, I mean, it's smart.
I mean, it is possible they also got close enough to Severny to see the knocks. I'm not sure. I think they still might have been out of that range, but either way, a very aggressive setup from Team Liquid as we now head to the squad of gods, the God Squad. Pat leading the charge here up towards Death Road. They're in the circle. They can take their time and really start to scout out where they want to go in this first circle.
haven't even had a chance to really talk about the circle, but I mean, it's just middle Erangel, so Pachinki's in it, Yasnaya's in it. I mean, even the outskirts of Severny are in it, so pretty much anything's still on the table as far as center. We'll have to see how the circles shift out, because we're still in phase number 1, and we have lost. We're technically down to 59 players at this point and a full squad. That is kind of insane.
Yeah, I mean, aside from the action up top, we really haven't seen much. Now, Working in Silence is a team that I've been very happy with overall on the day. They've made some really great proactive moves, especially when it comes to the late game. They try to pick up as many points as they possibly can without putting themselves in unnecessary danger. So this team, for me, has been working.
Well, Luke's kind of creeped over here. Oh.
Sorry. I didn't even mean to do it. It just... I'm so sorry. I apologize.
You're not even sorry about it. Don't lie.
No, I
to
am.
me.
I genuinely am. I promise I am.
I can still hear the smile in your voice while you're saying it.
No, there's no smile.
I'm so sorry.
Very smart. Just as sorry as Gooners might be if they run into Team Liquid here, because that setup is nasty.
Okay, so Dots, you still got like a house of Severny that's inside the circle. You still got looting to do. Team Liquid and Gooners now both gatekeeping out Severny. Good luck leaving is all I can really say at this point. Working in Silence, strong position, kind of off-centered to the south of the entirety of the circle. Bestia is going to be pretty close, as well as God Squad over to the east. And Sam Cristo is going to be kind of over into the kind of, I guess, due east and east-northeast position from them. So Working in Silence in this regroup position. Not going to be too content. Circle pops. Yasnaya late, pretty much around the center of it. So this is going to be kind of tricksy. Looks like we might be eyeing some Yasnaya fields or maybe even just Stolber badly.
I thought we might see a school circle or something that posted more towards Pachinki in the southeast, but I like this. This shakes it up. This is a very awkward circle to play. Yasnaya Lake makes it just such a pain to rotate around, especially if you have teams on the brim over there. But as you can see, it's a mad dash to get to Yasnaya right now, Matt. They are about to go past these yellows, which are already set up on by the Outlaws.
All right, so with this Wuju 2, looks like they're going to make landfall first. They're going to get the eastern area to work with God Squad trying to navigate through QAD. They've got themselves that kind of Wizard Tower shed position that you can kind of play just on the outskirts of it. Wuju 2 going to be dealing with Sam Crismo. That's going to be rolling in back behind them. Bestia also going to be rolling up right along the same pathing. The God Squad is, everybody is kind of maneuvering around these craters. Bestia's got good vision into what's going to be going on. Pat Caps takes a smidgen of damage, but not enough to shoo them away just quite yet. So with this, it's going to be Working in Silence on the opposing front. If anything, Bestia just kind of forced them right on top of Working in Silence. Double up nades. Chin Boy is now out. Bill Frost realizing the threat. They have to just maneuver up the hillside and be fighting for it. Smoke's now starting to go down, but it should slow down the pacing just a little bit.
And we've seen so many teams take up I say new pockets. I mean, these dips and divots have been here for quite a while, but for the longest time, there was nothing but flat area here. And since these have been introduced, how many times have we seen teams go into these and just get absolutely slaughtered by utility? I mean, they're so dangerous. As large as they are, it's just so easy. If you have a beat, if you have a good idea of where teams are sitting within these dips, I mean, you're just utility fodder. So far, though, Working in Silence, surviving. In fact, they were the ones that did the damage.
I mean, late mid, it feels pretty good, but a circle 2 shift in, everybody still has so much nades, so much utility, and all you have to do is just kind of chunk them over that little bit of the hill. And so Gooners, looks like they're trying to regroup. Dots still inside of Severny itself. Liquid also going to be regrouping. Potential dangers kind of close to them as well. So Dots do survive while eating some blue right now, but I think that they might have spotted out Gooners, so they're in no rush to make it over here. Well, Alcatisia, they're still just trying to fend in position. It's very strong, pretty centered as well.
And I've seen, I mean, Relo and Roth have played here on, teams they've been in. This is such a strong position because it's so inaccessible for so many teams, especially if you're trying to crash that position. You're in sight lines of Yasnaya, you're in sight lines of the yellows, the dips, right? So getting to their position, they're now so well protected because of all the teams around them. Now that can be a double-edged sword, Matt, because guess what? If you have all these teams around you protecting you, there's not that many points to get, is there?
Yep. And it's a mixed blessing, right? You may get at least some placement points out of it, but everybody in this lobby wants the kills. The kills are really what propel you up the leaderboard. Gooners kind of rolling along. Looks like they're all going to be stacked up together. still on the hunt for Dots, as Dots is going to be just to the north of them, and they're kind of parallel positioning across each other, as Dots are going to be on foot, trying to shift over into that Stalber area. You can see them outside the blue. New circle is about to pop. Which way are we going? Looks like most of the teams are thinking to the south, but there is a weird potential where we see something tricksy happen, and it is just going to go to the east.
Yeah, that's going to just completely take the wind out of the sails of the Gooners, as well as potentially Dangerous and Dots. For Team Liquid, they're fine. They had that anchor position in Luke, or I shouldn't say anchor, he was a forward position to make sure he could secure that, but also look at Purdy. Purdy is so far on the base of Yas Lake to the north there that he is at that first yellow building, so they have such a wide spread.
All right, potentially Dangerous, probably going to be coming in the northern part of Yasnaya. We've got Sam Krizmo over here. Looks like they kind of got the position. So a couple shots going to be coming out from Sam Krizmo to kind of force Purdy out of that point, but it looks like they might be regrouping around gas stations, so not too much. Sam Krizmo has to be careful, as there is a lot of targets rolling around this same position. Let's not forget about Gooners coming up back behind. Just down to one, and it is the OG Gooner himself, as it's going to be Sam Krizmo realizing potentially dangerous position, and it's a three-way firefight as everything is just coming up Sam Krizmo right now.
Sam Krizmo needs to get rid of PD as quickly as possible. Once they do that, they can then start to focus on the teams, or what's left of the teams up the north. It's basically just PD at this point. And so if they do that, they can also cut off the rotation from Liquid. That's the most important thing. If they get rid of PD, they control this north side. Liquid can then not utilize that bridge on the lake to actually push that position and make a further foothold into Yasnaya. So this is huge if Sam Krizmo can actually get rid of PD.
A lot of utility being thrown down. Sam Krizmo's just going to crest up the top. Quick spray, going to pick up one. Juke back down inside the smokes, but not going to make it to safety. So now the long-range defender's going to have to be putting in some work. Potentially Dangerous sitting at two of their own, but they have to deal with that high ground position on one side of it. Not having a good idea quite where that position is being played from just yet. Gabriel going to be moving forward, making sure to pick up any kills that he can, but it looks like it's going to be Sam Krizmo. They can't put too much more into it, and oddly enough, it's going to be Toyo as well as Liquid getting some vision in this firefight. Those are all the bullets you can kind of hear landing around. LG also getting some more out of it, potentially Dangerous in a very dangerous position.
I have to say, for Sam Krizmo, I like the idea of trying to get off angles, but they sent DNL so far north that while the fight was happening and the rest of his team was fighting, he wasn't even able to really find the angles, and because of that, that was a potential misstep there from Sam Krizmo and an otherwise very good decision to push that fight.
PD got to go. I mean, Team Liquid's rolling it back behind this. They were watching on the other side of the lake of this firefight, realizing the fact that it's already done. They're going to be creeping in just as it is going to be Slabby limping away from this position. But guess what? Dots finally found themselves a vehicle. They're coming in just north of No Lean, right where Team Liquid is going to be regrouping. This northern area of the lake, it ain't done yet. We got some more party to be had, and I think that Purdy's already heard it. Dots, after being in the blue for so long, you're gonna roll right into a death trap. The spray's coming out. There's one hot and spicy down. It's gonna be Team Liquid just on the press. Slabby now trying to get some shots into it as well. He's gonna get something. Shane Doe's gonna go down, and it is just two for Dots. It's gonna be Tires Pop spinning out, managing to make it to Antenna Tower at least, but Liquid still has vision. They have to run, they have to hide.
Yeah, and for Dots, I mean, we know, but they have no clue that all of Apps is completely clean. If they wanted to make a push towards that direction, they can. The nade is going to slow them down. As you can see, Joshy there almost getting knocked. Bliss low as well. They have to heal. The smokes will cover them for now, but it's just Slabby. He's the only one on this side that can stop them. Liquid, though, starting to rotate now. You can see Purdy Curdy going very wide on the north side. The shots will go into the smoke that Joshy is in.
Okay, Slabby realizes he doesn't want to stay here for too long. He knows other people were shooting at the squad, and he's going to walk right into the wrong angle. Sparking's going to go ahead and pick that one up. So Team Liquid becoming kings of the north for the time being, already spotting out Dots as well. They're just running for cover. So Team Liquid, realizing that there's not too many other people shooting from this angle, they have a couple of options to work with. The way the circle has popped, it is kind of leaving that Yasnaya, moving more into where QAD's positioned at pretty center in the circle. LG, Dots, what already inside Yasnaya itself, what are Liquid going to do? It looks like they've got eyes on position, but we also do have Falcons getting a bit of an eye over what's going on with God Squad, but they don't want a piece of that just quite yet.
Falcons with a small advantage here because they are fighting with the high ground. They can just crest over and peek into the bowl, but if they do this incorrectly or they rush it, There's a very real possibility that they end up losing too many players. And then, yeah, like you said, working in silence still in the dip just to their west. So they have to make sure they do this the correct way or try to rotate around. The problem is that they try to rotate here at this point. So many teams are set up on the edges, including Bestie on their east, that it might be best to try to take this fight and just get rid of one of these teams first. But again, they're on the back foot.
I mean, this position from Pat is buying so much space for his team. He's kind of the dividing line for Falcons right now, as well as kind of for working in silence. So he's getting some defendable position to work with for his squad. But I mean, he's just kind of hunkered down the point. Falcons can't go for too much of a peek because they have Outlaws as well as Katsia that are going to be able to see them. So really, this is not the angle of approach the Falcons wanting. And no surprise, we're starting to see them move back into vehicles. This is too hazardous. Going for a step over that hill, into that ridge, 2 squads with 2 other squads watching you, that's just death. There's no way to make it work. You've got to send it in. You've got to go faster.
Kick's gotta
and
make
that
a
is
play.
going to be a Panzerfaust popping off. Doesn't quite. Can I get some damage in? But God Squad absolutely raining in terror from on this side. The Belfrost wants more out of it, but you can see working in silence is just dropping nade upon nade, and now just pushing up on top of the hill. Falcons are eliminated. Belfrost wants to see if he can get more, but man, that is a lot of working in silence. He goes down as well.
And a beautiful reposition, as you called it out from Balefrost. It crippled the Falcons, and they were making the best of a bad situation, but it just did not work out for them. And working in silence with the patience, able to get that third party. But now look at Posta, look at El Proyecto. They are dialed into this position of working in silence.
This is crazy. Okay, so El Proyecto still has Toyo up to the north of them. QAD's got control over the circle. We are just moving into the fields themselves. There's still some of Yasnaya in play. Proyecto wanted to see if they can get some more kills on this outlier position, but not working out too much. Bestia going to be shifting in. Looks like they've got a send of their own, and they're going to be running right alongside Outlaws. That could be a distraction for maybe Proyecto working in silence to work with, but neither one wants to overcommit. Everybody having the same thought of what was going on with the Falcons. It's just too dangerous to push down into those craters at this time. So we've got this weird skirmish going around on the outside as Bestia is just trying to find some form of cover and what angle is safe, and it looks like Mime might have finally found one.
Found one for now. But how safe is he really? Just 2 members left up for Bestia. That nade's gonna fall. It's gonna miss. And I'm still looking at working in silence. They have to make a decision. And they need to push one of these sides. Is it in fact going to be this fight here, or is it going to be on the west side as they're looking at El Proyecto? Mime now will get a position on the roof to try to get more sidelines, but it is not safe up there. He's going to have to jump off.
I mean, he's by himself. Sure, Silzen's alive, but he's being harassed by Wuju too, who's still inside the Yasnaya. So this is its own contained fight. It is Mime versus everybody over here. Multiple members for the Outlaws all up on top of him. Silzen, you can see now dealing with another threat, and it's going to be working in silence right back behind him. It is going to be RBN that goes down at range. It's going to be Toyo firing lines as well as El Proyecto getting some more into it. There you go. Mime is going to get spotted. He is going to get fleshed out. Silzen, the last one up.
What a just horrible circuit to play if you're trying to make your way in. We can see Toyo struggling on the west side. They're fighting against El Proyecto, and it looks like there are trades back and forth, but Beal is going to just kill Silzen with a vehicle off at the distance as Haven now trying to defend against Toyo, stepping over in the smoke. There's so much utility being thrown their way.
1 and 2 respectively against each other. Haven just spots the vehicle roll right up in front of him, tries to go for spray, does get the knock onto 1, tries to get some more, but he is going to go down. Toyo is going to get eliminated. That is a beautiful cross pincher. Haven manages to make a big play and support the rest of his squad, but now that has drawn the attention. Working in silence, QAD, both eyes into position on this Toyo firefight. They want to see if they can pick up some more out of it, and it is just everybody creeping in tatters into this field.
And everyone on the north side is just so happy that they're in apartments, or at least in Yaz for now, as they don't have to deal with the absolute chaos that has been occurring on the south side of this circle. Haven now trying to crawl to his teammate. Survive! Nope, not gonna happen. So he's gonna go down. Still 2 members left though of El Proyecto, and I mean, this is where that position that Alcatia sent it early really starts to pay off. Yes, they probably haven't gotten many kills, but they have been avoiding all of the shenanigans happening in this current open circle.
Hey, so while we've got the open circle skirmishes that are kind of going on, where we've got Outlaws working in silence, and we still have El Proyecto having to deal with QAD, let's not forget the fact that we have a ton of people that are all lined up inside of Yasnaya proper itself right now. That's going to be LG, Team Liquid, Dots, Bliss still the last one up, and Wuju 2 all playing over. They're working in silence, sitting at 9 kills right now. Looks like it's going to be a Herculean task just to see if he can get even one more. Crossfire, Proyecto, QAD is just so strong, and it's going to be just a moment before Outlaws get involved as well.
And for the teams fighting over this, Outlaws and Working in Silence, they're really fighting for that little ridge line that isn't even in circle anymore. Working in Silence just needs to get rid of them and get as many points as possible before we have another team coming in, and it's just Wuju 2. They've decided now is the time. They're going to get out of apartments. They're going to get out of Yas and get into the chaos, and Beal will find 2 with the grenade.
That is massive coming out from Working in Silence. Still stepping away. These guys have been fighting along these craters and these trenches for so long. So Outlaws going to be trying to creep around the outside of it. Jirway is going to be coming up right back behind Wuju 2. Now just down to 1 member inside of Fana. Working in Silence, still holding it together. Proyecto using this opportunity to move closer and closer to the circle. Now we're going to be looking into it. Wuju 2 is eliminated, so that's going to provide more of an opportunity for these squads. Working in Silence, they're still not done. They have more work to be doing over here, and it looks like it's going to be the Outlaws that are the new target. 1 down. Look at the throwables just raining down on top of them. It's a contained fight right now. Sold, Fantastico, and BL want it all, and they are picking it all up.
Oh, and a shot is going to knock down Sold, Fantastico, and Beal just pushing forward, trying to clear out everyone else. As you said, it looks like they're going to do that for now. Getting Solds up will be huge, but where do they go? There's not much open, and now finally we get to this north side, Matt. It's going to be Liquid and LG.
Okay, so we've got now building firefights right on the outskirts of Yasnaya. High ground positioning, Luminosity, Stakers. Well, we're going to have, it's going to be Liquid trying to navigate the alleyways and see if maybe they can find some breach points to play from. Already kind of damaged Nade. Going to go ahead and get knocked onto Vox. That's going to make this feel a lot better. Gat's going to be on the opposing side of it. Notice Bizzler looks like he's got his eyes, but man, look at the utility. We know that Team Liquid is great with utility, but they instantly closed all the doors on that. There was no chance for res at all. And so with this, Team Liquid has to be careful. The Snakers is going to drop one back onto Luke.
And the standard is happening when we have a situation where there's just a slice of Yasnaya in. The teams are just just trying to fight through. So I feel like this happens every time we see this. It's just smoke everywhere, utility. I mean, these corners, especially because of the way the walls are laid out, right? They kind of separate that from the field. Like you can see this line of shacks. It's just so terrible to fight in this area. I'm sorry. It's really difficult.
Enjoy your 2 frames as you got Blue Zone on top of you. You got Blue Zone nades. You've got smokes. Tons of people trying to navigate through. Gats does go down to Blue Zone combined with the Blue Zone nade. So looks like Luminosity, I don't know. This looked like he was trying to regroup, but it looks like he might have a spicy plan of his own. Maybe seeing if he can get back over to Gats, and oh man, he barely steps around that one. So now it's going to be on to Snakers. He has to thinned up, but I think that Snakers kind of focused in this long range position. That means that Team Liquid has managed to make a breach inside the building, or at least very close to it, but that Molotov going to catch Luke, slow him down. Nice pick back over from Bizzler, gets the knock. Blue Zone going to go ahead and connect on the backside of it, though. It's going to be Bizzler going down. So Snakers, Gats, after the res, back up, having to contend it, goes for the open shots. Blue Zone up on top of Gats. He's going to go down to it yet again. Snakers, everything is falling apart for both of these squads. The Blue Zone up on top of them and doing work.
And meanwhile, Abs can see it coming out, clearing the rest of the field. This is their opportunity, Matt. This is what they needed. They need to spread out and get as many of those points they weren't able to capture earlier in the game. And right now, their sights are set on Working in Silence. Look at this spread. I love this. Cowboy now. Dude, Cowboy has been great today. He's been taking these off angles, or he's been the first one entering for the team. Just so far showing so much diversity in his kit.
I mean, yeah, the thing about it for me is Working in Silence has been fighting for a long time from very open positions. So
13 kills.
13 kills, man. They got job to do today. They are not working in silence. They are working loud and have no fear. QAD, though, keeps creeping back over here now that we are down to just a 4v3. QAD is kind of leaning into a 2-2 split with 2 of them in the center and on the outskirts, and they know exactly where Working in Silence is at.
Well, this is just down to a 4 versus 3. The North took care of itself as winter has come and gone. The rest of the blue now starting to push up, and there is a very big slope on the north side of this circle, so it is possible. You can see Santastico starting to wrap that side a little bit where he can get a different angle onto the members of Al Qudsiya.
into the nail biter. It's going to be hard. But that little bit of a dip that you're talking about means that nobody's wanting to overstep just quite yet. Circle control, no surprise. QAD's favor. It's going to be on working in silence yet again. They have to push into a pretty dangerous position, fight their way out of it, but this has been their whole game so far. QAD, while they have been reining in damage, you can see sitting at very good damage numbers, they've been mostly kind of corralling teams away from them. It means the fact that their armor, way better positions right now. So they, in addition to the man advantage, they are prepared for this firefight, with Rello and Cowboy being the head of each one of these duos.
The real problem, though, here for working in silence is that Alcatia has complete control of center. I mean, this is going to be difficult to break. It's going to have to start with a knock, whether it's from Santastico or Solds, onto Relo or Cowboy, just to make sure that they can start pushing up. Another huge knock, if they can find it, if Roth gives it to him, if he goes down, that is going to be devastating, because then that north side wrap becomes so much more feasible for working in silence.
And Santastico wants it, but it's so hard to get the angle onto Cowboy's position, and Roth with that little bit more of a high ground point. The moment he reveals himself, he's in so much trouble. So you can see, dropping down to bellies, we're playing a straight up fields game right now. I do like the shield for cover. We've already got hay bales on defense. Alcatia already knows exactly where the approach angles are going to be coming from, but depends on how we can see, working in silence, pick apart the weakness. It's going to be, how far of this angle can Santastico find? Can he get a knock? But you can see, it's just, even if he raises his head up, he puts himself at risk of maybe being spotted from QAD, and he doesn't want it. He's instead going to hop in a vehicle. This is going to reveal position. Are they going to go for a wide wrap around? It looks like the smokes are going to come out. Double up. Looks like they might be shifting in position. Was this just a bait? Is this maybe just trying to shift them around? Maybe just trying to use it for cover? Oh no, trying to see if he can get up a bit higher, making sure that nobody's playing the other side of that hill.
Yeah, he's looking for the angles, getting on top of it, but again, he has to be careful of Roth. Roth might have an angle on this with either the door or the window. But they're taking their time. And this is somewhat working out. I say somewhat working out in the favor of working in silence, because it's starting to push Relo off that off angle as well. But again, the control from Alcatia is so strong.
Yeah, but I mean, it's this angle from Roth, man. He's just got vision for days up here, and they're going to start entering his sight lines as this blue zone forces everybody in. DL creeping forward. Now Santastico, he's got himself a toy. Can he switch this instantly into a 3v3? All it takes is just one spot on it. No, it goes a bit too long. QAD's defense, it's going to be DIYY that gets the knock onto one. So Santastico has to sweep on this other angle. Is he just going to commit into the res? Maybe just trying to get some meds, better armor to work around. So DIYY now spots out the other side of it. Soul's going to be taking some damage away from that one. Has to step away from the angle. Just trying to see if he can distract enough. Alcatia already knows exactly where the lines of defense that they have to set up are going to be at. Roth trying to fend in. Santastico cannot find the angle. This is just continuing to hold the line over and over. QAD had the circle for a long time, and they continue to have it as Alcatia are going to pick up the victory.
But in the end, working in silence, still doing a lot of work. 13 kills, Matt. Absolutely insane from them. Just what a way to close it out. Are you what's wrong?
Glasses down.
Glasses? I haven't been wearing glasses all day.
I'm done.
Are you good?
No. Too many empty circles at the end of it. Losing my mind.
Look, it's fine. Clearly, you've had a long day. Obviously, you're going crazy because I haven't worn glasses all day. That being said, again, what a fantastic game to close out strong for Alcatia, as we are also going to close it out strong for us. That was the last game of the day, but of course, we still have to head to Toffees, Gibson, and Poro to finish out the day.
Seems to be paying off. Talked to Roth earlier this week, and he said he's been sort of taking the lead on the IGL, letting Rello focus a little more on his gameplay, even though Rello still helps with a ton of the calls, and it does seem to be working for them. Before we get into breaking it down, though, myself, Gibson, Poro, let's take a look back one last time for today at the highlights.
Highlights! And we in.
Yeah,
just like that.
Yeah,
I'm not getting excitement. You're not giving excitement right now, Gibson, as much as you should be.
I wasn't trying to be the main voice, though. I was just trying to be like a background noise to the.
That would never be a problem.
Yeah, but look. All I'm gonna say is, working in silence, thought they had that game won, but you know what? Shoulda, woulda, coulda. They got the win.
I know what's going on there. What a Panzer Fust from H-Win over the top of the ridgeline, but unfortunately for them, working in silence, they just came across God Squad. Balefrost, the last one up, and unfortunately, in the end, they win that one out. But Toyo, the raid bosses of day one, go out early. Nice.
Yeah. But they still got a ton of kills. Like, they were still farming in that circle. And we were just saying in the broadcast booth as well, like, these players had to channel their inner year one, which is so perfect timing wise. I think we're celebrating the 8th anniversary of the game. And what do we get? A field finish with players prone in the middle of the ground, backpacks off. It was a bit of nostalgia right there to finish things off.
I know. I was getting a little teary-eyed, honestly, seeing all these teams trying to fight out of the Southern Yaz. Bisley going to go down to the blue, but at the end of the day, throw some D's on it. He came through so big for Alcacia here, making sure that they cleaned out everything on the sides, wrapped around. Beautiful work by the youngster from Alcacia, and that's a huge win for them at the end of the day.
They'll be happy with that. They really will. They needed it. It gets them into that, you know, the really, you know, the qualification spots after day one. There's a lot still to go, Toffees, but even look at that points tally. Like, Liquid didn't win a map today, but sneakily they had a decent day.
Yeah, that's Team Liquid in a nutshell, right? They just sort of quietly grind consistently and then ultimately end up in the top 3. Luminosity was at the bottom leaderboard coming into this match. They're going to be very happy with that 9 on the takeaway. Dots gets another 5. They've been pretty consistently pulling in around 5 per match, and will keep grinding out that for the rest of this event. Falcons only coming away with 2. It has been a very hard day for the Falcons, Poro.
It's been tough. I mean, everybody has bad days, but man, look, I feel like I was saying during the break or during the game in the green room. I feel like I could count on one hand the number of times I've ever seen Team Falcons put up sub 20-point day, and that's what they put up today. So I'm not expecting that to remain the case going into tomorrow and into Sunday. So once again, if you're reliant on Team Falcons doing bad in order for your team to find success, you probably need to come up with a better plan.
Come with a better plan, or pull El Proyecto and Toyo's plan and get 64 and 61 points respectively when you start. Huge day for those two teams coming out of SA, as well as Wuju 2 working in silence. Also some big ones. El Quadzia makes it all the way up to that 3rd place off the back of the last game, and Team Liquid doing what they do best, hiding from all of us noticing in 5th, Gibson.
Yeah, they got 50 points on the day. You know, when you think about it, they're only 1 point away from being in a position where they would qualify for the next 2 PGSs. But all in all, we have to give love to South America, right?
Yep.
It's probably the best single day we've ever seen from that region in the Americas. And yes, most of the English-speaking viewers of this broadcast will be from North America. But you got to give them credit, right? This region's had a massive glow up. They've put a lot of work into their game. You know, the leaderboard probably won't look anything like this on Sunday evening, but it's really nice to see multiple teams from that region showing up on a day in the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say, while it seems like the top of the leaderboard is an empire ruled by South America, there is one empire who has ruled over the solo play today, and we had to have a chance to chat with the solo hero himself. We asked Michael to stop by. Welcome, Michael. I'm going to start out by saying this. We were excited to talk to you, and we invited you for this interview right before you guys went out in 16th place in the last game. So I'm sorry that you had to sit here for 45 minutes waiting to chat with us, but I appreciate you taking the time. Congratulations on getting so many salvage points today.
Yeah, I think a lot of those games were meant to go like that. I think that's like a last resort plan that we have. It just so happened that it was a lot of last resort times that we had it for. But yeah, it was a bit painful having to sit for half an hour after we lose the hot drop to some questionable decisions by 2 different teams. But yeah, that's what it is.
I apologize. Feels like a Papa Roach song, start to finish. Gibson, any follow-ups?
Well, first off, Michael, I want to apologize for Toffee's not using your correct title of former world champion, Michael. You know, we got to put more respect on that name, right? But I want to talk more about coming to NA, right? So obviously you played in Europe for so long. You kind of, flirted with coming to NA last year, but you're here now. What's been your feeling of playing? Because obviously you're staying up a lot later at night. I know that you've got like a daytime streaming schedule. What's it been like playing in this region?
Yeah, well, I usually wake up pretty late anyway. It's like full degen, so it kind of fits in nicely with streaming during like primetime AU. and then instantly go into scrims after, get a good schedule. It also helps us streaming and playing the game. I'd perform better naturally. But yeah, I don't know. EU would just put me off because it was 6-game qualifiers from opens, a lot of good grinding teams from Russia, everything. So like NA is just 12 games every round. Just made a lot of sense, and I really wanted to start IGLing, so I said next team I play, and I'm just gonna stick to it, start IGLing. This is my first event IGLing. I don't want to say I'm an IGL that says calls the blue every game. It's just happening like that right now because we keep messing our games up. That's definitely not what we're gonna be doing, but it's just like that right now. So.
Well,
look, man, I gotta ask you. So obviously a lot of salvage play. Do you have any idea of how many first aids that you used today? I want to see what your guess is.
Can we all guess? Can we all guess?
Yeah, that'll be fun.
All right, go ahead.
I think
Michael.
I used at least 30 in Hosan. I think I used at least 10 in the game 5. No, probably 50 in the game 5. I think I used maybe 20 more in the Rondo. I think I probably used 60 or 70 first aids today, if I had to guess.
Okay,
Maybe.
Toffees, what do you got?
I was gonna say the 50s till I heard his assessment of what happened in that game. So, but I'll stick with 50.
What do you think, Gibson?
I know what it is because you told me. So I'm gonna abstain. I'm going to
No
abstain.
Googling, Gibson.
Michael, my friend, you used 126 first aids today for a total of 6,062 points of health recovered. That is insane. Like, that's clutch. It's clutch. And this is the other thing about it. It's like when you came out of the blue, right? Were you expecting to kind of find yourselves not only like you got placement points off of this, and then you also got kills as well? Like, are people just not watching? Are you going to be more careful about watching for snakes out of the blue after this?
I think in PGC, BME started doing it on Virtus Pro, and I think after that, EU started clocking onto it, and now EU is doing it. It's a lot. Imagine having 4 or 5 teams every game that's doing what I'm doing. I think NA's right now hasn't paid attention to this at all. It's really OP if you're having a bad game, and I hope none of them are watching this right now to learn from it. But yeah, I don't know. I wonder how many first aids the rest of the lobby used in total. I probably used more than the whole lobby.
I think that NA still has like flashbacks to Raptor living in the blue back in the day, and so NA still like refuses to do it out of principle of the thing. But I'm sure it's on the way. Now I gotta ask, when you backstabbed, I don't know, you probably didn't know it was the Falcons at the time, and threw I think it was 4 grenades without them even noticing that you were behind them. Were the guys having a good time in comms watching you go through these sort of crazy hijinks?
Honestly, I think we had some scrims the other day where it was Valiant is often you'll probably see in the rest of the tournament days, Valiant's usually the one that's doing what I did today. He's usually the guy that's alive. And it was more so like when you get to the point where your first aids are 5-ish and you can't really tank anymore. You're in the circle now. It's like if you feel the need that you can't do this anymore, get your points, get out of the game. Like it's over. Like if you feel like you need to get 3 points. I was just amazed that none of them nades killed Falcons. I felt like I was bombing them completely. But yeah, they told Finna was shouting in the comms, they saw you, the left guy saw you, and then like they just didn't, and I was a bit confused. Yeah, nah, at least I got that kill. Could have been so much more points today. It was so close on so many of those games.
Very, very nice. Well, I am going to let you go. It's probably pretty late for you, but before I do, is there anything you want to say to the folks watching? Any shout outs? The mic is yours after some incredible solo play today.
Yeah, firstly, thank you Empire Gaming. They took a big chance on us picking us up. A lot of our team just came back to the game, so thank you Connor. He's doing watch parties every day as well on Empire Gaming and if you want to go watch there. I'm also streaming on Twitch every day, grinding PUBG, trying to take my streaming a bit more seriously. And yeah, if you want to go follow me there, Twitch Michael. Yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Awesome. Is it Twitch Michael with the underscore or just Twitch Michael?
No, just MYKLE, just Michael.
Perfect.
Got the OG
right,
name.
If you guys love watching what he does, I want you to go over there and hit that follow button so you can check out his stream tomorrow. Thank you so much for chatting with us, Michael. I appreciate staying up a little bit longer to talk to us, and hopefully we see some fun stuff tomorrow as well.
Thank you, gents. Have a good night.
What a good sport, because it was. We asked him for the interview because we wanted to talk about some of this stuff, and then they went out in a really tough hot drop that you could tell like they were not happy with how those went. I mean, and that was a tough one, Gibson, to see 3 teams 2 games in a row get stuck in that kerfuffle for what I would call a mediocre drop in the first place was tough to watch.
Yeah, it's not fair. You know, 3 teams going for Zavurny. You never see that happen. And now we know why one of the teams went there, but the other 2, I think it was, you know, when people would cut off their nose to spite their own face, it was kind of like they were that thran that they were sticking with it. all of those teams could have gotten more points if they had just went, hey, you know, it's a pretty big map. There's tons of places we can go to. I'll just be curious to see if it continues over the rest of the weekend, because you get a feeling the teams that are closer to qualifying might be like, is it really worth it? You know, we might get 1 or 2 kills, but if we're leaving here with 1 or 2 players up, you're really hampering yourself going into the later game to try get chicken dinners, which is what you really need to be getting if you want to qualify.
All right, that's the end of the day one. You saw the scores, you saw the leaderboards. I'm going to get one last run through. Last thoughts, Porosaurus, talk to me. My man, I should have gone to you last.
It's not over yet. We've got plenty of time to go. All these teams on the right side of the leaderboard, you might have had a down day. No one's gonna care about that when you're in the top 4 at the end of all 3. So if you are in the top right now, congratulations, fantastic day one. Gotta give you props where it's due, but it's not over yet. You've got to hold on to that spot, Toyo. El Proyecto, you've got to keep doing what you're doing. You keep finding that success where you've had it so far today. And if you're on the chase starts tomorrow. Game 1, baby. Erangel, we're going right back to it. So be ready for action.
Let's go. Also, the ring like googly eyes really brought it home. I love that.
I was watching, begging that you would go far enough back that they would perfectly encompass your pupils. I was like,
it was so good. All right, Gibson, final thoughts. How do you follow that? I don't know, but you got to.
Honestly, the gauntlet's been thrown by South America. I want to see if it is a real threat or if it's going to be business as usual inside of North America. One thing's for sure, the LATAM crew have bragging rights going into tomorrow, and it's down to the North Americans to show that it's the other way around.
All right, only 3 teams can hit those top 3 qualifier spots, plus the Falcons. We got 2 more days to play, 12 games left. So make sure you come back tomorrow to the same time in the same place, because it's going to be a good one. On behalf of everyone here in PUBG, Krafton, our production team, as well as myself, Gibson, Porosaurus, Godspeed, Matchroom, and the Cameron Davis, thank you so much for spending your evening with us. And until we see you next time, play more PUBG.